Blackwater, the Anthology of Fantastic Literature, by Alberto Manguel. This talking book was made possible through a donation from Norsen Energy Resources Limited, published by Lester Orpen Denny's Limited, Toronto. Copyright 1983. 967 pages. Narrated by Sandra Scott. Recorded by volunteers in the studios of the CNIB National Library, Toronto. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated. From the book cover. Blackwater, the Anthology of Fantastic Literature. Alberto Manguel. Here in this huge anthology is a kaleidoscope of brilliant writing from the magi of the imagination. Alberto Manguel has selected 72 tales from life on the edge of the Twilight Zone. Stories from Greene, Marguerite Yourcenar, Ray Bradbury, Italo Calvino, and many, many more. Irresistible masterpieces, many of which have never before appeared in the English language. Fantastic tales hint at the half-forgotten dreams of our imagination. They are the impossible seeping into the possible of our everyday world. What Wallace Stevens calls black water breaking into reality. Here, amongst these stories, spanning many ages and countries, we find a house slowly taken over by something unmentionable. A good Christian, whom God rewards with a halo to wear during his lifetime, much to his wife's embarrassment. A ménage à trois, of which the third party is a ghost. And here is what we believe to be the shortest fantastic story in the world. "How strange," said the girl, advancing warily. "What a heavy door." As she spoke, she touched it, and it suddenly banged shut. "My God!" exclaimed the man. "I don't think there's a latch or bolt on the inside here. Why, you've locked both of us up in here." "Both of us? No. Only one of us," said the girl, as she passed through the door and disappeared. I.A. Ireland. The memory of our greatest stories is a form of imagination, and this anthology is a treasure house of memory. Jorge Luis Borges. About the editor. Alberto Manguel is co-author of the Dictionary of Imaginary Places. He teaches at Vanier College, York University, Toronto. Alberto Manguel was born in Buenos Aires in 1948. He has lived abroad since 1968 in France, Italy, England, Spain, and Tahiti, and is now settled in Canada. He is co-author of The Dictionary of Imaginary Places, 1980, which has been translated into French, German, Italian, Japanese, and Spanish. Dedication. A knowledge that another has felt as we have felt, and seen things, even as they are little things, not much otherwise than we have seen them, will continue to the end to be one of life's choicest pleasures. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Johnny and Mikey and Lily, for all I wish we could have shared, far away and long ago. Epigraphs. Whatever a man prays for, he prays for a miracle. Every prayer reduces itself to this: Great God, grant that 2 and 2 be not 4. Ivan Turgenev, from Prayer. It was agreed that my endeavors should be directed to persons and characters supernatural, yet so as to transfer from our inward nature a human interest and a semblance of the truth sufficient to procure for these shadows of imagination that willing suspension of disbelief for the moment, which constitutes poetic faith. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, from Biographia Literaria. One can't believe impossible things. "I dare say you haven't had much practice," said the Queen. "When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast." Lewis Carroll, from Through the Looking-Glass. So long as we regard a tree as an obvious thing, naturally and reasonably created for a giraffe to eat, we cannot properly wonder at it. It is when we consider it as a prodigious wave of the living soil sprawling up to the skies for no reason in particular, that we take off our hats to the astonishment of the park keeper. G.K. Chesterton, from A Defense of Nonsense. I don't want realism, I want magic. I don't tell truth, I tell what ought to be truth. Tennessee Williams, from A Streetcar Named Desire. I wonder if that's why we sleep at night, because the darkness still frightens us. They say we sleep to let the demons out, to let our mind go raving mad, our dreams and nightmares, all our logic gone awry, the dark side of our reason. Edward Albee, from A Delicate Balance. What is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability, through death, through absence, through change of manners. James Joyce, from Ulysses. From one who maintains there is nothing beyond the human imagination, or another soul who contends by night that beyond the human imagination there is nothing? Richard Outram, from Turns and Other Poems. Acknowledgements. Every effort has been made to contact copyright holders. In the event of any inadvertent omission or error, the editor should be notified at Lester and Orphan Denny's Limited, 78 Sullivan Street, Toronto, M5T1C1, Ontario, Canada. For permission to reprint the stories and excerpts in this anthology, acknowledgement is made as follows. Akutagawa Ryanosuke, Autumn Mountain. Translated by Ivan Morris, to Charles E. Tuttle Company, Incorporated, and the author. Aimé, Marcel, The State of Grace, from Across Paris and Other Stories, by Marcel Aimé. Translated from the French by Norman Denny. Copyright, Librairie Gallimard, 1947. By permission of Harper & Row, Publishers, Incorporated, and the Bodley Head, Limited. Beerbohm, Max. Enoch Soames, from 7 Men, to William Heinemann, Limited. Belloc, Hilaire. Home, from On Something. Reprinted by permission of A.D. Peters and Company, Limited. Benet, Stephen Vincent. The Curfew Tolls, to Brandt & Brandt Literary Agents, Incorporated. From the Selected Works of Stephen Vincent Benet. Holt Reinhardt and Winston, Incorporated. Copyright, Stephen Vincent Benet, 1935. Copyright renewed. Copyright Thomas C. Benet, Stephanie B. Mahan, and Rachel Benet Lewis, 1963. Bioy, Casares, Adolfo. Venetian Masks, translated by Alberto Manguel, to the author. Copyright Adolfo Bioy Casares, 1983. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Bloy, Léon, The Captives of Longjumeau, translated by Alberto Manguel, to Mercure de France. Copyright Mercure de France, 1967. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Borges, Jorge Luis, August 25, 1983. Translated by Alberto Manguel. To the author, copyright Jorge Luis Borges, 1982. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Bradbury, Ray, The Playground. To the author, copyright Ray Bradbury, 1953. Copyright renewed Ray Bradbury, 1980. Reprinted by permission of the Harold Matson Company, Incorporated. Calvino, Italo. The Argentine Ant, translated by Archibald Colquhoun. First published in Bottega Oscure 10, 1952. Copyright Julio Einaudi, Editore S.P.A., Torino. For the translation, from Adam One Afternoon. Copyright William Collins Sons and Company Limited, 1957. And copyright Harcourt Brace, Jovanovich, Incorporated, 1971. Cocteau, Jean. Excerpt from Le Grand Écart. To Édition Stock, copyright Édition Stock, 1923. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Collier, John. The Lady on the Grey. To A.D. Peters Limited and the Harold Matson Company, Incorporated. Copyright John Collier, 1951. Copyright renewed, 1979. Comfort, Alex. The Lemmings, to Books and Broadcasts Incorporated and the author. Cortázar, Julio. House Taken Over from End of Game. Translated by Paul Blackburn, to Random House Incorporated, ALIA, and the author. Copyright Random House Incorporated, 1967-1963. De la Mare, Walter, Seaton's aunt, to the literary trustees of Walter de la Mare and the Society of Authors as their representatives. De Neve, Marco, A Dog in Durer's Engraving, translated by Alberto Manguel, to the author. Copyright Marco de Neve, 1968. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Denison, Isaac. An excerpt from Peter and Rosa, from Winter's Tales, by Isaac Denison. Copyright Random House Incorporated, 1942. And by permission of the Rungstedlund Foundation. Du Maurier, Daphne. Split second from Kiss Me Again, Stranger, to Molly Waters and the author. Copyright Daphne du Maurier, 1952. Reprinted by permission of Doubleday and Company, Incorporated. Fast, Howard. The Large Ant, from A Touch of Infinity. Reprinted by permission of the Sterling Lord Agency. Copyright William Morrow and Company, 1972. Forster, E.M. The Story of a Panic, from The Collected Short Stories by E.M. Forster, to Sidgwick and Jackson. Garnett, David. Lady into Fox, to the author and Chatto and Windus Limited, also to A.P. Watt Limited. Greenberg, Joanne. Certain Distant Sons, from High Crimes and Misdemeanors by Joanne Greenberg. Copyright Joanne Greenberg, 1977-1979. Reprinted by permission of Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston Publishers. Also the Wallace and Shield Agency, Incorporated, and Victor Gollancz, Limited. Greene, Graham. A Little Place Off the Edgware Road. From the Collected Stories of Graham Greene. Copyright 1941, 1942, 1946, 1947, 1949. Copyright 1955, 1956, 1957, 1962, 1963, 1964, 1965, 1969, 1970, 1972. By Graham Greene. Reprinted by permission of Viking Penguin Limited. And from Collected Stories, published by the Bodley Head and William Heinemann. Copyright Graham Greene, 1954-1972. Reprinted by permission of the author. Copyright Graham Greene, 1954-1972. Guimare, Rosa, Why? The Third Bank of the River, from Modern Brazilian Short Stories. Copyright Why, Guimare, Rosa, 1962. Translated by William L. Grossman, 1967. Copyright University of California Press, 1967. Reprinted by permission of the Regents of the University of California. Hartley, L.P. A Visitor from Down Under, from The Traveling Grave, to Hamish Hamilton Limited. Copyright the Executors of the Estate of the late L.P. Hartley, 1973. Hess, Herman. A Man by the Name of Ziegler. From Stories of 5 Decades by Hermann Hesse. Translated by Ralph Mannheim. Copyright Farrar, Straus, and Giroux, Incorporated, 1954-1972. Reprinted by permission of Farrar, Straus, and Giroux, Incorporated. Hichens, Robert S. How Love Came to Professor Guildea. To A.P. Watt Limited, and the Executors of the Estate of Robert S. Hichens. Hitchcock, George. An Invitation to the Hunt, first published in the San Francisco Review, to the author. James, M.R. An excerpt from A School Story, from the Ghost Stories of M.R. James, 2nd edition, to Edward Arnold, Publishers Limited. Kafka, Franz. In the Penal Colony, from Franz Kafka. Stories, 1904 to 1924. Translated by J. A. Underwood. First published by MacDonald and Company, 1981. To the translator, copyright, J. A. Underwood, 1981. King, Francis. A Scent of Mimosa, from the Times Book of Ghost Stories. Copyright, Francis King, 1975. Reprinted by permission of A. M. Heath and Company Limited and the author. Kipling, Rudyard. The Wish House from Debits and Credits to the National Trust of Great Britain and Macmillan London Limited. Copyright Rudyard Kipling, 1924. Reprinted by permission of Doubleday and Company, Incorporated. Le Guin, Ursula K. The Ones Who Walk Away from Aumelas, from The Wind's 12 Quarters by U.K. Le Guin. Copyright Ursula K. Le Guin, 1973-1975. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. Mandiargues, André Pierre de Clorinda. Translated by Alberto Manguel, from Soleil de Luz, to Édition Gallimard. Copyright Édition Gallimard, 1979. This translation copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Manuel, Juan. The Wizard Postponed, from A Universal History of Infamy, by Jorge Luis Borges, translated by Norman Thomas de Giovanni. Copyright Amici Editores, S.A., and Norman Thomas de Giovanni, 1970-1971. Published by Allen Lane, 1973. Reprinted by permission of the publishers, E. P. Dutton, Incorporated. Maugham, W. Somerset. Lord Mountdrago, from the complete short stories of W. Somerset Maugham, to the estate of the late W. Somerset Maugham and William Heinemann Limited. Also Doubleday and Company, Incorporated. Copyright W. Somerset Maugham, 1939. Moore, Brian. The Sight, from Irish Ghost Stories. Edited by Joseph Hone, to Hamish Hamilton and Curtis Brown Limited. Copyright Brian Moore, 1977. Mujica, Láinez, Manuel. Importance. Translated by Alberto Manguel, to the author. Copyright Manuel Mujica Láinez, 1978. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Nabokov, Vladimir. The Visit to the Museum, from Nabokov's Dozen, to Mrs. Vladimir Nabokov. Copyright Vladimir Nabokov, 1958. O'Brien, Flann. John Duffy's brother, from Stories and Plays by Flann O'Brien. Copyright Brian O'Nolan, 1941. Copyright Evelyn O'Nolan, 1973. Reprinted by permission of Viking Penguin, Incorporated, and the Brandt and Brandt Literary Agency. Ocampo, Silvina. The Friends, translated by Alberto Manguel, to the author. Copyright Silvina Ocampo, 1982. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Ozick, Cynthia. The Pagan Rabbi, to the author and her agents, Rains and Rains. Also to Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. The Pagan Rabbi was first published in the Hudson Review. Copyright Cynthia Ozick, 1966. Priestley, J.B. The Grey Ones, to A.D. Peters Limited. Pushkin, Alexander. The Queen of Spades, from The Queen of Spades and Other Stories. Translated by Rosemary Edmonds, Penguin Classics, 1962. Pages 153 to 83. Copyright Rosemary Edmonds, 1958-1962. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Limited. Quiroga, Horatio. The Feather Pillow, translated by Margaret Sayers Pedden, to the University of Texas Press. Copyright University of Texas Press, 1976. Saki, H. H. Munro. Laura, from the Complete Works of Saki, published by the Bodley Head, and the Complete Short Stories of Saki. Copyright by the Viking Press, Incorporated, 1930. Copyright renewed Viking Press, Incorporated, 1958. Reprinted by permission of Viking Penguin, Incorporated. Schultz, Bruno. Father's Last Escape, from Sanatorium Under the Sign of the Hourglass, by Bruno Schultz. Copyright Jacob Schultz, 1978. Used with permission of the publishers Walker and Company and Hamish Hamilton Limited. Tanizaki, Junichiro. Tattoo, translated by Ivan Morris, to the author and the Orion Literary Agency. Copyright Matsuko Tanizaki, 1910. originally published in Japan. All rights reserved. Also for this translation to Georges Borchardt, Incorporated. Wells, H.G., The Door in the Wall, to the estate of the late H.G. Wells. Wharton, Edith, Pomegranate Seed, from the Ghost Stories of Edith Wharton. Copyright William R. Tyler, 1973. For the story, copyright Curtis Publishing Company, 1931. Copyright renewed, A. Watkins, Incorporated and Constable Publishers, 1959. Williams, Charles. Et in Sempiternum Periant, reprinted by permission of David Higham, Associates Limited. Williams, Tennessee. The Mysteries of the Joy Rio, from Hard Candy. Copyright Tennessee Williams, 1954. Reprinted by permission of New Directions Publishing Corporation. Yourcenar, Marguerite. How Wang Fo Was Saved. Translated by Alberto Manguel, from Nouvelle Orientale, to the author and Édition Gallimard. Copyright Marguerite Yourcenar, 1963. This translation, copyright Alberto Manguel, 1983. Contents. Foreword. Julio Cortázar, House Taken Over. Robert S. Hichens, How Love Came to Professor Guildea. I.A. Ireland, Climax for a Ghost Story. Tennessee Williams, The Mysteries of the Joy Rio. Edith Wharton, Pomegranate Seed. Adolfo Bioy, Casares. Venetian Masks. Rudyard Kipling, The Wish House. Ray Bradbury, The Playground. Manuel Mujica Láinez, Importance. Max Beerbohm. Enoch Soames. L.P. Hartley, A Visitor from Down Under. Saki, Laura. Anonymous, An Injustice Revealed. Graham Greene, A Little Place Off the Edgware Road. M. R. James, from A School Story. Charles Dickens, The Signalman. Pedro Antonio de Alarcon, The Tall Woman. Francis King, A Scent of Mimosa. Jean Cocteau, Death and the Gardener. W. Somerset Maugham, Lord Mountdrago. Giovanni Papini, The Sick Gentleman's Last Visit. Virgilio Pinera, Insomnia. Jules Verne, The Storm. Anonymous, A Dream, from the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Edgar Allan Poe, The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar. Daphne du Maurier, Split Second. Jorge Luis Borges, August 25, 1983. Marguerite Yourcenar, How Wang Fo Was Saved. Isaac Dinesen, from Peter and Rosa. Junichiro Tanizaki, Tattoo. Flann O'Brien, John Duffy's brother. David Garnett, Lady into Fox. Bruno Schultz, Father's Last Escape. Hermann Hesse, A Man by the Name of Ziegler. Italo Calvino, The Argentine Ant. John Collier, The Lady on the Grey. Alexander Pushkin, The Queen of Spades. Lafcadio Hearn, Of a Promise Kept. Juan Manuel, The Wizard Postponed. W. W. Jacobs, The Monkey's Paw. Robert Louis Stevenson, The Bottle Imp. D. H. Lawrence, The Rocking Horse Winner. Joanne Greenberg, Certain Distant Suns. Hawaii, Guimare Rosa, The Third Bank of the River. Hilaire Belloc, Home. H. G. Wells, The Door in the Wall. Silvina Ocampo, The Friends. Charles Williams, Et in Sempiternum Periant. Léon Bloy, The Captives of Longjumeau. Vladimir Nabokov, The Visit to the Museum. Ryunosuke Akutagawa, Autumn Mountain. Brian Moore, The Site. André Pierre de Manduargues, Clorinda. Cynthia Ozick, The Pagan Rabbi. Oscar Wilde, The Fisherman and His Soul. Lord Dunsany, The Bureau de Change de Mots. Ursula K. Le Guin, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelis. Franz Kafka, In the Penal Colony. Marco Denevi, A Dog in Durer's Etching. The Night, Death, and the Devil. Howard Fast, The Large Ant. Alex Comfort, The Lemmings. J. B. Priestley, The Grey Ones. Horatio Quiroga, The Feather Pillow. Walter de la Mare, Seaton's aunt, Henry James, The Friends of the Friends, Hans Christian Andersen, The Travelling Companion, Stephen Vincent Benet, The Curfew Tolls, Marcel Aimé, The State of Grace, E. M. Forster, The Story of a Panic, George Hitchcock, An Invitation to the Hunt, Nathaniel Hawthorne, from The American Notebooks, O. Henry, The Dream. The authors. Foreword. Nothing is more difficult to give up than a pleasure once experienced. When I was 13 years old, I was fortunate enough to have a small room of my own, set apart from the rest of the house. Here I kept my books. A great many, I thought. About 100. Most of which, of course, I had not read. One evening I picked up an illustrated edition of the Arabian Nights, a small selection with ugly color plates. The first story I tried, the one about Aladdin, I had heard or read before and found uninteresting. But with the second I was luckier. I fell upon a story whose title intrigued me, The King of the Black Isles. That night another world was revealed. The tale of the colored fish and the evil princess and the monstrous slave suddenly made me realize that I had the key to places where access could not be denied me. Now, for the first time, I knew that there was literature. An image still haunts me. The young king, half marble, half flesh, captive inside a high room of black columns, whipped till his blood ran by his beautiful and unfaithful cousin. Awakening to my physical senses, longing to leave and see the world, I found that something else, reading, had much the same majesty and terror and delight as those yearned-for pleasures, loving and traveling. Huxley says somewhere that in the essential moments of life we are alone, in the climax of love and in the instant of mystical revelation. I found that the discovery of literature is also a solitary act, that literature is a lonely place. There nothing can touch us, because, like Alice through the looking-glass, we ourselves create the country through which we walk, giving it a geography in our mind. Once we are in possession, we can call to others, read them a story, give them a book, offer them an anthology. But, like the youth who wanted to learn about fear, we have to spend the first night on our own. When literature is discovered, a revelation occurs, the joyful, exultant knowledge that anything can happen. Of the many forms of literature, fantastic literature in particular explores that blissful knowledge. It makes use of our everyday world as a facade through which the undefinable appears, hinting at the half-forgotten dreams of our imagination. Unlike tales of fantasy, those chronicles of mundane life in mythical surroundings, such as Narnia or Middle-earth, fantastic literature deals with what can be best defined as the impossible seeping into the possible, what Wallace Stevens calls black water breaking into reality. Fantastic literature never really explains everything. Like the ghost train at the fair, it takes us through the darkness of a real world, from terror to laughable terror, diving into walls that swing away at the very last minute, racing under eerie nothings that touch us with cobweb fingers, suddenly slowing down and lengthening that last encounter. With what? With what? Using our expectancy of horror more effectively than horror itself. Fantastic literature thrives on surprise, on the unexpected logic that is born from its own rules. It behaves exactly as Mr. Lucian Gregory, Chesterton's anarchic poet, wishes reality would behave. Why do all clerks and navvies in the railway trains look so sad and tired? Asks the gentleman. So very sad and tired. I will tell you. It is because they know the train is going right. It is because they know that whatever place they have taken a ticket for, that place they will reach. It is because after they have passed Sloane Square, they know that the next station must be Victoria, and nothing but Victoria. Oh, their wild rapture! Oh, their eyes like stars and their souls again in Eden, if the next station were unaccountably Baker Street. Fantastic literature has nothing but contempt for timetables. The stories that make up this anthology are essentially stories I enjoy, stories which, for me, represent the best of fantastic literature. Though each is unique, like colored threads, certain general themes appear again and again. This repetition is in no way a hindrance to pleasure. Indeed, it heightens our enjoyment by contrast, by stirring secret memories, making the reader an accomplice to the story by reminding him that he has been here before. Part of the delight of reading is being startled not by the sheer novelty of a subject, but by the dexterity with which it is treated. Novelty, after all, is simply a question of first come, first served, and who knows what pushes one book rather than another first into our hands. As far as I can make out, these are the main themes. Time warps, where time leads two separate existences, one for us, one for the rest of the world, in the tradition of Rip Van Winkle. Hauntings, by the dead usually, for revenge, like Banquo's ghost, to make a belated announcement, like Hamlet's father, to love beyond the grave, like Dante's Beatrice. Dreams, which become part of reality, like Caedmon's dream in the beginning of English literature, which issue a warning, like that of Caesar's wife, which tell us we are such stuff as dreams are made on, like the Red King's dream in Through the Looking-Glass. Unreal creatures, transformations, like the creature in Kafka's Metamorphosis, like Circe's swine, the Frog Prince, and the many foxes of Chinese ghost stories. Mimesis, seemingly unrelated acts which secretly dramatize each other, the strange events that take place during King Duncan's murder, the cracked mirror of the Lady of Shalott. Also, a totally alien happening can provoke a tragedy somewhere else, as if all the threads in the universe were connected. Dealings with God and the devil. Not, of course, theological writings, but stories which make use of that misty borderland of belief to frame a fantastic tale, as in the tragic history of Dr. Faustus. Usually, this theme overlaps others, such as time warps or transformations. I have deliberately avoided dividing the anthology into these sections because, like all systems of classification, this one would be unfair to the stories themselves. Yet the list of themes, apart from satisfying a spring-cleaning spirit, can give us an inkling as to why certain stories bring to mind others seemingly so different, what makes them so rich and in many ways so moving. I don't know exactly what it is that moves us when we read a fantastic story. Perhaps it is the gnawing suspicion that what has been imagined, however preposterous, has a place in the world and in our lives. Andrew Lang says in his Blue Fairy book, "When the princess awakens, after her betrothal to the Yellow Dwarf, and hopes it was a dream, and finds on her finger the fatal ring of one red hair, we have a brave touch of horror and of truth. All of us have wakened and struggled with a dim, evil memory, and trusted it was a dream, and found, in one form or another, a proof, a shape of that ring of red hair." Behind a story read, a tale told, something else is said as well, like a nagging voice half heard amid a conversation. We have the certainty that this voice is important, a necessity, and yet we cannot exactly make it out. Conrad, in a text unworthy of Conrad, said that he did not write fantastic tales because writing them would be denying that life itself is fantastic. But that is not so. On the contrary, a truly good fantastic story will echo that which escapes explanation in life. It will prove, in fact, that life is fantastic. It will point to that which lies beyond our dreams and fears and delights. It will deal with the invisible, with the unspoken. It will not shirk from the uncanny, the absurd, the impossible. In short, it has the courage of total freedom. Alberto Manguel, Pia and Toronto, 1982 and 83. House Taken Over, by Julio Cortázar. Anyone who doesn't read Cortázar is doomed, Pablo Neruda wrote shortly before his death. Not to read him is a serious invisible disease, which in time can have terrible consequences. Something similar to a man who has never tasted peaches. He would quietly become sadder, noticeably paler, and probably little by little he would lose his hair. House Taken Over is one of Cortázar's first stories, published while he was still living in Argentina, in Victoria Ocampo's famous Sur magazine. Sur was Victoria Ocampo's way of bringing Europe to the Pampas, and also of showing Europe that life had been discovered in a faraway corner of the world. The first number published a map showing Argentina's location. Soon afterwards, Cortázar left for Paris, where he became the most famous of Argentina's literary exiles. His best books are the collection of short stories End of Game, All Fire's the Fire, and Cronopios and Thamus, and his novel, The Winners. I met him in Paris in 1968, towards the end of May, and he suggested I take his picture next to one of May 68's most exhilarating graffiti, L'Imagination au pouvoir. Let imagination rise to power. We liked the house because, apart from its being old and spacious, in a day when old houses go down for a profitable auction of their construction materials, it kept the memories of great-grandparents, our paternal grandfather, our parents, and the whole of childhood. Irene and I got used to staying in the house by ourselves, which was crazy. 8 people could have lived in that place and not have gotten in each other's way. We rose at 7 in the morning and got the cleaning done, and about 11 I left Irene to finish off whatever rooms and went to the kitchen. We lunched at noon precisely. Then there was nothing left to do but a few dirty plates. It was pleasant to take lunch and commune with the great hollow, silent house, and it was enough for us just to keep it clean. We ended up thinking at times that that was what had kept us from marrying. Irene turned down 2 suitors for no particular reason, and Maria Esther went and died on me before we could manage to get engaged. We were easing into our 40s with the unvoiced concept that the quiet, simple marriage of sister and brother was the indispensable end to a line established in this house by our grandparents. We would die here some day. Obscure and distant cousins would inherit the place, have it torn down, sell the bricks, and get rich on the building plot. Or, more justly and better yet, we would topple it ourselves before it was too late. Irene never bothered anyone. Once the morning housework was finished, she spent the rest of the day on the sofa in her bedroom knitting. I couldn't tell you why she knitted so much. I think women knit when they discover that it's a fat excuse to do nothing at all. But Irene was not like that. She always knitted necessities, sweaters for winter, socks for me, handy morning robes, and bed jackets for herself. Sometimes she would do a jacket, then unravel it the next moment because there was something that didn't please her. It was pleasant to see a pile of tangled wool in her knitting basket fighting a losing battle for a few hours to retain its shape. Saturdays I went downtown to buy wool. Irene had faith in my good taste, was pleased with the colors, and never a skein had to be returned. I took advantage of these trips to make the rounds of the bookstores, uselessly asking if they had anything new in French literature. Nothing worthwhile had arrived in Argentina since 1939. But it's the house I want to talk about, the house and Irene. I'm not very important. I wonder what Irene would have done without her knitting. One can reread a book, but once a pullover is finished, you can't do it over again. It's some kind of disgrace. One day I found that the drawer at the bottom of the chiffonier, replete with mothballs, was filled with shawls, white, green, lilac. Stacked amid a great smell of camphor, it was like a shop. I didn't have the nerve to ask her what she planned to do with them. We didn't have to earn our living. There was plenty coming in from the farms each month, even piling up. But Irene was only interested in the knitting and showed a wonderful dexterity. And for me, the hours slipped away watching her. Her hands like silver sea urchins, needles flashing, and 1 or 2 knitting baskets on the floor, the balls of yarn jumping about. It was lovely. How not to remember the layout of that house? The dining room, the living room with tapestries, the library, and 3 large bedrooms in the section most recessed, the one that faced toward Rodriguez Peña. Only a corridor with its massive oak door separated that part from the front wing, where there was a bath, the kitchen, our bedrooms, and the hall. One entered the house through a vestibule with enamel tiles, and a wrought iron grated door opened onto the living room. You had to come in through the vestibule and open the gate to go into the living room. The doors to our bedrooms were on either side of this, and opposite it was the corridor leading to the back section. Going down the passage, one swung open the oak door, beyond which was the other part of the house. Or, just before the door, one could turn to the left and go down a narrower passageway, which led to the kitchen and the bath. When the door was open, you became aware of the size of the house. When it was closed, you had the impression of an apartment, like the ones they build today, with barely enough room to move around in. Irene and I always lived in this part of the house and hardly ever went beyond the oak door except to do the cleaning. Incredible how much dust collected on the furniture. It may be Buenos Aires is a clean city, but she owes it to her population and nothing else. There's too much dust in the air. The slightest breeze, and it's back on the marble console tops and in the diamond patterns of the tooled leather desk set. It's a lot of work to get it off with a feather duster. The motes rise and hang in the air, and settle again a minute later on the pianos and the furniture. I'll always have a clear memory of it, because it happened so simply and without fuss. Irene was knitting in her bedroom. It was 8 at night, and I suddenly decided to put the water up for mate. I went down the corridor as far as the oak door, which was ajar, then turned into the hall toward the kitchen, when I heard something in the library or the dining room. The sound came through muted and indistinct. A chair being knocked over onto the carpet, with a muffled buzzing of a conversation. At the same time, or a second later, I heard it at the end of the passage which led from those 2 rooms toward the door. I hurled myself against the door before it was too late and shut it, leaned on it with the weight of my body. Luckily, the key was on our side. Moreover, I ran the great bolt into place just to be safe. I went down to the kitchen, heated the kettle, and when I got back with the tray of mate, I told Irene I had to shut the door of the passage. They've taken over the back part. She let her knitting fall and looked at me with her tired, serious eyes. "You're sure?" I nodded. "In that case," she said, picking up her needles again, "we'll have to live on this side." I sipped at the mate very carefully, but she took her time starting her work again. I remember it was a grey vest she was knitting. I liked that vest. The first few days were painful, since we'd both left so many things in the part that had been taken over. My collection of French literature, for example, was still in the library. Irene had left several folios of stationery and a pair of slippers that she used a lot in the winter. I missed my briar pipe, and Irene, I think, regretted the loss of an ancient bottle of hesperidin. It happened repeatedly, but only in the first few days, that we would close some drawer or cabinet and look at one another sadly. It's not here. One thing more among the many lost on the other side of the house. But there were advantages, too. The cleaning was so much simplified that even when we got up late, 9:30 for instance, by 11 we were sitting around with our arms folded. Irene got into the habit of coming to the kitchen with me to help get lunch. We thought about it and decided on this. While I prepared the lunch, Irene would cook up dishes that could be eaten cold in the evening. We were happy with the arrangement because it was always such a bother to have to leave our bedrooms in the evening and start to cook. Now we made do with the table in Irene's room and platters of cold supper. Since it left her more time for knitting, Irene was content. I was a little lost without my books, but so as not to inflict myself on my sister, I set about reordering Papa's stamp collection. That killed some time. We amused ourselves sufficiently, each with his own thing, almost always getting together in Irene's bedroom, which was the more comfortable. Every once in a while Irene might say, "Look at this pattern I just figured out. Doesn't it look like clover?" After a bit it was I, pushing a small square of paper in front of her, so that she could see the excellence of some stamp or another from Upon et Malmedy. We were fine, and little by little we stopped thinking. You can live without thinking. Whenever Irene talked in her sleep, I woke up immediately and stayed awake. I never could get used to this voice from a statue or a parrot, voice that came out of the dreams, not from a throat. Irene said that in my sleep I flailed about enormously and shook the blankets off. We had the living room between us, but at night you could hear everything in the house. We heard each other breathing, coughing, Could even feel each other reaching for the light switch when, as happened frequently, neither of us could fall asleep. Aside from our nocturnal rumblings, everything was quiet in the house. During the day, there were the household sounds, the metallic click of knitting needles, the rustle of stamp album pages turning. The oak door was massive. I think I said that. In the kitchen, or the bath, which adjoined the part that was taken over, we managed to talk loudly, or Irene sang lullabies. In a kitchen there's always too much noise, the plates and glasses, for there to be interruptions from other sounds. We seldom allowed ourselves silence there, but when we went back to our rooms or to the living room, then the house grew quiet, half-lit. We ended by stepping around more slowly so as not to disturb one another. I think it was because of this that I woke up irremediably, and at once, when Irene began to talk in her sleep. Except for the consequences, it's nearly a matter of repeating the same scene over again. I was thirsty that night, and before we went to sleep, I told Irene that I was going to the kitchen for a glass of water. From the door of the bedroom, she was knitting, I heard the noise in the kitchen. If not the kitchen, then the bath. The passage off at that angle dulled the sound. Irene noticed how brusquely I had paused, and came up beside me without a word. We stood listening to the noises, growing more and more sure that they were on our side of the oak door. If not the kitchen, then the bath, or in the hall itself at the turn, almost next to us. We didn't wait to look at one another. I took Irene's arm and forced her to run with me to the wrought-iron door, not waiting to look back. You could hear the noises, still muffled but louder, just behind us. I slammed the grating and we stopped in the vestibule. Now there was nothing to be heard. "They've taken over our section," Irene said. The knitting had reeled off from her hands, and the yarn ran back toward the door and disappeared under it. When she saw that the balls of yarn were on the other side, she dropped the knitting without looking at it. "Did you have time to bring anything?" I asked hopelessly. "No, nothing. We had what we had on." I remembered 15,000 pesos in the wardrobe in my bedroom. Too late now. I still had my wristwatch on and saw that it was 11 p.m. I took Irene around the waist. I think she was crying. And that was how we went into the street. Before we left, I felt terrible. I locked the front door up tight and tossed the key down the sewer. It wouldn't do to have some poor devil decide to go in and rob the house, that hour, and with the house taken over. Translated from the Spanish by Paul Blackburn. How Love Came to Professor Guildea by Robert S. Hichens. Robert Smythe Hichens, who died in 1950, wrote 3 best-selling novels now scarcely remembered. The Garden of Allah, filmed 3 times, the latest version in 1936, with Charles Boyer and Marlene Dietrich. The Paradine Case, filmed by Alfred Hitchcock, and Belladonna. He was Oscar Wilde's confidant, and caricatured him in his novel The Green Carnation, 1894. He was also a friend of the young Somerset Maugham. His fame, however, is secured by the following short story, selected by Dorothy L. Sayers for her own anthology of detection, mystery, and horror. Dorothy L. Sayers spoke of the delicious nausea it provoked in her. I found Guildea's ghost, invisible and nameless as those of Cortázar, a startling and wonderful invention, the story's originality heightened by the classical use of a pair of opposed characters like Holmes and Watson, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, Father Brown and Flambeau. Chapter 1. Dull people often wondered how it came about that Father Murchison and Professor Guildea were intimate friends. The one was all faith, the other all skepticism. The nature of the father was based on love. He viewed the world with an almost childlike tenderness above his long black cassock, and his mild yet perfectly fearless blue eyes seemed always to be watching the goodness that exists in humanity, and rejoicing at what they saw. The professor, on the other hand, had a hard face like a hatchet, tipped with an aggressive black goatee beard. His eyes were quick, piercing, and irreverent. The lines about his small, thin-lipped mouth were almost cruel. His voice was harsh and dry, sometimes, when he grew energetic, almost soprano. It fired off words with a sharp and clipping utterance. His habitual manner was one of distrust and investigation. It was impossible to suppose that in his busy life he found any time for love, either of humanity in general or of an individual. Yet his days were spent in scientific investigations which conferred immense benefits upon the world. Both men were celibates. Father Murchison was a member of an Anglican order which forbade him to marry. Professor Guildea had a poor opinion of most things, but especially of women. He had formerly held a post as lecturer at Birmingham, but when his fame as a discoverer grew, he removed to London. There, at a lecture he gave in the East End, he first met Father Murchison. They spoke a few words. Perhaps the bright intelligence of the priest appealed to the man of science, who was inclined, as a rule, to regard the clergy with some contempt. Perhaps the transparent sincerity of this devotee, full of common sense, attracted him. As he was leaving the hall, he abruptly asked the father to call on him at his house in Hyde Park Place. And the father, who seldom went into the West End, except to preach, accepted the invitation. "When will you come?" said Guildea. He was folding up the blue paper on which his notes were written, in a tiny, clear hand. The leaves rustled dryly in accompaniment to his sharp, dry voice. "On Sunday week I am preaching in the evening at St. Saviour's, not far off," said the father. "I don't go to church." "No," said the father, without any accent of surprise or condemnation. "Come to supper afterward?" "Thank you, I will." "What time will you come?" The father smiled. "As soon as I have finished my sermon. The service is at 6:30. "About 8, then, I suppose. Don't make the sermon too long. My number in Hyde Park Place is 100. Good night to you." He snapped an elastic band round his papers and strode off without shaking hands. On the appointed Sunday, Father Murchison preached to a densely crowded congregation at St. Saviour's. The subject of his sermon was sympathy, and the comparative uselessness of a man in the world unless he can learn to love his neighbour as himself. The sermon was rather long, and when the preacher, in his flowing black cloak and his hard round hat, with a straight brim over which hung the ends of a black cord, made his way toward the professor's house, the hands of the illuminated clock disc at the Marble Arch pointed to 20 minutes past 8. The father hurried on, pushing his way through the crowd of standing soldiers, chattering women, and giggling street boys in their Sunday best. It was a warm April night, and when he reached number 100 Hyde Park Place, he found the professor bareheaded on his doorstep, gazing out toward the park railings and enjoying the soft, moist air in front of his lighted passage. "Ah, a long sermon!" he exclaimed. "Come in." "I fear it was," said the father, obeying the invitation. "I am that dangerous thing, an extempore preacher." "More attractive to speak without notes if you can do it. Hang your hat and coat, cloak, here. We'll have supper at once. This is the dining room." He opened a door on the right, and they entered a long, narrow room, with gold paper and a black ceiling, from which hung an electric lamp with a gold-coloured shade. In the room stood a small, oval table, with covers laid for two. The professor rang the bell. Then he said, "People seem to talk better at an oval table than at a square one." "Really? Is that so?" "Well, I've had precisely the same party twice, once at a square table, once at an oval table. The first dinner was a dull failure, second a brilliant success. Sit down, won't you?" "How do you account for the difference?" said the father, sitting down and pulling the tail of his cassock well under him. I know how you'd account for it." "Indeed? How, then?" "At an oval table, since there are no corners, the chain of human sympathy, the electric current, is much more complete. Eh? Let me give you some soup." "Thank you." The father took it, and, as he did so, turned his beaming blue eyes on his host. Then he smiled. "What?" he said in his pleasant, light tenor voice. "You do go to church sometimes, then?" "Tonight is the first time for ages, and mind you, I was tremendously bored." The father still smiled, and his blue eyes gently twinkled. "Dear, dear," he said, "what a pity.
But not by the sermon, Guildea added. I don't pay a compliment. I state a fact. The sermon didn't bore me. If it had, I should have said so, or said nothing.
And which would you have done? The professor smiled almost genially.
Don't know, he said. What wine do you drink?
None, thank you. I'm a teetotaler. In my profession and milieu, it is necessary to be one.
Yes, I will have some soda water.
I think you would have done the first.
Very likely, and very wrongly. You wouldn't have minded much.
I don't think I should. They were intimate already. The father felt most pleasantly at home under the black ceiling. He drank some soda water and seemed to enjoy it more than the professor enjoyed his claret. You smile at the theory of the chain of human sympathy, I see, said the father. Then what is your explanation of the failure of your square party with corners, the success of your oval party without them?
Probably, on the first occasion, the wit of the assembly had a chill on his liver, while on the second he was in perfect health. Yet, you see, I stick to the oval table.
And that means?
Very little. By the way, your omission of any allusion to the notorious part liver plays in love was a serious one tonight.
Your omission of any desire for close human sympathy in your life is a more serious one.
How can you be sure I have no such desire?
I divine it. Your look, your manner, tell me it is so. You were disagreeing with my sermon all the time I was preaching, aren't you?
Part of the time.
The servant changed the plates. He was a middle-aged, blond, thin man with a stony white face, pale, prominent eyes, and an accomplished manner of service. When he had left the room, the professor continued,
Your remarks interested me, but I thought them exaggerated.
For instance?
Let me play the egoist for a moment. I spend most of my time in hard work, very hard work. The results of this work, you will allow, benefit humanity.
Enormously, assented the father, thinking of more than one of Guildea's discoveries.
And the benefit conferred by this work, undertaken merely for its own sake, is just as great as if it were undertaken because I love my fellow man, and sentimentally desire to see him more comfortable than he is at present. I'm as useful, precisely, in my present condition in my present non-affectional condition, as I should be if I were as full of gush as the sentimentalists who want to get murderers out of prison, or to put a premium on tyranny, like Tolstoy, by preventing the punishment of tyrants.
One may do great harm with affection, great good without it.
Yes, that is true.
Even le bon motif is not everything, I know. Still, I contend that, given your powers, you would be far more useful in the world with sympathy, affection for your kind, added to them than as you are. I believe, even, that you would do still more splendid work. The professor poured himself out another glass of claret.
You noticed my butler? He said.
I did.
He's a perfect servant. Makes me perfectly comfortable. Yet he has no feeling of liking for me. I treat him civilly, I pay him well. I never think about him, or concern myself with him as a human being. I know nothing of his character, except what I read of it in his last master's letter. There are, you may say, no truly human relations between us. You would affirm that his work would be better done if I had made him personally like me, as man of any class can like man of any other class?
I should, decidedly.
I contend that he couldn't do his work better than he does it at present.
But if any crisis occurred?
What?
Any crisis, change in your condition. If you needed his help, not only as a man and a butler, but as a man and a brother? He'd fail you then, probably. You would never get from your servant that finest service which can only be prompted by an honest affection.
You have finished?
Quite.
Let us go upstairs, then. Yes, those are good prints. I picked them up in Birmingham when I was living there. This is my workroom.
They came to a double room lined entirely with books, and brilliantly, rather hardly, lit by electricity. The windows at one end looked onto the park, at the other onto the garden of a neighbouring house. The door by which they entered was concealed from the inner and smaller room by the jutting wall of the outer room, in which stood a huge writing-table, loaded with letters, pamphlets, and manuscripts. Between the two windows of the inner room was a cage, in which a large grey parrot was clambering, using both beak and claws to assist him in his slow and meditative peregrinations. "You have a pet," said the father, surprised.
"I possess a parrot," the professor answered dryly. "I got him for a purpose when I was making a study of the imitative powers of birds. I have never got rid of him. A cigar?"
"Thank you." They sat down. Father Murchison glanced at the parrot. It had paused in its journey, and, clinging to the bars of its cage, was regarding them with attentive round eyes that looked deliberately intelligent, but by no means sympathetic. He looked away from it to Guildea, who was smoking, with his head thrown back, his sharp, pointed chin, on which the small black beard bristled, upturned. He was moving his under lip up and down rapidly. This action caused the beard to stir and look peculiarly aggressive. The father suddenly chuckled softly. "Why's that?" cried Guildea, letting his chin drop down on his breast and looking at his guest sharply. "I was thinking it would have to be a crisis indeed that could make you cling to your butler's affection for assistance." Guildea smiled too. "You're right, it would. Here he comes." The man entered with coffee. He offered it gently and retired like a shadow retreating on a wall. "Splendid, inhuman fellow," remarked Guildea. "I prefer the East End lad who does my errands in Bird Street," said the father. "I know all his worries. He knows some of mine. We are friends. He's more noisy than your man. He even breathes hard when he is especially solicitous, but he would do more for me than put the coals on my fire or black my square-toed boots. Men are differently made. To me, the watchful eye of affection would be abominable." "What about that bird?" The father pointed to the parrot. It had got up on its perch, and with one foot uplifted in an impressive, almost benedictory manner, was gazing steadily at the professor. "That's the watchful eye of imitation, with a mind at the back of it, desirous of reproducing the peculiarities of others. No, I thought your sermon tonight very fresh, very clever. But I have no wish for affection. Reasonable liking, of course, one desires." He tugged sharply at his beard, as if to warn himself against sentimentality. "But anything more would be most irksome, and would push me, I feel sure, towards cruelty. It would also hamper one's work." "I don't think so. Sort of work I do. I shall continue to benefit the world without loving it, and it will continue to accept the benefits without loving me. That's all as it should be." He drank his coffee. Then he added, rather aggressively, "I have neither time nor inclination for sentimentality." When Guildea let Father Murchison out, he followed the father onto the doorstep and stood there for a moment. The father glanced across the damp road into the park. "I see you've got a gate just opposite you," he said idly. "Yes, I often slip across for a stroll to clear my brain. Good night to you. Come again some day." "With pleasure. Good night." The priest strode away, leaving Guildea standing on the step. Father Murchison came many times again to number 100 Hyde Park Place. He had a feeling of liking for most men and women whom he knew, and of tenderness for all, whether he knew them or not, but he grew to have a special sentiment toward Guildea. Strangely enough, it was a sentiment of pity. He pitied this hard-working, eminently successful man of big brain and bold heart, who never seemed depressed, who never wanted assistance, who never complained of the twisted skein of life or faltered in his progress along its way. The father pitied Guildea, in fact, because Guildea wanted so little. He had told him so, for the intercourse of the two men from the beginning had been singularly frank. One evening, when they were talking together, the father happened to speak of one of the oddities of life, the fact that those who do not want things often get them, while those who seek them vehemently are disappointed in their search. "Then I ought to have affection poured upon me," said Guildea, smiling rather grimly, "for I hate it." "Perhaps some day you will." "I hope not, most sincerely." Father Murchison said nothing for a moment. He was drawing together the ends of the broad band round his cassock. When he spoke, he seemed to be answering someone. "Yes," he said slowly. "Yes, that is my feeling. Pity." "For whom?" said the professor. Then, suddenly, he understood. He did not say that he understood. Father Murchison felt and saw that it was quite unnecessary to answer his friend's question. So Guildea, strangely enough, found himself closely acquainted with the man, his opposite in all ways. Pitied him. The fact that he did not mind this, and scarcely ever thought about it, shows perhaps as clearly as anything could the peculiar indifference of his nature. Chapter 2. One autumn evening, a year and a half after Father Murchison and the professor had first met, the father called in Hyde Park Place and inquired of the blond and stony butler, his name was Pitting, whether his master was at home. "Yes, sir," replied Pitting. "Will you please come this way?" He moved noiselessly up the rather narrow stairs, followed by the father, tenderly opened the library door, and in his soft, cold voice announced, "Father Murchison." Guildea was sitting in an armchair before a small fire. His thin, long-fingered hands lay outstretched upon his knees. His head was sunk down on his chest. He appeared to be pondering deeply. Pitting very slightly raised his voice. "Father Murchison to see you, sir," he repeated. The professor jumped up rather suddenly and turned sharply round as the father came in. "Oh," he said, "it's you, is it? Glad to see you. Come to the fire." The father glanced at him and thought him looking unusually fatigued. "You don't look well tonight," the father said. "No? You must be working too hard. That lecture you are going to give in Paris is bothering you?" "Not a bit. It's all arranged. I could deliver it to you at this moment verbatim." "Well, sit down." The father did so, and Guildea sank once more into his chair and stared hard into the fire without another word. He seemed to be thinking profoundly. His friend did not interrupt him, but quietly lit a pipe and began to smoke reflectively. The eyes of Guildea were fixed upon the fire. The father glanced about the room, at the walls of soberly bound books, at the crowded writing table, at the windows, before which hung heavy, dark blue curtains of old brocade, at the cage which stood between them. A green baize covering was thrown over it. The father wondered why. He had never seen Napoleon, so the parrot was named, covered up at night before. While he was looking at the baize, Guildea suddenly jerked up his head, and taking his hands from his knees and clasping them, said abruptly, "Do you think I'm an attractive man?" Father Murchison jumped. Such a question coming from such a man astounded him. "Bless me!" he ejaculated. "What makes you ask? Do you mean attracted to the opposite sex?" "That's what I don't know," said the professor gloomily, and staring again into the fire. "That's what I don't know." Father grew more astonished. "Don't know?" he exclaimed, and he laid down his pipe. "Let's say, do you think I'm attractive, that there's anything about me which might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to me?" "Whether you desired it or not?" "Exactly. Or, no, let us say definitely, if I did not desire it." Father Murchison pursed up his rather full cherubic lips, and little wrinkles appeared about the corners of his blue eyes. "There might be, of course," he said after a pause. "Human nature is weak, engagingly weak, Guildea, and you're inclined to flout it. I could understand a certain class of lady, the lion-hunting, the intellectual lady, seeking you. Your reputation, your great name—" "Yes, yes," Guildea interrupted rather irritably. "I know all that, I know." He twisted his long hands together, bending the palms outward till his thin, pointed fingers cracked. His forehead was wrinkled in a frown. "I imagine," he said. He stopped and coughed dryly, almost shrilly. "I imagine it would be very disagreeable to be liked, to be run after. That is the usual expression, isn't it? By anything one objected to." Now he half turned in his chair, crossed his legs one over the other, and looked at his guest with an unusual, almost piercing interrogation. "Anything?" said the father. Well, any one. I imagine nothing could be more unpleasant." "To you, no," answered the father. "But, forgive me, Guildea, I cannot conceive your permitting such intrusion. You don't encourage adoration." Guildea nodded his head gloomily. "I don't," he said. "I don't. That's just it. That's the curious part of it, that I—" He broke off deliberately, got up and stretched. "I'll have a pipe, too," he said. He went over to the mantelpiece, got his pipe, filled it, and lighted it. As he held the match to the tobacco, bending forward with an inquiring expression, his eyes fell upon the green baize that covered Napoleon's cage. He threw the match into the grate and puffed at the pipe as he walked forward to the cage. When he reached it, put out his hand, took hold of the baize, and began to pull it away. Then, suddenly, he pushed it back over the cage. "No," he said, as if to himself, "no." He returned rather hastily to the fire, and threw himself once more into his armchair. "You're wondering," he said to Father Murchison. "So am I. I don't know at all what to make of it. I'll just tell you the facts, and you must tell me what you think of them. The night before last, after a day of hard work, but no harder than usual, I went to the front door to get a breath of air. You know I often do that." "Yes, I found you on the doorstep when I first came here." "Just so. I didn't put on hat or coat, I just stood on the step as I was. My mind, I remember, was still full of my work. It was rather a dark night, not very dark. The hour was about 11 or a quarter past. I was staring at the park, and presently I found that my eyes were directed towards somebody who was sitting back to me on one of the benches. I saw the person, if it was a person, through the railings." "If it was a person," said the father. "What do you mean by that?" "Wait a minute. I say that because it was too dark for me to know. I merely saw some blackish object on the bench, rising into view above the level of the back of the seat. I couldn't say it was man, woman, or child, but something there was, and I found that I was looking at it." "I understand." "Gradually I also found that my thoughts were becoming fixed upon this thing or person. I began to wonder, first, what it was doing there. Next, what it was thinking. Lastly, what it was like." "Some poor creature without a home, I suppose," said the father. "I said that to myself. Still, I was taken with an extraordinary interest about this object. So great an interest that I got my hat and crossed the road to go into the park. As you know, there's an entrance almost opposite to my house. Well, Murchison, I crossed the road, passed through the gate and the railings, went up to the seat, and found that there was nothing on it." "Were you looking at it as you walked?" "Part of the time. But I removed my eyes from it just as I passed through the gate, because there was a row going on a little way off, and I turned for an instant in that direction. When I saw that the seat was vacant, I was seized by a most absurd sensation of disappointment, almost of anger. I stopped and looked about me to see if anything was moving away, but I could see nothing. It was a cold night and misty. There were few people about. Feeling, as I say, foolishly and unnaturally disappointed, I retraced my steps to this house. When I got here, I discovered that during my short absence I had left the hall door open. Half open. Rather imprudent in London. Yes. I had no idea, of course, that I had done so till I got back. However, I was only away 3 minutes or so. Yes. It was not likely that anybody had gone in. I suppose not. Was it? Why do you ask me that, Guildea? Well, well. Besides, if anybody had gone in on your return, you'd have caught him, surely. Guildea coughed again. The father, surprised, could not fail to recognize that he was nervous, and that his nervousness was affecting him physically. "I must have caught cold that night," he said, as if he had read his friend's thought, and hastened to contradict it. Then he went on. "I entered the hall, or passage, rather." He paused again. His uneasiness was becoming very apparent. "And you did catch somebody?" said the father. Guildea cleared his throat. "That's just it," he said. "Now we come to it. I am not imaginative, as you know." "You certainly are not." "No. But hardly had I stepped into the passage before I felt certain that somebody had got into the house during my absence. I felt convinced of it. Not only that, I also felt convinced that the intruder was the very person I had dimly seen sitting upon the seat in the park. What do you say to that?" "I begin to think you are imaginative."
It seemed to me that the person, the occupant of the seat, and I, had simultaneously formed the project of interviewing each other, had simultaneously set out to put that project into execution. I became so certain of this that I walked hastily upstairs into this room, expecting to find the visitor awaiting me. But there was no one. I then came down again and went into the dining room. No one. I was actually astonished. Isn't that odd? Very, said the father, quite gravely. The professor's chill and gloomy manner and uncomfortable, constrained appearance kept away the humour that might well have lurked round the steps of such a discourse. I went upstairs again, he continued, sat down and thought the matter over. I resolved to forget it and took up a book. I might perhaps have been able to read, but suddenly I thought I noticed— He stopped abruptly. Father Murchison observed that he was staring toward the green baize that covered the parrot's cage. "But that's nothing," he said. "Enough that I couldn't read. I resolved to explore the house. You know how small it is, how easily one can go all over it. I went all over it. I went into every room without exception. To the servants who were having supper I made some excuse. They were surprised at my advent, no doubt." "And Pitting?" "Oh, he got up politely when I came in, stood while I was there, but never said a word. I muttered, 'Don't disturb yourselves,' or something of the sort, and came out. Murchison I found nobody new in the house. Yet I returned to this room entirely convinced that somebody had entered while I was in the park." "And gone out again before you came back?" "No, I stayed and was still in the house." "But, my dear Guildea," began the father, now in great astonishment, "surely—" "I know what you want to say, what I should want to say in your place. Now do wait. I am also convinced that this visitor has not left the house and is at this moment in it." He spoke with evident sincerity, with extreme gravity. Father Murchison looked him full in the face and met his quick, keen eyes. "No," he said, as if in reply to an uttered question. "I am perfectly sane, I assure you. The whole matter seems almost as incredible to me as it must to you. But, as you know, I never quarrel with facts, however strange. I merely try to examine into them thoroughly. I have already consulted a doctor and been pronounced in perfect bodily health." He paused, as if expecting the father to say something. "Go on, Guildea," he said. "You haven't finished." "No. I felt that night positive that somebody had entered the house and remained in it, and my conviction grew. I went to bed as usual, and, contrary to my expectation, slept as well as I generally do. Yet directly I woke up yesterday morning, I knew that my household had been increased by one." "May I interrupt you for one moment? How did you know it?" "By my mental sensation. I can only say that I was perfectly conscious of a new presence within my house, close to me." "How very strange," said the father. "And you feel absolutely certain that you are not overworked? Your brain does not feel tired? Your head is quite clear?" "Quite. I was never better. When I came down to breakfast that morning, I looked sharply into Pitting's face. He was as coldly placid and inexpressive as usual. It was evident to me that his mind was in no way distressed. After breakfast I sat down to work, all the time ceaselessly conscious of the fact of this intruder upon my privacy. Nevertheless, I laboured for several hours, waiting for any development that might occur to clear away the mysterious obscurity of this event. I lunched. About 2:30 I was obliged to go out to attend a lecture. I therefore took my coat and hat, opened my door, and stepped onto the pavement. I was instantly aware that I was no longer intruded upon, and this although I was now in the street, surrounded by people. Consequently, I felt certain that the thing in my house must be thinking of me, perhaps even spying upon me." "Wait a minute," interrupted the father. "What was your sensation? Was it one of fear?" "Oh, dear, no. I was entirely puzzled, as I am now, and keenly interested, but not in any way alarmed. I delivered my lecture with my usual ease and returned home in the evening. On entering the house again, I was perfectly conscious that the intruder was still there. Last night I dined alone and spent the hours after dinner in reading a scientific work in which I was deeply interested. While I read, however, I never for one moment lost the knowledge that some mind, very attentive to me, was within hail of mine. I will say more than this. The sensation constantly increased, and by the time I got up to go to bed I had come to a very strange conclusion. What? What was it? That whoever, or whatever, had entered my house during my short absence in the park was more than interested in me.
More than interested in you?
Was fond, or was becoming fond of me.
Oh! exclaimed the father. Now I understand why you asked me just now whether I thought there was anything about you that might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to you.
Precisely.
Since I came to this conclusion, Murchison, I will confess that my feeling of strong curiosity has become tinged with another feeling. Of fear? No. Of dislike or irritation? No, not fear, not fear. As Guildea repeated unnecessarily this asseveration, he looked again towards the parrot's cage. What is there to be afraid of in such a matter? He added. I am not a child, to tremble before bogies. In saying the last words, he raised his voice sharply. Then he walked quickly to the cage, and with an abrupt movement pulled the baize covering from it. Napoleon was disclosed, apparently dozing upon his perch, with his head held slightly on one side. As the light reached him, he moved, ruffled the feathers about his neck, blinked his eyes, and began slowly to sidle to and fro, thrusting his head forward and drawing it back with an air of complacent, though rather unmeaning, energy. Guildea stood by the cage, looking at him closely, and indeed with an attention that was so intense as to be remarkable, almost unnatural. "How absurd these birds are," he said at length, coming back to the fire. "You have no more to tell me?" asked the father. "No. I am still aware of the presence of something in my house. I am still conscious of its close attention to me. I am still irritated, seriously annoyed, I confess it, by that attention." "You say you are aware of the presence of something at this moment?" "At this moment, yes." "Do you mean in this room with us now?" "I should say so. At any rate, quite near us." Again he glanced quickly, almost suspiciously, toward the cage of the parrot. The bird was sitting still on its perch now. Its head was bent down and cocked sideways, and it appeared to be listening attentively to something. "That bird will have the intonations of my voice more correctly than ever by tomorrow morning," said the father, watching Guildea closely with his mild blue eyes, "and it has always imitated me very cleverly." The professor started slightly. "Yes," he said, "yes, no doubt. Well, what do you make of this affair?" "Nothing at all. It is absolutely inexplicable. I can speak quite frankly to you, I feel sure." "Of course. That's why I have told you the whole thing." "I think you must be overworked, overstrained, without knowing it." "And that the doctor was mistaken when he said I was all right?" "Yes." Guildea knocked his pipe out against the chimney-piece. "It may be so," he said. "I will not be so unreasonable as to deny the possibility, although I feel as well as I ever did in my life. What do you advise, then?" "A week of complete rest away from London, in good air." "The usual prescription? I'll take it. I'll go tomorrow to Westgate and leave Napoleon to keep house in my absence." For some reason which he could not explain to himself, the pleasure which Father Murchison felt in hearing the first part of his friend's final remark was lessened, was almost destroyed by the last sentence. He walked toward the city that night deep in thought, remembering and carefully considering the first interview he had with Guildea in the latter's house a year and a half before. On the following morning, Guildea left London. Chapter 3. Father Murchison was so busy a man that he had little time for brooding over the affairs of others. During Guildea's week at the sea, however, the father thought about him a great deal, with much wonder and some dismay. The dismay was soon banished, for the mild-eyed priest was quick to discern weakness in himself, quicker still to drive it forth as a most undesirable inmate of the soul. But the wonder remained. It was destined to a crescendo. Guildea had left London on a Thursday. On a Thursday he returned, having previously sent a note to Father Murchison to mention that he was leaving Westgate at a certain time. When his train ran into Victoria Station at 5 o'clock in the evening, he was surprised to see the cloaked figure of his friend standing upon the grey platform behind a line of porters.
"What, Murchison?" he said. "You here? Have you seceded from your order that you are taking this holiday?" They shook hands.
"No," said the father. "It happened that I had to be in this neighbourhood today visiting a sick person, so I thought I would meet you."
"And see if I was still a sick person, eh?"
The professor glanced at him kindly, but with a dry little laugh. "Are you?" replied the father gently, looking at him with interest. "No, I think not. You appear very well." The sea air had, in fact, put some brownish red into Guildea's always thin cheeks. His keen eyes were shining with life and energy, and he walked forward in his loose grey suit and fluttering overcoat with a vigour that was noticeable, carrying easily in his left hand his well-filled Gladstone bag. The father felt completely reassured. "I never saw you look better," he said.
"I never was better. Have you an hour to spare?" "2.
"Good.
I'll send my bag up by cab, and we'll walk across the park to my house and have a cup of tea there. What do you say?"
"I shall enjoy it." They walked out of the station yard, past the flower girls and newspaper sellers, towards Grosvenor Place. "And you have had a pleasant time?" the father said.
"Pleasant enough, and lonely. I left my companion behind me in the passage at number 100, you know."
"And you will not find him there now, I feel sure."
"Humph!"
ejaculated Guildea.
"What a precious weakling you think me, Murchison."
As he spoke, he strode forward more quickly, as if moved to emphasize his sensation of bodily vigour. "A weakling? No. But anyone who uses his brain as persistently as you do yours must require an occasional holiday."
"And I required one very badly, eh?"
"You required one, I believe."
"Well, I've had it. And now we'll see."
The evening was closing in rapidly. They crossed the road at Hyde Park Corner and entered the park, in which were a number of people going home from work. Men in corduroy trousers caked with dried mud, and carrying tin cans slung over their shoulders, and flat panniers in which lay their tools. Some of the younger ones talked loudly or whistled shrilly as they walked. "Until the evening," murmured Father Murchison to himself.
"What?"
asked Guildea. "I was only quoting the last words of the text, which seems written upon life, especially upon the life of pleasure. 'Man goeth forth to his work and to his labour.'
Ah, those fellows are not half bad fellows to have in an audience. There were a lot of them at the lecture I gave when I first met you, I remember. One of them tried to heckle me. He had a red beard. Chaps with red beards are always hecklers. I laid him low on that occasion. Well, Murchison, and now we're going to see."
"What?"
"Whether my companion has departed."
"Tell me, do you feel any expectation of again thinking something is there?"
"How carefully you choose language."
"No, I merely wonder." "You have no apprehension?"
"Not a scrap. But I confess to feeling curious."
"Then the sea air hasn't taught you to recognize that the whole thing came from overstrain."
"No,"
said Guildea very dryly. He walked on in silence for a minute. Then he added,
"You thought it would?"
"I certainly thought it might."
"Make me realize that I had a sickly, morbid, rotten imagination, eh? Come now, Murchison, why not say frankly that you packed me off to Westgate to get rid of what you considered an acute form of hysteria?"
The father was quite unmoved by this attack. "Come now, Guildea," he retorted. "What did you expect me to think? I saw no indication of hysteria in you. I never have. One would suppose you the last man likely to have such a malady. But which is more natural, for me to believe in your hysteria, or in the truth of such a story as you told me?"
"You have me there. No, I mustn't complain. Well, there's no hysteria about me now, at any rate."
"And no stranger in your house, I hope." Father Murchison spoke the last words with earnest gravity, dropping the half-bantering tone which they had both assumed.
You take the matter very seriously, I believe, said Guildea, also speaking more gravely.
How else can I take it? You wouldn't have me laugh at it when you tell it me seriously.
No. If we find my visitor still in the house, I may even call upon you to exorcise it. But first I must do one thing, and that is, prove to you, as well as to myself, that it is still there.
That might be difficult, said the father, considerably surprised by Guildea's matter-of-fact tone.
I don't know. If it has remained in my house, I think I can find a means, and I shall not be at all surprised if it is still there, despite the Westgate air.
In saying the last words, the professor relapsed into his former tone of dry chaff. The father could not quite make up his mind whether Guildea was feeling unusually grave or unusually gay. As the two men drew near to Hyde Park Place, their conversation died away, and they walked forward silently in the gathering darkness.
"Here we are," said Guildea at last.
He thrust the key into the door, opened it, and let Father Murchison into the passage, following him closely and banging the door.
"Here we are,"
he repeated in a louder voice. The electric light was turned on in anticipation of his arrival. He stood still and looked round.
"We'll have some tea at once," he said. "Ah, fitting."
The pale butler, who had heard the door bang, moved gently forward from the top of the stairs that led to the kitchen, greeted his master respectfully, took his coat and Father Murchison's cloak, and hung them on 2 pegs against the wall.
"All's right, Fitting? All's as usual?" said Guildea. "Quite so, sir. Bring us up some tea to the library."
"Yes, sir." Fitting retreated. Guildea waited till he had disappeared, then opened the dining-room door, put his head into the room, and kept it there for a moment, standing perfectly still. Presently he drew back into the passage, shut the door, and said,
"Let's go upstairs."
Father Murchison looked at him inquiringly, but made no remark. They ascended the stairs and came into the library. Guildea glanced rather sharply round. A fire was burning on the hearth. The blue curtains were drawn. The bright gleam of the strong electric light fell on the long rows of books on the writing-table, very orderly in consequence of Guildea's holiday, and on the uncovered cage of the parrot. Guildea went up to the cage. Napoleon was sitting humped up on his perch with his feathers ruffled. His long toes, which looked as if they were covered with crocodile skin, clung to the bar. His round and blinking eyes were filmy like old eyes. Guildea stared at the bird very hard, and then clucked with his tongue against his teeth. Napoleon shook himself, lifted one foot, extended his toes, sidled along the perch to the bars nearest to the professor, and thrust his head against them. Guildea scratched it with his forefinger 2 or 3 times, still gazing attentively at the parrot. Then he returned to the fire just as Pitting entered with the tea-tray. Father Murchison was already sitting in an armchair on one side of the fire. Guildea took another chair and began to pour out tea, as Pitting left the room, closing the door gently behind him. The father sipped his tea, found it hot, and set the cup down on a little table at his side. "You're fond of that parrot, aren't you?" he asked his friend. "Not particularly. It's interesting to study sometimes. The parrot mind and nature are peculiar." "How long have you had him?" "About 4 years. I nearly got rid of him just before I made your acquaintance. I'm very glad now I kept him." "Are you? Why is that?"
"I shall probably tell you in a day or 2.
The father took his cup again. He did not press Guildea for an immediate explanation, but when they had both finished their tea, he said, "Well, has the sea air had the desired effect?"
"No," said Guildea.
The father brushed some crumbs from the front of his cassock and sat up higher in his chair. "Your visitor is still here?" he asked, and his blue eyes became almost ungentle and piercing as he gazed at his friend.
"Yes,"
answered Guildea calmly. "How do you know it? When did you know it? When you looked into the dining-room just now?"
"No, not until I came into this room. It welcomed me here."
"Welcomed you? In what way?"
"Simply by being here. By making me feel that it is here, as I might feel that a man was if I came into the room when it was dark." He spoke quietly, with perfect composure, in his usual dry manner. "Very well," the father said. "I shall not try to contend against your sensation or to explain it away. Naturally, I am in amazement." "So am I. Never has anything in my life surprised me so much. Murchison, of course, I cannot expect you to believe more than that. I honestly imagine, if you like, that there is some intruder here. Of what kind, I am totally unaware. Cannot expect you to believe that there really is anything. If you were in my place, I in yours, I should certainly consider you the victim of some nervous delusion. I could not do otherwise. But wait. Don't condemn me as a hysteria patient or as a madman for 2 or 3 days. I feel convinced that, unless I am indeed unwell, a mental invalid, which I don't think is possible, I shall be able very shortly to give you some proof that there is a newcomer in my house." "You don't tell me what kind of proof?" "Not yet. Things must go a little farther first. But perhaps even tomorrow I may be able to explain myself more fully. In the meanwhile, I'll say this, that if eventually I can't bring any kind of proof that I'm not dreaming, I'll let you take me to any doctor you like, and I'll resolutely try to adopt your present view, that I'm suffering from an absurd delusion. That is your view, of course?" Father Murchison was silent for a moment. Then he said, rather doubtfully, "It ought to be." "But isn't it?" asked Guildea, surprised. "Well, you know, your manner is enormously convincing. Still, of course, I doubt. How can I do otherwise? The whole thing must be fancy." Father spoke as if he were trying to recoil from a mental position he was being forced to take up. "It must be fancy," he repeated. "I'll convince you by more than my manner, or I'll not try to convince you at all," said Guildea. When they parted that evening, he said, "I'll write to you in a day or two, probably. I think the proof I am going to give you has been accumulating during my absence, but I shall soon know." Father Murchison was extremely puzzled as he sat on the top of the omnibus going homeward. Chapter 4. In 2 days' time he received a note from Guildea asking him to call, if possible, the same evening. This he was unable to do, as he had an engagement to fulfill at some East End gathering. The following day was Sunday. He wrote, saying he would come on the Monday, and got a wire shortly afterwards. Yes, Monday, come to dinner 7:30, Guildea. At 7:30 he stood on the doorstep of number 100. Pitting let him in. "Is the professor quite well, Pitting?" the father inquired, as he took off his cloak. "I believe so, sir. He has not made any complaint," the butler formally replied. "Will you come upstairs, sir?" Guildea met them at the door of the library. He was very pale and sombre, and shook hands carelessly with his friend. "Give us dinner," he said to Pitting. As the butler retired, Guildea shut the door rather cautiously. Father Murchison had never before seen him look so disturbed. "You're worried, Guildea," the father said, "seriously worried." "Yes, I am. This business is beginning to tell on me a good deal." "Your belief in the presence of something here continues, then?" "Oh, dear, yes. There's no sort of doubt about the matter. The night I went across the road into the park, something got into the house, though what the devil it is I can't yet find out. But now, before we go down to dinner, I'll just tell you something about that proof I promised you. You remember?" "Naturally." "Can't you imagine what it might be?" Father Murchison moved his head to express a negative reply. "Look about the room," said Guildea. "What do you see?" The father glanced round the room, slowly and carefully. "Nothing unusual. You do not mean to tell me there is any appearance of—" "Oh, no. There's no conventional, white-robed, cloud-like figure. Bless my soul, no. I haven't fallen so low as that." He spoke with considerable irritation. "Look again." Father Murchison looked at him, turned in the direction of his fixed eyes, and saw the grey parrot clambering in its cage, slowly and persistently. "What?" he said quickly. "Will the proof come from there?" The professor nodded. "I believe so," he said. "Well, let's go down to dinner. I want some food badly." They descended to the dining-room.
While they ate and Pitting waited upon them, the professor talked about birds, their habits, their curiosities, their fears, and their powers of imitation. He had evidently studied this subject with the thoroughness that was characteristic of him in all that he did. "Parrots," he said presently, "are extraordinarily observant. It is a pity that their means of reproducing what they see are so limited. If it were not so, I have little doubt that their echo of gesture would be as remarkable as their echo of voice often is. But hands are missing." "Yes, they do many things with their heads, however. I once knew an old woman near Goring on the Thames. She was afflicted with the palsy. She held her head perpetually sideways, and it trembled, moving from right to left. Her sailor son brought her home a parrot from one of his voyages. It used to reproduce the old woman's palsied movement of the head exactly. Those grey parrots are always on the watch." Guildea said the last sentence slowly and deliberately, glancing sharply over his wine at Father Murchison. And, when he had spoken it, a sudden light of comprehension dawned in the priest's mind. He opened his lips to make a swift remark. Guildea turned his bright eyes toward Pitting, who at the moment was tenderly bearing a cheese meringue from the lift that connected the dining-room with the lower regions. The father closed his lips again. But presently, when the butler had placed some apples on the table, had meticulously arranged the decanters, brushed away the crumbs, and evaporated, he said quickly, "I begin to understand. You think Napoleon is aware of the intruder?" "I know it. He has been watching my visitant ever since the night of that visitant's arrival." Another flash of light came to the priest. "That was why you covered him with green baize one evening?" "Exactly. An act of cowardice. His behaviour was beginning to grate upon my nerves." Guildea pursed up his thin lips and drew his brows down, giving to his face a look of sudden pain. "But now I intend to follow his investigations," he added, straightening his features. "The week I wasted at Westgate was not wasted by him in London, I can assure you. Have an apple?" "No, thank you, no, thank you." The father repeated the words without knowing that he did so. Guildea pushed away his glass. "Let us come upstairs, then." "No, thank you," reiterated the father. "Eh?" "What am I saying?" exclaimed the father, getting up. "I was thinking over this extraordinary affair." "Ah, you're beginning to forget the hysteria theory." They walked out into the passage. "Well, you are so very practical about the whole matter." "Why not? Here's something very strange and abnormal come into my life. What should I do but investigate it closely and calmly?" "What indeed?" The father began to feel rather bewildered, under a sort of compulsion which seemed laid upon him to give earnest attention to a matter that ought to strike him, so he felt, as entirely absurd. When they came into the library, his eyes immediately turned with profound curiosity towards the parrot's cage. A slight smile curled the professor's lips. He recognized the effect he was producing upon his friend. The father saw the smile. "Oh, I'm not won over yet," he said in answer to it. "I know. Perhaps you may be before the evening is over. Here comes the coffee. After we have drunk it, we'll proceed to our experiment. Leave the coffee, Pitting, and don't disturb us again." "No, sir." "I won't have it black tonight," said the father. "Plenty of milk, please. I don't want my nerves played upon." "Suppose we don't take coffee at all," said Guildea. "If we do, you may trot out the theory that we are not in a perfectly normal condition. I know you, Murchison, devout priest and devout skeptic." The father laughed and pushed away his cup. "Very well, then, no coffee. One cigarette, and then to business." The grey-blue smoke curled up. "What are we going to do?" said the father. He was sitting bolt upright, as if ready for action. Indeed, there was no suggestion of repose in the attitudes of either of the men. "Hide ourselves and watch Napoleon. By the way, that reminds me." He got up, went to a corner of the room, picked up a piece of green baize, and threw it over the cage. "I'll pull that off when we are hidden." "And tell me first if you had any manifestation of this supposed presence during the last few days?" "Merely an increasingly intense sensation of something here, perpetually watching me, perpetually attending to all my doings." "Do you feel that it follows you about?"
Not always. It was in this room when you arrived. It is here now, I feel. But in going down to dinner, we seemed to get away from it. Conclusion is that it remained here. Don't let us talk about it just now."
They spoke of other things till their cigarettes were finished. Then, as they threw away the smouldering ends, Guildea said,
"Now, Murchison, for the sake of this experiment, I suggest that we should conceal ourselves behind the curtains on either side of the cage, so that the bird's attention may not be drawn towards us and so distracted from that which we want to know more about. I will pull away the green baize when we are hidden. Keep perfectly still. Watch the bird's proceedings, and tell me afterward how you feel about them, how you explain them. Tread softly."
The father obeyed, and they stole towards the curtains that fell before the two windows. The father concealed himself behind those on the left of the cage, the professor behind those on the right. The latter, as soon as they were hidden, stretched out his arm, drew the baize down from the cage, and let it fall on the floor. The parrot, which had evidently fallen asleep in the warm darkness, moved on its perch as the light shone upon it, ruffled the feathers round its throat, and lifted first one foot and then the other. It turned its head round on its supple and apparently elastic neck, and, diving its beak into the down upon its back, made some searching investigations with, as it seemed, a satisfactory result, for it soon lifted its head again, glanced around its cage, and began to address itself to a nut which had been fixed between the bars for its refreshment. With its curved beak it felt and tapped the nut, at first gently, then with severity. Finally it plucked the nut from the bars, seized it with its rough grey toes, and, holding it down firmly on the perch, cracked it and pecked out its contents, scattering some on the floor of the cage and letting the fractured shell fall into the china bath that was fixed against the bars. This accomplished, the bird paused meditatively, extended one leg backward, and went through an elaborate process of wing-stretching that made it look as if it were lopsided and deformed. With its head reversed, it again applied itself to a subtle and exhaustive search among the feathers of its wing. This time its investigation seemed interminable, and Father Murchison had time to realize the absurdity of the whole position, and to wonder why he had lent himself to it. Yet he did not find his sense of humour laughing at it. On the contrary, he was smitten by a sudden gust of horror. When he was talking to his friend and watching him, the professor's manner, generally so calm, even so prosaic, vouched for the truth of his story and the well-adjusted balance of his mind. But when he was hidden, this was not so. And Father Murchison, standing behind his curtain, with his eyes upon the unconcerned Napoleon, began to whisper to himself the word madness, with a quickening sensation of pity and of dread. The parrot sharply contracted one wing, ruffled the feathers around its throat again, then extended its other leg backward, and proceeded to the cleaning of its other wing. In the still room the dry sound of the feathers being spread was distinctly audible. Father Murchison saw the blue curtains behind which Guildea stood tremble slightly, as if a breath of wind had come through the window they shrouded. The clock in the fire room chimed, and a coal dropped into the grate, making a noise like dead leaves stirring abruptly on hard ground. And again a gust of pity and of dread swept over the father. It seemed to him that he had behaved very foolishly, if not wrongly, in encouraging what must surely be the strange dementia of his friend. He ought to have declined to lend himself to a proceeding that, ludicrous, even childish in itself, might well be dangerous in the encouragement it gave to a diseased expectation. Napoleon's protruding leg, extended wing, and twisted neck, his busy and unconscious devotion to the arrangement of his person, his evident sensation of complete loneliness, most comfortable solitude, brought home with vehemence to the father the undignified buffoonery of his conduct, the more piteous buffoonery of his friend. He seized the curtains with his hand, and was about to thrust them aside and issue forth, when an abrupt movement of the parrot stopped him. The bird, as if sharply attracted by something, paused in its pecking, and, with its head still bent backward and twisted sideways on its neck, seemed to listen intently. Its round eye looked glistening and strained, like the eye of a disturbed pigeon. Contracting its wing, it lifted its head and sat for a moment erect on its perch, shifting its feet mechanically up and down, as if a dawning excitement produced in it an uncontrollable desire of movement. Then it thrust its head forward in the direction of the further room and remained perfectly still. Its attitude so strongly suggested the concentration of its attention on something immediately before it, that Father Murchison instinctively stared about the room, half expecting to see Pitting advance softly, having entered through the hidden door. He did not come, and there was no sound in the chamber. Nevertheless, the parrot was obviously getting excited and increasingly attentive. It bent its head lower and lower, stretching out its neck until, almost falling from the perch, it half extended its wings, raising them slightly from its back, as if about to take flight, and fluttering them rapidly up and down. It continued this fluttering movement for what seemed to the father an immense time. At length, raising its wings as far as possible, it dropped them slowly and deliberately down to its back, caught hold of the edge of its bath with its beak, hoisted itself onto the floor of the cage, waddled to the bars, thrust its head against them, and stood quite still in the exact attitude it always assumed when its head was being scratched by the professor. So complete was the suggestion of this delight conveyed by the bird that Father Murchison felt as if he saw a white finger gently pushed among the soft feathers of its head, and he was seized by a most strong conviction that something, unseen by him, but seen and welcomed by Napoleon, stood immediately before the cage. The parrot presently withdrew its head, as if the coaxing finger had been lifted from it, and its pronounced air of acute physical enjoyment faded into one of marked attention and alert curiosity. Pulling itself up by the bar as it climbed again upon its perch, sidled to the left side of the cage, and began apparently to watch something with profound interest. It bowed its head oddly, paused for a moment, then bowed its head again. Father Murchison found himself conceiving from this elaborate movement of the head a distinct idea of a personality. The bird's proceedings suggested extreme sentimentality, combined with that sort of weak determination which is often the most persistent. Such weak determination is a very common attribute of persons who are partially idiotic. Father Murchison was moved to think of these poor creatures who will often, so strangely and unreasonably, attach themselves with persistence to those who love them least. Like many priests, he had had some experience of them, for the amorous idiot is peculiarly sensitive to the attraction of preachers. This bowing movement of the parrot recalled to his memory a terrible, pale woman who for a time haunted all churches in which he ministered, who was perpetually endeavoring to catch his eye, and who always bent her head with an obsequious and cunningly conscious smile when she did so. The parrot went on bowing, making a short pause between each genuflection, as if it waited for a signal to be given that called into play its imitative faculty. Yes, it's imitating an idiot, Father Murchison caught himself saying as he watched. And he looked again about the room, but saw nothing, except the furniture, the dancing fire, and the serried ranks of the books. Presently the parrot ceased from bowing, and assumed the concentrated and stretched attitude of one listening very keenly. He opened his beak, showing his black tongue, shut it, then opened it again. The father thought he was going to speak, but he remained silent, although it was obvious that he was trying to bring out something. He bowed again 2 or 3 times, paused, and then, again opening his beak, made some remark. The father could not distinguish any words, but the voice was sickly and disagreeable, a cooing and, at the same time, querulous voice, like a woman's, he thought. And he put his ear nearer to the curtain, listening with almost feverish attention. The bowing was resumed, but this time Napoleon added to it a sidling movement, affectionate and affected, like the movement of a silly and eager thing, nestling up to someone, or giving someone a gentle and furtive nudge. Again the father thought of that terrible, pale woman who had haunted churches. Several times he had come upon her waiting for him after evening services. Once she had hung her head smiling, and lolled out her tongue, and pushed against him sideways in the dark. He remembered how his flesh had shrunk from the poor thing, the sick loathing of her that he could not banish by remembering that her mind was all astray. The parrot paused, listened, opened his beak, and again said something in the same dove-like amorous voice, full of sickly suggestion, and yet hard, even dangerous in its intonation. A loathsome voice, the father thought it. But this time, although he heard the voice more distinctly than before, he could not make up his mind whether it was like a woman's voice or a man's, or perhaps a child's. It seemed to be a human voice, and yet oddly sexless. In order to resolve his doubt, he withdrew into the darkness of the curtains, ceased to watch Napoleon, and simply listened with keen attention, striving to forget that he was listening to a bird, and to imagine that he was overhearing a human being in conversation. After 2 or 3 minutes' silence, the voice spoke again, and at some length, apparently repeating several times an affectionate series of ejaculations with a cooing emphasis that was unutterably mawkish and offensive. The sickliness of the voice, its falling intonations and its strange indelicacy, combined with a die-away softness and meretricious refinement, made the father's flesh creep. Yet he could not distinguish any words, nor could he decide on the voice's sex or age. One thing alone he was certain of as he stood still in the darkness, that such a sound could only proceed from something peculiarly loathsome, could only express a personality unendurably abominable to him, if not to everybody. The voice presently failed in a sort of husky gasp, and there was a prolonged silence. It was broken by the professor, who suddenly pulled away the curtains that hid the father and said to him, "Come out now and look." The father came into the light blinking, glanced toward the cage, and saw Napoleon poised motionless on one foot, with his head under his wing. He appeared to be asleep. The professor was pale, and his mobile lips were drawn into an expression of supreme disgust. "Faugh!" he said. He walked to the windows of the further room, pulled aside the curtains and pushed the glass up, letting in the air. The bare trees were visible in the grey gloom outside. Guildea leaned out for a minute, drawing the night air into his lungs. Presently he turned round to the father and exclaimed abruptly, "Pestilent, isn't it?" "Yes, most pestilent." "Ever hear anything like it?" "Not exactly." "Nor I. Gives me nausea, Murchison. Absolute physical nausea." He closed the window and walked uneasily about the room. "What do you make of it?" he asked over his shoulder. "How do you mean, exactly?" "Is it man's, woman's, or child's voice?" "I can't tell. I can't make up my mind." "Nor I." "Have you heard it often?" "Yes, since I returned from Westgate. There are never any words that I can distinguish. What a voice!" He spat into the fire. "Forgive me," he said, throwing himself down in a chair. "It turns my stomach, literally." "And mine," said the father, truly. "The worst of it is," continued Guildea, with a high, nervous accent, "that there's no brain with it, none at all, only the cunning of idiocy." The father started at this exact expression of his own conviction by another. "Why do you start like that?" said Guildea, with a quick suspicion which showed the unnatural condition of his nerves. "Well, the very same idea had occurred to me." "What?" "That I was listening to the voice of something idiotic." "Ah, that's the devil of it, you know, to a man like me. I could fight against brain, but this—" He sprang up again, poked the fire violently, then stood on the hearth rug with his back to it, and his hands thrust into the high pockets of his trousers. "That's the voice of the thing that's got into my house," he said. "Pleasant, isn't it?" And now there was really horror in his eyes and his voice. "I must get it out," he exclaimed. "I must get it out, but how?" He tugged at his short black beard with a quivering hand. "How?" he continued. "Well, what is it? Where is it?" "You feel it's here now?" "Undoubtedly. But I couldn't tell you in what part of the room." He stared about, glancing rapidly at everything. "Then you consider yourself haunted?" said Father Murchison. He, too, was much moved and disturbed, although he was not conscious of the presence of anything near them in the room. "I have never believed in any nonsense of that kind, as you know," Guildea answered. "I simply state a fact, which I cannot understand, and which is beginning to be very painful to me. There is something here."
But whereas most so-called hauntings have been described to me as inimical, what I am conscious of is that I am admired, loved, desired. This is distinctly horrible to me, Murchison. Distinctly horrible."
Father Murchison suddenly remembered the first evening he had spent with Guildea, and the latter's expression almost of disgust at the idea of receiving warm affection from anyone. In the light of that long-ago conversation, the present event seemed supremely strange, and almost like a punishment for an offence committed by the professor against humanity. But looking up at his friend's twitching face, the father resolved not to be caught in the net of his hideous belief. "There can be nothing here," he said. "It's impossible."
"What does that bird imitate, then?"
"The voice of someone who has been here."
"Within the last week, then? For it never spoke like that before. And mind, I noticed that it was watching and striving to imitate something before I went away, since the night that I went into the park. Only since then."
"Somebody with a voice like that must have been here while you were away," Father Murchison repeated with a gentle obstinacy.
"I'll soon find out."
Guildea pressed the bell. Pitting stole in almost immediately.
"Pitting," said the professor, speaking in a high, sharp voice, "did anyone come into this room during my absence at the sea?"
"Certainly not, sir, except the maids and me, sir."
"Not a soul, you are certain?"
"Perfectly certain, sir." The cold voice of the butler sounded surprised, almost resentful. The professor flung out his hand toward the cage.
"Has the bird been here the whole time?"
"Yes, sir."
"He was not moved, taken elsewhere, even for a moment?"
Pitting's pale face began to look almost expressive, and his lips were pursed.
"Certainly not, sir." "Thank you, that will do."
The butler retired, moving with a sort of ostentatious rectitude. When he had reached the door and was just going out, his master called,
"Wait a minute, Pitting."
The butler paused. Guildea bit his lips, tugged at his beard uneasily 2 or 3 times, and then said,
"Have you noticed a parrot talking lately in a very peculiar, very disagreeable voice?"
"Yes, sir. A soft voice like, sir."
"Ah! Since when?"
"Since you went away, sir. He's always at it."
"Exactly. Well, what did you think of it?"
"Beg pardon, sir?"
"What do you think about his talking in this voice?"
"Oh, that it's only his play, sir."
"I see. That's all, Pitting."
The butler disappeared and closed the door noiselessly behind him. Guildea turned his eyes on his friend.
"There, you see?"
he ejaculated. "It's certainly very odd," said the father. "Very odd indeed. You are certain you have no maid who talks at all like that?"
"My dear Murchison, would you keep a servant with such a voice about you for 2 days?"
"No."
"My housemaid has been with me for 5 years, my cook for 7. You've heard Pitting speak. The 3 of them make up my entire household. A parrot never speaks in a voice it has not heard. Where has it heard that voice?"
"But we hear nothing."
"No, nor do we see anything. But it does. It feels something, too. Didn't you observe it presenting its head to be scratched?"
"Certainly, it seemed to be doing so.
It was doing so."
Father Murchison said nothing. He was full of increasing discomfort that almost amounted to apprehension.
"Are you convinced?" said Guildea, rather irritably.
"No. The whole matter is very strange, but till I hear, see, or feel, as you do, the presence of something, I cannot believe."
"You mean that you will not?"
"Perhaps. Well, it is time I went." Guildea did not try to detain him, but said, as he let him out,
"Do me a favour. Come again tomorrow night."
The father had an engagement. He hesitated, looked into the professor's face, and said, "I will. At 9 I'll be with you. Good night." When he was on the pavement, he felt relieved. He turned round, saw Guildea stepping into his passage, and shivered. Chapter 5. Father Murchison walked all the way home to Bird Street that night. He required exercise after the strange and disagreeable evening he had spent, an evening upon which he looked back already as a man looks back upon a nightmare. In his ears, as he walked, sounded the gentle and intolerable voice. Even the memory of it caused him physical discomfort. He tried to put it from him and to consider the whole matter calmly. The professor had offered his proof that there was some strange presence in his house. Could any reasonable man accept such proof? Father Murchison told himself that no reasonable man could accept it. Parrot's proceedings were, no doubt, extraordinary. The bird had succeeded in producing an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in the room. But that there really was such a presence, the father insisted on denying to himself. The devoutly religious, those who believe implicitly in the miracles recorded in the Bible, and who regulate their lives by the messages they suppose themselves to receive directly from the great ruler of a hidden world, are seldom inclined to accept any notion of supernatural intrusion into the affairs of daily life. They put it from them with anxious determination. They regard it fixedly as hocus-pocus, childish if not wicked. Father Murchison inclined to the normal view of the devoted churchman. He was determined to incline to it. He could not, so he now told himself, accept the idea that his friend was being supernaturally punished for his lack of humanity, his deficiency in affection, by being obliged to endure the love of some horrible thing, which could not be seen, heard, or handled. Nevertheless, retribution did certainly seem to wait upon Guildea's condition. That which he had unnaturally dreaded and shrunk from in his thought, he seemed to be now forced unnaturally to suffer. The father prayed for his friend that night before the little humble altar in the barely furnished, cell-like chamber where he slept. On the following evening, when he called in Hyde Park Place, the door was opened by the housemaid, and Father Murchison mounted the stairs, wondering what had become of Pitting. He was met at the library door by Guildea, and was painfully struck by the alteration in his appearance. His face was ashen in hue, and there were lines beneath his eyes. The eyes themselves looked excited and horribly forlorn. His hair and dress were disordered, and his lips twitched continually, as if he were shaken by some acute nervous apprehension. "What has become of Pitting?" asked the father, grasping Guildea's hot and feverish hand. "He has left my service." "Left your service?" exclaimed the father in utter amazement. "Yes, this afternoon." "May I ask why?" "I'm going to tell you. It's all part and parcel of this most odious business. You remember once discussing the relations men ought to have with their servants?" "Ah," cried the father with a flash of inspiration. "The crisis has occurred." "Exactly," said the professor with a bitter smile. "The crisis has occurred. I called upon Pitting to be a man and a brother. He responded by declining the invitation. I upbraided him. He gave me a warning. I paid him his wages and told him he could go at once. And he has gone. What are you looking at me like that for?" "I didn't know," said Father Murchison, hastily dropping his eyes and looking away. "Why, he added, Napoleon is gone, too." "I sold him today to one of those shops in Shaftesbury Avenue." "Why?" "He sickened me with his abominable imitation of his intercourse with— well, you know what he was at last night. Besides, I have no further need of his proof to tell me I am not dreaming. And being convinced as I am now, that all I had thought to have happened has actually happened, I care very little about convincing others. Forgive me for saying so, Murchison, but I am now certain that my anxiety to make you believe in the presence of something here really arose from some faint doubt on that subject within myself. All doubt has now vanished." "Tell me why." "I will." Both men were standing by the fire. They continued to stand while Guildea went on. "Last night I felt it." "What?" cried the father. "I say that last night as I was going upstairs to bed I felt something accompanying me and nestling up against me." "How horrible!" exclaimed the father involuntarily. Guildea smiled drearily. "I will not deny the horror of it. I cannot, since I was compelled to call on Pitting for assistance." "But tell me, what was it? At least, what did it seem to be?" "It seemed to be a human being. It seemed, I say. And what I mean exactly is that the effect upon me was rather that of human contact than of anything else. That I could see nothing, hear nothing. Only 3 times I felt this gentle but determined push against me, as if to coax me and to attract my attention. First time it happened, I was on the landing outside this room with my foot on the first stair. I will confess to you, Murchison, that I bounded upstairs like one pursued. That is the shameful truth.
Just as I was about to enter my bedroom, however, I felt the thing entering with me, and as I have said, squeezing with loathsome, sickening tenderness against my side. Then he paused, turned towards the fire, and leaned his head on his arm. The father was greatly moved by the strange helplessness and despair of the attitude. He laid his hand affectionately on Guildea's shoulder. Then Guildea lifted his head. He looked painfully abashed. "Then, Murchison, I am ashamed to say I broke down, suddenly, unaccountably, in a way I should have thought wholly impossible to me. I struck out with my hands to thrust the thing away, pressed more closely to me. Pressure, the contact became unbearable to me. I shouted out for pity. I believe I must have cried, 'Help!' He came, of course. Yes, with his usual soft, unemotional quiet. His calm, its opposition to my excitement of disgust and horror, must, I suppose, have irritated me. I was not myself. No, no." He stopped abruptly, then, "But I need hardly tell you that," he added, with most piteous irony. "What did you say to Pitting?" "I said that he should have been quicker. He begged my pardon. His cold voice really maddened me, and I burst out into some foolish, contemptible diatribe, called him a machine, taunted him, then, as I felt that loathsome thing nestling once more to me, begged him to assist me, to stay with me, not to leave me alone. I meant in the company of my tormentor. Whether he was frightened or whether he was angry at my unjust and violent manner and speech a moment before, I don't know. In any case, he answered that he was engaged as a butler, and not to sit up all night with people. I suspect he thought I had taken too much to drink. No doubt that was it. I believe I swore at him as a coward. Aye. This morning he said he wished to leave my service. I gave him a month's wages, good character as a butler, and sent him off at once." "But the night? How did you pass it?" "I sat up all night." "Where, in your bedroom?" "Yes, with the door open, to let it go." "You felt that it stayed?" "Never left me for a moment. But it did not touch me again. When it was light, I took a bath, lay down for a little while, but did not close my eyes. After breakfast I had the explanation with Pitting, and paid him. Then I came up here. My nerves were in a very shattered condition. Well, I sat down, tried to write, to think. But the silence was broken in the most abominable manner." "How?" "By the murmur of that appalling voice, that voice of a lovesick idiot, sickly but determined. Ugh!" He shuddered in every limb. Then he pulled himself together, assumed, with a self-conscious effort, his most determined, most aggressive manner, and added, "I couldn't stand that. I had come to the end of my tether. So I sprang up, ordered a cab to be called, seized the cage, and drove with it to a bird shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. There I sold the parrot for a trifle. I think, Murchison, that I must have been nearly mad then, for as I came out of the wretched shop and stood for an instant on the pavement among the cages of rabbits, guinea-pigs, and puppy-dogs, I laughed aloud. Felt as if a load was lifted from my shoulders, as if in selling that voice I had sold the cursed thing that torments me. But when I got back to the house, it was here. It's here now. I suppose it will always be here." He shuffled his feet on the rug in front of the fire. "What on earth am I to do?" he said. "I'm ashamed of myself, Murchison, but I suppose there are things in the world that certain men simply can't endure. Well, I can't endure this, and there's an end of the matter." He ceased. The father was silent. In the presence of this extraordinary distress, he did not know what to say. He recognized the uselessness of attempting to comfort Guildea, and he sat with his eyes turned almost moodily to the ground. And while he sat there, he tried to give himself to the influences within the room, to feel all that was within it. He even, half unconsciously, tried to force his imagination to play tricks with him. But he remained totally unaware of any third person with them. At length he said, "Guildea, I cannot pretend to doubt the reality of your misery here. You must go away, and at once. When is your Paris lecture?" "Next week, in 9 days from now. Go to Paris tomorrow, then. You say you have never had any consciousness that this thing pursued you beyond your own front door? Never, hitherto. Go tomorrow morning. Stay away till after your lecture, and then let us see if the affair is at an end. Hope, my dear friend, hope. He had stood up. Now he clasped the professor's hand. See all your friends in Paris. Seek distractions. I would ask you also to seek other help. He said the last words with a gentle, earnest gravity and simplicity that touched Guildea, who returned his hand-clasp almost warmly. I'll go, he said. I'll catch the 10 o'clock train, and tonight I'll sleep at a hotel at the Grosvenor. That's close to the station. It'll be more convenient for the train. As Father Murchison went home that night, he kept thinking of that sentence. It will be more convenient for the train. The weakness in Guildea that had prompted its utterance appalled him. Chapter 6. No letter came to Father Murchison from the professor during the next few days, and this silence reassured him, for it seemed to betoken that all was well. The day of the lecture dawned and passed. On the following morning the father eagerly opened the Times and scanned its pages to see if there were any report of the great meeting of scientific men which Guildea had addressed. He glanced up and down the columns with anxious eyes. Then suddenly his hands stiffened as they held the sheets. He had come upon the following paragraph. We regret to announce that Professor Frederick Guildea was suddenly seized with severe illness yesterday evening while addressing a scientific meeting in Paris. It was observed that he looked very pale and nervous when he rose to his feet. Nevertheless, he spoke in French fluently for about a quarter of an hour. Then he appeared to become uneasy. He faltered and glanced about like a man apprehensive or in severe distress. He even stopped once or twice and seemed unable to go on, to remember what he wished to say. But, pulling himself together with an obvious effort, he continued to address the audience. Suddenly, however, he paused again, edged furtively along the platform as if pursued by something which he feared, struck out with his hands, uttered a loud, harsh cry, and fainted. The sensation in the hall was indescribable. People rose from their seats. Women screamed, and, for a moment, there was a veritable panic. It is feared that the professor's mind must have temporarily given way, owing to overwork. We understand that he will return to England as soon as possible, and we sincerely hope that necessary rest and quiet will soon have the desired effect, and that he will be completely restored to health and enabled to prosecute further the investigations which have already so benefited the world. The father dropped the paper, hurried out into Bird Street, sent a wire of inquiry to Paris, and received the same day the following reply. Returning tomorrow, please call evening. Guildea. On that evening the father called in Hyde Park Place, was at once admitted, and found Guildea sitting by the fire in the library, ghastly pale, with a heavy rug over his knees. He looked like a man emaciated by a long and severe illness, and in his wide-open eyes there was an expression of fixed horror. The father started at the sight of him, and could scarcely refrain from crying out. He was beginning to express his sympathy when Guildea stopped him with a trembling gesture. "I know all that," Guildea said. "I know. This Paris affair—" He faltered and stopped. "You ought never to have gone," said the father. "I was wrong. I ought not to have advised your going. You were not fit." "I was perfectly fit," he answered with the irritability of sickness, "but I was accompanied by that abominable thing." He glanced hastily round him, shifted his chair, and pulled the rug higher over his knees. The father wondered why he was thus wrapped up, for the fire was bright and red, and the night was not very cold. "I was accompanied to Paris," he continued, pressing his upper teeth upon his lower lip. He paused again, obviously striving to control himself. The effort was vain. There was no resistance in the man. He writhed in his chair, and suddenly burst forth in a tone of hopeless lamentation. "Murchison, this thing, whatever it is, no longer leaves me even for a moment. It will not stay here unless I am here, for it loves me persistently, idiotically. It accompanied me to Paris, stayed with me there, pursued me to the lecture hall, pressed against me, caressed me while I was speaking. It has returned with me here. It is here now." He uttered a sharp cry. "No! as I sit here with you. It is nestling up to me, fawning upon me, touching my hands. Man, can't you feel that it is here?"
"No," the father answered truly.
"I try to protect myself from its loathsome contact," Guildea continued with fierce excitement, clutching the thick rug with both hands. "But nothing is of any avail against it, nothing. What is it? What can it be? Why should it have come to me that night?"
"Perhaps as a punishment," said the father with a quick softness.
"For what?"
"You hated affection. You put human feeling aside with contempt. You desired to have no love for anyone. Nor did you desire to receive any love from anything. Perhaps this is a punishment." Guildea stared into his face.
"Do you believe that?"
he cried. "I don't know," said the father, "but it may be so. Try to endure it, even to welcome it. Possibly then the persecution will cease."
"I know it means me no harm," Guildea exclaimed. "It seeks me out of affection. It was led to me by some amazing attraction which I exercise over it ignorantly. I know that. But to a man of my nature that is the ghastly part of the matter. If it would hate me, I could bear it. If it would attack me, if it would try to do me some dreadful harm, I should become a man again. I should be braced to fight against it. But this gentleness, this abominable solicitude, this brainless worship of an idiot, persistent, sickly, horribly physical, I cannot endure. What does it want of me? What would it demand of me? It nestles to me, it leans against me. I feel its touch like the touch of a feather, trembling about my heart, as if sought to number my pulsations, to find out the inmost secrets of my impulses and desires. No privacy is left to me."
He sprang up excitedly.
"I cannot withdraw," he cried. "I cannot be alone, untouched, unworshipped, unwatched for even 1/2 second. Murchison, I am dying of this. I am dying."
He sank down again in his chair, staring apprehensively on all sides, with the passion of some blind man, deluded in the belief that by his furious and continued effort he will attain sight. The father knew well that he sought to pierce the veil of the invisible and have knowledge of the thing that loved him. "Guildea," the father said with insistent earnestness, "try to endure this. Do more. Try to give this thing what it seeks."
"But it seeks my love."
"Learn to give it your love, and it may go, having received what it came for."
"Shh! Talk like a priest. Suffer your persecutors. Do good to them that despitefully use you. You talk as a priest."
"As a friend I spoke naturally, indeed, right out of my heart. The idea suddenly came to me that all this, truth or seeming, doesn't matter which, may be some strange form of lesson. I have had lessons, painful ones. I shall have many more. If you could welcome—"
I can't, Guildea cried fiercely. "Hatred! I can give it that, always that, nothing but that. Hatred!
He raised his voice, glared into the emptiness of the room, and repeated,
"Hatred!"
As he spoke, the waxen pallor of his cheeks increased, until he looked like a corpse with living eyes. The father feared that he was going to collapse and faint, but suddenly he raised himself upon his chair and said, in a high and keen voice, full of suppressed excitement,
"Murchison!
"Yes? What is it?" An amazing ecstasy shone in Guildea's eyes.
"It wants to leave me," he cried. "It wants to go. Don't lose a moment. Let it out. The window!
The father, wondering, went to the near window, drew aside the curtains and pushed it open. The branches of the trees in the garden creaked dryly in the light wind. Guildea leaned forward on the arms of his chair. There was silence for a moment. Then Guildea, speaking in a rapid whisper, said,
No. Open this door. Open the hall door. I feel that it will return the way it came. Make haste. Go!"
The father obeyed, to soothe him, hurried to the door and opened it wide. Then he glanced back to Guildea. He was standing up, bent forward. His eyes were glaring with eager expectation, and, as the father turned, he made a furious gesture towards the passage with his thin hands. The father hastened out and down the stairs. As he descended in the twilight, He fancied he heard a slight cry from the room behind him, but he did not pause. He flung the hall door open, standing back against the wall. After waiting a moment, to satisfy Guildea, he was about to close the door again and had his hand on it, when he was attracted irresistibly to look forth towards the park. The night was lit by a young moon, and, gazing through the railings, his eyes fell upon a bench beyond them. Upon the bench something was sitting, huddled together very strangely. The father remembered instantly Guildea's description of that former night, that night of Advent, and a sensation of horror-stricken curiosity stole through him. Was there then really something that had indeed come to the professor? And had it finished its work, fulfilled its desire, and gone back to its former existence? The father hesitated a moment in the doorway. Then he stepped out resolutely and crossed the road, keeping his eyes fixed upon this black or dark object that leaned so strangely upon the bench. He could not tell yet what it was like, but he fancied it was unlike anything with which his eyes were acquainted. He reached the opposite path, and was about to pass through the gate in the railings, when his arm was brusquely grasped. He started, turned round, and saw a policeman eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you up to?" said the policeman. The father was suddenly aware that he had no hat upon his head, and that his appearance as he stole forward in his cassock, with his eyes intently fixed upon the bench in the park, was probably unusual enough to excite suspicion. "It's all right, policeman," he answered quickly, thrusting some money into the constable's hand. Then, breaking from him, the father hurried towards the bench, bitterly vexed at the interruption. When he reached it, nothing was there. Guildea's experience had been almost exactly repeated, and, filled with unreasonable disappointment, the father returned to the house, entered it, shut the door, and hastened up the narrow stairway into the library. On the hearth-rug, close to the fire, he found Guildea lying with his head lolled against the armchair from which he had recently risen. There was a shocking expression of terror on his convulsed face. On examining him, the father found that he was dead. The doctor, who was called in, said that the cause of death was failure of the heart. When Father Murchison was told this, he murmured, "Failure of the heart. It was that, then." He turned to the doctor and said, "Could it have been prevented?" The doctor drew on his gloves and answered, "Possibly, if it had been taken in time. Weakness of the heart requires a great deal of care. The professor was too much absorbed in his work. He should have lived very differently." Father nodded. Yes, he said sadly. Climax for a Ghost Story by I.A. Ireland. This brief and frightening climax appears in Visitations, which Ireland published in 1919. He declared himself a descendant of the famous 18th-century impostor William Henry Ireland, who was a forger of Shakespearean documents, including 2 Shakespeare plays, Vortigern and Rowena, and Henry II, which deceived several literary experts of the time. In 1796, Sheridan produced Vortigern and Rowena, which proved a total flop. I.A. Ireland is also the author of A Brief History of Nightmares, 1899. "How eerie," said the girl, advancing cautiously. "And what a heavy door!" She touched it as she spoke, and it suddenly swung to with a click. "Good Lord," said the man, "I don't believe there's a handle inside. Why, you've locked us both in." "Not both of us. Only one of us," said the girl. Before his eyes she passed straight through the door and vanished. The Mysteries of the Joy Rio by Tennessee Williams. The author of such superb plays as A Streetcar Named Desire, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, Sweet Bird of Youth, and The Night of the Iguana was also a brilliant short story writer. In a letter to Donald Wyndham, written in Rome in 1955, Tennessee Williams tried to define his craft.
I think my work is good in exact ratio to the degree of emotional tension which is released in it. In a sense, writing of this kind, lyric, is a losing game, for steadily life takes away from you, bit by bit, step by step, the quality of fresh involvement, new, startling reactions to experience, and the emotional reservoir is only rarely replenished. From the perfect opening sentence to the ghostly and powerful end, The Mysteries of the Joy Rio shows Tennessee Williams at his lyric best. Unlike Hichens' Ghost, whose love is an end in itself, the Ghost of the Joy Rio makes use of its love to save another's soul, a theme which also appears in Williams' play Orpheus Descending. Tennessee Williams wrote a second version of this story called Hard Candy. Of the two, I think The Mysteries of the Joy Rio is the richer and more effective. Chapter 1. Perhaps because he was a watch repairman, Mr. Gonzales had grown to be rather indifferent to chime. A single watch or clock can be a powerful influence on a man, but when a man lives among as many watches and clocks as crowded the tiny, dim shop of Mr. Gonzales, some lagging behind, some skipping ahead, but all ticking monotonously on in their witless fashion, the multitude of them may be likely to deprive them of importance, as a gem loses its value when there are too many just like it, which are too easily or cheaply obtainable. At any rate, Mr. Gonzales kept very irregular hours, if he could be said to keep any hours at all, and if he had not been where he was for such a long time, his trade would have suffered badly. But Mr. Gonzales had occupied his tiny shop for more than 20 years, since he had come to the city as a boy of 19 to work as an apprentice to the original owner of the shop, a very strange and fat man of German descent named Kroger, Emil Kroger, who had now been dead a long time. Emil Kroger, being a romantically practical Teuton, had taken time, the commodity he worked with intense seriousness. In practically all his behavior, he had imitated a perfectly adjusted fat silver watch. Mr. Gonzales, who was then young enough to be known as Pablo, had been his only sustained flirtation with the confusing, quicksilver world that exists outside of regularities. He had met Pablo during a watchmakers' convention in Dallas, Texas, where Pablo, who had illegally come into the country from Mexico a few days before, was drifting hungrily about the streets, and at that time Mr. Gonzales, Pablo, had not grown plump, but had a lustrous, dark grace which had completely bewitched Mr. Kroger. For, as I have noted already, Mr. Kroger was a fat and strange man, subject to the kind of bewitchment that the graceful young Pablo could cast. The spell was so strong that it interrupted the fleeting and furtive practices of a lifetime in Mr. Kroger, and induced him to take the boy home with him to his shop residence, where Pablo, now grown to the mature and fleshy proportions of Mr. Gonzales, had lived ever since, for 3 years before the death of his protector, and for more than 17 years after that, as the inheritor of shop residence, clocks, watches, and everything else that Mr. Kroger had owned, except a few pieces of dining-room silver, which Emil Kroger had left as a token bequest to a married sister in Toledo. Some of these facts are of dubious pertinence to the little history which is to be unfolded. The important one is the fact that Mr. Gonzales had managed to drift enviably apart from the regularities that rule most other lives. Some days he would not open his shop at all, and some days he would open it only for an hour or two in the morning, or in the late evening when other shops had closed, and in spite of these caprices he managed to continue to get along fairly well, due to the excellence of his work when he did it, the fact that he was so well established in his own quiet way, the advantage of his location in a neighborhood where nearly everybody had an old alarm clock which had to be kept in condition to order their lives, this community being one inhabited mostly by people with small paying jobs. But it was also due in measurable part to the fact that the thrifty Mr. Kroger, when he finally succumbed to a chronic disease of the bowels, had left a tidy sum in government bonds, and this capital, bringing in about $170 a month, would have kept Mr. Gonzales going along in a commonplace but comfortable fashion, even if he had declined to do anything whatsoever. It was a pity that the late, or rather long ago, Mr. Kroger had not understood what a fundamentally peaceable sort of young man he had taken under his wing. Too bad he couldn't have guessed how perfectly everything suited Pablo González. But youth does not betray its true nature as palpably as the later years do. And Mr. Kroger had taken the animated allure of his young protégé, the flickering lights in his eyes, and his quick, nervous movements, his very grace and slimness, as meaning something difficult to keep hold of. And as the old gentleman declined in health, as he did quite steadily during the 3 years that Pablo lived with him, he was never certain that the incalculably precious bird flown into his nest was not one of sudden passage, but rather the kind that prefers to keep a faithful commitment to a single place, the nest-building kind, and not only that, but the very rare indeed kind that gives love back as generously as he takes it. The long ago Mr. Kroger had paid little attention to his illness, even when it entered the stage of acute pain. So intense was his absorption in what he thought was the tricky business of holding Pablo close to him. If only he had known that for all this time after his decease the boy would still be in the watch-shop, how it might have relieved him. But on the other hand, maybe this anxiety, mixed as it was with so much tenderness and sad delight, was actually a blessing, standing as it did between the dying old man and a concern with death. Pablo had never flown, but the sweet bird of youth had flown from Pablo González, leaving him rather sad, with a soft, yellow face that was just as round as the moon. Clocks and watches he fixed with marvelous delicacy and precision, but he paid no attention to them. He had grown as obliviously accustomed to their many small noises as someone grows to the sound of waves who has always lived by the sea. Although he wasn't aware of it, it was actually light by which he told time, and always in the afternoons when the light had begun to fail, through the narrow window and narrower dusty skylight at the back of the shop, Mr. González automatically rose from his stooped position over littered table and gooseneck lamp, took off his close-seeing glasses with magnifying lenses, and took to the street. He did not go far, and he always went in the same direction, across town towards the river, where there was an old opera house, now converted into a third-rate cinema, which specialized in the showing of cowboy pictures and other films of the sort that have a special appeal to children and male adolescents. The name of this movie house was the Joy Rio, a name peculiar enough, but nowhere nearly so peculiar as the place itself. The old opera house was a miniature of all the great opera houses of the old world, which is to say, its interior was faded gilt and incredibly old and abused red damask, which extended upwards through at least 3 tiers and possibly 5. The upper stairs, that is, the stairs beyond the first gallery, were roped off and unlighted, and the top of the theatre was so peculiarly dusky, even with the silver screen flickering far below it, that Mr. González, used as he was to close work, could not have made it out from below. Once he had been there when the lights came on in the Joy Rio, but the coming on of the lights had so enormously confused and embarrassed him that looking up was the last thing in the world he felt like doing. He had buried his nose in the collar of his coat, and had scuttled out as quickly as a cockroach makes for the nearest shadow when a kitchen light comes on. I have already suggested that there was something a bit special and obscure about Mr. González's habitual attendance at the Joy Rio, and that was my intention. For Mr. González had inherited more than the material possessions of his dead benefactor. He had also come into custody of his old protector's fleeting and furtive practices in dark places, the practices which Emile Kroger had given up only when Pablo had come into his fading existence. The old man had left Mr. González the full gift of his shame, and now Mr. González did the sad, lonely things that Mr. Kroger had done for such a long time before his one lasting love came to him. Mr. Kroger had even practiced those things in the same place in which they were practiced now by Mr. González, in the many mysterious recesses of the Joy Rio. And Mr. González knew about this. He knew about it because Mr. Kroger had told him. Emile Kroger had confessed his whole life and soul to Pablo González. It was his theory, the theory of most immoralists,
that the soul becomes intolerably burdened with lies that have to be told to the world in order to be permitted to live in the world, and that unless this burden is relieved by entire honesty with some one person who is trusted and adored, the soul will finally collapse beneath its weight of falsity. Much of the final months of the life of Emile Kroger, increasingly dimmed by morphia, were devoted to these whispered confessions to his adored apprentice, and it was as if he had breathed the guilty soul of his past into the ears and brain and blood of the youth who listened. And not long after the death of Mr. Kroger, Pablo, who had stayed slim until then, had begun to accumulate fat. He never became anywhere nearly so gross as Emile Kroger had been, but his delicate frame disappeared sadly from view among the irrelevant curves of a sallow plumpness. One by one, the perfections which he had owned were folded away as Pablo put on fat as a widow puts on black garments. For a year, beauty lingered about him, ghostly, continually fading, and then it went out altogether. And at 25 he was already the nondescriptly plump and moon-faced little man that he now was at 40. And if in his waking hours somebody to whom he would have to give a true answer had inquired of him, "Pablo González, how much do you think about the dead Mr. Kroger?" he probably would have shrugged and said, "Not much now. It's such a long time ago." But if the question were asked him while he slept, the guileless heart of the sleeper would have responded, "Always, always." Chapter 2. Now, across the great marble stairs that rose above the first gallery of the Joy Rio to the uncertain number of galleries above it, there had been fastened a greasy and rotting length of old velvet rope, at the center of which was hung a sign that said, "Keep out." But that rope had not always been there. It had been there about 20 years, but the late Mr. Kroger had known the Joy Rio in the days before the flight of stairs was roped off. In those days, the mysterious upper galleries of the Joy Rio had been a sort of fiddler's green, where practically every device and fashion of carnality had run riot, in a gloom so thick that a chance partner could only be discovered by touch. There were not rows of benches, as there were now on the orchestra level and the one gallery still kept in use, but strings of tiny boxes, extending in semicircles from one side of the great proscenium to the other. In some of these boxes, broken-legged chairs might be found lying on their sides, and shreds of old hangings still clung to the sliding brass loops at the entrances. According to Emile Kroger, who was our only authority on these mysteries which share his remoteness in time, one lived up there in the upper reaches of the Joy Rio an almost sightless existence, where the other senses, the senses of smell and touch and hearing, had to develop a preternatural keenness in order to spare one from making awkward mistakes, such as taking hold of the knee of a boy when it was a girl's knee one looked for, and where sometimes little scenes of panic occurred when a mistake of gender or of compatibility had been carried to a point where radical correction was called for. There had been many fights. There had even been rape and murder in those ancient boxes, till finally the obscure management of the Joy Rio had been compelled by the pressure of notoriety to shut down that part of the immense old building which had offered its principal enticement, and the Joy Rio, which had flourished until then, had then gone into sharp decline. It had been closed down and then reopened and closed down and reopened again. For several years it had opened and shut like a nervous lady's fan. Those were the years in which Mr. Kroger was dying. After his death, the fitful era subsided, and now, for about 10 years, the Joy Rio had been continually active as a third-rate cinema, closed only for 1 week during a threatened epidemic of poliomyelitis some years past, and once for a few days when a small fire had damaged the projection booth. But nothing happened there now of a nature to provoke a disturbance. There were no complaints to the management or the police, and the dark glory of the upper galleries was a legend in such memories as that of the late Emile Kroger and the present Pablo González. And one by one, of course, those memories died out, and the legend died out with them. Places like the Joy Rio and the legends about them make one more than usually aware of the short bloom and the long fading out of things. The angel of such a place is a fat silver angel of 63 years, in a shiny dark blue alpaca jacket, with short, fat fingers that leave a damp mark where they touch, that sweat and tremble as they caress between whispers, an angel of such a kind as would be kicked out of heaven and laughed out of hell, and admitted to earth only by grace of its habitual slyness, its gift for making itself a counterfeit being, and the connivance of those that a quarter tip and an old yellow smile can corrupt. But the reformation of the Joy Rio was somewhat less than absolute. It had reformed only to the point of ostensible virtue, and in the back rows of the first gallery, at certain hours in the afternoon and very late at night, were things going on of the sort Mr. Gonzales sometimes looked for. At those hours the Joy Rio contained few patrons, and since the seats in the orchestra were in far better condition, those who had come to sit comfortably watching the picture would naturally remain downstairs. The few that elected to sit in the nearly deserted rows of the first gallery did so either because smoking was permitted in that section, or because— There was a danger, of course. There always is a danger with places and things like that. But Mr. Gonzales was a tentative person, not given to leaping before he looked. If a patron had entered the first gallery only in order to smoke, you could usually count on his occupying a seat along the aisle. If the patron had bothered to edge his way towards the centre of a row of seats irregular as the jawbone of poor Yorick, one could assume as infallibly as one can assume anything, in a universe where chance is the one invariable, that he had chosen his seat with something more than a cigarette in mind. Mr. Gonzales did not take many chances. This was a respect in which he paid due homage to the wise old spirit of the late Emile Kroger, that romantically practical Teuton who used to murmur to Pablo, between sleeping and waking, a sort of incantation that went like this: "Sometimes you will find it, and other times you won't find it, and the times you don't find it are the times when you have got to be careful. Those are the times when you have got to remember that other times you will find it, not this time, but the next time, or the time after that, and then you've got to be able to go home without it. Yes, those times are the times when you have got to be able to go home without it, go home alone without it." Pablo didn't know, then, that he would ever have need of this practical wisdom that his benefactor had drawn from his almost lifelong pursuit of a pleasure which was almost as unreal and basically unsatisfactory as an embrace in a dream. Pablo didn't know, then, that he would inherit so much from the old man who took care of him. And at that time, when Emile Kroger, in the dimness of morphia and weakness following hemorrhage, had poured into the delicate ear of his apprentice, drop by slow, liquid drop, this distillation of all he had learned in the years before he found Pablo, the boy had felt for this whisper the same horror and pity that he felt for the mortal disease in the flesh of his benefactor. And only gradually, in the long years since the man and his whisper had ceased, had the sing-song rigmarole begun to have sense for him, a practical wisdom that such a man as Pablo had turned into, a man such as Mr. Gonzales, could live by safely and quietly, and still find pleasure. Chapter 3. Mr. Gonzales was careful, and for careful people life has a tendency to take on the character of an almost arid plain, with only here and there at wide intervals the solitary palm tree and its shadow, and the spring alongside it. Mr. Kroger's life had been much the same until he had come across Pablo at the watchmakers' convention in Dallas. But so far in Mr. Gonzales' life there had been no Pablo. In his life there had been only Mr. Kroger, and the sort of things that Mr. Kroger had looked for and sometimes found, but most times continued patiently to look for in the great expanse of arid country which his lifetime had been before the discovery of Pablo. And since it is not my intention to spin this story out any longer than its content seems to call for, I am not going to attempt to sustain your interest in it with a description of the few palm trees on the uneventful desert through which the successor to Emile Kroger wandered after the death of the man who had been his life. But I am going to remove you rather precipitately to a summer afternoon which we will call Now, when Mr. Gonzales learned that he was dying, and not only dying, but dying of the same trouble that had put the period under the question mark of Emile Kroger. The scene, if I can call it that, takes place in a doctor's office. After some hedging on the part of the doctor, the word malignant is uttered. The hand is placed on the shoulder, almost contemptuously comforting, and Mr. Gonzales is assured that surgery is unnecessary, because the condition is not susceptible to any help but that of drugs to relax the afflicted organs. And after that the scene is abruptly blacked out. Now it is a year later. Mr. Gonzales has recovered, more or less, from the shocking information that he received from his doctor. He has been repairing watches and clocks almost as well as ever, and there has been remarkably little alteration in his way of life. Only a little more frequently is the shop closed. It is apparent now that the disease from which he suffers does not intend to destroy him any more suddenly than it destroyed the man before him. It grows slowly, the growth, and in fact it has recently shown signs of what is called a remission. There is no pain, hardly any and hardly ever. The most palpable symptom is loss of appetite, and, as a result of that, a steady decrease of weight. Now, rather startlingly, after all this time, the graceful approximation of Pablo's delicate structure has come back out of the irrelevant contours which had engulfed it after the long-ago death of Emile Kroger. The mirrors are not very good in the dim little residence shop where he lives in his long wait for death, and when he looks in them, Mr. Gonzales sees the boy that was loved by the man whom he loved. It is almost Pablo. Pablo has almost returned from Mr. Gonzales. And then, one afternoon... Chapter 4. The new usher at the Joy Rio was a boy of 17, and the little Jewish manager had told him that he must pay particular attention to the roped-off staircase to see to it that nobody slipped upstairs to the forbidden region of the upper galleries. But this boy was in love with a girl named Gladys, who came to the Joy Rio every afternoon, now that school was let out for the summer, and loitered around the entrance where George, the usher, was stationed. She wore a thin, almost transparent white blouse with nothing much underneath it. Her skirt was usually of sheer silken material that followed her heart-shaped loins as raptly as George's hand followed them when he embraced her in the dark ladies' room on the balcony level of the Joy Rio. Sensual delirium possessed him those afternoons when Gladys loitered near him. But the recently changed management of the Joy Rio was not a strict one, and in the summer vigilance was more than commonly relaxed. George stayed near the downstairs entrance, twitching restively in his tight faded uniform till Gladys drifted in from the afternoon streets on a slow tide of lilac perfume. She would seem not to see him as she sauntered up the aisle he indicated with his flashlight, and took a seat in the back of the orchestra section where he could find her easily when the coast was clear, or if he kept her waiting too long and she was more than usually bored with the film, she would stroll back out to the lobby and inquire in her childish drawl, "Where is the ladies' room, please?" Sometimes he would curse her fiercely under his breath because she hadn't waited, but he would have to direct her to the staircase, and she would go up there and wait for him, and the knowledge that she was up there waiting would finally overpower his prudence to the point where he would even abandon his station if the little manager, Mr. Katz, had his office door wide open. The ladies' room was otherwise not in use. Its light switch was broken, or, if it was repaired, the bulbs would be mysteriously missing. When ladies other than Gladys inquired about it, George would say gruffly, "The ladies' room's out of order." It made an almost perfect retreat for the young lovers. The door, left ajar, gave warning of footsteps on the grand marble staircase, in time for George to come out with his hands in his pockets, before whoever was coming could catch him at it. But these interruptions would sometimes infuriate him, especially when a patron would insist on borrowing his flashlight to use the cabinet in the room where Gladys waited with her crumpled silk skirt gathered high above her flanks, leaning against the invisible dried-up wash-basin, which were the blazing black heart of the insatiably concave summer. In the old days, Mr. Gonzales used to go to the Joy Rio in the late afternoons, but since his illness he had been going earlier, because the days tired him earlier, especially the steaming days of August, which were now in progress. Mr. Gonzales knew about George and Gladys. He made it his business, of course, to know everything there was to be known about the Joy Rio, which was his earthly heaven, and, of course, George also knew about Mr. Gonzales. He knew why Mr. Gonzales gave him a 50-cent tip every time he inquired his way to the men's room upstairs.
each time as if he had never gone upstairs before. Sometimes George muttered something under his breath, but the tributes collected from patrons like Mr. Gonzales had so far ensured him complicity in their venal practices. But then, one day in August, on one of the very hottest and blindingly bright afternoons, George was so absorbed in the delights of Gladys that Mr. Gonzales had arrived at the top of the stairs to the balcony before George heard his footsteps. Then he heard them, and he clamped a sweating palm over the mouth of Gladys, which was full of stammerings of his name and the name of God. He waited, but Mr. Gonzales also waited. Mr. Gonzales was actually waiting at the top of the stairs to recover his breath from the climb. But George, who could see him now through the door kept slightly ajar, suspected that he was waiting to catch him coming out of his secret place. A fury burst in the boy. He thrust Gladys violently back against the wash-basin, and charged out of the room without even bothering to button his fly. He rushed up to the slight figure waiting near the stairs and began to shout a dreadful word at Mr. Gonzales, the word morphodite. His voice was shrill as a jungle bird's, shouting this word morphodite. Mr. Gonzales kept backing away from him with the lightness and grace of his youth. He kept stepping backwards from the livid face and threatening fists of the usher, all the time murmuring, "No, no, 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 no." The youth stood between him and the stairs below, so it was towards the upper staircase that Mr. Gonzales took flight. All at once, as quickly and lightly as ever Pablo had moved, he darted under the length of velvet rope with the sign, "Keep Out." George's pursuit was interrupted by the manager of the theatre, who seized his arm so fiercely that the shoulder seam of the uniform burst apart. This started another disturbance, under the cover of which Mr. Gonzales fled farther and farther up the forbidden staircase into regions of deepening shadow. There were several points at which he might safely have stopped, but his flight had now gathered an irresistible momentum, and his legs moved like pistons bearing him up, and then, at the very top of the staircase, he was intercepted. He half turned back when he saw the dim figure waiting above. He almost turned and scrambled back down the grand marble staircase when the name of his youth was called to him in a tone so commanding that he stopped and waited without daring to look up again.
"Pablo," said Mr. Kroger. "Come on up here, Pablo."
Mr. Gonzales obeyed, but now the false power that his terror had given him was drained out of his body, and he climbed with effort. At the top of the stairs where Emile Kroger waited, he would have sunk exhausted to his knees if the old man hadn't sustained him with a firm hand at his elbow. Mr. Kroger said, "This way, Pablo." He led him into the Stygian blackness of one of the little boxes in the once golden horseshoe of the topmost tier. "Now, sit down," he commanded. Pablo was too breathless to say anything except "yes," and Mr. Kroger leaned over him and unbuttoned his collar for him, unfastened the clasp of his belt, all the while murmuring, there now, Pablo." The panic disappeared under those soothing old fingers, and the breathing slowed down and stopped hurting the chest as if a fox was caught in it. And then, at last, Mr. Kroger began to lecture the boy as he used to. "Pablo," he murmured, "don't ever be so afraid of being lonely that you forget to be careful. Don't forget that you will find it sometimes, but other times you won't be lucky. And those are the times when you have got to be patient, since patience is what you must have when you don't have luck." The lecture continued softly, reassuringly familiar and repetitive as the tick of a bedroom clock in his ear, and if his ancient protector and instructor Emile Kroger had not kept all the while soothing him with the moist, hot touch of his tremulous fingers, the very gradual dimming out of things, his fading out of existence, would have terrified Pablo. The ancient voice and fingers, as if they had never left him, kept on unbuttoning, touching, soothing, repeating the ancient lesson, saying it over and over like a penitent counting prayer beads. Sometimes you will have it, and sometimes you won't have it, so don't be anxious about it. You must always be able to go home alone without it. Those are the times when you have got to remember that other times you will have it, and it doesn't matter if sometimes you don't have it, and have to go home without it. Go home alone without it. Go home alone without it. The gentle advice went on, and as it went on, Mr. Gonzales drifted away from everything but the wise old voice in his ear, even at last from that, but not till he was entirely comforted by it. Pomegranate Seed by Edith Wharton. When Pomegranate Seed first appeared in an American magazine in 1931, Edith Wharton said that she was bombarded by a host of inquirers, anxious in the first place to know the meaning of the story's title. This she clarifies with a little note on classical fairy lore. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of fertility, was abducted and taken to Hades by Pluto, the god of the underworld. Her mother begged Jupiter to intercede, and he did so. But Persephone had broken her vow of abstinence in Hades by eating some pomegranate seeds. She was therefore required to spend a certain number of months each year, essentially the winter months, with Pluto. Edith Wharton was a close friend of Henry James, and her earlier work shows the influence of his style. She is probably the best known of America's classical novelists, writing with what she herself called a great economy of means. Of the fantastic tale, she said, "It must depend for its effect solely on what one might call its thermometrical quality. If it sends a cold shiver down one's spine, it has done its job and done it well." Chapter 1. Charlotte Ashby paused on her doorstep. Dark had descended on the brilliancy of the March afternoon, and the grinding, rasping street life of the city was at its highest. She turned her back on it, standing for a moment in the old-fashioned marble-flagged vestibule before she inserted her key in the lock. The sash curtains drawn across the panes of the inner door softened the light within to a warm blur through which no details showed. It was the hour when, in the first months of her marriage to Kenneth Ashby, she had most liked to return to that quiet house in a street long since deserted by business and fashion. The contrast between the soulless roar of New York, its devouring blaze of lights, the oppression of its congested traffic, congested houses, lives, minds, and this veiled sanctuary she called home, always stirred her profoundly. In the very heart of the hurricane she had found her tiny islet, or thought she had. And now, in the last months, everything was changed, and she always wavered on the doorstep and had to force herself to enter. While she stood there, she called up the scene within. The hall hung with old prints, the ladder-like stairs, and on the left her husband's long, shabby library, full of books and pipes and worn armchairs, inviting to meditation. How she had loved that room! Then, upstairs, her own drawing-room, in which, since the death of Kenneth's first wife, neither furniture nor hangings had been changed, because there had never been money enough, but which Charlotte had made her own by moving furniture about and adding more books, another lamp, a table for the new reviews. Even on the occasion of her only visit to the first Mrs. Ashby, a distant, self-centered woman whom she had known very slightly, she had looked about her with an innocent envy, feeling it to be exactly the drawing-room she would have liked for herself. And now, for more than a year, it had been hers to deal with as she chose. The room to which she hastened back at dusk on winter days, where she sat reading by the fire, or answering notes at the pleasant, roomy desk, or going over her stepchildren's copybooks, till she heard her husband's step. Sometimes friends dropped in. Sometimes, oftener, she was alone, and she liked that best, since it was another way of being with Kenneth, thinking over what he had said when they parted in the morning, imagining what he would say when he sprang up the stairs, found her by herself, and caught her to him. Now, instead of this, she thought of one thing only, the letter she might or might not find on the hall table. Until she had made sure whether or not it was there, her mind had no room for anything else. The letter was always the same, a square, greyish envelope with Kenneth Ashby, Esquire, written on it in bold but faint characters. From the first it had struck Charlotte as peculiar that anyone who wrote such a firm hand should trace the letters so lightly. The address was always written as though there were not enough ink in the pen, or the writer's wrist were too weak to bear upon it. Another curious thing was that, in spite of its masculine curves, the writing was so visibly feminine. Some hands are sexless, some masculine at first glance. The writing on the grey envelope, for all its strength and assurance, was without doubt a woman's. The envelope never bore anything but the recipient's name. No stamp, no address. The letter was presumably delivered by hand. But by whose? No doubt it was slipped into the letter-box, whence the parlour-maid, when she closed the shutters and lit the lights, probably extracted it. At any rate, it was always in the evening after dark that Charlotte saw it lying there. She thought of the letter in the singular as it, because though there had been several since her marriage, 7 to be exact, they were so alike in appearance that they had become merged in one another in her mind, become one letter, become it. The first had come the day after their return from their honeymoon, a journey prolonged to the West Indies, from which they had returned to New York after an absence of more than 2 months. Re-entering the house with her husband, late on that first evening, they had dined at his mother's, she had seen, alone on the hall table, the grey envelope. Her eye fell on it before Kenneth's, and her first thought was, "I've seen that writing before," but where she could not recall. The memory was just definite enough for her to identify the script whenever it looked up at her faintly from the same pale envelope. But on that first day she would have thought no more of the letter if, when her husband's glance lit on it, she had not chanced to be looking at him. It all happened in a flash, his seeing the letter, putting out his hand for it, raising it to his short-sighted eyes to decipher the faint writing, and then abruptly withdrawing the arm he had slipped through Charlotte's, and moving away to the hanging light, his back turned to her. She had waited for a sound, an exclamation, waited for him to open the letter, but he had slipped it into his pocket without a word, and followed her into the library. And there they had sat down by the fire and lit their cigarettes, and he had remained silent, his head thrown back broodingly against the armchair, his eyes fixed on the hearth, and presently had passed his hand over his forehead and said, "Wasn't it unusually hot at my mother's tonight? I've got a splitting head. Mind if I take myself off to bed?" That was the first time. Since then, Charlotte had never been present when he had received the letter. It usually came before he got home from his office, and she had to go upstairs and leave it lying there. But even if she had not seen it, she would have known it had come by the change in his face when he joined her, which on those evenings he seldom did before they met for dinner. Evidently, whatever the letter contained, he wanted to be by himself to deal with it. And when he reappeared, he looked years older, looked emptied of life and courage, and hardly conscious of her presence. Sometimes he was silent for the rest of the evening, and if he spoke, it was usually to hint some criticism of her household arrangements, suggest some change in the domestic administration, to ask, a little nervously, if she didn't think Joyce's nursery governess was rather young and flighty, or if she herself always saw to it that Peter, whose throat was delicate, was properly wrapped up when he went to school. At such times, Charlotte would remember the friendly warning she had received when she became engaged to Kenneth Ashby. "Marrying a heartbroken widower, isn't that rather risky?" You know, Elsie Ashby absolutely dominated him, and how she had jokingly replied, "He may be glad of a little liberty for a change." And in this respect she had been right. She had needed no one to tell her, during the first months, that her husband was perfectly happy with her. When they came back from their protracted honeymoon, the same friends said, "What have you done to Kenneth? He looks 20 years younger." And this time she answered with careless joy, "I suppose I've got him out of his groove." But what she noticed after the grey letters began to come was not so much his nervous, tentative fault-finding, which always seemed to be uttered against his will, as the look in his eyes when he joined her after receiving one of the letters. The look was not unloving, not even indifferent. It was the look of a man who had been so far away from ordinary events that when he returned to familiar things they seemed strange. She minded that more than the fault-finding. Though she had been sure from the first that the handwriting on the grey envelope was a woman's, it was long before she associated the mysterious letters with any sentimental secret. She was too sure of her husband's love, too confident of filling his life, for such an idea to occur to her. It seemed far more likely that the letters, which certainly did not appear to cause him any sentimental pleasure, were addressed to the busy lawyer than to the private person. Probably they were from some tiresome client. Women, he had often told her, were nearly always tiresome as clients,
who did not want her letters opened by his secretary, and therefore had them carried to his house. Yes, but in that case the unknown female must be unusually troublesome, judging from the effect her letters produced. Then again, though his professional discretion was exemplary, it was odd that he had never uttered an impatient comment, never remarked to Charlotte in a moment of expansion that there was a nuisance of a woman who kept badgering him about a case that had gone against her. He had made more than one semi-confidence of the kind, of course without giving names or details, but concerning this mysterious correspondent, his lips were sealed. There was another possibility, what is euphemistically called an old entanglement. Charlotte Ashby was a sophisticated woman. She had few illusions about the intricacies of the human heart. She knew that there were often old entanglements, but when she had married Kenneth Ashby, her friends, instead of hinting at such a possibility, had said, "You've got your work cut out for you. Marrying a Don Juan is a sinecure to it." Kenneth never looked at another woman since he first saw Elsie Corder. During all the years of their marriage, he was more like an unhappy lover than a comfortably contented husband. He'll never let you move an armchair or change the place of a lamp, and whatever you venture to do, he'll mentally compare with what Elsie would have done in your place. Except for an occasional nervous mistrust as to her ability to manage the children, a mistrust gradually dispelled by her good humor and the children's obvious fondness for her, none of these forebodings had come true. The desolate widower, of whom his nearest friends said that only his absorbing professional interests had kept him from suicide after his first wife's death, had fallen in love, 2 years later, with Charlotte Gorse, and after an impetuous wooing had married her and carried her off on a tropical honeymoon. And ever since he had been as tender and lover-like as during those first radiant weeks. Before asking her to marry him, he had spoken to her frankly of his great love for his first wife, and his despair after her sudden death. But even then he had assumed no stricken attitude, or implied that life offered no possibility of renewal. He had been perfectly simple and natural, and had confessed to Charlotte that from the beginning he had hoped the future held new gifts for him. And when, after their marriage, they returned to the house where his 12 years with his first wife had been spent, he had told Charlotte at once that he was sorry he couldn't afford to do the place over for her, but that he knew every woman had her own views about furniture and all sorts of household arrangements a man would never notice, and had begged her to make any changes he saw fit without bothering to consult him. As a result, she made as few as possible. But his way of beginning their new life in the old setting was so frank and unembarrassed that it put her immediately at her ease, and she was almost sorry to find that the portrait of Elsie Ashby, which used to hang over the desk in his library, had been transferred in their absence to the children's nursery. Knowing herself to be the indirect cause of this banishment, she spoke of it to her husband, but he answered, "Oh, I thought they ought to grow up with her looking down on them." The answer moved Charlotte and satisfied her, and as time went by she had to confess that she felt more at home in her house, more at ease and in confidence with her husband, since that long, coldly beautiful face on the library wall no longer followed her with guarded eyes. It was as if Kenneth's love had penetrated to the secret she hardly acknowledged to her own heart, her passionate need to feel herself the sovereign even of his past. With all this stored-up happiness to sustain her, it was curious that she had lately found herself yielding to a nervous apprehension, but there the apprehension was, and on this particular afternoon, perhaps because she was more tired than usual, or because of the trouble of finding a new cook, or for some other ridiculously trivial reason, moral or physical, she found herself unable to react against the feeling. Latchkey in hand, she looked back down the silent street, to the whirl and illumination of the great thoroughfare beyond, and up at the sky already aflare with the city's nocturnal life. Outside there, she thought, skyscrapers, advertisements, telephones, wireless, airplanes, movies, motors, and all the rest of the 20th century. And on the other side of the door, something I can't explain, can't relate to them. Something as old as the world, as mysterious as life. Nonsense. What am I worrying about? There hasn't been a letter for 3 months now, not since the day we came back from the country after Christmas.
Queer that they always seem to come after our holidays. Why should I imagine there's going to be one tonight? No reason why, but that was the worst of it, one of the worst. That there were days when she would stand there cold and shivering with the premonition of something inexplicable, intolerable, to be faced on the other side of the curtained panes. And when she opened the door and went in, there would be nothing. And on other days, when she felt the same premonitory chill, it was justified by the sight of the grey envelope. So that ever since the last had come, she had taken to feeling cold and premonitory every evening, because she never opened the door without thinking the letter might be there. Well, she'd had enough of it, that was certain. She couldn't go on like that. If her husband turned white and had a headache on the days when the letter came, he seemed to recover afterwards, but she couldn't. With her the strain had become chronic, and the reason was not far to seek. Her husband knew from whom the letter came, and what was in it. He was prepared beforehand for whatever he had to deal with, and master of the situation however bad, whereas she was shut out in the dark with her conjectures. "I can't stand it. I can't stand it another day," she exclaimed aloud as she put her key in the lock. She turned the key and went in, and there, on the table, lay the letter. Chapter 2. She was almost glad of the sight. It seemed to justify everything, to put a seal of definiteness on the whole blurred business. A letter for her husband. A letter from a woman. No doubt another vulgar case of old entanglement. What a fool she had been ever to doubt it, to rack her brains for less obvious explanations. She took up the envelope with a steady, contemptuous hand, looked closely at the faint letters, held it against the light, and just discerned the outline of the folded sheet within. She knew that now she would have no peace till she found out what was written on that sheet. Her husband had not come in. He seldom got back from his office before 6:30 or 7, and it was not yet 6. She would have time to take the letter up to the drawing-room, hold it over the tea-kettle, which at that hour always simmered by the fire in expectation of her return, solve the mystery, and replace the letter where she had found it. No one would be the wiser, and her gnawing uncertainty would be over. The alternative, of course, was to question her husband, but to do that seemed even more difficult. She weighed the letter between thumb and finger, looked at it again under the light, started up the stairs with the envelope, and came down again and laid it on the table. "No, I evidently can't," she said, disappointed. What should she do, then? She couldn't go up alone to that warm, welcoming room, pour out her tea, look over her correspondence, glance at a book or review, not with that letter lying below, and the knowledge that in a little while her husband would come in, open it, and turn into the library alone, as he always did on the days when the grey envelope came. Suddenly she decided. She would wait in the library and see for herself, see what happened between him and the letter when they thought themselves unobserved. She wondered the idea had never occurred to her before. By leaving the door ajar, and sitting in the corner behind it, she could watch him unseen. Well, then, she would watch him. She drew a chair into the corner, sat down, her eyes on the crack, and waited. As far as she could remember, it was the first time she had ever tried to surprise another person's secret, but she was conscious of no compunction. She simply felt as if she were fighting her way through a stifling fog that she must at all costs get out of. At length she heard Kenneth's latchkey and jumped up. The impulse to rush out and meet him had nearly made her forget why she was there, but she remembered in time and sat down again. From her post she covered the whole range of his movements, saw him enter the hall, draw the key from the door, and take off his hat and overcoat. Then he turned to throw his gloves on the hall table, and at that moment he saw the envelope. The light was full on his face, and what Charlotte first noted there was a look of surprise. Evidently he had not expected the letter, had not thought of the possibility of its being there that day. But though he had not expected it, now that he saw it he knew well enough what it contained. He did not open it immediately, but stood motionless, the colour slowly ebbing from his face. Apparently he could not make up his mind to touch it, but at length he put out his hand, opened the envelope, and moved with it to the light. In doing so, he turned his back on Charlotte, and she saw only his bent head and slightly stooping shoulders. Apparently, all the writing was on one page, for he did not turn the sheet, but continued to stare at it for so long that he must have reread it a dozen times, or so it seemed to the woman breathlessly watching him. At length she saw him move. He raised the letter still closer to his eyes, as though he had not fully deciphered it. Then he lowered his head. She saw his lips touch the sheet. "Kenneth!" she exclaimed, and went on out into the hall. The letter clutched in his hand. Her husband turned and looked at her. "Where were you?" he said in a low, bewildered voice, like a man waked out of his sleep. "In the library, waiting for you." She tried to steady her voice. "What's the matter? What's in that letter? You look ghastly." Her agitation seemed to calm him, and he instantly put the envelope into his pocket with a slight laugh. "Ghastly? I'm sorry. I've had a hard day in the office. 1 or 2 complicated cases. I look dog-tired, I suppose." "You didn't look tired when you came in. It was only when you opened that letter." He had followed her into the library, and they stood gazing at each other. Charlotte noticed how quickly he had regained his self-control. His profession had trained him to rapid mastery of face and voice. She saw at once that she would be at a disadvantage in any attempt to surprise his secret, but at the same moment she lost all desire to maneuver, to trick him into betraying anything he wanted to conceal. Her wish was still to penetrate the mystery, but only that she might help him to bear the burden it implied. "Even if it is another woman," she thought. "Kenneth," she said, her heart beating excitedly, "I waited here on purpose to see you come in. I wanted to watch you while you opened that letter." His face, which had paled, turned to dark red. Then it paled again. "That letter? Why especially that letter?" "Because I've noticed that whenever one of those letters comes, it seems to have such a strange effect on you." A line of anger she had never seen before came out between his eyes, and she said to herself, "The upper part of his face is too narrow. This is the first time I ever noticed it." She heard him continue in the cool and faintly ironic tone of the prosecuting lawyer making a point. "Ah, so you're in the habit of watching people open their letters when they don't know you're there." "Not in the habit. I never did such a thing before. But I had to find out what she writes to you at regular intervals in those grey envelopes." He weighed this for a moment. Then, "The intervals have not been regular," he said. "Oh, I dare say you've kept a better account of the dates than I have," she retorted, her magnanimity vanishing at his tone. "All I know is that every time that woman writes to you—" "Why do you assume it's a woman?" "It's a woman's writing. Do you deny it?" He smiled. "No, I don't deny it. I asked only because the writing is generally supposed to look more like a man's." Charlotte passed this over impatiently. "And this woman, what does she write to you about?" Again he seemed to consider a moment. "About business." "Legal business?" "In a way, yes. Business in general." "You look after her affairs for her?" "Yes." "You've looked after them for a long time?" "Yes, a very long time." "Kenneth, dearest, won't you tell me who she is?" "No, I can't." He paused and brought out, as if with a certain hesitation, "Professional secrecy." The blood rushed from Charlotte's heart to her temples. "Don't say that, don't!" "Why not?" "Because I saw you kiss the letter." The effect of the words was so disconcerting that she instantly repented having spoken them. Her husband, who had submitted to her cross-questioning with a sort of contemptuous composure, as though he were humouring an unreasonable child, turned on her a face of terror and distress. For a minute he seemed unable to speak. Then, collecting himself, with an effort, he stammered out, "The writing is very faint. You must have seen me holding the letter close to my eyes to try to decipher it." "No, I saw you kissing it." He was silent. "Didn't I see you kissing it?" He sank back into indifference. "Perhaps." "Kenneth, you stand there and say that to me." "What possible difference can it make to you? The letter is on business, as I told you. Do you suppose I'd lie about it? The writer is a very old friend whom I haven't seen for a long time." "Men don't kiss business letters, even from women who are very old friends, unless they have been their lovers and still regret them." He shrugged his shoulders slightly and turned away, as if he considered the discussion at an end, and were faintly disgusted at the turn it had taken. "Kenneth!" Charlotte moved towards him and caught hold of his arm. He paused with a look of weariness and laid his hand over hers. "Won't you believe me?" he asked gently. "How can I? I've watched these letters come to you for months now. They've been coming. Ever since we came back from the West Indies. One of them greeted me the very day we arrived. After each one of them I see their mysterious effect on you. I see you disturbed, unhappy, as if someone were trying to estrange you from me. No, dear, not that. Never." She drew back and looked at him with passionate entreaty. "Well, then, prove it to me, darling. It's so easy." He forced a smile. "It's not easy to prove anything to a woman who's once taken an idea into her head. You've only got to show me the letter." His hand slipped from hers, and he drew back and shook his head. "You won't?" "I can't." "Then the woman who wrote it is your mistress?" "No, dear, no." "Not now, perhaps. I suppose she's trying to get you back, and you're struggling out of pity for me, my poor Kenneth." "I swear to you she never was my mistress." Charlotte felt the tears rushing to her eyes. "Oh, that's worse, then. That's hopeless. The prudent ones are the kind that keep their hold on a man. We all know that." She lifted her hands and hid her face in them. Her husband remained silent. He offered neither consolation nor denial, and at length, wiping away her tears, she raised her eyes almost timidly to his. "Kenneth, think. We've been married such a short time. Imagine what you're making me suffer. You say you can't show me this letter. You refuse even to explain it." "I've told you the letter is on business. I will swear to that, too." "A man will swear to anything to screen a woman. If you want me to believe you, at least tell me her name. If you'll do that, I promise you I won't ask to see the letter." There was a long interval of suspense, during which she felt her heart beating against her ribs in quick admonitory knocks, as if warning her of the danger she was incurring. "I can't," he said at length. "Not even her name?" "No." "You can't tell me anything more?" "No." Again a pause. This time they seemed both to have reached the end of their arguments and to be helplessly facing each other across a baffling waste of incomprehension. Charlotte stood breathing rapidly, her hands against her breast. She felt as if she had run a hard race and missed the goal. She had meant to move her husband and had succeeded only in irritating him. And this error of reckoning seemed to change him into a stranger, a mysterious, incomprehensible being whom no argument or entreaty of hers could reach. The curious thing was that she was aware in him of no hostility or even impatience, but only of a remoteness, an inaccessibility far more difficult to overcome. She felt herself excluded, ignored, blotted out of his life. But after a moment or two, looking at him more calmly, she saw that he was suffering as much as she was. His distant, guarded face was drawn with pain. Coming of the grey envelope, though it always cast a shadow, had never marked him as deeply as this discussion with his wife. Charlotte took heart. Perhaps, after all, she had not spent her last shaft. She drew nearer and once more laid her hand on his arm. "Poor Kenneth, if you knew how sorry I am for you." She thought he winced slightly at this expression of sympathy, but he took her hand and pressed it. "I can think of nothing worse than to be incapable of loving long," she continued, "to feel the beauty of a great love and to be too unstable to bear its burden." He turned on her a look of wistful reproach. "Oh, don't say that of me. Unstable." She felt herself at last on the right tack, and her voice trembled with excitement as she went on. "Then what about me and this other woman? Haven't you already forgotten Elsie twice within a year?" She seldom pronounced his first wife's name. It did not come naturally to her tongue. She flung it out now as if she were flinging some dangerous explosive into the open space between them, and drew back a step, waiting to hear the mine go off. Her husband did not move. His expression grew sadder, but showed no resentment. "I have never forgotten Elsie," he said. Charlotte could not repress a faint laugh. "Then, you poor dear, between the three of us, there are not—" he began, and then broke off and put his hand to his forehead. "Not what?"
I'm sorry. I don't believe I know what I'm saying. I've got a blinding headache." He looked wan and furrowed enough for the statement to be true, but she was exasperated by his evasion. "Ah, yes, the grey envelope headache." She saw the surprise in his eyes. "I'd forgotten how closely I'd been watched," he said coldly. "If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go up and try an hour in the dark to see if I can get rid of this neuralgia." She wavered, and then she said with desperate resolution, "I'm sorry your head aches, but before you go I want to say that sooner or later this question must be settled between us. Someone is trying to separate us, and I don't care what it costs me to find out who it is." She looked him steadily in the eyes. "If it costs me your love, I don't care. If I can't have your confidence, I don't want anything from you." He still looked at her wistfully. "Give me time." "Time for what? There's only a word to say." "Time to show you that you haven't lost my love or my confidence." "Well, I'm waiting." He turned toward the door and then glanced back hesitatingly. "Oh, do wait, my love," he said, and went out of the room. She heard his tired step on the stairs and the closing of his bedroom door above. Then she dropped into a chair and buried her face in her folded arms. Her first movement was one of compunction. She seemed to herself to have been hard, inhuman, unimaginative. Think of telling him that I didn't care if my insistence cost me his love. The lying rubbish. She started up to follow him and unsay the meaningless words, but she was checked by a reflection. He had had his way, after all. He had eluded all attacks on his secret, and now he was shut up alone in his room, reading that other woman's letter. Chapter 3. She was still reflecting on this when the surprised parlour-maid came in and found her. No, Charlotte said, she wasn't going to dress for dinner. Mr. Ashby didn't want to dine. He was very tired and had gone up to his room to rest. Later she would have something brought on a tray to the drawing-room. She mounted the stairs to her bedroom. Her dinner dress was lying on the bed, and at the sight the quiet routine of her daily life took hold of her, and she began to feel as if the strange talk she had just had with her husband must have taken place in another world, between two beings who were not Charlotte Gorse and Kenneth Ashby, but phantoms projected by her fevered imagination. She recalled the years since her marriage, her husband's constant devotion, his persistent, almost too insistent tenderness, the feeling he had given her at times of being too eagerly dependent on her, too searchingly close to her, as if there were not air enough between her soul and his. It seemed preposterous as she recalled all this, that a few moments ago she should have been accusing him of an intrigue with another woman. But then, what? Again she was moved by the impulse to go up to him, beg his pardon, and try to laugh away the misunderstanding. She was restrained by the fear of forcing herself upon his privacy. He was troubled and unhappy, oppressed by some grief or fear, and he had shown her that he wanted to fight out his battle alone. It would be wiser, as well as more generous, to respect his wish. Only, how strange, how unbearable, to be there in the next room to his, and feel herself at the other end of the world. In her nervous agitation she almost regretted not having had the courage to open the letter and put it back on the hall table before he came in. At least she would have known what his secret was, and the bogey might have been laid. For she was beginning now to think of the mystery as something conscious, malevolent, a secret persecution before which he quailed, yet from which he could not free himself. Once or twice in his evasive eyes she thought she had detected a desire for help, an impulse of confession. Instantly restrained and suppressed, it was as if he felt she could have helped him if she had known, and yet had been unable to tell her. There flashed through her mind the idea of going to his mother. She was very fond of old Mrs. Ashby, a firm, fleshed, clear-eyed old lady, with an astringent bluntness of speech which responded to the forthright and simple in Charlotte's own nature. There had been a tacit bond between them ever since the day when Mrs. Ashby Senior, coming to lunch for the first time with her new daughter-in-law, had been received by Charlotte downstairs in the library, and glancing up at the empty wall above her son's desk, had remarked laconically, "Elsie gone, eh? adding at Charlotte's murmured explanation, "Nonsense, don't have her back. Two's company." Charlotte, at this reading of her thoughts, could hardly refrain from exchanging a smile of complicity with her mother-in-law. And it seemed to her now that Mrs. Ashby's almost uncanny directness might pierce to the core of this new mystery. But here again she hesitated, for the idea almost suggested a betrayal. What right had she to call in anyone, even so close a relation, to surprise a secret which her husband was trying to keep from her? Perhaps, by and by, he'll talk to his mother of his own accord, she thought, and then ended, "But what does it matter? He and I must settle it between us." She was still brooding over the problem when there was a knock on the door and her husband came in. He was dressed for dinner and seemed surprised to see her sitting there with her evening dress lying unheeded on the bed. "Aren't you coming down?" "I thought you were not well and had gone to bed," she faltered. He forced a smile. "I'm not particularly well, but we'd better go down." His face, though still drawn, looked calmer than when he had fled upstairs an hour earlier. "There it is. He knows what's in the letter and has fought his battle out again, whatever it is," she reflected, "while I'm still in darkness." She rang and gave a hurried order that dinner should be served as soon as possible. Just a short meal, whatever could be got ready quickly, as both she and Mr. Ashby were rather tired and not very hungry. Dinner was announced, and they sat down to it. At first neither seemed able to find a word to say. Then Ashby began to make conversation with an assumption of ease that was more oppressive than his silence. "How tired he is! How terribly overtired!" Charlotte said to herself, pursuing her own thoughts while he rambled on about municipal politics, aviation, an exhibition of modern French painting, the health of an old aunt, and the installing of the automatic telephone. Good heavens, how tired he is! When they dined alone, they usually went into the library after dinner, and Charlotte curled herself up in the divan with her knitting while he settled down in his armchair under the lamp and lit a pipe. But this evening, by tacit agreement, they avoided the room in which their strange talk had taken place, and went up to Charlotte's drawing-room. They sat down near the fire, and Charlotte said, "Your pipe?" after he had put down his hardly tasted coffee. He shook his head. "No, not tonight. You must go to bed early. You look terribly tired. I'm sure they overworked you at the office." "I suppose we all overwork at times." She rose and stood before him with sudden resolution. "Well, I'm not going to have you use up your strength slaving in that way. It's absurd. I can see you're ill." She bent over him and laid her hand on his forehead. "My poor old Kenneth. Prepare to be taken away soon on a long holiday." He looked up at her, startled. "A holiday?" "Certainly. Didn't you know I was going to carry you off at Easter? We're going to start in a fortnight on a month's voyage to somewhere or other, on any one of the big cruising steamers." She paused and bent closer, touching his forehead with her lips. "I'm tired too, Kenneth." He seemed to pay no heed to her last words, but sat, his hands on his knees, his head drawn back a little from her caress, and looked up at her with a stare of apprehension. "Again? My dear, we can't. I can't possibly go away. I don't know why you say again, Kenneth. We haven't taken a real holiday this year." "At Christmas we spent a week with the children in the country." "Yes, but this time I mean away from the children, from servants, from the house, from everything that's familiar and fatiguing. Your mother will love to have Joyce and Peter with her." He frowned and slowly shook his head. "No, dear, I can't leave them with my mother." "Why, Kenneth, how absurd! She adores them. You didn't hesitate to leave them with her for over 2 months when we went to the West Indies." He drew a deep breath and stood up uneasily. "That was different." "Different? Why? I mean, at that time I didn't realize—" He broke off as if to choose his words, and then went on. "My mother adores the children, as you say, but she isn't always very judicious. Grandmothers always spoil children, and sometimes she talks before them without thinking." He turned to his wife with an almost pitiful gesture of entreaty. "Don't ask me to, dear." Charlotte mused. It was true that the elder Mrs. Ashby had a fearless tongue, But she was the last woman in the world to say or hint anything before her grandchildren at which the most scrupulous parent could take offence.
Charlotte looked at her husband in perplexity. "I don't understand." He continued to turn on her the same troubled and entreating gaze.
"Don't try to," he muttered.
"Not try to?"
"Not now. Not yet."
He put up his hands and pressed them against his temples.
"Can't you see there's no use in insisting? I can't go away, no matter how much I might want to." Charlotte still scrutinized him gravely.
"The question is, do you want to?"
He returned her gaze for a moment. Then his lips began to tremble, and he said, hardly above his breath, "I want anything you want.
And yet—"
"Don't ask me. I can't leave. I can't."
"You mean that you can't go away out of reach of those letters?"
Her husband had been standing before her in an uneasy, half-hesitating attitude. Now he turned abruptly away and walked once or twice up and down the length of the room, his head bent, his eyes fixed on the carpet. Charlotte felt her resentfulness rising with her fears. "It's that," she persisted. "Why not admit it? You can't live without them." He continued his troubled pacing of the room. Then he stopped short, dropped into a chair, and covered his face with his hands. From the shaking of his shoulders, Charlotte saw that he was weeping. She had never seen a man cry, except her father after her mother's death when she was a little girl, and she remembered still how the sight had frightened her. He was frightened now. She felt that her husband was being dragged away from her into some mysterious bondage, and that she must use up her last atom of strength in the struggle for his freedom and for hers. "Kenneth, Kenneth," she pleaded, kneeling down beside him, "won't you listen to me? Won't you try to see what I'm suffering? I'm not unreasonable, darling, really not. I don't suppose I should ever have noticed the letters if it hadn't been for their effect on you. It's not my way to pry into other people's affairs. And even if the effect had been different— yes, listen to me. If I'd seen that the letters made you happy, that you were watching eagerly for them, counting the days between their coming, that you wanted them, that they gave you something I haven't known how to give, why, Kenneth, I don't say I shouldn't have suffered from that, too, but it would have been in a different way, and I should have had the courage to hide what I felt, and the hope that some day you'd come to feel about me as you did about the writer of the letters. But what I can't bear is to see how you dread them, how they make you suffer, and yet how you can't live without them, and won't go away lest you should miss one during your absence. Or perhaps," she added, her voice breaking into a cry of accusation, "perhaps it's because she's actually forbidden you to leave. Kenneth, you must answer me. Is that the reason? Is it because she's forbidden you that you won't go away with me?" She continued to kneel at his side, and raising her hand, she drew his gently down. She was ashamed of her persistence, ashamed of uncovering that baffled, disordered face, yet resolved that no such scruple should arrest her. His eyes were lowered, the muscles of his face quivered. She was making him suffer even more than she suffered herself, yet this no longer restrained her. "Kenneth, is it that? She won't let us go away together?" Still he did not speak or turn his eyes to her, and a sense of defeat swept over her. After all, she thought, the struggle was a losing one. "You needn't answer. I see I'm right," she said. Suddenly, as she rose, he turned and drew her down again. His hands caught hers and pressed them so tightly that she felt her rings cutting into her flesh. There was something frightened, convulsive in his hold. It was the clutch of a man who felt himself slipping over a precipice. He was staring up at her now as if salvation lay in the face she bent above him. "Of course we'll go away together. We'll go wherever you want," he said in a low, confused voice. And putting his arm about her, he drew her close and pressed his lips on hers. Chapter 4. Charlotte had said to herself, "I shall sleep tonight," but instead she sat before her fire into the small hours, listening for any sound that came from her husband's room. But he, at any rate, seemed to be resting after the tumult of the evening. Once or twice she stole to the door, and in the faint light that came in from the street through his open window, she saw him stretched out in heavy sleep, the sleep of weakness and exhaustion. "He's ill," she thought. "He's undoubtedly ill.
And it's not overwork. It's this mysterious persecution. She drew a breath of relief. She had fought through the weary fight, and the victory was hers, at least for the moment. If only they could have started at once, started for anywhere. She knew it would be useless to ask him to leave before the holidays. And meanwhile the secret influence, as to which she was still so completely in the dark, would continue to work against her. She would have to renew the struggle day after day till they started on their journey. But after that, everything would be different. If once she could get her husband away under other skies and all to herself, she never doubted her power to release him from the evil spell he was under. Lulled to quiet by the thought, she too slept at last. When she woke, it was long past her usual hour, and she sat up in bed surprised and vexed at having overslept herself. She always liked to be down to share her husband's breakfast by the library fire, but a glance at the clock made it clear that he must have started long since for his office. To make sure, she jumped out of bed and went into his room, but it was empty. No doubt he had looked in on her before leaving, seeing that she still slept, and gone downstairs without disturbing her. And their relations were sufficiently lover-like for her to regret having missed their morning hour. She rang and asked if Mr. Ashby had already gone. Yes, nearly an hour ago, the maid said. He had given orders that Mrs. Ashby should not be waked, and that the children should not come to her till she sent for them. Yes, he had gone up to the nursery himself to give the order. All this sounded usual enough, and Charlotte hardly knew why she asked. And did Mr. Ashby leave no other message? Yes, the maid said, he did. She was so sorry she'd forgotten. He told her, just as he was leaving, to say to Mrs. Ashby that he was going to see about their passages, and would she please be ready to sail tomorrow. Charlotte echoed the woman's tomorrow, and sat staring at her incredulously. Tomorrow? You're sure he said to sail tomorrow? Oh, ever so sure, ma'am. I don't know how I could have forgotten to mention it. Well, it doesn't matter. Draw my bath, please. Charlotte sprang up, dashed through her dressing, and caught herself singing at her image in the glass as she sat brushing her hair. It made her feel young again to have scored such a victory. The other woman vanished to a speck on the horizon, as this one, who ruled the foreground, smiled back at the reflection of her lips and eyes. He loved her then. He loved her as passionately as ever. He had divined what she had suffered, had understood that their happiness depended on their getting away at once and finding each other again after yesterday's desperate groping in the fog. The nature of the influence that had come between them did not much matter to Charlotte now. She had faced the phantom and dispelled it. Courage, that's the secret. If only people who are in love weren't always so afraid of risking their happiness by looking it in the eyes. As she brushed back her light, abundant hair, it waved electrically above her head, like the palms of victory. Ah, well, some women knew how to manage men, and some didn't. And only the fair, she gaily paraphrased, deserved the brave. Certainly she was looking very pretty. The morning danced along like a cockle-shell on a bright sea, such a sea as they would soon be speeding over. She ordered a particularly good dinner, saw the children off to their classes, had her trunks brought down, consulted with the maid about getting out summer clothes, for of course they would be heading for heat and sunshine, and wondered if she oughtn't to take Kenneth's flannel suits out of camphor. But how absurd, she reflected, that I don't yet know where we're going. She looked at the clock, saw that it was close on noon, and decided to call him up at his office. There was a slight delay. Then she heard his secretary's voice saying that Mr. Ashby had looked in for a moment early and left again almost immediately. Oh, very well, Charlotte would ring up later. How soon was he likely to be back? The secretary answered that she couldn't tell. All they knew in the office was that when he left he had said he was in a hurry because he had to go out of town. Out of town? Charlotte hung up the receiver and sat blankly gazing into new darkness. Why had he gone out of town? And where had he gone? And of all days, why should he have chosen the eve of their suddenly planned departure? She felt a faint shiver of apprehension. Of course, he had gone to see that woman. No doubt to get her permission to leave. He was as completely in bondage as that. And Charlotte had been fatuous enough to see the palms of victory on her forehead. She burst into a laugh, and, walking across the room, sat down again before her mirror. What a different face she saw!
The smile on her pale lips seemed to mock the rosy vision of the other Charlotte. But gradually her colour crept back. After all, she had a right to claim the victory, since her husband was doing what she wanted, not what the other woman exacted of him. It was natural enough, in view of his abrupt decision to leave the next day, that he should have arrangements to make, business matters to wind up. It was not even necessary to suppose that this mysterious trip was a visit to the writer of the letters. He might simply have gone to see a client who lived out of town. Of course, they would not tell Charlotte at the office. The secretary had hesitated before imparting even such meagre information as the fact of Mr. Ashby's absence. Meanwhile, she would go on with her joyful preparations, content to learn later in the day to what particular island of the blessed she was to be carried. The hours wore on, or rather were swept forward on a rush of eager preparations. At last the entrance of the maid who came to draw the curtains roused Charlotte from her labours, and she saw to her surprise that the clock marked 5. And she did not yet know where they were going the next day. She rang up her husband's office and was told that Mr. Ashby had not been there since the early morning. She asked for his partner, but the partner could add nothing to her information, for he himself, his suburban train having been behind time, had reached the office after Ashby had come and gone. Charlotte stood perplexed. Then she decided to telephone to her mother-in-law. Of course, Kenneth, on the eve of a month's absence, must have gone to see his mother. The mere fact that the children, in spite of his vague objections, would certainly have to be left with old Mrs. Ashby, made it obvious that he would have all sorts of matters to decide with her. At another time, Charlotte might have felt a little hurt at being excluded from their conference, but nothing mattered now but that she had won the day, that her husband was still hers and not another woman's. Gaily she called up Mrs. Ashby, heard her friendly voice, and began, "Well, did Kenneth's news surprise you? What do you think of our elopement?" Almost instantly, before Mrs. Ashby could answer, Charlotte knew what her reply would be. Mrs. Ashby had not seen her son. She had had no word from him, and did not know what her daughter-in-law meant. Charlotte stood silent in the intensity of her surprise. But then, where has he been? She thought. Then, recovering herself, she explained their sudden decision to Mrs. Ashby, and in doing so gradually regained her own self-confidence, her conviction that nothing could ever again come between Kenneth and herself. Mrs. Ashby took the news calmly and approvingly. She, too, had thought that Kenneth looked worried and overtired, and she agreed with her daughter-in-law that in such cases change was the surest remedy. "I'm always so glad when he gets away. Elsie hated travelling. She was always finding pretexts to prevent his going anywhere. With you, thank goodness, it's different." Nor was Mrs. Ashby surprised at his not having had time to let her know of his departure. He must have been in a rush from the moment the decision was taken, but no doubt he'd drop in before dinner. 5 minutes' talk was really all they needed. "I hope you'll gradually cure Kenneth of his mania for going over and over a question that could be settled in a dozen words. He never used to be like that. And if he carried the habit into his professional work, he'd soon lose all his clients. Yes, do come in for a minute, dear, if you have time. No doubt he'll turn up while you're here." The tonic ring of Mrs. Ashby's voice echoed on reassuringly in the silent room, while Charlotte continued her preparations. Toward 7 the telephone rang, and she darted to it. Now she would know. But it was only from the conscientious secretary, to say that Mr. Ashby hadn't been back or sent any word, and before the office closed she thought she ought to let Mrs. Ashby know. "Oh, that's all right. Thanks a lot," Charlotte called out cheerfully, and hung up the receiver with a trembling hand. But perhaps by this time, she reflected, he was at his mother's. She shut her drawers and cupboards, put on her hat and coat, and called up to the nursery that she was going out for a minute to see the children's grandmother. Mrs. Ashby lived nearby, and during her brief walk through the cold spring dusk, Charlotte imagined that every advancing figure was her husband's. But she did not meet him on the way, and when she entered the house she found her mother-in-law alone. Kenneth had neither telephoned nor come. Old Mrs. Ashby sat by her bright fire, her knitting needles flashing steadily through her active old hands, and her mere bodily presence gave reassurance to Charlotte. Yes, it was certainly odd that Kenneth had gone off for the whole day without letting any of them know, but after all it was to be expected. A busy lawyer held so many threads in his hands that any sudden change of plan would oblige him to make all sorts of unforeseen arrangements and adjustments. He might have gone to see some client in the suburbs, and been detained there. His mother remembered his telling her that he had charge of the legal business of a queer old recluse somewhere in New Jersey who was immensely rich but too mean to have a telephone. Very likely Kenneth had been stranded there. But Charlotte felt her nervousness gaining on her. When Mrs. Ashby asked her at what hour they were sailing the next day, and she had to say she didn't know, that Kenneth had simply sent her word he was going to take their passages, the uttering of the words again brought home to her the strangeness of the situation. Even Mrs. Ashby conceded that it was odd, but she immediately added that it only showed what a rush he was in. "But, Mother, it's nearly 8 o'clock. You must realize that I've got to know when we're starting tomorrow."
"Oh, the boat probably doesn't sail till evening. Sometimes they have to wait till midnight for the tide. Kenneth's probably counting on that. After all, he has a level head."
Charlotte stood up. "It's not that. Something has happened to him." Mrs. Ashby took off her spectacles and rolled up her knitting.
"If you begin to let yourself imagine things—"
"Aren't you in the least anxious?"
"I never am till I have to be. I wish you'd ring for dinner, my dear. You'll stay and dine? He's sure to drop in here on his way home."
Charlotte called up her own house. No, the maid said. Mr. Ashby hadn't come in and hadn't telephoned. She would tell him as soon as he came that Mrs. Ashby was dining at his mother's. Charlotte followed her mother-in-law into the dining-room and sat with parched throat before her empty plate, while Mrs. Ashby dealt calmly and efficiently with a short but carefully prepared repast.
"You'd better eat something, child, or you'll be as bad as Kenneth. Yes, a little more asparagus, please, Jane."
She insisted on Charlotte's drinking a glass of sherry and nibbling a bit of toast. Then they returned to the drawing-room, where the fire had been made up, and the cushions in Mrs. Ashby's armchair shaken out and smoothed. How safe and familiar it all looked. And out there, somewhere in the uncertainty and mystery of the night, lurked the answer to the two women's conjectures, like an indistinguishable figure prowling on the threshold. At last Charlotte got up and said, "I'd better go back. At this hour Kenneth will certainly go straight home." Mrs. Ashby smiled indulgently.
"It's not very late, my dear. It doesn't take 2 sparrows long to dine."
"It's after 9. Charlotte bent down to kiss her. "The fact is, I can't keep still." Mrs. Ashby pushed aside her work and rested her 2 hands on the arms of her chair.
"I'm going with you," she said, helping herself up.
Charlotte protested that it was too late, that it was not necessary, that she would call up as soon as Kenneth came in, but Mrs. Ashby had already rung for her maid. She was slightly lame and stood resting on her stick while her wraps were brought.
"If Mr. Kenneth turns up, tell him he'll find me at his own house," she instructed the maid as the 2 women got into the taxi which had been summoned.
During the short drive, Charlotte gave thanks that she was not returning home alone. There was something warm and substantial in the mere fact of Mrs. Ashby's nearness, something that corresponded with the clearness of her eyes and the texture of her fresh, firm complexion. As the taxi drew up, she laid her hand encouragingly on Charlotte's.
"You'll see. There'll be a message."
The door opened at Charlotte's ring, and the 2 entered. Charlotte's heart beat excitedly. The stimulus of her mother-in-law's confidence was beginning to flow through her veins.
"You'll see, you'll see,"
Mrs. Ashby repeated. The maid who opened the door said no. Mr. Ashby had not come in, and there had been no message from him.
"You're sure the telephone's not out of order?"
his mother suggested, and the maid said, well, it certainly wasn't half an hour ago, but she'd just go and ring up to make sure. She disappeared, and Charlotte turned to take off her hat and cloak. As she did so, her eyes lit on the hall table, and there lay a grey envelope, her husband's name faintly traced on it. "Oh!" she cried out, suddenly aware that for the first time in months she had entered her house without wondering if one of the grey letters would be there.
"What is it, my dear?"
Mrs. Ashby asked with a glance of surprise. Charlotte did not answer. She took up the envelope, and stood staring at it as if she could force her gaze to penetrate to what was within. Then an idea occurred to her. She turned and held out the envelope to her mother-in-law. "Do you know that writing?" she asked. Mrs. Ashby took the letter. She had to feel with her other hand for her eyeglasses, and when she had adjusted them she lifted the envelope to the light.
"Why,
she exclaimed, and then stopped. Charlotte noticed that the letter shook in her usually firm hand.
"But this is addressed to Kenneth,"
Mrs. Ashby said at length in a low voice. Her tone seemed to imply that she felt her daughter-in-law's question to be slightly indiscreet. "Yes, but no matter." Charlotte spoke with sudden decision. "I want to know. Do you know the writing?" Mrs. Ashby handed back the letter. "No," she said distinctly. The two women had turned into the library. Charlotte switched on the electric light and shut the door. She still held the envelope in her hand. "I'm going to open it," she announced. She caught her mother-in-law's startled glance.
"But, dearest, a letter not addressed to you. My dear, you can't."
"As if I cared about that now." She continued to look intently at Mrs. Ashby. "This letter may tell me where Kenneth is." Mrs. Ashby's glossy bloom was effaced by a quick pallor. Her firm cheeks seemed to shrink and wither.
"Why should it? What makes you believe? It can't possibly—"
Charlotte held her eyes steadily on that altered face. "Ah, then you do know the writing," she flashed back.
"Know the writing? How should I? With all my son's correspondence. What I do know is—"
Mrs. Ashby broke off and looked at her daughter-in-law entreatingly, almost timidly. Charlotte caught her by the wrist. "Mother, what do you know? Tell me, you must!"
"That I don't believe any good ever came of a woman's opening her husband's letters behind his back."
The words sounded to Charlotte's irritated ears as flat as a phrase culled from a book of moral axioms. She laughed impatiently and dropped her mother-in-law's wrist. "Is that all? No good can come of this letter, opened or unopened. I know that well enough. But whatever ill comes, I mean to find out what's in it." Her hands had been trembling as they held the envelope, but now they grew firm, and her voice also. She still gazed intently at Mrs. Ashby. "This is the 9th letter addressed in the same hand that has come for Kenneth since we've been married. Always these same grey envelopes. I've kept count of them, because after each one he has been like a man who has had some dreadful shock. It takes him hours to shake off their effect. I've told him so. I've told him I must know from whom they come, because I can see they're killing him. He won't answer my questions. He says he can't tell me anything about the letters. But last night he promised to go away with me, to get away from them." Mrs. Ashby, with shaking steps, had gone to one of the armchairs and sat down in it, her head drooping forward on her breast. "Ah," she murmured, "so now you understand."
"Did he tell you it was to get away from them?"
"He said to get away, to get away. He was sobbing so that he could hardly speak. But I told him I knew that was why."
"And what did he say?"
"He took me in his arms and said he'd go wherever I wanted."
"Oh, thank God,"
said Mrs. Ashby. There was a silence, during which she continued to sit with bowed head and eyes averted from her daughter-in-law. At last she looked up and spoke.
"Are you sure there have been as many as 9?
"Perfectly. This is the 9th. I've kept count."
"And he has absolutely refused to explain?"
"Absolutely." Mrs. Ashby spoke through pale, contracted lips.
"When did they begin to come? Do you remember?"
Charlotte laughed again. "Remember? The first one came the night we got back from our honeymoon."
"All that time?"
Mrs. Ashby lifted her head and spoke with sudden energy.
"Then, yes, open it."
The words were so unexpected that Charlotte felt the blood in her temples, and her hands began to tremble again. She tried to slip her finger under the flap of the envelope, but it was so tightly stuck that she had to hunt on her husband's writing-table for his ivory letter-opener. As she pushed about the familiar objects his own hands had so lately touched, they sent through her the icy chill emanating from the little personal effects of someone newly dead. In the deep silence of the room, the tearing of the paper as she slit the envelope sounded like a human cry. She drew out the sheet and carried it to the lamp.
"Well?"
Mrs. Ashby asked below her breath. Charlotte did not move or answer. She was bending over the page with wrinkled brows, holding it nearer and nearer to the light. Her sight must be blurred, or else dazzled by the reflection of the lamplight on the smooth surface of the paper, for, strain her eyes as she would, she could discern only a few faint strokes,
so faint and faltering as to be nearly undecipherable. "I can't make it out," she said. "What do you mean, dear?" "The writing's too indistinct. Wait." She went back to the table, and sitting down close to Kenneth's reading lamp, slipped the letter under a magnifying glass. All this time she was aware that her mother-in-law was watching her intently. "Well?" Mrs. Ashby breathed. "Well, it's no clearer. I can't read it." "You mean the paper is an absolute blank?" "No, not quite. There is writing on it. I can make out something like mine. Oh, and come. It might be come." Mrs. Ashby stood up abruptly. Her face was even paler than before. She advanced to the table, and resting her 2 hands on it, drew a deep breath. "Let me see," she said, as if forcing herself to a hateful effort. Charlotte felt the contagion of her whiteness. "She knows," she thought. She pushed the letter across the table. Her mother-in-law lowered her head over it in silence, but without touching it with her pale, wrinkled hands. Charlotte stood watching her, as she herself, when she had tried to read the letter, had been watched by Mrs. Ashby. The latter fumbled for her glasses, held them to her eyes, and bent still closer to the outspread page, in order, as it seemed, to avoid touching it. The light of the lamp fell directly on her old face, and Charlotte reflected what depths of the unknown may lurk under the clearest and most candid lineaments. She had never seen her mother-in-law's features express any but simple and sound emotions, cordiality, amusement, a kindly sympathy, now and again a flash of wholesome anger. Now they seemed to wear a look of fear and hatred, of incredulous dismay and almost cringing defiance. It was as if the spirits warring within her had distorted her face to their own likeness. At length she raised her head. "I can't, she said in a voice of childish distress. "You can't make it out either?" She shook her head, and Charlotte saw 2 tears roll down her cheeks. "Familiar as the writing is to you?" Charlotte insisted with twitching lips. Mrs. Ashby did not take up the challenge. "I can make out nothing. But you do know the writing?" Mrs. Ashby lifted her head timidly. Her anxious eyes stole with a glance of apprehension around the quiet, familiar room. "How can I tell? I was startled at first." "Startled by the resemblance?" "Well, I thought—" "You'd better say it out, Mother. You knew at once it was her writing?" "Oh, wait, my dear, wait." "Wait for what?" Mrs. Ashby looked up. Her eyes, travelling slowly past Charlotte, were lifted to the blank wall behind her son's writing-table. Charlotte, following the glance, burst into a shrill laugh of accusation. "I needn't wait any longer. You've answered me now. You're looking straight at the wall where her picture used to hang." Mrs. Ashby lifted her hand with a murmur of warning. "Shh!" "Oh, you needn't imagine that anything can ever frighten me again," Charlotte cried. Her mother-in-law still leaned against the table. Her lips moved plaintively. "But we're going mad. We're both going mad. We both know such things are impossible." Her daughter-in-law looked at her with a pitying stare. "I've known for a long time now that everything was possible." "Even this?" "Yes, exactly this." "But this letter, after all, there's nothing in this letter." "Perhaps there would be to him. How can I tell? I remember his saying to me once that if you were used to a handwriting, the faintest stroke of it became legible. Now I see what he meant. He was used to it." "But the few strokes that I can make out are so pale. No one could possibly read that letter." Charlotte laughed again. "I suppose everything's pale about a ghost," she said stridently. "Oh, my child, don't say it." "Why shouldn't I say it, when even the bare walls cry it out? What difference does it make if her letters are illegible to you and me? If even you can see her face on that blank wall, why shouldn't he read her writing on this blank paper? Don't you see that she's everywhere in this house, and the closer to him because to everyone else she's become invisible?" Charlotte dropped into a chair and covered her face with her hands. A turmoil of sobbing shook her from head to foot. At length a touch on her shoulder made her look up, and she saw her mother-in-law bending over her. Mrs. Ashby's face seemed to have grown still smaller and more wasted, but it had resumed its usual quiet look. Through all her tossing anguish, Charlotte felt the impact of that resolute spirit.
Tomorrow, you'll see. There'll be some explanation tomorrow.
Charlotte cut her short. An explanation? Who's going to give it, I wonder? Mrs. Ashby drew back and straightened herself heroically.
Kenneth himself will, she cried out in a strong voice.
Charlotte said nothing, and the old woman went on.
But meanwhile, we must act. We must notify the police. Now, without a moment's delay, we must do everything, everything.
Charlotte stood up slowly and stiffly. Her joints felt as cramped as an old woman's. Exactly as if we thought it could do any good to do anything? Resolutely, Mrs. Ashby cried,
Yes!
And Charlotte went up to the telephone and unhooked the receiver. Venetian Masks by Adolfo, Bioy, Casares. In 1931, Adolfo Bioy Casares, age 17, met Borges, age 32. Bioy wanted to become a writer. If you want to write, said Borges, don't mess around with publishing companies or literary magazines. Just read and write. The advice bore fruit, and 9 years later, Bioy published The Invention of Morel, a novel which Borges described as perfect. Their friendship led to stories written in collaboration under the pen name Bustos Domecq, stories full of humor and brilliant wordplay. Silvina Ocampo, a talented writer and Bioy's wife, says that she can tell when they are working together by the howls of laughter that echo through the apartment. One afternoon in 1939, Bioy, Borges, and Silvina planned a story, never to be written, set in France. The hero was a young literary gentleman who, intrigued by the secret reputation of a writer who had recently died, decided to look up the man's works. With difficulty the hero found all the master's publications, a speech consisting of a series of well-written clichés, a brochure in praise of the academician's sword, a brief essay dedicated to the memory of Nisard on the fragments of Varro's treatise on the Latin tongue, a wreath of sonnets, severe both in its form and its content. Unable to reconcile these writings, so cold and barren, with the author's reputation, the hero decided to look farther. He arrived at the castle in which the master had spent his last years and gained access to his papers. He discovered a pile of brilliant first drafts, hopelessly mutilated. Finally, he came upon a list of things that a writer must avoid. Bioy says that he copied out the list they then invented on the end papers of Dunn's An Experiment with Time. Among the prohibitions are included psychological curiosities and paradoxes, murderers through kindness, suicides for happiness' sake, surprising interpretations of literary works and characters, Don Juan's loathing of women, etc. Couples of evidently dissimilar characters, Sherlock Holmes and Watson, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Characters made different from one another through their little peculiarities, as in Dickens. Novelty and surprise, trick stories. The search for what has not yet been said seems an unworthy task for a poet in a cultured society. Civilized readers will not be pleased with the incivility of having a surprise sprung upon them. Pretentious distortions of space and time. Faulkner, Borges, Bioy Casares. The discovery that in a certain book the true hero is the jungle, the sea, the weather, the surplus value theory. Writing books of which someone may say this. Poems, situations, characters with which the reader may identify himself. Phrases currently used or which may become catchphrases or quotations because they are inconsistent with a coherent text. Characters that may become myths. Characters, scenes, words typical of a certain place or of a certain historical moment, local color. Chaotic enumeration. Richness of vocabulary. Any word chosen as a synonym. Inversely, the mot juste, any effort to be precise. Vivid descriptions. Physically rich worlds, as in Faulkner. Background, atmosphere, surroundings. Tropical heat, drunkenness, voices on the radio, words repeated as a refrain. Meteorological beginnings and endings. Meteorological and spiritual coincidences. Le vent se lève. Il faut tenter de vivre. The wind is rising. We must try and live. Metaphors in general. In particular, visual metaphors, and especially agricultural, naval, banking metaphors. See Proust. Any anthropomorphism. Novels in which the plot runs parallel with that of another book. James Joyce's Ulysses. Books that pretend to be menus, albums, itineraries, concerts. Anything that may suggest illustrations. Anything that may inspire a film. Disapproval or praise in critical writings. Nothing is more naive than those dealers in the obvious who proclaim the ineptitude of Homer, Cervantes, Milton, Molière. In critical writings, all historical or biographical references. The author's personality. Psychoanalysis. Family scenes or erotic scenes in detective novels. Dramatic scenes in philosophical dialogues. Satisfying the reader's expectations. Sob stories and eroticism in romantic novels. Puzzles and death in detective stories. Ghosts in fantastic stories. Vanity, modesty, homosexuality, lack of homosexuality, suicide. And so the list continues until it encompasses the whole of literature. When I hear people talk about psychosomatics as if it were a real and unavoidable phenomenon, I say to myself with bitterness that life is more intricate than they suppose. I do not try to convince them, but I cannot unlearn my own experience. For years I drifted aimlessly from one love affair to another. Not many affairs for so long a period, and those few proved both incongruous and unhappy. Then I met Daniela, and I knew my search had ended, that everything I could hope for had been granted. It was at that time, too, that I began to suffer from feverish spells. I remember the doctor's first visit. "I suspect your ganglions are to blame for this temperature," he announced. "I'll prescribe something to bring it down." I took his words as an encouragement, but as he wrote out the prescription, I asked myself whether the fact that he was giving me something for the symptoms meant that he was not giving me anything for the disease because it was incurable. I realized that if I did not dispel my doubts, I would have to prepare myself for a future full of anxiety, but that if I did ask, I was risking an answer that would make the rest of my life impossible to bear. The thought of such drawn-out uncertainty seemed too tiresome, and I plucked up courage to ask the question. "Incurable?" he answered. "No, not necessarily. There are cases, I can say, there have been cases, of recovery." "Of total recovery?" "You've said it. Look, I'll put my cards on the table. In cases like yours, a doctor is apt to do everything he can to raise his patient's hopes. But, and pay attention, this is important, of the recovery in previous cases I have absolutely no doubts. What remains unclear are the reasons, why and how the cure came about." "So there's no treatment?" "Of course there is. Palliative treatment." "That sometimes results in a cure?" He did not say no, and in that imperfect hope I placed my will to be cured. It seemed certain that the examination had been far from encouraging, and yet when I left the surgery I did not know what to think. I felt in no fit state to draw conclusions, as if I had received news which, for lack of time, I had not read closely. I felt less sad than overwhelmed. In 2 or 3 days the treatment rid me of the fever. It left me a little weak or tired, and perhaps because of that I accepted the doctor's diagnosis literally. Then I felt well, even better than before the illness, and I told myself that doctors are not always right in their diagnosis, that maybe I would not suffer another attack. I said to myself, if it were to happen again, I would be noticing some preliminary symptoms, but the truth is that I feel better than ever before. I will not deny that I nursed a clear inclination to disbelieve in my illness. It was probably my way of defending myself against forebodings or worrying about its influence on my future with Daniela. I had become accustomed to happiness, and life without her seemed unimaginable. I used to say to Daniela that 100 years were not enough to look at her, not enough for being together. My exaggerations reflected my feelings. I enjoyed her telling me about her experiments. Spontaneously I pictured biology, her subject, as an enormous river flowing between prodigious revelations. Thanks to a grant, Daniela had studied in France with Jean Rostand and with Leclerc,
his no less famous colleague. Describing the project on which Leclerc was then working, Daniela used the word carbon copy. Rostand, on the other hand, was investigating the possibilities of anabolic acceleration. I remember saying, "I don't even know what anabolic means." "All living creatures go through 3 stages," Daniela explained. "The anabolic, or period of growth, then a more or less long plateau, adulthood, and finally the catabolic stage, or period of decline. Rostand imagined that if we spent fewer years growing, we would gain many more useful years of life." "How old is he?" "He's almost 80, but don't think he's an old man. All his female students fall in love with him." Daniela smiled. Without looking at her, I answered, "I, if I were Rostand, would dedicate my efforts to delay, even suppress the catabolic stage. And I don't say this because I think he's old." Rostand shares your opinion, but he maintained that in order to understand the mechanisms of decline, it is imperative to understand the mechanisms of growth. A few weeks after my first attack, Daniela received a letter from her professor. When she read it to me, I felt truly gratified. I was tremendously pleased that a man so famous for his intelligence should show such affection and esteem for Daniela. He had written to ask her to attend the forthcoming biology congress in Montevideo, where she would meet one of the researchers in his team, a certain Dr. Prue or Prio, who would bring her up to date on their work. "How shall I tell him that I don't want to go?" Daniela asked me. She always thought these international seminars and congresses were useless. "I know of no one less keen on appearing in public. Don't you think it would be ungrateful to say no to Rostand?" "I owe him all I know." "Then don't refuse. I'll come with you." I remember the scene as if I saw it now. Daniela threw herself into my arms, whispered a nickname, which I will not mention, all nicknames which are not one's own sound ridiculous, and cried gleefully, "A week in Uruguay with you! What fun!" She paused, and added, "Especially if there were no Congress." She let herself be convinced. The day of departure I woke with a temperature, and by mid-morning I felt dreadful. If I did not want to be a millstone round Daniela's neck, I would have to give up the journey. I admit I hoped for a miracle, and it was not until the very last minute that I told her I was not going. She accepted my decision, but unhappily. "A whole week without you, just so as not to miss that boring old Congress. Why in the world didn't I say no to Rostand?" Suddenly it was late. We kissed good-bye in a hurry, which left me with a feeling of bewilderment tinged with sadness. Bewilderment and forlornness. To make myself feel better, I tried to remember how lucky I had been, not having had enough time to explain to her the extent of my illness. Perhaps I imagined that if I didn't talk about it, I would be giving it less importance. The illusion did not last long. I felt so sick that I became totally disheartened. I realized I was seriously ill and that my illness had no cure. The fever gave way to the treatment with more difficulty than the first time, and left me nervous and exhausted. When Daniela returned, I was delighted, but I probably looked a sight because she asked me more than once how I was feeling. I had intended not to talk about my illness, but noticing or imagining in her words a veiled remonstrance for not having accompanied her to Montevideo, I reminded her of the doctor's diagnosis. I only gave her the bare essentials, leaving aside the cases of recovery which in all probability had simply been mentioned by the doctor to mitigate the terrible truth. "What are you suggesting?" Daniela asked. "That we stop seeing each other?" "I haven't got the courage to say it, but there's something I can't forget. The day you met me I was a whole healthy man. Today I am someone else." "I don't understand," she answered. I tried to explain to her that I had no right to burden her with an invalid, and she took my speculations or scruples to mean that I had reached a firm decision. She said in a low voice, "All right." We did not argue because Daniela believed in respecting other people's decisions, but mainly because she was angry. That was our last day together. I reflected sadly. It's for the best. Even if Daniela's absence will seem terrible to me, it would be worse to close my eyes to the facts, tire her out, begin to notice her weariness and her desire to leave. The illness might force me to give up my job at the paper. Then Daniela would not only have to put up with me, but keep me as well. I recalled a comment she had made, which at the time I had thought funny. Daniela had said,
How tiresome those people who are forever fond of fighting and making up. I did not, therefore, dare try and make up. I did not go to see her or phone her. Nevertheless, I tried to set up a chance meeting. I had never before walked so much through Buenos Aires. When I left the paper at night, I could not resign myself to going home and postponing until the next day the possibility of meeting her. I would sleep badly and wake up as if I had not slept at all, certain that on that day I would come across her, simply because I did not have the strength to go on living without her. In the midst of these anxious expectations, I heard that Daniela had left for France. I told Hector Massey, a lifelong friend, what had happened. He reflected out loud. "You know, people disappear. You break off with someone, and then you never see the person again. It happens all the time. Buenos Aires without Daniela is another city. If you really think so, maybe you'll find the following piece of information helpful. I read it in some magazine. In other cities there are sometimes doubles of the people we know here." Maybe he said it just to divert my attention. He must have guessed my irritation, because he apologized. "I understand what it must be like to give up Daniela. You'll never meet another woman like her." I do not like talking about my private life, but I have discovered that, sooner or later, I end up discussing all my problems with Massey. Probably I look for his approval because I consider him to be both honest and equitable, and because he will not let personal feelings stand in the way of his opinions. When I told him about my last words with Daniela, he looked up the illness to see whether the symptoms actually were as I had described them, and then he said he agreed with me. He added, "You'll never find Daniela again." "I know that all too well," I said. I have thought many times that my friend's naive insensitivity was an advantage, because it allowed him to express his opinions with utter sincerity. The people who consult him professionally, Massey is a lawyer, praise him for saying what he thinks, and for having a clear, straightforward view of the facts. I spent years secluded in my nightmare. I hid my illness as something shameful, and I believed, perhaps rightly, that if I could not see Daniela, it was not worth seeing anyone. I avoided Massey himself. One day I heard that he was somewhere in the States or in Europe. During working hours at the paper, I tried to keep away from my colleagues. In spite of everything, I hoped for something I could not put into words, and the expectation helped me overcome my affliction and adjust my life to the unflinching goal of rebuilding the crumbled sandcastle of my health. I hoped against hope for a cure, never mind when, and to be again with Daniela. Not content with hoping, I used my imagination. I dreamt of our meeting. Like a demanding film director, I rehearsed the scene again and again, to make it more triumphant, more moving. Many think that intelligence is a stumbling block on the road to happiness. The real stumbling block is our own imagination. From Paris came the news that Daniela had given herself over completely to her work, her biological experiments. I approved. I never felt jealous of either Rostand or Leclerc. I think I began to recover. An invalid lives in a continuous sway, from high hopes to disappointments. During the day, I no longer thought much about my next attack, and my nights were less full of anxiety. One morning, very early, the doorbell woke me. I opened the door. There was Massey. As far as I could make out, he had just arrived from France and had come straight away to see me, without first stopping at his place. I asked him if he had seen her. He said yes. The silence that followed was so long that I wondered whether Massey's presence was not somehow related to Daniela. Then he told me that he had come back with the single purpose of letting me know that they had just got married. The surprise, the confusion left me speechless. At last I excused myself, saying that I had an appointment with the doctor. I looked so sick he must have believed me. I never doubted that Massey had acted in good faith. He must have thought that he was not actually depriving me of anything, because it had been I who had left Daniela. When he said that their marriage should not be an obstacle to our meeting as before, I had to explain to him that it might be better if we let some time go by before we met again. I did not tell him that his marriage would not last. I reached that conviction not because I bore them a grudge, but because I knew all too well the people involved. Of course I was burning with indignation. A few months later, I heard that they had separated. Neither of them returned to Buenos Aires. As to my hopeful recovery, one of many, it turned out to be an illusion, and I kept on plodding through my dreary daily life, in which the feverish spells alternated with periods of promising improvement. The years passed quickly, perhaps I should say numbly. 10 years. 10 years swept along by the dizzy repetition of almost identical weeks. 2 facts proved, however, that time still existed. My health improved yet again. Once more I imagined that this was finally the recovery, and I heard that Massey and Daniela were going to give their marriage a second chance. So many months passed without fever that I began to wonder whether I was not cured. While Massey and Daniela had been separated for so many years that the news of their getting together again surprised me. To boast of my recovery, I thought I should change my routine, break away from the past. Perhaps a trip to Europe would be the best solution. I went to see the doctor. I carefully thought out the words I would use to tell him of my plans. I did not want to leave myself open to a possible objection. The truth is that I was afraid he might dissuade me for the best or the worst of reasons. Without taking his eyes off my clinical history, he muttered, "It seems like an excellent idea." He stared at me as if he wished to say something, but the ringing phone caught his attention. He had a long conversation. In the meantime, I remembered, somewhat to my surprise, that on my first visit I had seen that surgery as part of an evil dream, and the doctor, now it seemed incredible, as an enemy. Remembering all this, I felt sure of myself, but suddenly I thought of an alarming possibility. What was he trying to say? Could I swear that his words were an excellent idea? And if they were, had he perhaps said them ironically? My anxiety was dispelled when the doctor hung up. "Not only the physical part is important," he explained. "Just now a trip to Europe would do you more good than all the medicines I could prescribe you." Several circumstances, among them a temporary strengthening of the Argentine peso, allowed me to undertake the trip. Fate seemed to be on my side. I thought that the pleasure of staying indefinitely in almost any place in the world would prevent me from falling for the classical tourist routine favored by agencies: 2 days in Paris, a night in Nice, lunch in Genoa, etc. But a certain impatience, as that of someone in search of something or someone escaping something, the illness close to my heels, forced me to continue my journey hardly a day after having arrived in the most delightful places. I continued in my absurd haste until one afternoon towards the end of December, drifting down a canal in a gondola. Now I ask myself if it was not a boat full of tourists and luggage, what matter? I entered Venice and found myself in a state of mind which combined in perfect harmony exultation and peace. I cried out, "Here I'll stay! This is what I was looking for!" I got off at the Mocenigo Hotel, where a room had been reserved for me. I remember I slept well, anxious, however, for morning to come so that I could get up and see Venice. All at once it seemed to me that a faint light rimmed the window. I ran and looked out. Dawn was glittering on the Grand Canal, and was drawing the Rialto from the shadows. A damp cold made me close the window and seek refuge under the blankets. As soon as I felt warmer, I leapt from bed. After a light breakfast, I took a hot bath, and with no further delay set out to walk through the city. For an instant I thought I was in a dream. No, it was even stranger. I knew I was not dreaming, but I could find no explanation for what I was seeing. In good time all will be made clear, I said to myself without conviction, because I still felt puzzled. While 2 or 3 gondoliers were shouting and waving their hands to attract my attention, a harlequin rode past me in a motor-boat. Determined, I do not really know why, not to seem surprised, with feigned indifference, I asked one of the men how much he charged for a ride to the Rialto, and with a hesitant step I entered the gondola. We set off in the opposite direction from the masked harlequin. Seeing the palaces on both sides of the canal, I thought to myself, it seems as if Venice had been built like an endless series of stage sets. And yet, why is it that the first thing I see on leaving my hotel is a harlequin? Perhaps to convince me that I am in a theatre and to charm me even more. Of course, if I were suddenly to meet Massey here, I would hear him say that everything in this world is grey and mediocre, and that Venice dazzles me because I came here expecting to be dazzled. Only after passing more masks and a second harlequin did I remember that it was Carnival. I mentioned to the gondolier that it surprised me to see that many people dressed up so early in the day. If I understood him correctly, the man's accent was rather strong, he said that they were all heading for the Piazza San Marco, where there would be a costume competition at noon, and that I should not miss it, because the prettiest Venetian ladies would be there, and that they were famous all over the world for their beauty. Maybe he imagined I was terribly ignorant, because he called out the name of the costumes we passed, spelling out the syllables to make himself clear. Pant-a-loon, Columbine, Harlequin. Of course there were some I would not have recognized. Il Dottore, with glasses and a long nose. Meneghino, wearing a tie with white stripes. Another, frankly disagreeable, Plague or La Malatia, and one I cannot remember well, called Brighella or something of the sort. I got out near the Rialto Bridge. At the post office I sent a card to my doctor. Dear Dottore, wonderful trip. I'm feeling splendid. All the best. And then I walked down the Merceria towards the Piazza San Marco, glancing at the passing masks as if I were looking for one in particular. Not without reason it is said that if we suddenly remember someone, after a while we will meet him. On a bridge near a church, San Giuliano o Salvatore, I almost knocked Massey over. I cried out, "You here!" We have been living in Venice for some time now. When did you arrive? I did not answer immediately, because the plural upset me. The simple allusion to Daniela was enough to cast a shadow over me, and I had thought the old wounds had healed. In the end I muttered, "Last night." "Why not come and stay at our place? We've got plenty of room." "I'd have loved to, but tomorrow I'm leaving for Paris." I lied, because I was not certain of how the meeting would affect me. If my wife knows you were in Venice, and that you left without seeing her, she'd never forgive me. Tonight they're showing Catalini's Lorelei at La Fenice. I don't like opera. Who cares about opera? The important thing is spending some time together. Come to our box. You'll enjoy it. It's a gala performance because of the carnival, and people will go all dressed up. I don't like getting dressed up. Very few men do. The ones who dress up are the women. I must have thought I had done enough, and that if Massey kept on insisting I would not be able to refuse much longer. I believe it was then that I discovered that the secret stimulus of my journey had been the hope of meeting Daniela. Now, knowing she was in Venice, the idea of leaving without seeing her seemed to me a sacrifice beyond my will. "We'll pick you up at your hotel." "No, I'll get there on my own. Just leave my ticket at the box office." He insisted I be on time, because if I arrived after the first note had been struck, I would not be able to get in until the end of the first act. I felt tempted to ask about Daniela, but found myself filled with fear and loathing that Massey should pronounce her name. We said goodbye. Of course I forgot all about the costume competition. Daniela and the thrill of seeing her again were my only concerns. On and off, in sharp stabs, I had flashes of what would be at risk during the meeting. After all my suffering, I would rekindle a pain which, even though it had not vanished, had at least become dull. Did I hope to find a way, in a moment in the theatre box, at the opera, to win Daniela back? Would I do that to Massey? Why think about impossibilities? The very expectation of seeing Daniela was enough to seal my fate. When I arrived, the performance had begun. An usher led me to the box, one of the kind called balconies. Upon opening the door, the first thing I saw was Daniela, dressed as Columbine, eating chocolate. Beside her was Massey. Daniela was smiling at me, and behind her mask, which she did not take off, as I longed for her to do, her eyes sparkled. She whispered, "Pull up a chair." "I'm all right here," I answered. Not to make noise, I sat on the first chair I could find. "You won't see a thing," said Massey. I passed from bliss to dull annoyance at Massey's presence in the box. A soprano began to sing, "Vieni, Dei Vieni," and Daniela, fascinated, turned towards the stage with her back to me. No doubt unjustly, I thought that the woman of my life, after an interminable separation, had granted me, lent is maybe a better word, her attention for less than a minute. More remarkable still, sadder perhaps, was the fact that I reacted with indifference. I felt so far from her that I even managed to concentrate on the star-crossed loves of Anna, Walter, and Lorelei,
who out of spite and to obtain magical powers marries a river, the Rhine, if I remember correctly. At first, the only similarity I found between the story on the stage and my own was that it concerned 3 people. I needed no more to follow it with extraordinary interest. At times, however, I felt bewildered. I found myself in an unforeseen situation which I thought somewhat scandalous. Daniela and I looked at each other as if we were strangers. Even worse, I wanted to leave. During the intermission, Daniela asked, "Who will be an angel and bring me more of these chocolates? They sell them across the road in the cafe on the piazza." "I'll go," I hastened to answer. To my annoyance, I heard Massey announce, "I'll come with you." Surrounded by masks and gentlemen in black ties, we walked slowly down the marble staircase. We ran across the piazza because it was cold. In the cafe, Massey chose a table by the door. A girl in a hoop skirt, a dressed-up nobleman, and a turbaned Turk came in and stood close to us, joking. "I don't like the draught," I said. "Let's change tables." We chose one at the back. The waiter immediately took our order. A strega for me, coffee and the chocolates for Massey. We hardly talked, as if there were only one subject and it were forbidden. When the time came to pay for the bill, there were no free tables left. In spite of our calls, the waiters just sailed by. The cold had brought the people indoors. Suddenly, among the buzz of the many voices, we heard one unmistakable voice. We both looked towards the door. I do not know why, but I think we both had the slightest hesitation, as if each of us had felt that he had been surprised by the other. At our first table, others had been pulled up to it, I saw several harlequins, pantaloons, and 2 or 3 young girls dressed as Columbine. I immediately knew which one was Daniela. The luster of her eyes watching me from behind the mask left no room for doubt. Visibly nervous, Massey looked at his watch. "It's about to start." In my mind, I prayed that he would not go on with his story about not being able to get in if we were late. What he said made me even angrier. "Why don't you go and wait for me in the box?" Who does he think he is, shoving me aside just because Daniela is here? I thought indignantly. After a moment, I reconsidered. Every man sees things his own way, and maybe Massey felt he was within his rights because he had married her after I had let her go. I said, "I'll take her the chocolates." He handed them over a little doubtfully, as if my request had baffled him. When I came up to her table, Daniela looked me in the eyes and whispered, "Tomorrow, here, at this time." She also said another word, a nickname she alone knew. In a halo of happiness, I left the bar. As if a curtain had been drawn open, I asked myself why it had taken me so long to understand that in the box Daniela had shown herself distant to better disguise her feelings. Suddenly I realized that I had not given her the chocolates, and I was about to turn when I thought that if I reappeared with them I would perhaps add a touch of the ridiculous to an otherwise wonderful moment. Of one thing I am certain. I did not stand too long in the piazza because it was too cold, and once in the theatre I went straight back to our box. So I was surprised to see Daniela there, sitting as we had left her, her elbows on the red velvet of the railing. One would have said that in all that time she had not changed her position. I managed to hand over the chocolates, but I felt very confused. A suspicion, a stupid hunch. I remembered that in the morning Massey had not said Daniela, but my wife, suddenly urged me to ask her to take off her mask. To steady myself, I fixed my attention on the movements of her hands, which first pulled back the sleeves of her costume, and then tied up her slightly ruffled hair. How I longed for days gone by. It was not necessary, I thought, for her to take off her mask. Only Daniela had such grace. I was about to dissuade her, but Daniela had already unmasked her face. Even though I always remembered her as incomparable, as unique, the perfection of her beauty dazzled me. I whispered her name. I regretted it almost immediately. Something strange had taken place. That word, so loved, here, at this very moment, made me sad. The world became incomprehensible. In the midst of my confusion, I had a second hunch, which I found highly disagreeable. Twins? As if I had opened the door for a suspicion that had to be confirmed at once, I stood up carefully not to be heard, and crept out into the corridor. Even as I crossed the threshold, I asked myself if I was not making a mistake, if I was not being unfair to Daniela. I turned back and whispered, "I'll be back." I ran down the horseshoe corridor that surrounded the boxes. As I was about to set foot on the stairs, I saw Massey climbing slowly, and I hid behind a group of masks. If they had asked me what I was doing, I would not have had an acceptable answer. Perhaps they did not notice my presence. Before Massey had reached the door of the box, I pushed my way past the masks and ran down the stairs. Like someone plunging into freezing water, I entered the piazza. When I reached the café, I noticed there were fewer people, and that Daniela's chair was empty. I asked another girl dressed up as Columbine. "She just left with Massey," she said. She must have noticed my bewilderment, because she added kindly, "She's probably not far away. Maybe you can catch up with her through the Passage della Veste." I set off, determined to overcome all difficulties and find her at all costs. I felt healthy. I could put all my energy into achieving that one goal. Probably my strength came from my urgent desire to regain Daniela, the true Daniela, and to prove to her that I loved her, and that if I had once abandoned her, it had not been for want of love. I wanted to prove it to Daniela and to the world. On the second street I turned right. Everyone else seemed to turn there. I felt a sharp pain, a blow that cut my breath. It was the cold. I had discovered that if I thought about the illness, I became ill. So to think about something else, I said to myself that we Argentines are not as brave as the Venetians, that on a night like this we do not roam the streets. I was trying to walk as fast as I could, while scrutinizing, as far as possible, the women dressed in black, as well as, of course, the women dressed as Columbine. Opposite a church, I felt sure I recognized her, but when I drew near, I found it was someone else. The disappointment made me physically ill. I mustn't let myself fall into despair, I said to myself. Not to lose heart. I thought how funny it was that unintentionally I was literally expressing my true feelings. With difficulty I managed not to fall. I did not want to draw anyone's attention to me or lean on somebody's arm, fearful of meeting some good Samaritan who would insist on delaying me. As soon as I felt I could manage, I carried on. I was trying to overtake the ceaseless flow drifting in my direction, and to avoid the crowds coming the opposite way. I tried hard to catch the eye of every woman dressed as Columbine, and to make out her face beneath the mask. There were so many that in spite of my efforts I missed a few. I made my way among the crowd. A harlequin stepped aside, laughed, and yelled something at me, probably imitating the gondoliers. I saw myself as a ship cutting its way with its prow. In that dream-like image the ship's figurehead and my own head became one. I put a hand to my brow. It was burning. I began to say to myself that even though it sounded strange, it was the beating of the waves that created the heat. Then I fainted. The days that followed were hazy, days of dreaming, both asleep and awake. From time to time I believed myself to be awake at last, hoping that the dreams, troublesome because of their persistence, would vanish once and for all. But I was always disappointed. Perhaps because real happenings, worrying and difficult to admit, would provoke with the fever new deliriums. To top my anxious uncertainty, I did not recognize the room I lay in. A woman who looked after me with motherly efficiency, and whom I had never seen before, told me we were at the Hotel La Fenice. The woman's name was Euphemia, and I called her Saint Euphemia. I think that on a couple of occasions a certain Dr. Kurtz came to see me. On the first he explained that he lived just around the corner in the very heart of Venice, at I do not know what number of Thubera, and that if I needed him I was to call him at any hour of the night. On the second occasion he said I was cured. When he left, I realized I had not asked him for his bill, which worried me because I was afraid I would not remember his address. I would forget to pay, or I would not find him if I looked for him like a character in a dream. He seemed like the typical old-fashioned family doctor, a little unreal perhaps in our times, but then everything in Venice has that quality. One afternoon I asked Euphemia how I had arrived at La Fenice. She answered by avoiding the question, and emphatically insisting that during my illness, even twice a day, both Mr. and Mrs. Massey had come to see me. Immediately I remembered the visits, or rather saw in a limpid dream Massey and Daniela. The worst thing about the fever, its effects had not changed, was that my mental images had a life of their own. The fact that willpower had no effect on them made me anxious, like a hint of madness. That afternoon I remembered some of the Masseys' visits. I saw them as if they were sitting by my sick-bed.
I also saw Daniela in the theatre box eating chocolates, and then a mask leaning over me and talking, a mask which I easily identified. Reliving or dreaming the scene disturbed me so much that at first I did not make out the words of the mask. At the very moment I was asking her to repeat them, she disappeared. Massey had come into the room. The disappearance distressed me, because I preferred to have Daniela in my dreams rather than meet her face to face. But Massey's presence woke me up completely. A blessing, perhaps, because I began to feel less lost. My friends spoke to me as frankly as usual, as if I were healthy and able to face the truth. I tried to match his trust. He told me something that of course I already knew, that after our separation, Daniela was never the same woman. "I've never been unfaithful to her," I pointed out. "That's true. And she confesses she never really believed in your illness till she found you lying there on the street." Suddenly angry, I said, "Now she tries to make amends by calling in a good nurse and a good doctor. Don't ask for what she can't give you. You know what's wrong. She doesn't understand that I love her. He told me not to be presumptuous, and that she had loved me when I left her. I argued. I was ill. He said love demanded the impossible, adding, "As you yourself are now proving with your demands for her to come back to you. She won't, you know." I asked him why he was so sure, and he said because of his own relationship with her. I said with barely disguised irritation, "That's not the same." "Of course," he said. "I didn't leave her." I stared at him, amazed, because for a moment I thought he would break down. He assured me Daniela had suffered very much, and that after her experience with me she could not fall in love again, not as before. Not ever, you see. I did not hold back. I said, "Maybe she still loves me." "Of course she loves you, as a friend, as her best friend, so you could ask her to do for you what she did for me." Massey had pulled himself together. In a calm, relaxed tone of voice, he began a series of horrible explanations which I did not want to hear, and which, weak as I felt after my illness, I barely understood. He mentioned the so-called carbon copy offsprings, or doubles, or clones. He said that Daniela, together with Leclerc, had developed from one of her own cells, I think he used the word cell, but I cannot be sure, daughters identical to herself. Now I think it may have been just one. One was enough for the nightmare Massey was describing for me, and that she managed to accelerate its growth to such an extent that in less than 10 years she turned it into a splendid woman of 17 or 18. "Your Daniela?" I asked with unexpected relief. "It seems incredible, but she really is a woman made to measure. Identical to her mother, but, how shall I put it, so much more adequate for a man like me. I'll tell you something that may seem sacrilegious. I wouldn't change her for the original, even if I could. She's identical, but next to her I live in a different kind of peaceful bliss, in genuine serenity. If you knew how things really are, you'd envy me." To stop him from pressing me to accept a similar favor from Daniela, I said, "I'm not interested in an identical woman. I want her." He replied sadly, but firmly, "Then you'll get nothing. Daniela told me that when she saw your face in the café, she realized you still loved her. She thinks that to renew an old love is senseless. To avoid an unnecessary discussion, as soon as they told her you were out of danger, she left on the first available plane." Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. The Wish House, Rudyard Kipling. Borges asked me to read him the following story in Buenos Aires in 1972. I had met him years before at Pygmalion, the Anglo-German bookshop where I worked during the last term of high school, and where Borges used to come with his mother to buy Anglo-Saxon textbooks. I remember Borges' mother complaining that Georgie now spent his time studying this Anglo-Saxon rubbish instead of something useful, like Latin or Greek. When I returned to Buenos Aires, I went to see him, and he timidly suggested that perhaps, if I had nothing better to do, I could read Kipling to him. The first evening led to a second and third, and on through several months of intellectual delight, during which I felt I was reading the only copy of a dazzling annotated edition. Borges would constantly interrupt to remember an event long past, or to point out another meaning behind Kipling's words, a meaning he had probably carefully considered beforehand, in which he seemed to confide in order to commit it to memory. I submitted meekly to the task of becoming his notebook, and when we parted he gave me a copy of Stalky and Company from his school days. In Something of Myself, Kipling's autobiography, which Borges thinks should be called Very Little of Myself, Kipling comments on a reviewer's reaction to The Wish House. After many years, in 1924, I wrote a tale, The Wish House, about a woman of what was called temperament who loved a man and who also suffered from a cancer on her leg. The exact situation carefully specified. The review, in the Manchester Guardian, came to me with a jibe on the margin from a faithful friend. "You threw up a catch that time." The review said that I had revived Chaucer's wife of Bath, even to the mormal on her shinny. And it looked just like that, too. There was no possible answer, so, breaking my rule not to have commerce with any paper, I wrote to the Manchester Guardian and gave myself out, caught to leg. The reply came from an evident human being. I had thought red-hot linotypes composed their staff, who was pleased with the tribute to his knowledge of Chaucer. The new church visitor had just left after a 20 minutes call. During that time, Mrs. Ashcroft had used such English as an elderly, experienced, and pensioned cook should, who had seen life in London. She was the readier, therefore, to slip back into easy ancient Sussex, T's softening to D's as one warmed, when the bus brought Mrs. Fetley from 30 miles away for a visit, that pleasant March Saturday. The two had been friends since childhood, but of late destiny had separated their meetings by long intervals. Much was to be said, and many ends, loose since last time, to be ravelled up on both sides, before Mrs. Fetley, with her bag of quilt patches, took the couch beneath the window commanding the garden, and the football ground in the valley below. "Most folk got out at Bush Tie for the match there," she explained, "so there weren't no one for me to cushion again the last 5 mile. And she do just about bounce you." "You've took no hurt," said her hostess. "You don't brittle the agin', Liz." Mrs. Fetley chuckled and made to match a couple of patches to her liking. "No, or I'd have broke 20 year back. You can't ever mind when I was so's to be called round, can you?" Mrs. Ashcroft shook her head slowly. She never hurried, and went on stitching a sackcloth lining into a list-bound rush tool-basket. Mrs. Fetley laid out more patches in the spring light through the geraniums on the window-sill, and they were silent a while. "What likes this new visitor of yourn?" Mrs. Fetley inquired, with a nod toward the door. Being very short-sighted, she had, on her entrance, almost bumped into the lady. Mrs. Ashcroft suspended the big packing-needle judicially on high, ere she stabbed home. "Settin' aside she don't bring much news with her, yet I dunno as I've anything special agin her." "Ornet Keenslade," said Mrs. Fetley. "She's full of words and bitty, but you don't stay for answers. You can get on with your thoughts while she clacks." "Listen don't clack. She's aiming to be one of those high church nuns, like. Ourn's married. But, by what they say, she's made no great gains of it." Mrs. Fetley threw up her sharp chin. "Lord, how they damn cherubins do shake the very bones of the place." The tile-sided cottage trembled at the passage of 2 specially chartered 40-seat charabancs on their way to the Bush Tie match. A regular Saturday shopping bus for the county's capital fumed behind them, while from one of the crowded inns a 4th car backed out to join the procession and held up the stream of through pleasure traffic. "You're as free-tongued as ever, Liz," Mrs. Ashcroft observed. "Only when I'm with you. Otherwise, I'm granny, 3 times over. I lay that basket's for one of your grandchildren, ain't it?" "'Tis for Arthur, my Jane's eldest. But he ain't working nowheres, is he?" "No, 'tis a picnic basket." "You're let off light. My Willie, he's allus at me for money for them air-eated wash-poles folks put up in their gardens to draw the music from Lunnon, like. And I give it him, poor fool me." "And he forgets to give you the promised kiss after, don't he?" Mrs. Ashcroft's heavy smile seemed to strike inwards. "He do. No odds twixt boys now and 40 years back. Take all and give nowt. And we to put up with it. Poor fool we. 3 shillin' at a time Willie'll ask me for." "They don't make nothing of money these days," Mrs. Ashcroft said. "And only last week," the other went on, "me daughter, she ordered a 1/4 pound suet at the butcher's. She sent it back to him to be chopped. She said she couldn't bother with chopping it." "I lay he charged her, then." "I lay he did. She told me there was a whisk drive that afternoon at the Institute, and she couldn't bother to do the chopping." Mrs. Ashcroft put the last firm touches to the basket lining. She had scarcely finished when her 16-year-old grandson,
a maiden of the moment in attendance, hurried up the garden path, shouting to know if the thing were ready, snatched it, and made off without acknowledgment. Mrs. Fetley peered at him closely. "They're going picnicking somewheres," Mrs. Ashcroft explained. "Ah," said the other with narrowed eyes. "I lay he won't show much mercy to any he comes across, either. Now, who the deuce do he remind me of all of a sudden?" "They must look arter themselves, same as we did." Mrs. Ashcroft began to set out the tea. "No denying you could, Gracie," said Mrs. Fetley. "What's in your head now?" "Dunno. But it come over me sudden like. About that woman from Rye. I've slipped the name. Bardsley, wasn't it?" "Batten. Polly Batten you're thinking of." "That's it. Polly Batten. That day she had it in for you with a hay-fork. Time we was all haying at Smaldene for stealing her man." "But you heerd me tell her she had my leave to keep him." Mrs. Ashcroft's voice and smile were smoother than ever. "I did. And we was all looking that she'd prod the forks bang through your breasts when you said it." "No, she'd never go beyond bounds, Polly. She shruck too much for real doings." "Well, it seems to me," Mrs. Fetley said after a pause, "that a man twixt two fighting women is the foolishest thing on earth. Like a dog being called 2 ways. Maybe. But what set you off on those times, Liz?" "That boy's fashion of carrying his head in arms. I haven't rightly looked at him since he's growed. Your Jane never showed it, but him. Why, 'tis Jim Batten and his tricks come to life again. Eh?" "Maybe. There's some that would have made it out so, being barren-like themselves." "Oh-ho! Ah, well, dearie, dearie me now." "And Jim Batten's been dead this 27 years," Mrs. Ashcroft answered briefly. "Won't you draw up, Liz?" Mrs. Fetley drew up to buttered toast, currant bread, stewed tea, bitter as leather, some home-preserved pears, and a cold, boiled pig's tail to help down the muffins. She paid all the proper compliments. "Yes, I dunno as I've ever owed me belly much," said Mrs. Ashcroft thoughtfully. "We only go through this world once." "But don't it lay heavy on you sometimes?" her guest suggested. "Nurse says I'm a sight liker to die of me indigestion than me leg." For Mrs. Ashcroft had a long-standing ulcer on her shin, which needed regular care from the village nurse, who boasted, or others did for her, that she had dressed it 103 times already during her term of office. "And you that was so able, too. It's all come on you before you're full time, like. I've watched you going." Mrs. Fetley spoke with real affection. "Something's bound to find you sometime. I've me heart left me still," Mrs. Ashcroft returned. "You was always big-hearted enough for 3. That's something to look back on at the day's end." "I reckon you've had your back-lookings, too," was Mrs. Ashcroft's answer. "You know it. But I don't think much regarding such matters except when I'm along with you, Gra. Takes 2 sticks to make a fire." Mrs. Fetley stared, with jaw half dropped, at the grocer's bright calendar on the wall. The cottage shook again to the roar of the motor traffic, and the crowded football ground below the garden roared almost as loudly, for the village was well set to its Saturday leisure. Mrs. Fetley had spoken very precisely for some time without interruption, before she wiped her eyes. "And," she concluded, "they read his death notice to me out of the paper last month. Of course it wasn't any of my becoming concerns, that be I had set eyes on him for so long. Of course I couldn't say nor show nothing, nor I've no rightful call to go to Eastbourne to see his grave either. I've been scheming to slip over there by the bus some day, but they'd ask questions at home past endurance, so I haven't even that to stay me." "But you've had your satisfactions?" "God, yes. Those 4 years he was working on the rail near us. And the other drivers, they gave him a brave funeral, too. Then you've nowt to cast up about. Another cup of tea?" The light and air had changed a little with the sun's descent, and the 2 elderly ladies closed the kitchen door against chill. A couple of jays squealed and skirmished through the undraped apple trees in the garden. This time the word was with Mrs. Ashcroft, her elbows on the tea-table and her sick leg propped on a stool. "Well, I never! But what did your husband say to that?" Mrs. Fetley asked, when the deep-toned recital halted. "He said I might go what I pleased for all of him, but seeing he was bed-rid, I said I'd dend him out. He knowed I wouldn't take no advantage of him in that state." They lasted 8 or 9 weeks. Then he was took with a seizure like and laid stone still for days. Then he propped himself up a bed and says, "You pray no man'll ever deal with you like you've dealed with some." "And you," I says, "for you know, Liz, what a rover he was. It cuts both ways," says he. "But I'm death-wise, and I can see what's coming to you." He died a Sunday and was buried a Thursday. And yet I'd set a heap by him one time, or did I ever? "You never told me that before," Mrs. Fetley ventured. "I'm paying you for what you told me just now." Him being dead, I wrote up saying I was free for good to that Mrs. Marshall in Lunnon, which gave me my first place as kitchen maid. Lord, how long ago! She was well pleased, for they two was both getting on, and I knowed their ways. You remember, Liz, I used to go to him in service between whiles for years, when we wanted money, or when my husband was away, on occasion.
He did get that 6 months at Chichester, didn't he? Mrs. Fetley whispered. We never rightly won at the bottom of it.
He'd have got more, but the man didn't die.
None of your doing, was it, Gra?
No, 'twas the woman's husband this time. And so, my man being dead, I went back to them Marshalls as cook, to get me legs under a gentleman's table again, and be called with a handle to me name. That was the year you shifted to Portsmouth. Cosham, Mrs. Fetley corrected. There was a middling lot of new building being done there. My man went first and got the room, and I followed. Well, then, I was a year abouts in Lunnon, all at a breath, like 4 meals a day and living easy. Then, long towards autumn, they two went travelling like to France, keeping me on, for they couldn't do without me. I put the house to rights for the caretaker, and then I slipped down here to me sister Bessie. Me wages in me pockets, and all hands glad to be hold of me. That'd be when I was at Cosham, said Mrs. Fetley. You know, Liz, there wasn't no cheap dog pride to folk those days. No more than there was cinemas nor whisk drives. Man or woman 'ud lay hold of any job that promised a shilling to the backside of it, didn't they? I was all peaked up after Lunnon, and I thought the fresh airs 'ud serve me. So I took on at Smaldene, obliging with a hand at the early potato lifting, stubbing hens and such like. They'd have mocked me sore in my kitchen in Lunnon, to see me in men's boots and me petticoats all shorted. Did it bring you any good? Mrs. Fetley asked. 'Twasn't for that I went. You know as well as me that none happens to you till it has happened. Your mind don't warn you beforehand of the road you've took, till you're at the far end of it. We've only a back-went view of our proceedings.
Who was it?
Harry Mockler. Mrs. Ackroft's face puckered to the pain of her sick leg. Mrs. Fetley gasped. Harry? Bert Mockler's son? And I never guessed. Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. And I told myself, and I beleft it, that I wanted field work. What did you get out of it? The usuals. Everything at first. Worse than nowt after. I had signs and warning aplenty, but I took no heed of 'em. For we was burning rubbish one day, just when we'd come to know how 'twas with both of us. 'Twas early in the year for burning, and I said so. No, says he. The sooner that old stuff's off and done with, he says, the better. His face was harder'n rocks when he spoke. Then it came over me that I'd found me master, which I hadn't ever before. I'd allus owned him, like. Yes, yes, they're your'n or you're their'n, the other side. I like the right way best. I didn't, but Harry did. Long then it come time for me to go back to Lunnon. I couldn't. I clean couldn't. So I took and dipped a dollop of scalding water out of the copper one Monday morning over me left hand and arm. That stayed me where I was for another fortnight. Was it worth it? Said Mrs. Fetley, looking at the silvery scar on the wrinkled forearm. Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. And after that, we two made it up twixt us so's he could come to Lunnon for a job in a livery stable not far from me. He got it. I attended to that. There wasn't no talk nowhere. His own mother never suspicioned how 'twas. He just slipped up to Lunnon, and there we abode that winter, not half a mile t'other from each. You paid his fare and all, though, Mrs. Fetley spoke convincedly. Again Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. There wasn't much I didn't do for him. He was my master, and, oh, God help us, we'd laugh over it walking together after dark in them paved streets, and me corns fair wrenching in me boots. I'd never been like that before, nor he. Mrs. Fetley clucked sympathetically. And when did you come to the end? she asked. "When he paid it all back again, every penny. Then I knowed. But I wouldn't suffer myself to know. 'You've been mortal kind to me,' he says. 'Kind?' I said. 'Twixt us?' But he kept on telling me how kind I'd been, and he'd never forget it all his days. I held it from off of me for 3 evenings, because I would not believe. Then he talked about not being satisfied with his job in the stables, and the men there putting tricks on him, and all they lies which a man tells when he's leaving you. I heard him out, neither helping nor hindering. The last I took off a little brooch which he'd give me, and I says, 'That'll do. I ain't asking nown.' And I turned me round and walked off to me own sufferings. He didn't make 'em worse. He didn't come nor write after that. He slipped off there back home to his mother again."
"And how often did you look for him to come back?" Mrs. Fetley demanded mercilessly.
More'n once. Going over the streets we'd used, I thought the very pave-stones had struck out under me feet."
"Yes," said Mrs. Fetley.
"I dunno, but that don't hurt as much as aught else."
"And that was all you got?"
"No, 'twasn't. That's the curious part, if you believe it, Liz." "I do. I lay you're further off lying now than in all your life, Gra." "I am. And I suffered, like I'd not wished my most arrantest enemies to. God's own name. I went through the hoop that spring. One part of me was headaches, which I'd never known all me days before. Think of me with an headache. But I come to be grateful for 'em. They kept me from thinking."
"'Tis like a tooth," Mrs. Fetley commented. "It must rage and rug till it tortures itself quiet on you. And then there's nown left."
"I got enough left to last me all my days on earth. It come about through our charwoman's little girl. Sophie Ellis was her name. All eyes and elbers and hungry. I used to give her victuals. Otherwise, I took no special notice of her, and a sight less, of course, when me trouble about Harry was on me. But you know how little maids first feel it sometimes. She come to be crazy fond of me, pawing and cuddling all whiles, and I hadn't the heart to beat her off. One afternoon, early in spring 'twas, her mother had sent her round to scratchel up what victuals she could off of us. I was settin' by the fire, me apron over me head, half mad with the headache, and she slips in. I reckon I was middlin' short with her. 'Lor,' she says, 'is that all? I'll take it off you in 2 twos. I told her not to lay a finger on me, for I thought she'd want to stroke me forehead. And I ain't that meek. 'I won't touch you,' she says, and slips out again. She hadn't been gone 10 minutes, before me old headache took off quick as being kicked. So I went about my work. Presently Sophie comes back and creeps into my chair quiet as a mouse. Her eyes was deep in her head, and her face all drawed. I asked her what had happened. 'Nothing,' she says, 'only I've got it now.' 'Got what?' I says. 'Your headache,' she says, all hoarse and sticky-lipped. 'I've took it on me.' 'Nonsense,' I says. 'It went of itself when you was out. Lay still, and I'll make you a cup of tea.' 'Twon't do no good,' she says, 'till your time's up.' 'How long do your headaches last?' 'Don't talk silly,' I says, 'or I'll send for the doctor.' It looked to me like she might be hatching the measles. 'Oh, Mrs. Ashcroft,' she says, stretching out her little thin arms, 'I do love you.' There wasn't any holding agin that. I took her into me lap and made much of her. 'Is it truly gone?' she says. 'Yes,' I says, 'and if 'twas you took it away, I'm truly grateful.' ''Twas me,' she says, laying her cheek to mine. 'No one but me knows how.' And then she said she'd changed me headache for me at a wish house." "What?" Mrs. Fetley spoke sharply. "A wish house? No, I hadn't heard of such things either. I couldn't get it straight at first, but putting all together, I made out that a wish house had to be a house which had stood unlet and empty long enough for someone like to come and inhabit there. She said a little girl that she'd played with in the livery stables where Harry worked had told her so. She said the girl had belonged in a caravan that laid up a winters in Lunnon. Gypsy, I judge." "Oh, there's no saying what Gyppos know, but I've never heard of a wish house, and I know something," said Mrs. Fetley. "Sophie said there was a wish house in Wadlow's Road, just a few streets off, on the way to our green grocer's. All you had to do, she said, was to ring the bell and wish your wish through the slit of the letterbox. I asked her if the fairies give it to her. Don't you know, she says, there's no fairies in a wish-house. There's only a token.
Good Lord Almighty! Where did she come by that word? Cried Mrs. Fetley. What a token is the wraith of the dead, or worse still, of the living.
The caravan girl had told her, she said. Well, Liz, it troubled me to hear her, and lying in me arms she must have felt it. It's very kind of you, I says, holding her tight to wish me headache away. But why didn't you ask something nice for yourself? You can't do that, she says.
All you'll get at Wish House is leave to take someone else's trouble. I took Ma's headaches when she's been kind to me, but this is the first time I've been able to do aught for you. Oh, Mrs. Ashcroft, I do just about love you.
She goes on all like that. Liz, I tell you, my hair Ina almost stood on end to hear her. I asked her what like a token was.
I dunno, she says, but after you've ringed the bell, you'll hear it run up from the basement to the front door. Then say your wish, she says, and go away.
The token don't open your door to you then? I says.
Oh, no, she says. You only hear giggling like behind the front door. Then you say you'll take the trouble off of whoever it is you've chose for your love, and you'll get it, she says.
I didn't ask no more. She was too hot and fevered. I made much of her till it come time to light the gas, and a little after that, her headache, mine, I suppose, took off, and she got down and played with the cat.
Well, I never, said Mrs. Fetley. Did you follow it up, anyways?
She asked me to, but I wouldn't have no such dealings with a child.
What did you do, then?
Sat in me own room instead of the kitchen when me headaches come on. But it lay at the back of me mind.
'Twould. Did she tell you more of her?
No, besides what the Jippo girl had told her, she knew not, except that the charm worked. And next after that, in May 'twas, I suffered the summer out in London. 'Twas hot and windy for weeks, the streets stinking of dried horse-dung, blowing from side to side and lying level with the curb. We don't get that nowadays. I had me old day just before hopping, and come down here to stay with Bessie again. She noticed I'd lost flesh, and it was all poochy under the eyes.
Did you see Harry?
Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. The 4th, no, the 5th day. Wednesday 'twas. I knowed he was working at Smaldene again. I asked his mother in the street, bold as brass. She hadn't room to say much for Bessie, you know her tongue, was talking full clack. But that Wednesday I was walking with one of Bessie's children hanging on his skirts at the back shanter's tot. Presently I felt he was behind me on the footpath, and I knowed by his tread he'd changed his nature. I slowed, and I heard him slow. Then I fussed a piece with the child to force him past me like, so he had to come past. He just says good evening and goes on trying to pull himself together.
Drunk, was he?
Mrs. Fetley asked. Never. Shrunk and wizen, his clothes hanging on him like bags, and the back of his neck whiter than chalk. 'Twas all I could do not to open me arms and cry after him. But I swallered me spittle till I was back home again and the children abed. Then I says to Bessie after supper, what in the world's come to Harry Mockler? Bessie told me he'd been in a hospital for 2 months, long a-cutting his foot with a spade, mucking up the old pond at Smaldene. There was poison in the dirt, and it rooshed up his leg like and come out all over him. He hadn't been back to his job, cartering at Smaldene, more'n a fortnight. She told me the doctor said he'd go off likely with the November frosties, and his mother had told her that he didn't right to eat nor sleep and sweated himself into pools, no odds how chill he lay, and spit terrible o' mornings. Dearie me, I says, but maybe, hoping it'll set him right again. And I licked me thread point, and I fetched me needle's eye up to it, and I threads me needle under the lamp steady as rocks. And that night me bed was in the wash-house. I cried and I cried. And you know, Liz, for you've been with me in me throes, it takes summat to make me cry.
Yes, but childbearing is only just pain, said Mrs. Fetley.
I come round by cock-crow and dabbed cold tea in me eyes to take away the signs. Long towards next evening, I was setting out to lay some flowers on me husband's grave, for the look of the thing. I met Harry over against where the War Memorial is now. He was coming back from his horses, so he couldn't not see me. I looked him all over, and, Harry, I says, twixt me teeth, come back and rest up in London. I won't take it, he says, for I can give you nowt. I don't ask it, I says. By God's own name, I don't ask nown. Only come up and see a Lunnon doctor. He lifts his two heavy eyes at me. 'Tis past that, gra, he says. I've but a few months left. Harry, I says. My man, I says. I couldn't say no more. 'Twas all up in me throat. Thank you kindly, gra, he says. But he never says my woman. And he went on up street, and his mother, oh, damn her, she was watching for him. She shut the door behind him. Mrs. Fetley stretched an arm across the table and made to finger Mrs. Ashcroft's sleeve at the wrist, but the other moved it out of reach. So I went on to the churchyard with my flowers, and I remembered my husband's warning that night he spoke. He was death-wise, and it had happened as he said. But as I was setting down the jam pot on the grave mound, it came over me there was only one thing I could do for Harry. Doctor or no doctor, I thought I'd make a trial of it. So I did. Next morning a bill came down from my Lunnon greengrocer. Mrs. Marshall, she'd left me petty cash for such like, of course, but I told Bess 'twas for me to come and open the house. So I went up, afternoon train. But I know you hadn't. Hadn't you no fear? What for? There's nothing in front of me but my own shame and God's cruelty. Couldn't ever get Harry, or how could I? I knowed it must go on burning till it burned me out. Aye, said Mrs. Fetley, reaching for the wrist again, and this time Mrs. Ashcroft remitted. Yet it was a comfort to know I could try this for him. So I went and I paid the greengrocer's bill and put his receipt in my handbag, and then I stepped round to Mrs. Ellis, our char, and got the house keys and opened the house. First I made me bed to come back to, God's own name, me bed to lie upon. Next I made me a cup of tea and sat down in the kitchen thinking till long towards dusk. Terrible close 'twas. Then I dressed me and went out with the receipt in me handbag, feigning to study it for an address like. 14 Wadlow's Road was the place. A little basement kitchen house, in a row of 20-30 such, and titty strips of walled garden in front. The paint off the front door, and noun done to noun since ever so long. There wasn't hardly no one in the street except the cats. 'Twas ought to. I turned into the gate bold as brass. Up the steps I went, and I ringed the front door bell. She pealed loud, like a dew in an empty house. When she'd all ceased, I heard a cheer like, pushed back on the floor of the kitchen. Then I heard feet on the kitchen stairs like it might have been a heavy woman in slippers. He come up the stairs head, across the hall. I heard the bare boards creak under him, and at the front door they stopped. I stooped me to the letterbox slit, and I says, "Let me take everything bad that's in store for my man, Harry Mockler, for love's sake." Then, whatever 'twas t'other side the door let its breath out like, as if it had been holding it for to hear better. "Nothing was said to you?" Mrs. Fetley demanded. "Noun. She just breathed out, a sort of like. Then the steps went back and downstairs to the kitchen, all draggy, and I heard the cheer drawed up again." "You abode on the doorstep throughout all, gra?" Mrs. Ashcroft nodded. "Then I went away, and a man passing says to me, 'Didn't you know that house was empty?' 'No,' I says. 'I must have been given the wrong number.' And I went back to our house, and I went to bed, but I was fair flogged out. 'Twasn't too hot to sleep more'n snatches, so I walked me about, lying down betweens, till crack o' dawn. Then I went to the kitchen to make me a cup of tea, and I hitted myself just above the ankle in an old roasting jack of mine that Mrs. Ellis had moved out from the corner her last cleaning. And so, next after that, I waited till the Marshalls come back on a holiday." "Alone there? I'd have thought you'd had enough of empty houses," said Mrs. Fetley, horrified. "Oh, Mrs. Ellis and Sophie was running in and out soon's I was back, and 'twixt us we cleaned the house again top to bottom. There's allus a hand's turn more to do in every house. And that's how 'twas with me that autumn and winter in Lunnon." "Then noun hap overtook you for your doings?" Mrs. Ashcroft smiled. "No, not then. Long in November I sent Bessie 10 shillings. You was allus free-handed," Mrs. Fetley interrupted, "and I got what I paid for with the rest of the news. She said the hopping had set him up wonderful. He'd had 6 weeks of it, and now he was back again cartering at Smaldene. No odds to me how it had happened, as long as it had. But I dunno as my 10 shillings eased me much. Harry being dead, like, he'd have been mine till judgment. Harry being alive, he's like as not pick up with some woman middling quick. I raged over that. Come spring, I had something else to rage for. I'd growed a nasty little weeping boil like on me shin, just above the boot top, that wouldn't heal no shape. It made me sick to look at it, for I'm clean fleshed by nature. Chopped me all over with a spade, and I'd heal like turf. Then Mrs. Marshall, she set her own doctor at me. He said I ought to ha' come to him at first go-off, instead of drawing all manner of dyed stockings over it for months. He said I'd stood up too much to me work, for it was setting very close atop of a big swelled vein, like the head of the small of me ankle. Slow come, slow go, he says. Lay your leg up on high and rest it, he says, 'twill ease off. Don't let it close up too soon. You've got a very fine leg, Mrs. Ashcroft, he says. And he put wet dressings on it. He done right, Mrs. Fetley spoke firmly. Wet dressings to wet wounds. They draw the humours, same's a lamp wick draws the oil. That's true. And Mrs. Marshall was allus at me to make me set down more, and that nigh healed it up. And then after a while they packed me off down to Bessie's to finish the cure, for I ain't the sort to sit down when I ought to stand up. You was back in the village then, Liz. I was, but never did I guess. I didn't desire you to, Mrs. Ashcroft smiled. I saw Harry once or twice in the street, wonderful fleshed up and restored back. Then one day I didn't see him, and his mother told me one of his horses had lashed out and caught him on the hip, so he was abed and middling painful. And Bessie, she says to his mother 'twas a pity Harry hadn't a woman of his own to take the nursing off her. The old lady was mad. She told us that Harry had never looked after any woman in his born days, and as long as she was atop the moulds, she'd contrive for him till her 2 hands dropped off. So I knowed she'd do watchdog for me without asking for bones. Mrs. Fetley rocked with small laughter. That day, Mrs. Ashcroft went on, I'd stood on me feet nigh all the time, watching the doctor go in and out, for they thought it might be his ribs, too. That made my boil break again, issuing and weeping. But it turned out 'twasn't ribs at all, and Harry had a good night. When I heard that next morning, I says to myself, I won't lay 2 and 2 together yet. I'll keep me leg down a week, and see what comes of it. It didn't hurt me that day to speak of. Seemed more to draw the strength out of me like. And Harry had another good night. That made me persevere. But I didn't dare lay 2 and 2 together till the weekend. And then Harry come forth being almost himself again. Now't hurt outside nor in of him. I nigh fell on me knees in the wash-house when Bessie was up street. I've got you now, my man, I says. You'll take your good from me without knowing it till my life's end. Oh, God, send me long to live for Harry's sake, I says. And I dunno, that didn't still me ragin's. For good? Mrs. Fetley asked. They come back plenty times. But let be how 'twould. I knowed I was doing for him. I knowed it. I took and worked me pains on and off, like regulating me own range, till I learned to have 'em at my commandments. And that was funny, too. There were times, Liz, when my trouble 'ud all shrink and dry up like. First I used to try and fetch it on again, being fearful to leave Harry alone too long for anything to lay hold of. Presently I come to see that was a sign he'd do all right a while, and so I saved myself. How long for? Mrs. Fetley asked with deepest interest. I'd gone to better part of a year once or twice, with nown more to show than the little weeping core of it, like, all shrinked up and dried off. Then he'd inflame up for a warning, and I'd suffer it. When I couldn't no more, and I had to keep on going with my lunnin work, I'd lay me leg high on a chair till it eased. Not too quick. I knowed by the feel of it those times that Harry was in need. Then I'd send another 5 shillings to Bess, or something for the children to find out if maybe he'd took any hurt through my neglects. 'Twas so. Year in, year out I worked it that way, Liz, and he got as good from me without knowing, for years and years. But what did you get out of it, Gra? Mrs. Fetley almost wailed. Did you see him regular? Times, when I was here on me holidays, and more now that I'm here for good. But he's never looked at me, nor any other woman except his mother. Oh, I used to watch and listen. So did she.
Years and years, Mrs. Fetley repeated. Ah, where's he working at now?
Oh, he's give up carterin' quite a while. He's working for one of them big tractorizing firms, ploughing sometimes, and sometimes off with lorries, fur as Wales, I've heard. He comes home to his mother 'tween whiles, but I don't set eyes on him now for weeks on end. No odds. His job keeps him from continuing in one stay anywheres.
But just for the sake of saying something, suppose Harry did get married, said Mrs. Fetley.
Mrs. Ashcroft drew her breath sharply between her still, even, and natural teeth.
That ain't been required of me, she answered. I reckon my pains'll be counted agin that. Don't you, Liz?
It ought to be, dearie, it ought to be.
It do hurt sometimes. You shall see it when nurse comes. She thinks I don't know it's turned.
Mrs. Fetley understood. Human nature seldom walks up to the word cancer.
Be you certain sure, Gra? She asked. I was sure of it when old Mr. Marshall led me up to his study and spoke a long piece about my faithful service. I've obliged him on and off for a goodish time, but not enough for a pension. But they give me a weekly allowance for life. I knew what that signified, as long as 3 years ago. That don't prove it, Gra. To give 15 bob a week to a woman who'd lived 20 year in the course of nature, it do.
You mistook, Mrs. Fetley insisted.
Liz, there's no mistaking when the edges are all heaped up, like same as a collar. You'll see it. And I laid out Dora Wickwood, too. She had it under the armpit, like.
Mrs. Fetley considered a while and bowed her head in finality.
How long do you reckon 'twill allow you, counting from now, dearie?
Slow come, slow go. But if I don't set eyes on you afore next hoppin', this'll be good-bye, Liz.
Dunno as I'll be able to manage by then. Not thout I have a little dog to lead me. Or the children, they won't be troubled, and... Oh, Gra, I'm blinding up.
Oh, that was why you didn't more'n finger with your quilt patches all this while. I was wondering. But the pain do count, don't you think, Liz? The pain do count to keep Harry where I want him. Say it can't be wasted like.
I'm sure of it, dearie. You'll have your reward.
I don't want no more'n this, if the pain is taken into the reckoning. 'Twill be, Gra.
There was a knock on the door.
That's nurse. She's before her time, said Mrs. Ashcroft. Open to her.
The young lady entered briskly, all the bottles in her bag clicking.
Evening, Mrs. Ashcroft, she began. I've come round a little earlier than usual because of the Institute dance tonight. You won't mind, will you?
Oh, no. Me dancing days are over.
Mrs. Ashcroft was the self-contained domestic at once.
My old friend Mrs. Fetley here has been setting talking with me a while.
I hope she hasn't been fatiguing you, said the nurse a little frostily.
Quite the contrary.
It has been a pleasure.
Only just at the end I felt a bit flogged out like.
Yes.
The nurse was on her knees already with the washes to hand.
When old ladies get together, they talk a deal too much, I've noticed.
Maybe we do, said Mrs. Fetley, rising. So now I'll make myself scarce.
Look at it first, though, said Mrs. Ashcroft feebly. I'd like you to look at it.
Mrs. Fetley looked and shivered. Then she leaned over and kissed Mrs. Ashcroft once on the waxy yellow forehead, and again on the faded grey eyes.
It do count, don't it, the pain?
The lips that still kept trace of their original moulding hardly more than breathed the words. Mrs. Fetley kissed them and moved towards the door. The Playground, by Ray Bradbury. We had a teacher in school called Pellegrini. He was supposed to teach us Spanish literature, but he was a science fiction fan. In those days in Argentina, in the brief respite between the first and second coming of Perón, schooling was strict, science fiction was very young, and boys of 13 were not allowed to read what was considered rubbish. One morning Mr. Pellegrini stood in front of the class. The teacher's desk was set up on a dais
behind which loomed a gigantic blackboard, and started to read, with no previous announcement, a story by Ray Bradbury called There Will Come Soft Rains. We sat at our desks, at first wary, then intrigued, finally completely in his power, listening to the description of a world that had stood still. That afternoon every bookshop in the neighborhood sold out its copies of the Spanish translation of The Martian Chronicles. Some 30 pimply boys had decided that maybe the thing called literature was not, after all, as terrible as they had come to believe. He had often walked by the playground on the way from his train and paid it no particular attention. He neither liked nor disliked it. He had no opinion of it. But his wife had looked at him across the breakfast table this morning and said, "I'm going to start Jim at the playground this week. You know, the one down the street. Jim's old enough now." At his office, Mr. Charles Underhill had made a memorandum, "Look at playground," and on the way home down the street from the train at 4 in the afternoon, he purposely folded his newspaper so he would not read himself past the playground. Now, at 4:10 in the late day, he moved slowly along the sidewalk and stopped at the playground gate. At first there was nothing, and then, as his ears adjusted outward from his usual interior monologues, it was like turning the volume dial of a radio louder, and the scene before him, like a gray, blurred television image, came to a slow focus. Primarily there were faint voices, faint cries, streaks and shadows, vague impressions, and then, as if someone had jolted the machine, there were screams, sharp visions, children dashing, children fighting, pummeling, bleeding, screaming. He saw the tiniest scabs on their faces and knees in amazing clarity. Mr. Underhill stood there in the full volume of blasting sound, blinking. And then his nostrils took up where his eyes and ears left off. He smelled the cutting odors of iodine, raw adhesive, and pink mercurochrome, so strong it was bitter to his tongue. The wind of iodine moving through the steely wire fence which glinted dully in the grey light of the overcast day. And the rushing children there, it was like hell cut loose in a great pin-table machine, a colliding and banging and totaling of hits and pushes and rushes to a grand and as yet unforeseen total of brutalities. And was he mistaken, or was the light of a strange intensity within the playground? Everything seemed to possess 4 shadows, 1 dark one, and 3 subsidiaries, which made it impossible, strategically, to tell which way the small bodies were screaming until they bashed their targets. Yes, the oblique, pressing light made the entire playground seem deep, far away, and somehow remote from his touching it. Or perhaps it was the hard steel wire fence, not unlike certain park zoo barriers, beyond which anything might happen. "A pen of misery, that's what it is," said Mr. Underhill. "Why do children insist on making life miserable for each other? It's nothing but torture to be a child." He heard himself give a great, relieved sigh. Thank God childhood was over and done for him. No more pinchings, bruisings, shattered dreams, and senseless excitements. A gust of wind tore the paper from his hand and blew it through the gate. He went after it down into the playground 3 steps. Clutching it, he immediately retreated, heart pounding, for in the moment he had remained stranded in the playground's atmosphere, he had felt his hat too large, his coat too cumbersome, his belt too loose, his shoes too big. He had felt like a small boy playing businessman in his father's clothes, and the gate behind him had loomed impossibly large, while the sky itself pressed grayer at his eyes, and the scent of the iodine, like that of a feral tiger's mouth, exhaled upon him, touched and blew his hair. He almost stumbled and fell, getting out of there. He stood outside like someone who has just emerged, shocked, from a terrible cold sea.
"Hello, Charlie!"
He heard the voice and turned to see who had called him. There was the caller on top a slide, a boy about 9 years old, waving.
"Hello, Charlie!"
Mr. Charles Underhill raised a hand. "But I don't know that boy," he murmured. "And why should he call me by my first name?" The boy was smiling up in the murky air, and now, jostled by other yelling children, rushed shrieking down the slide. Mr. Underhill stood bemused by what he saw. Now the playground was an immense iron industry, whose sole product was pain, sorrow, and sadism.
If you stood there half an hour, there wasn't a face in the entire enclosure that didn't wince, cry, redden with anger, or pale with fear 1 minute or another. Really, who said childhood was the best time of life, when in reality it was the most horrifying, the most merciless era, the barbaric time when there were no police to protect you, only parents preoccupied with themselves and the taller world? No, if he had his way, he gripped the fence with one fist, they'd nail a new sign here. Torquemada's Greene. And as for that boy, the one who had shouted at him, who was he? There was something familiar there. Perhaps in the hidden bones, an echo of some old friend. Probably the son of a successfully ulcered father. And this is the playground where my son will play, thought Mr. Underhill, and shuddered. Hanging his hat in the hall, checking his lean image in the watery mirror, Mr. Underhill felt wintry and tired. When his wife appeared and his son came tapping on mouse feet, he greeted them with something less than full attention. The boy clambered thinly over him, playing King of the Hill, and the father, fixing his gaze to the end of the cigar he was slowly lighting, finally cleared his throat and said, "I've been thinking about that playground, Susan." "I'm taking Jim over tomorrow," said his wife. "Not really? That playground?" His mind rebelled. The smell and look of the place was still vivid to him. That writhing world with its atmosphere of cuts and beaten noses, the air as full of pain as a dentist's office, and those horrid tic-tac toes and hopscotches under his feet as he picked up his newspaper, horrid for no reason he could see. "What's wrong with that playground?" asked his wife. "Have you seen it?" He paused in confusion. "Damn it, I mean the children there. It's a black hole, that's what it is." "The children are clean and from well-to-do families." "Why, they shove and push like vulgar little Gestapos," cried Mr. Underhill. "It'd be like shoving the child in a granary to be ground down into meal by a couple of 2-ton grinders. Every time I think of Jim settling into that barbaric pit, I turn cold." "You know it's the only convenient center." "They'll kill Jim. I saw some with all kinds of bats and clubs and guns. Good God, Jim will be in splinters by the end of the first day. They'll have him on a spit with an orange in his mouth." "How you exaggerate!" She was laughing at him. "I'm serious." "You can't live Jim's life for him, you know that. He has to learn the hard way. He's got to be beat up and beat others up. Children are like that." "I don't like children like that." "It's the happiest time of life." "Nonsense. I used to look back on childhood with nostalgia. Now I realize I was a sentimental fool. It was nothing but scratching and beating and kicking and coming home a bleeding scab from head to foot. If I could possibly save Jim from that, I would." "That's impractical, and anyway, thank God, impossible." "I won't have him near that place, I tell you. I'll have him grow up a neurotic recluse first." "Charlie!" "I will." "Those little beasts, you should have seen them. He's my only son, Jim is." He felt the boy's skinny legs about his shoulders, the boy's delicate hands rumpling his hair. "I won't have him butchered." "He'll get it in school later." "Better to let him get a little shoving about now, when he's 3, so he's prepared for it." "I've thought of that, too." Mr. Underhill fiercely held to his son's ankles that dangled like warm, thin sausages on either lapel. "I might even get a private tutor for him." "Oh, Charles!" They did not speak during dinner. After dinner he took Jim for a walk while his wife was washing the dishes. They strolled down past the playground under the dim street lamps. It was a cooling September night, with the first sniff of autumn in it. Next week, and the children would be raked in off the fields like so many leaves and set to burning in the schools, using their fire and energy for more constructive purposes. But they would be here after school, ramming about, making projectiles of themselves, exploding and crashing, leaving a wake of misery behind their miniature wars. "Want to go in?" said Jim, leaning against the cold wire fence, watching the horrible children beat each other and run. "No, Jim, you don't want that." "Play," said Jim, his eyes glassy with fascination as he saw a large boy kick a small boy, and the small boy kick a smaller boy, to even things up. "Play, Daddy." "Come along, Jim. You'll never get in that mess if I can help it." Mr. Underhill tugged the small arm firmly. "Play." Jim was beginning to blubber now. His eyes were melting out of his cheeks.
His face became a wrinkled orange of colour and feeling. Some of the children heard the crying and glanced over. Underhill had the terrible sense of watching a den of foxes suddenly startled and looked up from the white, hairy ruin of a dead rabbit. The mean yellow eyes, the conical chins, the white teeth, the dreadful wiry hair, the brambly sweaters, the iron-coloured hands covered with the day's battle dust. They saw Jim, and he was new. They didn't say anything, but as Jim cried louder and Mr. Underhill by main force dragged him like a cement bag along the walk, they watched the little boy. Mr. Underhill felt like pushing his fist at them and crying, "You little beasts, you won't get my son!" And then, with beautiful irrelevance, the boy at the top of the slide, the boy with the familiar face, called to him, waving, "Hello, Charlie!" Mr. Underhill paused, and Jim stopped crying. "See you later, Charlie!" And the face of the boy way up there on that high slide was suddenly like the face of Thomas Marshall, an old business friend who lived just around the block, but whom he hadn't seen in years. "See you later, Charlie." Later? Later? What did the fool boy mean? "I know you, Charlie," cried the boy. "Hi!" "What?" gasped Mr. Underhill. "Tomorrow night, Charlie, hey!" And the boy fell off the slide and lay choking for breath, face like a cheese from the fall, while children jumped on him and tumbled over. Mr. Underhill stood undecided for 5 seconds or more, until Jim thought to cry again, and then, with the fox eyes upon them in the first chill of autumn, he dragged Jim all the way home. The next afternoon Mr. Underhill finished at the office early and took the 3 o'clock train, arriving out in Greentown at 3:25, and plenty of time to drink in the brisk rays of the autumnal sun. Strange how one day it is suddenly autumn, he thought. One day it is summer, and the next, how could you measure or tell it? Something about the temperature or smell, or the sediment of age knocked loose from your bones during the night and circulating in your blood and heart, giving you a slight tremble and a chill. A year older, a year dying, was that it? He walked up toward the playground, planning the future. It seemed you did more planning in autumn than any other season. This had to do with dying, perhaps. You thought of death, and you automatically planned. Well, then, there was to be a tutor for Jim, that was positive. None of those horrible schools for him. It would pinch the bank account a bit, but Jim would at least grow up a happy boy. They would pick and choose his friends. Any slam-bang bullies would be thrown out as soon as they so much as touched Jim. And as for this playground, completely out of the question. "Oh, hello, Charles." He looked up suddenly. Before him, at the entrance to the wire enclosure, stood his wife. He noted instantly that she called him Charles instead of dear. Last night's unpleasantness had not quite evaporated. "Susan, what are you doing down here?" She flushed guiltily and glanced in through the fence. "You didn't!" he cried. His eyes sought among the scrabbling, running, screaming children. "Do you mean to say—" His wife nodded, half amused. "I thought I'd bring him early, before I got home, so I wouldn't know. Is that it?" That was it. "Good God, Susan, where is he?" "I just came to see." "You mean you left him there all afternoon?" "Just half an hour while I shopped." "And you left him? Good God!" Mr. Underhill flung his hand to his drained cheek. "Well, come on, find him. Get him out of there." They peered in together past the wire to where some boys charged about, to girls slapping each other, to a squabbling heap of children who seemed to take turns at getting off, taking a good run, and jumping one against another. "That's where he is, I know it," said Mr. Underhill. Just then, across the field at full speed, sobbing and wailing, came Jim with 6 boys after him. He fell, got up, ran, fell again, stumbled up, shrieking, and the boys behind him shot beans through metal shooters. "I'll stuff those blowers up their noses," cried Mr. Underhill. "Come on, Jim, run!" Jim made it to the gate. Mr. Underhill caught him, and it was like catching a rumpled, bloody wad of material. Jim's nose was bleeding, and his pants were ripped, and he was covered with grime. "There's your playground," said Mr. Underhill, bent to his knees, staring up from his son, patting him, to his wife, viciously. "There's your sweet, happy little innocents, your well-to-do, piddling fascists. Let me catch this boy in there again, and there'll be hell. Come on, Jim. All right, you little bastards, get back there!"
he shouted.
"We didn't do nothing," said the children.
"What's the world coming to?" Mr. Underhill questioned the universe.
"Hi, Charlie,"
said the strange boy, standing to one side. He waved casually and smiled. "Who's that?" asked Susan.
"How in hell do I know?"
snapped Mr. Underhill.
"Be seeing you, Charlie. So long," called the boy.
Mr. Underhill marched his wife and child home. "Take your hand off my elbow," she said. He was trembling, absolutely, continually trembling with rage when he got to bed. He had tried some coffee, but nothing stopped it. He wanted to beat their pulpy little brains out, those gross Crookshank children. Yes, that phrase fitted them. Those fox-fiend, melancholy Crookshank children, with all the guile and poison and slyness in their cold faces. In the name of all that was decent, what manner of child was this new generation? A bunch of cutters and hangers and kickers. A drove of bleeding, moronic thumbscrewers, with the sewage of neglect running in their veins. He lay violently, jerking his head from one side of his hot pillow to the other, and at last got up and lit a cigarette, but it wasn't enough. He and Susan had had a huge battle when they got home. He had yelled at her, and she had yelled back, peacock and peahen shrieking in a wilderness where law and order were insanities, laughed at and forgotten. He was ashamed. You didn't fight violence with violence, not if you were a gentleman. You talked calmly. But she didn't give him a chance, damn it. She wanted the boy put in a vice and squashed. She wanted him reamed and punctured and given the laying on of hands, to be beaten from playground to kindergarten to grammar school to junior high to high school. If he was lucky in high school, the beatings and sadisms would refine themselves. The sea of blood and spittle would drain back down the shore of years, and Jim would be left upon the edge of maturity, with God knows what outlook to the future, with a desire, perhaps, to be a wolf among wolves, a dog among dogs, a fiend among fiends. But there was enough of that in the world already. The very thought of the next 10 or 15 years of torture was enough to make Mr. Underhill cringe. He felt his own flesh impaled with a BB shot, stung, burned, fisted, scrounged, twisted, violated, and bruised. He quivered like a jellyfish hurled violently into a concrete mixer. Jim would never survive it. Jim was too delicate for this horror. "I've made up my mind," said Susan in bed. "You needn't walk the room all night. Jim's not having a private tutor. He's going to school, and he's going back to that playground tomorrow, and keep going back until he's learned to stand on his own 2 feet. Let me alone." Mr. Underhill dressed. Downstairs he opened the front door. It was about 5 minutes to midnight as he walked swiftly down the street, trying to outdistance his rage and outrage. He knew Susan was right, of course. This was the world. You lived in it. You accepted it. But that was the very trouble. He had been through the mill already. He knew what it was to be a boy among lions. His own childhood had come rushing back to him the last few hours, a time of terror and violence, and now he could not bear to think of Jim going through it all. Those long years, especially if you were a delicate child through no fault of your own, your bones thin, your face pale. What could you expect but to be harried and chased? He stopped by the playground, which was still lit by one great overhead lamp. It was locked for the night, but that one light remained on until 12. He wanted to tear the contemptible place down, rip up the steel fences, obliterate the slides, and say to the children, "Go home, play in your backyards." How ingenious, the cold, deep playground. You never knew where anyone lived. The boy who knocked her teeth out, who was he? Nobody knew. Where did he live? Nobody knew. How to find him? Nobody knew. Why, you could come here one day, beat the living tar out of some smaller child, and run on the next day to some other playground. They would never find you. From playground to playground you could take your criminal tricks, with everyone forgetting you, since they never knew you. You could return to this playground a month later, and if the little child whose teeth you knocked out was there and recognized you, you could deny it. "No, I'm not the one. Must be some other kid. This is my first time here. No, not me." And when his back is turned, knock him down, and run off down the nameless streets a nameless person. "What am I going to do?" asked Mr. Underhill. "I can't buck Susan forever on this.
Should we move to the country? I can't do that. But I can't have Jim here, either. Hello, Charlie, said a voice. Mr. Underhill turned. Inside the fence, seated in the dirt, making diagrams with one finger in the cold dust, was the 9-year-old boy. He didn't look up. He said, "Hello, Charlie," just sitting there, easily in that world beyond the hard steel fence. Mr. Underhill said, "How do you know my name?" "You're having a lot of trouble." The boy crossed his legs comfortably, smiling. "How'd you get in there so late? Who are you?" "My name is Marshall." "Of course, Tom Marshall's son. Tommy. I thought you looked familiar." "More familiar than you think." The boy laughed. "How's your father, Tommy?" "Have you seen him lately?" the boy asked. "Briefly, on the street a month ago." "How did he look?" "What?" "How did Mr. Marshall look?" asked the boy. It was strange he wouldn't say, "my father." "He looked all right. Why?" "I guess he's happy," said the boy. Mr. Underhill saw the boy's arms and legs, and they were covered with scabs and scratches. "Aren't you going home, Tommy?" "Sneaked out to see you. I just knew you'd come. You're afraid." Mr. Underhill didn't know what to say. "Those little monsters," he said at last. "Maybe I can help you." The boy made a dust triangle. It was ridiculous. "How?" "You'd give anything, wouldn't you, if you could spare Jim all this? You'd trade places with him if you could." Mr. Underhill nodded, frozen. "Well, you come down here tomorrow afternoon at 4. Then I can help you." "How do you mean, help?" "I can't tell you outright," said the boy. "It has to do with the playground. Any place where there's lots of evil, that makes power. You can feel it, can't you?" A kind of warm wind stirred off the bare field under the one high light. Underhill shivered. Yes, even now at midnight the playground was evil, for it was used for evil things. Are all playgrounds like this? Some. Maybe this is the only one like this. What I wanted to say is that Tom Marshall was like you. He worried about Tommy Marshall and the playground and the kids, too. He wanted to save Tommy the trouble and the hurt, also. This business of talking about people as if they were remote made Mr. Underhill feel like laughing. "So we made a bargain," said the boy. "Who with?" "With the playground, I guess, or whoever runs it." "Who runs it?" "I've never seen him. There's an office over there under the grandstand. A light burns in it all night. It's a bright blue light, kind of funny. There's a desk there with no papers on it and an empty chair. The sign says manager, but nobody ever sees the man." "He must be around." "That's right," said the boy. "Or I wouldn't be where I am, and someone else wouldn't be where they are." "You certainly talk grown up." The boy was pleased. "Want to know who I really am? I'm not Tommy Marshall. I'm Tom Marshall, the father. I know you won't believe it, but I was afraid for Tommy. I was the way you are now about Jim. So I made this deal with the playground. Oh, there are others, too. You'll see them among the kids." "You'd better run home to bed." "You want it to be true. I saw your eyes then. If you could trade places with Jim, you would. Save him all that torture. Let him be in your place, grown up, the real work over and done. Any decent parent sympathizes with his children. You more than most. You feel every kick. You come here tomorrow. You can make a deal, too." Trade places? It was an amusing but an oddly satisfactory thought. What would I have to do? "Just make up your mind." He tried to make it sound casual, a joke, but his mind was in a rage again, frantic. "What would I pay?" "Nothing. You just have to play in the playground." "All day?" "And go to school, of course." "And grow up again?" "Yes. Be here at 4. "I have work in the city tomorrow." "Tomorrow," said the boy. "You'd better get home to bed, Tommy." "My name is Tom Marshall," said the boy, sitting there. The playground lights went out. Mr. Underhill and his wife did not speak at breakfast. He usually phoned her at noon to chat about this or that, but he did not phone. But at 1:30, after a bad lunch, he dialed the house number. When Susan answered, he hung up. 5 minutes later, he phoned again. "Charlie? Was that you called 5 minutes ago? Yes, he said. I thought I heard you breathing before you hung up. What did you call about, dear? She was being sensible again. Oh, just called. It's been a bad 2 days, hasn't it? You do see what I mean, don't you, Charlie? Jim must go to the playground and get a few scabs. A few scabs, yes. He saw the blood and the hungry foxes and the torn rabbits. And learn to give and take, she was saying. And fight if he has to. Fight if he has to, he murmured. I knew you'd come around. Around, he said. You're right. No way out. He must be sacrificed. Oh, Charlie, you're so odd. He cleared his throat. Well, that's settled. Love me? Yes. I wonder what it would be like, he thought. Miss me? He asked the phone. He thought of the diagrams in the dust, the boy seated there with the hidden bones in his face. Yes, she said. I've been thinking, he said. The playground. Speak up. I'll be home at 3, he said, slowly, piercing out the words like a man hit in the stomach, gasping for breath. We'll take a walk, you and Jim and I, he said, eyes shut. Wonderful! To the playground, he said, and hung up. It was really autumn now, the real chill, the real snap. The trees overnight burnt red and snapped free of their leaves, which spiraled about Mr. Underhill's face as he walked up the front steps. And there were Susan and Jim, bundled up because of the sharp wind, waiting for him. Hello, they cried to one another, with much embracing and kissing. There's Jim down there. There's Daddy up there. They laughed, and he felt paralyzed and in terror of the late day. It was almost 4. He looked at the leaden sky, which might pour down molten silver any moment, a sky of lava and soot and a wet wind blowing out of it. He held his wife's arm very tightly as they walked. Aren't you friendly, though? She smiled. It's ridiculous, of course, he said, thinking of something else. What? They were at the playground gate. Hello, Charlie. Hi. Far away atop the monstrous slide stood the Marshall boy, waving, not smiling now. You wait here, said Mr. Underhill to his wife. I'll only be a moment. I'll just take Jim in. All right. He grasped the small boy's hand. Here we go, Jim. Stick close to Daddy. They stepped down the hard concrete steps and stood in the flat dust. Before them, in a magical sequence, stood diagrams, gigantic tic-tac-toes, monstrous hopscotches, the amazing numerals and triangles and oblongs of children scrabbling in the incredible dust. The sky blew a huge wind upon him, and he was shivering. He grasped the little boy's hand still tighter and turned to his wife. Goodbye, he said. For he was believing it. He was in the playground and believing it, and it was for the best. Nothing was too good for Jim. Nothing at all in the crazy world. And now his wife was laughing back at him. Charlie, you idiot! They were running across the dirt playground floor at the bottom of a stony sea that pressed and blew upon them. Now Jim was crying, Daddy, Daddy! And the children racing to meet them, the boy on the slide yelling, the tic-tac-toe and hopscotches whirling, a sense of bodiless terror gripping him. But he knew what he must do and what must be done and what would happen. Far across the field, footballs sailed, baseballs whizzed, bats flew, fists jabbed up. The door of the manager's office stood open, the desk empty, the seat empty, a lone light burning in it. Mr. Underhill stumbled, shut his eyes, and fell, crying out, his body clenched by a hot pain, mouthing strange words, everything in turmoil. There you are, Jim, said a voice. And he was climbing, eyes closed, climbing metal, ringing ladder rungs, screaming, wailing, his throat raw. Mr. Underhill opened his eyes. He was on top of the slide, the gigantic slide which was 10,000 feet high, it seemed. Children after him, children beating him to go on, slide, slide. And he looked, and there, going off across the field, was a man in a black overcoat. And there at the gate was a woman waving, and the man standing there with the woman, both of them looking in at him, waving, and their voices calling, Have a good time! Have a good time, Jim! He screamed. He looked at his hands in a panic of realization. The small hands, the thin hands. He looked at the earth far below,
He felt his nose bleeding, and there was the marshal boy next to him.
"Hi!"
cried the other, and bashed him in the mouth.
"Only 12 years here,"
cried the other in the uproar. 12 years, thought Mr. Underhill, trapped. And time is different to children. A year is like 10 years. No, not 12 years of childhood ahead of him, but a century of this.
"Slide!"
He was pinched, pummeled, and shoved. He felt fists rising. He saw the fox faces, and beyond them at the fence the man and woman walking off. He screamed, he shrieked, he covered his face, he felt himself pushed, bleeding, to the rim of nothingness. Face first he careened down the slide, screeching with 10,000 monsters behind. A thought jumped through his brain a moment before he hit bottom in a nauseous mound of claws. This is hell! This is hell! And no one in the hot, milling heap contradicted him. Importance by Manuel Mujica Láinez. One evening, walking through one of Buenos Aires' tree-lined streets, Mujica Láinez pointed out to me a small, unobtrusive square off Cabildo Avenue, and told me that after his death the square would be named after him. He had just had second sight. Manuel Mujica Láinez reads the future in cards, palms, and dreams, and believes in ghosts. He lives in a large Spanish mansion in the hills of Cordoba in Argentina, surrounded by paintings, books, and objects, each somehow related to his long life of wandering. A large stone statue brought over from China in the 30s. The story of the finding of the statue involves a blindfolded beggar who could read any book with his toes. A letter from the Spanish poet Garcia Lorca, murdered in Spain. Mujica Láinez's ancestors were Spanish and included a notorious Grand Inquisitor and a medieval rabbi. A yellow ring with the effigy of Shakespeare, whose sonnets Mujica Láinez translated into Spanish, as well as plays by Racine and Molière. The literary fate of Mujica Láinez is a curious one. Although he is a best-selling author in Spanish-speaking countries, his books have taken a long time to reach the English-speaking public, and France has yet to discover them. Only Bomarzo, a vast fresco of the Renaissance seen through the eyes of an immortal duke, and The Wandering Unicorn, the story of the fairy Melusine told against the background of the Crusades in medieval Europe, have been translated into English. Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno is both a widow and a lady of great importance. In this vast city, inhabited by so many important widows, there is none so important as Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno. As befits her importance, she lives in a large mansion full of servants and important furniture, and presides over important charities that require important parties. Through a curious twist of fate, the only thing that lacks importance within this splendid setting is her family. The lady is of doubtful pedigree, a fact of which no one has the slightest doubt, least of all the other important ladies. Witness to these origins, which not even the splendor of her wedding has been able to improve, are certain obscure relatives of unshakable modesty, whom Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno hardly ever sees. If she is forced to introduce them, something she cleverly avoids, she manages to wrap up their names and kinship in a half-smile and an aloof glance, while her vanity spits and snarls inside her like a crouching tiger. Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno believes in God and in hell. She believes, as her administrators and charity helpers have often assured her, that she has amply earned a place in paradise. She would have preferred, quite naturally, to remain in the world which after all suited her perfectly, with a single absurd exception of the relatives in question, but one morning, suddenly after waking, or not waking, in her important bed, Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno realizes, because of the wails and cries of her important servants, that she is dead. She is a little frightened and very astonished, for deep down inside her, though she has never admitted as much, she believed herself to be immortal. The hours go by, and Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno waits in vain for the arrival of the celestial hosts, who are supposed to set her up somewhere in a chosen room of the divine mansions. Instead, her cousins and nephews appear, and that abominable half-sister, and their existence is finally made clear to the many important ladies who now surround her with their rosaries.
Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno wants to speak, but cannot utter a single word. She wants to explain that these relatives are of no importance, that they are not really relatives, that they exaggerate, that there is no need to shake hands with them, or embrace them, or give them heartfelt condolences, or make such a fuss about them, or ask so many stupid questions, which, because they concern these relatives, are of no importance whatsoever. And in the meantime, no one comes to fetch her. Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno, accustomed as she is to the fast and haughty rhythm of giving orders, begins to feel impatient. 6 disagreeable days go by, and in the end, Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno realizes, with helpless horror and fury, that the solicitor to whom she has entrusted her precious will, in which she left her whole fortune to colossal charities that would have spread and perpetuated her important name, has said that there is no such will, that Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno refused up to the very last moment, God knows why, shyness perhaps, or superstition, or her strength of character, to dictate and sign one. Who would have thought it, is the only comment of the charity's administrators. And in the absence of a legal document, it must be assumed that her fortune goes to her melancholy relatives. Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno wants to speak out, raise her voice against this outrage, but now she is the prisoner of a new, ghostly space in which her voice deserts her. She wants to lift her arms towards heaven, towards that heaven so curiously postponed, and let everyone know that her generous intentions have been betrayed by the solicitor, probably in league with her miserable, despised relatives. And she cannot do anything at all. Week after week she lies there, witness to the moving of her nephews and cousins, and that abominable half-sister, into her magnificent home. She sees them opening her drawers, reading her letters, trying on her jewelry, her furs, giving orders to her servants, emptying her wine-cellar, playing host to the city's important widows who try desperately to persuade them to join the boards of her most important charities. She hears the widows begging. She hears her relatives finally accepting. She sees them signing checks. She notices now how they have learned to smile the way she used to smile, and how, when her name is mentioned, they assume an aloof, almost indifferent look. And still no one comes to fetch her. She remains motionless, invisible in her bed, slept in by other people who perform on that very bed, upon her illustrious ghostly body, detailed acts of sensuality, people who sully her memory with coarse, rude jokes, who speak freely of her vanity as if she, of all people, had ever been guilty of that sin. Only those who are unhappy are vain. Surely she was never unhappy. She was simply important, very important. Until, gradually, Mrs. Hermosia del Fresno cannot even escape into the haven of madness, understands, with surprise and despair, that she will never be taken away, not even to be guided to an unexpected hell, because this, however strange, absurd, unconventional, and anti-theological it might seem, this is hell. Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. Enoch Soames by Max Beerbohm. All fantasy should have a solid basis in reality, wrote Max Beerbohm in 1946. The reality of Enoch Soames is the literary London of the 1880s, which Max Beerbohm knew so well. He was the author of novels, stories, and essays, a caricaturist, a wit, an elegant dandy who at the age of 24 published his first book of essays under the title of The Works of Max Beerbohm. Enoch Soames was written in Rapallo, Italy, where Beerbohm lived from 1911 until his death in 1956. It comes from 7 Men, a collection in which there are only 6 main characters. Beerbohm considered the 7th to be himself, the author, his own creation. When a book about the literature of the 1890s was given by Mr. Holbrook Jackson to the world, I looked eagerly in the index for Soames, Enoch. I had feared he would not be there. He was not there, but everybody else was. Many writers whom I had quite forgotten, or remembered but faintly, lived again for me, they and their work, in Mr. Holbrook Jackson's pages. The book was as thorough as it was brilliantly written. and thus the omission found by me was in all the deadlier record of poor Soames' failure to impress himself on his decade. I dare say I am the only person who noticed the omission. Soames had failed so piteously as all that. Nor is there a counterpoise in the thought that if he had had some measure of success, he might have passed, like those others, out of my mind, to return only at the historian's beck. It is true that had his gifts, such as they were, been acknowledged in his lifetime, he would never have made the bargain I saw him make, that strange bargain whose results have kept him always in the foreground of my memory. But it is from those very results that the full piteousness of him glares out. Not my compassion, however, impels me to write of him. For his sake, poor fellow, I should be inclined to keep my pen out of the ink. It is ill to deride the dead, and how can I write about Enoch Soames without making him ridiculous? Or rather, how am I to hush up the horrid fact that he was ridiculous? I shall not be able to do that. Yet, sooner or later, write about him I must. You will see in due course that I have no option, and I may as well get the thing done now. In the summer term of '93, a bolt from the blue flashed down on Oxford. It drove deep. It hurtlingly embedded itself in the soil. Dons and undergraduates stood around, rather pale, discussing nothing but it. Whence came it, this meteorite? From Paris. Its name? Will Rothenstein. Its aim? To do a series of 24 portraits in lithograph. These were to be published from the Bodley Head, London. The matter was urgent. Already the warden of A and the master of B and the Regius professor of C had meekly sat, dignified and doddering old men, who had never consented to sit to anyone, could not withstand this dynamic little stranger. He did not sue. He invited. He did not invite. He commanded. He was 21 years old. He wore spectacles that flashed more than any other pair ever seen. He was a wit. He was brimful of ideas. He knew Whistler. He knew Edmond de Goncourt. He knew everyone in Paris. He knew them all by heart. He was Paris in Oxford. It was whispered that so soon as he had polished off his selection of dons, he was going to include a few undergraduates. It was a proud day for me when I was included. I liked Rothenstein not less than I feared him, and there arose between us a friendship that has grown ever warmer, and been more and more valued by me with every passing year. At the end of term he settled in, or rather, meteoritically, into London. It was to him I owed my first knowledge of that forever enchanting little world in itself, Chelsea, and my first acquaintance with Walter Sickert and other august elders who dwelt there. It was Rothenstein that took me to see in Cambridge Street, Pimlico, a young man whose drawings were already famous among the few, Aubrey Beardsley by name. With Rothenstein I paid my first visit to the Bodley Head. By him I was inducted into another haunt of intellect and daring, the domino room of the Café Royal. There, on that October evening, there in that exuberant vista of gilding and crimson velvet set amidst all those opposing mirrors and upholding caryatids, with fumes of tobacco ever rising to the painted and pagan ceiling, and with the hum of presumably cynical conversation broken into so sharply now and again by the clatter of dominoes shuffled on marble tables, I drew a deep breath, and, "This indeed," said I to myself, "is life." It was the hour before dinner. We drank vermouth. Those who knew Rothenstein were pointing him out to those who knew him only by name. Men were constantly coming in through the swinging doors and wandering slowly up and down in search of vacant tables or of tables occupied by friends. One of these rovers interested me because I was sure he wanted to catch Rothenstein's eye. He had twice passed our table with a hesitating look, but Rothenstein, in the thick of a disquisition on Puvis de Chavannes, had not seen him. He was a stooping, shambling person, rather tall, very pale, with longish and brownish hair. He had a thin, vague beard, or rather he had a chin on which a large number of hairs weakly curled and clustered to cover its retreat. He was an odd-looking person, but in the 90s, odd apparitions were more frequent, I think, than they are now. The young writers of that era, and I was sure this man was a writer, strove earnestly to be distinct in aspect. This man had striven unsuccessfully. He wore a soft black hat of clerical kind, but of bohemian intention, and a grey, waterproof cape, which, perhaps because it was waterproof, failed to be romantic. I decided that dim was the mot juste for him. I had already essayed to write and was immensely keen on the mot juste, that holy grail of the period. The dim man was now again approaching our table, and this time he made up his mind to pause in front of it. "You don't remember me," he said in a toneless voice. Rothenstein brightly focused him. "Yes, I do," he replied after a moment with pride rather than effusion, pride in a retentive memory. "Edwin Soames." "Enoch Soames," said Enoch. "Enoch Soames," repeated Rothenstein, in a tone implying that it was enough to have hit on the surname. "We met in Paris 2 or 3 times when you were living there. We met at the Café Groche. And I came to your studio once." "Oh, yes, I was sorry I was out." "But you were in. You showed me some of your paintings, you know. I hear you're in Chelsea now." "Yes." I almost wondered that Mr. Soames did not, after this monosyllable, pass along. He stood patiently there, rather like a dumb animal, rather like a donkey looking over a gate. A sad figure, his. It occurred to me that hungry was perhaps the mot juste for him. But hungry for what? He looked as if he had little appetite for anything. I was sorry for him, and Rothenstein, though he had not invited him to Chelsea, did ask him to sit down and have something to drink. Seated, he was more assertive. He flung back the wings of his cape with a gesture which, had not those wings been waterproof, might have seemed to hurl defiance at things in general. And he ordered an absinthe. "Je me tiens toujours fidèle," he told Rothenstein, "à la sorcière glauque." "It is bad for you," said Rothenstein dryly. "Nothing is bad for one," answered Soames. "Dans ce monde il n'y a ni de bien ni de mal." "Nothing good and nothing bad? How do you mean?" "I explained it all in the preface to Negations." "Negations?" "Yes, I gave you a copy of it." "Oh, yes, of course. But did you explain, for instance, that there was no such thing as bad or good grammar?" "No," said Soames. "Of course, in art there is the good and the evil, but in life, no." He was rolling a cigarette. He had weak, white hands, not well washed, and with fingertips much stained by nicotine. "In life there are illusions of good and evil, but—" His voice trailed away to a murmur in which the words vieux jeu and rococo were faintly audible. I think he felt he was not doing himself justice, and feared that Rothenstein was going to point out fallacies. Anyway, he cleared his throat and said, "Parlons d'autre chose." "It occurs to you that he was a fool? It didn't to me. I was young, and had not the clarity of judgment that Rothenstein already had. Soames was quite 5 or 6 years older than either of us. Also, he had written a book. It was wonderful to have written a book. If Rothenstein had not been there, I should have revered Soames. Even as it was, I respected him. And I was very near indeed to reverence when he said he had another book coming out soon. I asked if I might ask what kind of book it was to be. "My poems," he answered. Rothenstein asked if this was to be the title of the book. The poet meditated on this suggestion, but said he rather thought of giving the book no title at all. "If a book is good in itself," he murmured, waving his cigarette. Rothenstein objected that absence of title might be bad for the sale of a book. If, he urged, I went into a bookseller's and said simply, "Have you got, or have you a copy of?" how would they know what I wanted? "Oh, of course I should have my name on the cover," Soames answered earnestly. "And I rather want," he added, looking hard at Rothenstein, "to have a drawing of myself as a frontispiece." Rothenstein admitted that this was a capital idea, and mentioned that he was going into the country and would be there for some time. He then looked at his watch, exclaimed at the hour, paid the waiter, and went away with me to dinner. Soames remained at his post of fidelity to the glaucous witch. "Why were you so determined not to draw him?" I asked. "Draw him? Him? How can one draw a man who doesn't exist?" "He is dim," I admitted, but my mot juste fell flat. Rothenstein repeated that Soames was non-existent. Still, Soames had written a book. I asked if Rothenstein had read Negations. He said he had looked into it. "But," he added crisply, "I don't profess to know anything about writing," a reservation very characteristic of the period. Painters would not then allow that anyone outside their own order had a right to any opinion about painting. This law, graven on the tablets brought down by Whistler from the summit of Fujiyama, imposed certain limitations. If other arts than painting were not utterly unintelligible to all but the men who practiced them, the law tottered. The Monroe Doctrine, as it were, did not hold good. Therefore, no painter would offer an opinion of a book without warning you at any rate that his opinion was worthless. No one is a better judge of literature than Rothenstein, but it wouldn't have done to tell him so in those days, and I knew that I must form an unaided judgment on negations. Not to buy a book of which I had met the author face to face would have been for me in those days an impossible act of self-denial. When I returned to Oxford for the Christmas term, I had duly secured Negations. I used to keep it lying carelessly on the table in my room, and whenever a friend took it up and asked what it was about, I would say, "Oh, it's rather a remarkable book. It's by a man whom I know." Just what it was about I never was able to say. Head or tail was just what I hadn't made of that slim green volume. I found in the preface no clue to the exiguous labyrinth of contents, and in that labyrinth nothing to explain the preface. Lean near to life, lean very near, nearer. Life is web, and therein nor warp nor woof is, but web only. It is for this I am Catholic in church, and in thought, yet do let swift mood weave there what the shuttle of mood wills. These were the opening phrases of the preface, but those which followed were less easy to understand. Then came Stark, a Conte, about a midinette who, so far as I could gather, murdered, or was about to murder, a mannequin. It seemed to me like a story by Catulle Mendez, in which the translator had either skipped or cut out every alternate sentence. Next, a dialogue between Pan and St. Ursula, lacking, I rather felt, in snap. Next, some aphorisms, bearing a Greek title. Throughout, in fact, there was a great variety of form, and the forms had evidently been wrought with much care. It was rather the substance that eluded me. Was there, I wondered, any substance at all? It did now occur to me. Suppose Enoch Soames was a fool? Up cropped a rival hypothesis. Suppose I was? I inclined to give Soames the benefit of the doubt. I had read L'après-midi d'une femme, without extracting a glimmer of meaning. Yet Mallarmé, of course, was a master. How was I to know that Soames wasn't another? There was a sort of music in his prose, not indeed arresting, but perhaps, I thought, haunting, and laden perhaps with meanings as deep as Mallarmé's own. I awaited his poems with an open mind, and I looked forward to them with positive impatience after I had had a second meeting with him. This was on an evening in January. Going into the aforesaid domino room, I passed a table at which sat a pale man with an open book before him. He looked from his book to me, and I looked back over my shoulder with a vague sense that I ought to have recognized him. I returned to pay my respects. After exchanging a few words, I said with a glance to the open book, "I see I am interrupting you," and was about to pass on, but "I prefer," Soames replied in his toneless voice, "to be interrupted," and I obeyed his gesture that I should sit down. I asked him if he often read here. "Yes, things of this kind I read here," he answered, indicating the title of his book, The Poems of Shelley. "Anything that you really—" and I was going to say admire, but I cautiously left my sentence unfinished and was glad that I had done so, for he said with unwonted emphasis, "Anything second-rate." I had read little of Shelley, but, "Of course," I murmured, "he's very uneven." I should have thought evenness was just what was wrong with him, a deadly evenness. That's why I read him here. The noise of this place breaks the rhythm. He's tolerable here. Soames took up the book and glanced through the pages. He laughed. Soames's laugh was a short, single, and mirthless sound from the throat, unaccompanied by any movement of the face or brightening of the eyes. "What a period," he uttered, laying the book down. "And what a country," he added. I asked rather nervously if he didn't think Keats had more or less held his own against the drawbacks of time and place. He admitted that there were passages in Keats, but did not specify them. Of the older men, as he called them, he seemed to like only Milton. Milton, he said, wasn't sentimental. Also, Milton had a dark insight. And again, I can always read Milton in the reading room. The reading room? Of the British Museum. I go there every day. You do? I've only been there once.
I'm afraid I found it rather a depressing place. It seemed to sap one's vitality. It does. That's why I go there. The lower one's vitality, the more sensitive one is to great art. I live near the museum. I have rooms in Dyot Street. And you go round to the reading room to read Milton? Usually Milton. He looked at me. It was Milton, he certificatively added, who converted me to diabolism. Diabolism? Oh, yes, really, said I, with that vague discomfort and that intense desire to be polite which one feels when a man speaks of his own religion. You, worship the devil? Soames shook his head. It's not exactly worship, he qualified, sipping his absinthe. It's more a matter of trusting and encouraging. Oh, yes. But I had rather gathered from the preface to Negations that you were a Catholic. Je l'étais à cette époque. Perhaps I still am. Yes, I'm a Catholic diabolist. This profession he made in an almost cursory tone. I could see that what was upmost in his mind was the fact that I had read Negations. His pale eyes had for the first time gleamed. I felt as one who was about to be examined viva voce on the very subject in which he is shakiest. I hastily asked him how soon his poems were to be published. Next week, he told me. And are they to be published without a title? No, I found a title at last, but I shan't tell you what it is, as though I had been so impertinent as to inquire. I am not sure that it wholly satisfies me, but it is the best I can find. It does suggest something of the quality of the poems. Strange growths, natural and wild, yet exquisite, he added, and many-hued and full of poisons. I asked him what he thought of Baudelaire. He uttered the snort that was his laugh, and Baudelaire, he said, was a bourgeois malgré lui. France had had only one poet, Villon, and 2/3 of Villon were sheer journalism. Verlaine was an épicier malgré lui. Altogether, rather to my surprise, he rated French literature lower than English. There were passages in Villiers de l'Île Adam, but I, he summed up, owe nothing to France. He nodded at me. You'll see, he predicted. I did not, when the time came, quite see that. I thought the author of Fungoids did, unconsciously no doubt, owe something to the young Parisian decadents, or to the young English ones who owed something to them. I still think so. The little book, bought by me in Oxford, lies before me as I write. Its pale grey buckram cover and silver lettering have not worn well, nor have its contents. Through these, with a melancholy interest, I have again been looking. They are not much. But at the time of their publication I had a vague suspicion that they might be. I suppose it is my capacity for faith, not poor Soames' work, that is weaker than it once was. To a young woman, thou art who hast not been. Pale tunes irresolute and traceries of old sounds blown from a rotted flute mingle with noise of cymbals rouged with rust, nor not strange forms and epicene lie bleeding in the dust, being wounded with wounds. For this it is that is thy counterpart of age-long mockeries, thou hast not been nor art. There seemed to me a certain inconsistency as between the first and last lines of this. I tried with bent brows to resolve the discord, but I did not take my failure as wholly incompatible with a meaning in Soames' mind. Might it not rather indicate the depth of his meaning? As for the craftsmanship, rouged with rust seemed to me a fine stroke, and nor not instead of and had a curious felicity. I wondered who the young woman was, and what she had made of it all. I sadly suspect that Soames could not have made more of it than she. Yet even now, if one doesn't try to make any sense at all of the poem, and reads it just for the sound, there is a certain grace of cadence. Soames was an artist, insofar as he was anything, poor fellow. It seemed to me, when first I read Fungoids, that, oddly enough, the diabolistic side of him was the best. Diabolism seemed to be a cheerful, even a wholesome influence in his life. Nocturne. Round and round the shuttered square I strolled with the devil's arm in mine. No sound but the scrape of his hoofs was there, and the ring of his laughter and mine. We had drunk black wine. I screamed, I will race you, master. What matter, he shrieked, tonight, which of us runs the faster? There is nothing to fear tonight in the foul moon's light.
Then I looked him in the eyes, and I laughed full shrill at the lie he told and the gnawing fear he would fain disguise. It was true, what I'd time and again been told. He was old, old. There was, I felt, quite a swing about that first stanza, a joyous and rollicking note of comradeship. The second was slightly hysterical, perhaps, but I liked the third. It was so bracingly unorthodox, even according to the tenets of Soames' peculiar sect in the faith. Not much trusting and encouraging here. Soames triumphantly exposing the devil as a liar, and laughing full shrill, cut a quite heartening figure, I thought, then. Now, in the light of what befell, none of his poems depresses me so much as Nocturne. I looked out for what the Metropolitan reviewers would have to say. They seemed to fall into two classes, those who had little to say and those who had nothing. The second class was the larger, and the words of the first were cold, insomuch that strikes a note of modernity throughout. These tripping numbers, Preston Telegraph, was the sole lure offered in advertisements by Soames' publisher. I had hoped that when next I met the poet I could congratulate him on having made a stir, for I fancied he was not so sure of his intrinsic greatness as he seemed. I was but able to say, rather coarsely, when next I did see him, that I hoped Fungoids was selling splendidly. He looked at me across his glass of absinthe and asked if I had bought a copy. His publisher had told him that 3 had been sold. I laughed as at a jest. "You don't suppose I care, do you?" he said, with something like a snarl. I disclaimed the notion. He added that he was not a tradesman. I said mildly that I wasn't either, and murmured that an artist who gave truly new and great things to the world had always to wait long for recognition. He said he cared not a sou for recognition. I agreed that the act of creation was its own reward. His moroseness might have alienated me if I had regarded myself as a nobody. But hadn't both John Lane and Aubrey Beardsley suggested that I should write an essay for the great new venture that was afoot, the Yellow Book? And hadn't Henry Harland, as editor, accepted my essay? And wasn't it to be in the very first number? At Oxford I was still in statu pupillari. In London I regarded myself as very much indeed a graduate now, one whom no Soames could ruffle. Partly to show off, partly in sheer goodwill, I told Soames he ought to contribute to the Yellow Book. He uttered from the throat a sound of scorn for that publication. Nevertheless, I did, a day or two later, tentatively ask Harland if he knew anything of the work of a man called Enoch Soames. Harland paused in the midst of his characteristic stride around the room, threw up his hands towards the ceiling, and groaned aloud. He had often met that absurd creature in Paris, and this very morning had received some poems in manuscript from him. "Has he no talent?" he asked. "He has an income. He's all right." Harland was the most joyous of men and most generous of critics, and he hated to talk of anything about which he couldn't be enthusiastic. So I dropped the subject of Soames. The news that Soames had an income did take the edge off solicitude. I learned afterwards that he was the son of an unsuccessful and deceased bookseller in Preston, but had inherited an annuity of £300 from a married aunt, and had no surviving relatives of any kind. Materially, then, he was all right, but there was still a spiritual pathos about him, sharpened for me now by the possibility that even the praises of the Preston Telegraph might not have been forthcoming had he not been the son of a Preston man. He had a sort of weak doggedness which I could not but admire. Neither he nor his work received the slightest encouragement, but he persisted in behaving as a personage. Always he kept his dingy little flag flying. Wherever congregated the jeunes féroces of the arts, in whatever Soho restaurant they had just discovered, in whatever music hall they were most frequenting, there was Soames in the midst of them, or rather on the fringe of them, a dim but inevitable figure. He never sought to propitiate his fellow-writers, never bated a jot of his arrogance about his own work or of his contempt for theirs. To the painters he was respectful, even humble, but for the poets and prosaists of the Yellow Book, and later of the Savoy, he had never a word but of scorn. He wasn't resented. It didn't occur to anybody that he or his Catholic diabolism mattered. When, in the autumn of '96, he brought out, at his own expense this time, a third book, his last book, nobody said a word for or against it. I meant, but forgot, to buy it.
I never saw it, and I'm ashamed to say I don't even remember what it was called. But I did, at the time of its publication, say to Rothenstein that I thought poor old Soames was really a rather tragic figure, and that I believed he would literally die for want of recognition. Rothenstein scoffed. He said I was trying to get credit for a kind heart, which I didn't possess. And perhaps this was so. But at the private view of the New English Art Club a few weeks later, I beheld a pastel portrait of Enoch Soames, Esquire. It was very like him, and very like Rothenstein to have done it. Soames was standing near it in his soft hat and his waterproof cape all through the afternoon. Anybody who knew him would have recognized the portrait at a glance, but nobody who didn't know him would have recognized the portrait from its bystander. It existed so much more than he. It was bound to. Also, it had not that expression of faint happiness which on this day was discernible, yes, in Soames' countenance. Fame had breathed on him. Twice again in the course of the month I went to the New English, and on both occasions Soames himself was on view there. Looking back, I regard the close of that exhibition as having been virtually the close of his career. He had felt the breath of fame against his cheek. So late, for such a little while. And at its withdrawal he gave in, gave up, gave out. He who had never looked strong or well looked ghastly now, a shadow of the shade he had once been. He still frequented the domino room, but having lost all wish to excite curiosity, he no longer read books there. "You read only at the museum now?" asked I, with attempted cheerfulness. He said he never went there now. "No absinthe there," he muttered. It was the sort of thing that in the old days he would have said for effect, but it carried conviction now. Absinthe, erst but a point in the personality he had striven so hard to build up, was solace and necessity now. He no longer called it la sorcière glauque. He had shed away all his French phrases. He had become a plain, unvarnished Preston man. Failure, if it be a plain, unvarnished, complete failure, and even though it be a squalid failure, has always a certain dignity. I avoided Soames because he made me feel rather vulgar. John Lane had published by this time 2 little books of mine, and they had had a pleasant little success of esteem. I was a slight, but definite, personality. Frank Harris had engaged me to kick up my heels in the Saturday Review. Alfred Harmsworth was letting me do likewise in the Daily Mail. I was just what Soames wasn't, and he shamed my gloss. Had I known that he really and firmly believed in the greatness of what he as an artist had achieved, I might not have shunned him. No man who hasn't lost his vanity can be held to have altogether failed. Soames' dignity was an illusion of mine. One day, in the first week of June, 1897, that illusion went. But on the evening of that day, Soames went too. I had been out most of the morning, and as it was too late to reach home in time for luncheon, I sought the 20e. This little place, Restaurant du 20e siècle, to give its full title, had been discovered in '96 by the poets and prosaists, but had now been more or less abandoned in favor of some later find. I don't think it lived long enough to justify its name, but at that time there it still was, in Greek Street, a few doors from Soho Square, and almost opposite to that house where, in the first years of the century, a little girl, and with her a boy named De Quincey, made nightly encampment in darkness and hunger among dust and rats and old legal parchments. The 20e was but a small whitewashed room, leading out into the street at one end and into a kitchen at the other. The proprietor and cook was a Frenchman, known to us as Monsieur 20e. The waiters were his 2 daughters, Rose and Berthe, and the food, according to faith, was good. The tables were so narrow and were set so close together that there was space for 12 of them, 6 jutting from either wall. Only the 2 nearest to the door, as I went in, were occupied. On one side sat a tall, flashy, rather Mephistophelian man, whom I had seen from time to time in the domino room and elsewhere. On the other side sat Soames. They made a queer contrast in that sunlit room. Soames sitting haggard in that hat and cape, which nowhere at any season had I seen him doff, and this other, this keenly vital man, at sight of whom I more than ever wondered whether he was a diamond merchant, a conjurer, or the head of a private detective agency. I was sure Soames didn't want my company, But I asked, as it would have seemed brutal not to, whether I might join him, and took the chair opposite to his. He was smoking a cigarette, with an untasted salmi of something on his plate, and a half-empty bottle of Sauterne before him, and he was quite silent. I said that the preparations for the Jubilee made London impossible. I rather liked them, really. I professed a wish to go right away till the whole thing was over. In vain did I attune myself to his gloom. He seemed not to hear me, nor even to see me. I felt that his behaviour made me ridiculous in the eyes of the other man. The gangway between the 2 rows of tables at the Venetian was hardly more than 2 feet wide. Rose and Berthe, in their ministrations, had always to edge past each other, quarrelling in whispers as they did so, and anyone at the table abreast of yours was practically at yours. I thought our neighbour was amused at my failure to interest Soames, and so, as I could not explain to him that my insistence was merely charitable, I became silent. Without turning my head, I had him well within my range of vision. I hoped I looked less vulgar than he in contrast with Soames. I was sure he was not an Englishman. But what was his nationality? Though his jet-black hair was en brosse, I did not think he was French. To Berthe, who waited on him, he spoke French fluently, but with a hardly native idiom and accent. I gathered that this was his first visit to the Vingtieme. But Berthe was off-hand in her manner to him. He had not made a good impression. His eyes were handsome, but, like the Vingtieme's tables, too narrow and set too close together. His nose was predatory, and the points of his moustache, waxed up beyond his nostrils, gave a fixity to his smile. Decidedly, he was sinister. And my sense of discomfort in his presence was intensified by the scarlet waistcoat which tightly and so unseasonably in June sheathed his ample chest. This waistcoat wasn't wrong merely because of the heat, either. It was somehow all wrong in itself. It wouldn't have done on Christmas morning. It would have struck a jarring note at the first night of Hernani. I was trying to account for its wrongness when Soames suddenly and strangely broke silence. 100 years hence, he murmured, as in a trance. We shall not be here, I briskly but fatuously added. We shall not be here. No, he droned, but the museum will still be just where it is, and the reading room just where it is, and people will be able to go and read there. He inhaled sharply, and a spasm as of actual pain contorted his features. I wondered what train of thought poor Soames had been following. He did not enlighten me when he said after a long pause, You think I haven't minded? Minded what, Soames? Neglect, failure. Failure? I said heartily. Failure? I repeated vaguely. Neglect, yes, perhaps, but that's quite another matter. Of course you haven't been appreciated, but what then? Any artist who gives— what I wanted to say was any artist who gives truly new and great things to the world has always to wait long for recognition, but the flattery would not out. In the face of his misery, a misery so genuine and so unmasked, my lips would not say the words. And then he said them for me. I flushed. That's what you were going to say, isn't it? He asked. How did you know? It's what you said to me 3 years ago, when Fungoids was published. I flushed the more. I need not have done so at all, for it's the only important thing I ever heard you say, he continued, and I've never forgotten it. It's a true thing. It's a horrible truth. But you remember what I answered? I said, I don't care a sou for recognition, and you believed me. You've gone on believing I'm above that sort of thing. You're shallow. What should you know of the feelings of a man like me? You imagine that a great artist's faith in himself and in the verdict of posterity is enough to keep him happy. You've never guessed at the bitterness and loneliness, His voice broke. But presently he resumed, speaking with a force that I had never known in him. Posterity! What use is it to me? A dead man doesn't know that people are visiting his grave, visiting his birthplace, putting up tablets to him, unveiling statues of him. A dead man can't read the books that are written about him. 100 years hence. Think of it! If I could come back to life then, just for a few hours, and go to the reading room and read. Or better still, if I could be projected now, at this moment, into that future, into that reading room, just for this one afternoon, I'd sell myself body and soul to the devil for that. Think of the pages and pages in the catalogue. Soames, Enoch, endless editions, commentaries, prolegomena, biographies. But here he was interrupted by a sudden loud creak of the chair at the next table. Our neighbour had half risen from his place. He was leaning towards us, apologetically intrusive. "Excuse me, permit me," he said softly. "I have been unable not to hear. Might I take a liberty? In this little restaurant sans façon," he spread wide his hands, "might I, as the phrase is, cut in?" I could but signify our acquiescence. Bert had appeared at the kitchen door, thinking the stranger wanted his bill. He waved her away with his cigar, and in another moment had seated himself beside me, commanding a full view of Soames. "Though not an Englishman," he explained, "I know my London well, Mr. Soames. Your name and fame, and Mr. Beerbohm's too, are very known to me. Your point is, who am I?" He glanced quickly over his shoulder, and in a lowered voice said, "I am the devil." I couldn't help it. I laughed. I tried not to. I knew there was nothing to laugh at. My rudeness shamed me, but I laughed with increasing volume. The devil's quiet dignity, the surprise and disgust of his raised eyebrows, did but the more dissolve me. I rocked to and fro. I lay back, aching. I behaved deplorably. "I am a gentleman, and," he said with intense emphasis, "I thought I was in the company of gentlemen." "Don't!" I gasped faintly. "Oh, don't!" "Curious, nicht wahr?" I heard him say to Soames. "There is a type of person to whom the very mention of my name is, oh, so awfully funny. In your theatres the dullest comédien needs only to say the devil, and right away they give him the loud laugh that speaks the vacant mind. Is it not so?" I had now just breath enough to offer my apologies. He accepted them, but coldly, and readdressed himself to Soames. "I am a man of business," he said, "and always I would put things through right now, as they say in the States. You are a poet. Laissez-faire, you detest them. So be it. But with me you will deal, eh? What you have said just now gives me furiously to hope." Soames had not moved, except to light a fresh cigarette. He sat crouched forward with his elbows squared on the table, and his head just above the level of his hands, staring up at the devil. "Go on," he nodded. I had no remnant of laughter in me now. "It will be the more pleasant, our little deal," the devil went on, "because you are, I mistake not, a diabolist?" "A Catholic diabolist," said Soames. The devil accepted the reservation genially. "You wish," he resumed, "to visit now, this afternoon, as ever is, the reading-room of the British Museum, yes? But of 100 years hence, yes? Parfaitement. Time and illusion, past and future, they are as ever present as the present, or at any rate only what you call just round the corner. I switch you on to any date. I project you, poof! You wish to be in the reading-room just as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997? You wish to find yourself standing in that room, just past the swinging doors, this very minute, yes? And to stay there till closing time? Am I right?" Soames nodded. The devil looked at his watch. 2:10, he said. "Closing time in the summer, same then as now, 7 o'clock. That will give you almost 5 hours. At 7 o'clock, poof, you find yourself again here, sitting at this table. I am dining tonight dans le monde, dans la Hailef. That concludes my present visit to your great city. I come and fetch you here, Mr. Soames, on my way home." "Home?" I echoed. "Be it never so humble," said the devil lightly. "All right," said Soames. "Soames," I entreated, but my friend moved not a muscle. The devil had made as though to stretch forth his hand across the table and touch Soames' forearm, but he paused in his gesture. 100 years hence, as now," he smiled. "No smoking allowed in the reading-room. You would better, therefore—" Soames removed the cigarette from his mouth and dropped it into his glass of Sauterne. "Soames!" again I cried. "Can't you—" But the devil had now stretched forth his hand across the table. He brought it slowly down on the tablecloth. Soames' chair was empty.
His cigarette floated sodden in his wine-glass. There was no other trace of him. For a few moments the devil let his hand rest where it lay, gazing at me out of the corners of his eyes, vulgarly triumphant. A shudder shook me. With an effort I controlled myself and rose from the chair. "Very clever," I said condescendingly. "But The Time Machine is a delightful book, don't you think? So entirely original." "You are pleased to sneer," said the devil, who had also risen. "But it is one thing to write about a not possible machine. It is a quite other thing to be a supernatural power." All the same, I had scored. Berthe had come forth at the sound of our rising. I explained to her that Mr. Soames had been called away, and that both he and I would be dining here. It was not until I was out in the open air that I began to feel giddy. I have but the haziest recollection of what I did, where I wandered, in the glaring sunshine of that endless afternoon. I remember the sound of carpenters' hammers all along Piccadilly, and the bare, chaotic look of the half-erected stands. Was it in the Green Park or in Kensington Gardens, or where was it that I sat on a chair beneath a tree, trying to read an evening paper? There was a phrase in the leading article that went on repeating itself in my fagged mind. "Little is hidden from this august lady, full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty." I remember wildly conceiving a letter to reach Windsor by express messenger, told to await answer. "Madam, well knowing that your Majesty is full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty, I venture to ask your advice in the following delicate matter. Mr. Enoch Soames, whose poems you may or may not know. Was there no way of helping him? Saving him? A bargain was a bargain, and I was the last man to aid or abet anyone in wriggling out of a reasonable obligation. I wouldn't have lifted a little finger to save Faust, but poor Soames, doomed to pay without respite an eternal price for nothing but a fruitless search and a bitter disillusioning. Odd and uncanny it seemed to me that he, Soames in the flesh, in the waterproof cape, was at this moment living in the last decade of the next century, poring over books not yet written, and seeing and seen by men not yet born. Uncannier and odder still, that tonight and evermore he would be in hell. Assuredly, truth was stranger than fiction. Endless that afternoon was. Almost I wished I had gone with Soames, not indeed to stay in the reading-room, but to sally forth for a brisk sightseeing walk around a new London. I wandered restlessly out of the park I had sat in. Vainly I tried to imagine myself an ardent tourist from the 18th century. Intolerable was the strain of the slow passing and empty minutes. Long before 7 o'clock I was back at the 20e. I sat there just where I had sat for luncheon. Air came in listlessly through the open door behind me. Now and again Rose or Berthe appeared for a moment. I had told them I would not order any dinner till Mr. Soames came. A hurdy-gurdy began to play, abruptly drowning the noise of a quarrel between some Frenchmen further up the street. Whenever the tune was changed, I heard the quarrel still raging. I had bought another evening paper on my way. I unfolded it. My eyes gazed ever away from it to the clock over the kitchen door. 5 minutes now to the hour. I remembered that clocks in restaurants are kept 5 minutes fast. I concentrated my eyes on the paper. I vowed I would not look away from it again. I held it upright at its full width, close to my face, so that I had no view of anything but it. Rather a tremulous sheet? Only because of the draught, I told myself. My arms gradually became stiff. They ached, but I could not drop them now. I had a suspicion. I had a certainty. Well, what then? What else had I come for? Yet I held tight that barrier of newspaper. Only the sound of Berthe's brisk footstep from the kitchen enabled me, forced me to drop it and to utter, "What shall we have to eat, Soames?" "Il est souffrant, ce pauvre Monsieur Soames?" asked Berthe. "He's only tired." I asked her to get some wine, Burgundy, and whatever food might be ready. Soames sat crouched forward against the table, exactly as when last I had seen him. It was as though he had never moved, he who had moved so unimaginably far. Once or twice in the afternoon it had for an instant occurred to me that perhaps his journey was not to be fruitless, that perhaps we had all been wrong in our estimate of the works of Enoch Soames, that we had been horribly right was horribly clear from the look of him. "But don't be discouraged," I falteringly said. "Perhaps it's only that you didn't leave enough time. 2-3 centuries hence, perhaps—" "Yes," his voice came. "I've thought of that." "And now for the more immediate future. Where are you going to hide? How would it be if you caught the Paris express from Charing Cross? Almost an hour to spare. Don't go on to Paris. Stop at Calais. Live in Calais. He'd never think of looking for you in Calais." "It's like my luck," he said, "to spend my last hours on earth with an ass." But I was not offended. "And a treacherous ass," he strangely added, tossing across to me a crumpled bit of paper which he had been holding in his hand. I glanced at the writing on it. Some sort of gibberish, apparently. I laid it impatiently aside. "Come, Soames, pull yourself together. This isn't a mere matter of life and death. It's a question of eternal torment, mind you. You don't mean to say you're going to wait limply here till the devil comes to fetch you?" "I can't do anything else. I've no choice." "Come. This is trusting and encouraging with a vengeance. This is diabolism run mad." I filled his glass with wine. "Surely now that you've seen the brute—" "It's no good abusing him." "You must admit there's nothing Miltonic about him, Soames." "I don't say he's not rather different from what I expected." "He's a vulgarian. He's a swell mobsman. He's the sort of man who hangs about the corridors of trains going to the Riviera and steals ladies' jewel cases. Imagine eternal torment presided over by him." "You don't suppose I look forward to it, do you?" "Then why not slip quietly out of the way?" Again and again I filled his glass, and always, mechanically, he emptied it. But the wine kindled no spark of enterprise in him. He did not eat, and I myself ate hardly at all. I did not in my heart believe that any dash for freedom could save him. The chase would be swift, the capture certain. But better anything than this passive, meek, miserable waiting. I told Soames that for the honor of the human race he ought to make some show of resistance. He asked what the human race had ever done for him. "Besides," he said, "can't you understand that I'm in his power? You saw him touch me, didn't you? There's an end of it. I've no will. I'm sealed." I made a gesture of despair. He went on, repeating the word sealed. I began to realize that the wine had clouded his brain. No wonder. Foodless, he had gone into futurity. Foodless he still was. I urged him to eat at any rate some bread. It was maddening to think that he, who had so much to tell, might tell nothing. "How was it all?" I asked. "Yonder. Come, tell me your adventures." "They'd make first-rate copy, wouldn't they?" "I'm awfully sorry for you, Soames, and I make all possible allowances, but what earthly right have you to insinuate that I should make copy, as you call it, out of you?" The poor fellow pressed his hands to his forehead. "I don't know," he said. "I had some reason, I'm sure. I'll try to remember." "That's right. Try to remember everything. Eat a little more bread. What did the reading-room look like?" "Much as usual," he at length muttered. "Many people there?" "Usual sort of number." "What did they look like?" Soames tried to visualize them. "They all," he presently remembered, "looked very like one another." My mind took a fearsome leap. "All dressed in Jaeger?" "Yes, I think so. Grayish, yellowish stuff." "A sort of uniform?" He nodded. "With a number on it, perhaps? A number on a large disc of metal sewn onto the left sleeve? VKF 78,910, that sort of thing?" It was even so. "And all of them, men and women alike, looking very well cared for, very utopian, and smelling rather strongly of carbolic, and all of them quite hairless?" I was right every time. Soames was only not sure whether the men and women were hairless or shorn. "I hadn't time to look at them very closely," he explained. "No, of course not, but they stared at me, I can tell you. I attracted a great deal of attention." At last he had done that. "I think I rather scared them. They moved away whenever I came near. They followed me about at a distance wherever I went. The men at the round desk in the middle seemed to have a sort of panic whenever I went to make inquiries." "What did you do when you arrived?"
Well, he had gone straight to the catalogue, of course, to the S volumes, and had stood long before SN, SOF, unable to take this volume out of the shelf because his heart was beating so. At first he said he wasn't disappointed. He only thought there was some new arrangement. He went to the middle desk and asked where the catalogue of 20th century books was kept. He gathered that there was still only one catalogue. Again he looked up his name, stared at the 3 little pasted slips he had known so well. Then he went and sat down for a long time. And then, he droned, I looked up the Dictionary of National Biography and some encyclopedias. I went back to the middle desk and asked what was the best modern book on late 19th century literature. They told me Mr. T.K. Nupton's book was considered the best. I looked it up in the catalogue and filled in a form for it. It was brought to me. My name wasn't in the index, but— "Yes," he said with a sudden change of tone. "That's what I'd forgotten. Where's that bit of paper? Give it me back." I, too, had forgotten that cryptic screed. I found it fallen on the floor and handed it to him. He smoothed it out, nodding and smiling at me disagreeably. "I found myself glancing through Nupton's book," he resumed. "Not very easy reading. Some sort of phonetic spelling. All the modern books I saw were phonetic." "Then I don't want to hear any more, Soames, please. The proper name seemed all to be spelt in the old way, but for that I mightn't have noticed my own name." "Your own name? Really? Soames, I'm very glad." "And yours." "No. I thought I should find you waiting here tonight, so I took the trouble to copy out the passage. Read it." I snatched the paper. Soames' handwriting was characteristically dim. It and the noisome spelling and my excitement made me all the slower to grasp what T.K. Nupton was driving at. The document lies before me at this moment. Strange that the words I here copy out for you were copied out for me by poor Soames just 78 years hence. From page 234 of English Literature, 1890 to 1900, by T.K. Nupton, published by the State, 1992. For example, a writer of the time named Max Beerbohm, who was still alive in the 20th century, wrote a story in which he portrayed an imaginary character called Enoch Soames, a third-rate poet who believes himself a great genius and makes a bargain with the devil in order to know what posterity thinks of him. It is a somewhat laboured satire, but not without value, as showing how seriously the young men of the 1890s took themselves. Now that the literary profession has been organized as a department of public service, our writers have found their level and have learnt to do their duty without thought of the moral. The labourer is worthy of is higher, and that is all. Thank heaven we have no Enoch Soameses among us today. I found that by murmuring the words aloud, a device which I commend to my reader, I was able to master them little by little. The clearer they became, the greater was my bewilderment, my distress and horror. The whole thing was a nightmare. Afar, the great grisly background of what was in store for the poor dear art of letters. Here at the table, fixing on me a gaze that made me hot all over, the poor fellow whom evidently— But no, whatever downgrade my character might take in coming years, I should never be such a brute as to— Again I examined the screed. Imaginary. But here Soames was, no more imaginary, alas, than I. And laboured. What on earth was that? To this day I have never made out that word. It's all very baffling, I at length stammered. Soames said nothing, but cruelly did not cease to look at me. "Are you sure?" I temporized. "Quite sure you copied the thing out correctly?" "Quite." "Well, then it's this wretched Nupton who must be going to make some idiotic mistake. Oh, look here, Soames, you know me better than to suppose that I— After all, the name Max Beerbohm is not at all an uncommon one, and there must be several Enoch Soameses running around. Or rather, Enoch Soames is a name that might occur to anyone writing a story. And I don't write stories. I'm an essayist, an observer, a recorder. I admit that it's an extraordinary coincidence, but you must see— "I see the whole thing," said Soames quietly. And he added with a touch of his old manner, but with more dignity than I had ever known in him, "Parlons d'autre chose." I accepted that suggestion very promptly. I returned straight to the more immediate future. I spent most of the long evening in renewed appeal to Soames to slip away and seek refuge somewhere. I remember saying at last that if indeed I was destined to write about him, the supposed story had better have at least a happy ending. Soames repeated those last 3 words in a tone of intense scorn. "In life and in art," he said, "all that matters is an inevitable ending." But, I urged more hopefully than I felt, an ending that can be avoided isn't inevitable. "You aren't an artist," he rasped, "and you're so hopelessly not an artist that, so far from being able to imagine a thing and make it seem true, you're going to make even a true thing seem as if you'd made it up. You're a miserable bungler, and it's like my luck." I protested that the miserable bungler was not going to be I, but T.K. Nupton, and we had a rather heated argument, in the thick of which it suddenly seemed to me that Soames saw he was in the wrong. He had quite physically cowered. But I wondered why, and now I guessed with a cold throb just why. He stared so past me. The bringer of that inevitable ending filled the doorway. I managed to turn in my chair and to say, not without a semblance of lightness, "Aha! Come in." Dread was indeed rather blunted in me by his looking so absurdly like a villain in a melodrama. The sheen of his tilted hat and of his shirt-front, the repeated twists he was giving to his moustache, and most of all the magnificence of his sneer, gave token that he was there only to be foiled. He was at our table in a stride. "I am sorry," he sneered witheringly, "to break up your pleasant party, but—" "You don't. You complete it," I assured him. "Mr. Soames and I want to have a little talk with you. Won't you sit?" Mr. Soames got nothing, frankly nothing, by his journey this afternoon. We don't wish to say that the whole thing was a swindle, a common swindle. On the contrary, we believe you meant well. But, of course, the bargain, such as it was, is off." The devil gave no verbal answer. He merely looked at Soames and pointed with rigid forefinger to the door. Soames was wretchedly rising from his chair when, with a desperate, quick gesture, I swept together 2 dinner knives that were on the table and laid their blades across each other. The devil stepped sharp back against the table behind him, averting his face and shuddering. "You are not superstitious," he hissed. "Not at all," I smiled. "Soames," he said, as to an underling, but without turning his face, "put those knives straight." With an inhibitive gesture to my friend, "Mr. Soames," I said emphatically to the devil, "is a Catholic diabolist." But my poor friend did the devil's bidding, not mine. And now, with his master's eyes again fixed on him, he arose. He shuffled past me. I tried to speak. It was he that spoke. "Try," was the prayer he threw back at me as the devil pushed him roughly out through the door. "Try to make them know that I did exist." In another instant I, too, was through that door. I stood staring all ways, up the street, across it, down it. There was moonlight and lamplight, but there was not Soames, nor that other. Dazed, I stood there. Dazed, I turned back, at length, into the little room. And I suppose I paid Bert or Rose for my dinner and luncheon, and for Soames. I hope so, for I never went to the Venetian again. Ever since that night I have avoided Greek Street altogether. And for years I did not set foot even in Soho Square, because on that same night it was there that I paced and loitered, long and long, with some such dull sense of hope as a man has in not straying far from the place where he has lost something. Round and round the shuttered square, that line came back to me on my lonely beat, and with it the whole stanza, ringing in my brain and bearing in on me how tragically different from the happy scene imagined by him was the poet's actual experience of that prince in whom, of all princes, we should put not our trust. But strange how the mind of an essayist, be it never so stricken, roves and ranges. I remember pausing before a wide doorstep, and wondering if perchance it was on this very one that the young De Quincey lay ill and faint, while poor Anne flew as fast as her feet would carry her to Oxford Street, the stony-hearted stepmother of them both, and came back bearing that glass of port wine and spices, but for which he might, so he thought,
actually have died? Was this the very doorstep that the old De Quincey used to revisit in homage? I pondered Anne's fate, the cause of her sudden vanishing from the ken of her boyfriend, and presently I blamed myself for letting the past override the present. Poor vanished Soames. And for myself, too, I began to be troubled. What had I better do? Would there be a hue and cry, mysterious disappearance of an author and all that? He had last been seen lunching and dining in my company. Hadn't I better get a hansom and drive straight to Scotland Yard? They would think I was a lunatic. After all, I reassured myself, London was a very large place, and one very dim figure might easily drop out of it unobserved. Now, especially in the blinding glare of the near Jubilee. Better say nothing at all, I thought. And I was right. Soames' disappearance made no stir at all. He was utterly forgotten before anyone, so far as I am aware, noticed that he was no longer hanging around. Now and again some poet or prosaist may have said to another, "What has become of that man Soames?" But I never heard any such question asked. The solicitor through whom he was paid his annuity may be presumed to have made inquiries, but no echo of these resounded. There was something rather ghastly to me in the general unconsciousness that Soames had existed, and more than once I caught myself wondering whether Nupton, that babe unborn, were going to be right in thinking him a figment of my brain. In that extract from Nupton's repulsive book, there is one point which perhaps puzzles you. How is it that the author, though I have here mentioned him by name and have quoted the exact words he is going to write, is not going to grasp the obvious corollary that I have invented nothing? The answer can but be this. Nupton will not have read the later passages of this memoir. Such lack of thoroughness is a serious fault in anyone who undertakes to do scholar's work. And I hope these words will meet the eye of some contemporary rival to Nupton, and be the undoing of Nupton. I like to think that some time between 1992 and 1997, somebody will have looked up this memoir, and will have forced on the world his inevitable and startling conclusions. And I have reasons for believing that this will be so. You realize that the reading room into which Soames was projected by the devil was in all respects precisely as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997. You realize, therefore, that on that afternoon, when it comes round, there the self-same crowd will be, and there Soames, too, will be, punctually, he and they doing precisely what they did before. Recall now Soames' account of the sensation he made. You may say that the mere difference of his costume was enough to make him sensational in that uniformed crowd. You wouldn't say so if you had ever seen him. I assure you that in no period could Soames be anything but dim. The fact that people are going to stare at him and follow him around and seem afraid of him can be explained only on the hypothesis that they will somehow have been prepared for his ghostly visitation. They will have been awfully waiting to see whether he really would come. And when he does come, the effect will, of course, be awful. An authentic, guaranteed, proven ghost, but only a ghost, alas. Only that. In his first visit, Soames was a creature of flesh and blood, whereas the creatures into whose midst he was projected were but ghosts, I take it. Solid, palpable, vocal, but unconscious and automatic ghosts, in a building that was itself an illusion. Next time that building and those creatures will be real. It is of Soames that there will be but the semblance. I wish I could think him destined to revisit the world actually, physically, consciously. I wish he had this one brief escape, this one small treat to look forward to. I never forget him for long. He is where he is, and forever. The more rigid moralists among you may say he is only himself to blame. For my part, I think he has been very hardly used. It is well that vanity should be chastened, and Enoch Soames's vanity was, I admit, above the average, and called for special treatment. But there was no need for vindictiveness. You say he contracted to pay the price he is paying, yes, but I maintain that he was induced to do so by fraud. Well informed in all things, the devil must have known that my friend would gain nothing by his visit to futurity.
The whole thing was a very shabby trick. The more I think of it, the more detestable the devil seems to me. Of him I have caught sight several times here and there, since that day at the Venetian. Only once, however, have I seen him at close quarters. This was in Paris. I was walking one afternoon along the Rue d'Antin, when I saw him advancing from the opposite direction, overdressed as ever, and swinging an ebony cane, and altogether behaving as though the whole pavement belonged to him. At thought of Enoch Soames and the myriads of other sufferers eternally in this brute's dominion, a great cold wrath filled me, and I drew myself up to my full height. But, well, one is so used to nodding and smiling in the street to anybody whom one knows, that the action becomes almost independent of oneself. To prevent it requires a very sharp effort and great presence of mind. I was miserably aware as I passed the devil that I nodded and smiled to him. And my shame was the deeper and hotter, because he, if you please, stared straight at me with the utmost haughtiness. To be cut, deliberately cut, by him! I still am, furious at having had that happen to me. A Visitor from Down Under, by L.P. Hartley. The Shrimp and the Anemone, The Sixth Heaven, Eustace and Hilda, and The Go-Between are the novels which established Hartley's reputation in England. His main theme is the past. The past is a foreign country, he wrote in The Go-Between. They do things differently there. The past is also the land of ghosts. As in A Visitor from Down Under, they come from the past to haunt us. There is no difficulty, says Lord David Cecil in his introduction to Hartley's tales, in believing in his ghosts. They and their stories assault the imagination with the compelling horror of nightmare. And who will you send to fetch him away? After a promising start, the March day had ended in a wet evening. It was hard to tell whether rain or fog predominated. The loquacious bus conductor said, "A foggy evening," to those who rode inside, and "a wet evening" to such as were obliged to ride outside. But in or on the buses, cheerfulness held the field, for their patrons, inured to discomfort, made light of climatic inclemency. All the same, the weather was worth remarking on. The most scrupulous conversationalist could refer to it without feeling self-convicted of banality. How much more the conductor, who, in common with most of his kind, had a considerable conversational gift. The bus was making its last journey through the heart of London before turning in for the night. Inside it was only half full. Outside, as the conductor was aware by virtue of his sixth sense, there still remained a passenger too hardy or too lazy to seek shelter. And now, as the bus rattled rapidly down the Strand, the footsteps of this person could be heard shuffling and creaking upon the metal-shod steps. "Anyone on top?" asked the conductor, addressing an errant umbrella point in the hem of a mackintosh. "I didn't notice anyone," the man replied. "It's not that I don't trust you," remarked the conductor pleasantly, giving a hand to his alighting fare, "but I think I'll go up and make sure." Moments like these, moments of mistrust in the infallibility of his observation, occasionally visited the conductor. They came at the end of a tiring day, and if he could, he withstood them. They were signs of weakness, he thought, and to give way to them, a matter for self-reproach. "Going balmy, that's what you are," he told himself, and he casually took a fare inside to prevent his mind dwelling on the unvisited outside. But his unreasoning disquietude survived this distraction, and murmuring against himself, he started to climb the steps. To his surprise, almost stupefaction, he found that his misgivings were justified. Breasting the ascent, he saw a passenger sitting on the right-hand front seat, and the passenger, in spite of his hat turned down, his collar turned up, and the creased white muffler that showed between the two, must have heard him coming, for though the man was looking straight ahead, in his outstretched left hand, wedged between the first and second fingers, he held a coin. "Jolly evening, don't you think?" asked the conductor, who wanted to say something. The passenger made no reply, but the penny, for such it was, slipped the fraction of an inch lower in the groove between the pale, freckled fingers. "I said it was a damn wet night," the conductor persisted irritably, annoyed by the man's reserve.
Still no reply. "Where are you for?" asked the conductor in a tone suggesting that wherever it was, it must be a discreditable destination. "Carrick Street." "Where?" the conductor demanded. He had heard all right, but a slight peculiarity in the passenger's pronunciation made it appear reasonable to him, and possibly humiliating to the passenger, that he should not have heard. "Carrick Street." "Then why don't you say Carrick Street?" the conductor grumbled as he punched the ticket. There was a moment's pause, then, "Carrick Street," the passenger repeated. "Yes, I know. You needn't go on telling me," fumed the conductor, fumbling with the passenger's penny. He couldn't get hold of it from above. It had slipped too far, so he passed his hand underneath the others and drew the coin from between his fingers. It was cold, even where it had been held. "No," said the stranger suddenly. "What do you know?" The conductor was trying to draw his fare's attention to the ticket, but could not make him look round. "I suppose I know you're a clever chap," he remarked. "Look here, now. Where do you want this ticket, in your buttonhole?" "Put it here," said the passenger. "Where?" asked the conductor. "You aren't a blooming letter-rack." "Where the penny was," replied the passenger. "Between my fingers." The conductor felt reluctant, he did not know why, to oblige the passenger in this. The rigidity of the hand disconcerted him. It was stiff, he supposed, or perhaps paralyzed. And since he had been standing on top, his own hands were none too warm. The ticket doubled up and grew limp under his repeated efforts to push it in. He bent lower, for he was a good-hearted fellow, and using both hands, one above and one below, he slid the ticket into its bony slot. "Right you are, Kaiser Bill." Perhaps the passenger resented this jocular allusion to his physical infirmity. Perhaps he merely wanted to be quiet. All he said was, "Don't speak to me again." "Speak to you!" shouted the conductor, losing all self-control. "Catch me speaking to a stuffed dummy!" Muttering to himself, he withdrew into the bowels of the bus. At the corner of Carrick Street, quite a number of people got on board. All wanted to be first, but pride of place was shared by 3 women who all tried to enter simultaneously. The conductor's voice made itself audible over the din. Now then, look where you're shoving. This isn't a bargain sale. Gently, please, lady. He's only a poor old man." In a moment or two the confusion abated, and the conductor, his hand on the cord of the bell, bethought himself of the passenger on top, whose destination Carrick Street was. He had forgotten to get down. Yielding to his good nature, but the conductor was averse from further conversation with his uncommunicative fare, he mounted the steps, put his head over the top, and shouted, "Carrick Street! Carrick Street!" That was the utmost he could bring himself to do. But his admonition was without effect. His summons remained unanswered. Nobody came. "Well, if he wants to stay up there he can," muttered the conductor, still aggrieved. "I won't fetch him down, cripple or no cripple." The bus moved on. "He slipped by me," thought the conductor, while all that cup-tie crowd was getting in. The same evening, some 5 hours earlier, a taxi turned into Carrick Street and pulled up at the door of a small hotel. The street was empty. It looked like a cul-de-sac, but in reality it was pierced at the far end by an alley, like a thin sleeve which wound its way into Soho. "That the last, sir?" inquired the driver, after several transits between the cab and the hotel. "How many does that make?" 9 packages in all, sir." "Could you get all your worldly goods into 9 packages, driver?" "That I could, into 2. "Well, have a look inside and see if I have left anything." The cabman felt about among the cushions. "Can't find nothing, sir." "What do you do with anything you find?" asked the stranger. "Take it to New Scotland Yard, sir," the driver promptly answered. "Scotland Yard?" said the stranger. "Strike a match, will you, and let me have a look?" But he, too, found nothing, and, reassured, followed his luggage into the hotel. A chorus of welcome and congratulation greeted him. The manager, the manager's wife, the ministers without portfolio, of whom all hotels are full, the porters, the lift-man, all clustered round him. "Well, Mr. Rumbold, after all these years, we thought you'd forgotten us. And wasn't it odd? The very night your telegram came from Australia, we'd been talking about you. My husband said, 'Don't you worry about Mr. Rumbold. He'll fall on his feet all right. Some fine day he'll walk in here a rich man. Not that you weren't always well off, but my husband meant a millionaire.'" "He was quite right," said Mr. Rumbold slowly, savouring his words. "I am." "There, what did I tell you?" the manager exclaimed, as though one recital of his prophecy was not enough.
But I wonder you're not too grand to come to Rossall's Hotel."
"I've nowhere else to go," said the millionaire shortly, "and if I had, I wouldn't. This place is like home to me." His eyes softened as they scanned the familiar surroundings. They were light grey eyes, very pale, and seeming paler from their setting in his tanned face. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and very deeply lined. His blunt-ended nose was straight. He had a thin, straggling moustache, straw-coloured, which made his age difficult to guess. Perhaps he was nearly 50, so wasted was the skin on his neck, but his movements, unexpectedly agile and decided, were those of a younger man. "I won't go up to my room now," he said in response to the manageress's question. "Ask Clutson. He's still with you? Good. To unpack my things. He'll find all I want for the night in the green suitcase. I'll take my dispatch box with me. And tell them to bring me a sherry and bitters in the lounge." As the crow flies, it was not far to the lounge, but by the way of the tortuous, ill-lit passages, doubling on themselves, yawning with dark entries, plunging into kitchen stairs, the catacombs so dear to habitués of Rossall's Hotel, it was a considerable distance. Anyone posted in the shadow of these alcoves, or arriving at the head of the basement staircase, could not have failed to notice the air of utter content which marked Mr. Rumble's leisurely progress. The droop of his shoulders, acquiescing in weariness, the hands turned inwards and swaying slightly, but quite forgotten by their owner. The chin, always prominent, now pushed forward so far that it looked relaxed and helpless, not at all defiant. The unseen witness would have envied Mr. Rumbold, perhaps even grudged him his holiday air, his untroubled acceptance of the present and the future. A waiter, whose face he did not remember, brought him the aperitif, which he drank slowly, his feet propped unconventionally upon a ledge of the chimney-piece, a pardonable relaxation, for the room was empty. Judge, therefore, of his surprise when, out of a fire-engendered drowsiness, he heard a voice which seemed to come from the wall above his head. A cultivated voice, perhaps too cultivated, slightly husky, yet careful and precise in its enunciation. Even while his eyes searched the room to make sure that no one had come in, he could not help hearing everything the voice said. It seemed to be talking to him, and yet the rather oracular utterance implied a less restricted audience. It was the utterance of a man who was aware that, though it was a duty for him to speak, for Mr. Rumbold to listen would be both a pleasure and a profit. "A children's party," the voice announced in an even, neutral tone, nicely balanced between approval and distaste, between enthusiasm and boredom. 6 little girls and 6 little— a faint lift in the voice, expression of tolerant surprise— boys. The broadcasting company has invited them to tea. They are anxious that you should share some of their fun. At the last words the voice became completely colourless. "I must tell you that they have had tea and enjoyed it, didn't you, children?" A cry of yes, muffled and timid, greeted this leading question. "We should have liked you to hear our table talk, but there wasn't much of it. We were so busy eating." For a moment the voice identified itself with the children. "But we can tell you what we ate. Now, Percy, tell us what you had." A piping little voice recited a long list of comestibles. Like the children in the treacle well, thought Rumbold, Percy must have been, or soon would be, very ill. A few others volunteered the items of their repast. "So you see," said the voice, "we have not done so badly. And now we are going to have crackers, and afterwards—" the voice hesitated and seemed to disassociate itself from the words— "children's games." There was an impressive pause, broken by the muttered exhortation of a little girl. "Don't cry, Philip, it won't hurt you."
Fugitive sparks and snaps of sound followed, more like a fire being kindled, thought Rumbold, than crackers. A murmur of voices pierced the fusillade.
"What have you got, Alec? What have you got?"
"I've got a cannon."
"Give it to me."
"No."
"Well, lend it to me. What do you want it for? I want to shoot Jimmy."
Mr. Rumbold started. Something had disturbed him. Was it imagination, or did he hear, above the confused medley of sound, a tiny click? The voice was speaking again. "And now we're going to begin the games." As though to make amends for past lukewarmness, a faint flush of anticipation gave colour to the decorous voice. "We will commence with that old favourite, Ring-a-Ring of Roses." The children were clearly shy and left each other to do the singing. Their courage lasted for a line or two and then gave out. But, fortified by the speaker's baritone, powerful though subdued, they took heart, and soon were singing without assistance or direction. Their light, wavering voices had a charming effect. Tears stood in Mr. Rumble's eyes. Oranges and lemons came next. A more difficult game, it yielded several unrehearsed effects before it finally got under way. One could almost see the children being marshalled into their places, as though for a figure in the lances. Some of them, no doubt, had wanted to play another game. Children are contrary, and the dramatic side of oranges and lemons, though it appeals to many, always affrights a few. The disinclination of these last would account for the pauses and hesitations which irritated Mr. Rumbold, who, as a child, had always had a strong fancy for this particular game. When, to the tramping and stamping of many small feet, the droning chant began, he leaned back and closed his eyes in ecstasy. He listened intently for the final accelerando which leads up to the catastrophe. Still the prologue maundered on, as though the children were anxious to extend the period of security, the joyous, carefree promenade which the great belle of Bow, by his inconsiderate profession of ignorance, was so rudely to curtail. The bells of Old Bailey pressed their usurer's question. The bells of Shoreditch answered with becoming flippancy. The bells of Stepney posed their ironical query, when suddenly, before the great belle of Bow had time to get his word in, Mr. Rumble's feelings underwent a strange revolution. Why couldn't the game continue, all sweetness and sunshine? Why drag in the fatal issue? Let payment be deferred. Let the bells go on chiming and never strike the hour. But heedless of Mr. Rumble's squeamishness, the game went its way. After the eating comes the reckoning. Here is the candle to light you to bed, and here comes the chopper to chop off your head. Chop, chop, chop. A child screamed, and there was silence. Mr. Rumbold felt quite upset, and great was his relief when, after a few more half-hearted rounds of oranges and lemons, the voice announced, "Here we come gathering nuts in May." At least there was nothing sinister in that. Delicious sylvan scene, comprising in one splendid botanical inexactitude all the charms of winter, spring, and autumn. What superiority to circumstances was implied in the conjunction of nuts and May? What defiance of cause and effect? What a testimony to coincidence! For cause and effect is against us, as witness the fate of Old Bailey's debtor. But coincidence is always on our side, teaching us how to eat our cake and have it. The long arm of coincidence. Mr. Rumbold would have liked to clasp it by the hand. Meanwhile his own hand conducted the music of the revels, and his foot kept time. Their pulses quickened by enjoyment, the children put more heart into their singing. The game went with a swing. The ardour and rhythm of it invaded the little room where Mr. Rumbold sat. Like heavy fumes the waves of sound poured in. So penetrating they ravished the sense. So sweet they intoxicated it. So light they fanned it into a flame. Mr. Rumbold was transported. His hearing, sharpened by the subjugation and quiescence of his other faculties, began to take in new sounds. The names, for instance, of the players who were wanted to make up each side, and of the champions who were to pull them over. For the listeners in, the issues of the struggles remained in doubt. Did Nancy Price succeed in detaching Percy Kingham from his allegiance? Probably. Did Alec Wharton prevail against Maisie Drew? It was certainly an easy win for someone. The contest lasted only a second, and a ripple of laughter greeted it. Did Violet Kingham make good against Horace Gold? This was a dire encounter, punctuated by deep, irregular panting. Mr. Rumbold could see in his mind's eye the two champions straining backwards and forwards across the white, motionless handkerchief, their faces red and puckered with exertion. Violet or Horace, one of them had to go. Violet might be bigger than Horace, but then Horace was a boy. They were evenly matched. They had their pride to maintain. The moment when the will was broken and the body went limp in surrender would be like a moment of dissolution. Yes, even this game had its stark, uncomfortable side. Violet or Horace, one of them was smarting now, crying perhaps under the humiliation of being fetched away. The game began afresh. This time there was an eager ring in the children's voices. Two tried antagonists were going to meet.
It would be a battle of giants. The chant throbbed into a war cry. Who will you have for your nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May? Who will you have for your nuts in May on a cold and frosty morning? They would have Victor Rumble for nuts in May, Victor Rumble, Victor Rumble. And from the vindictiveness in their voices they might have meant to have had his blood, too. And who will you send to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away? Who will you send to fetch him away on a cold and frosty morning? Like a clarion call, a shout of defiance, came the reply. We'll send Jimmy Hagbard to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away. We'll send Jimmy Hagbard to fetch him away on a wet and foggy evening. This variation, it might be supposed, was intended to promote the contest from the realms of pretense into the world of reality. But Mr. Rumbold probably did not hear that his abduction had been antedated. He had turned quite green, and his head was lolling against the back of the chair. "Any wine, sir?" "Yes, Clutson, a bottle of champagne." "Very good, sir." Mr. Rumbold drained the first glass at one go. "Anyone coming into dinner besides me, Clutson?" he presently inquired. "Not now, sir. It's 9 o'clock," replied the waiter, his voice edged with reproach. "Sorry, Clutson. I didn't feel up to the mark before dinner, so I went and lay down." The waiter was mollified. "Thought you weren't looking quite yourself, sir. No bad news, I hope?" "No, nothing. Just a bit tired after the journey." "And how did you leave Australia, sir?" inquired the waiter, to accommodate Mr. Rumbold, who seemed anxious to talk. "Better weather than you have here," Mr. Rumbold replied, finishing his second glass and measuring with his eye the depleted contents of the bottle. The rain kept up a steady patter on the glass roof of the coffee-room. "Still, a good climate isn't everything. It isn't like home, for instance," the waiter remarked. "No, indeed. There's many parts of the world as would be glad of a good day's rain," affirmed the waiter. "There certainly are," said Mr. Rumbold, who found the conversation sedative. "Did you do much fishing when you were abroad, sir?" the waiter pursued. "A little." "Well, you want rain for that," declared the waiter, as one who scores a point. "The fishing isn't preserved in Australia like what it is here?" "No." "Then there ain't no poaching," concluded the waiter philosophically. "It's every man for himself." "Yes, that's the rule in Australia." "Not much of a rule, is it?" the waiter took him up. "Not much like law, I mean." "It depends on what you mean by law." "Oh, Mr. Rumbold, sir, you know very well what I mean. I mean the police. Now, if you was to have done a man in out in Australia, murdered him, I mean, they'd hang you for it if they caught you, wouldn't they?" Mr. Rumbold teased the champagne with the butt end of his fork and drank again. "Probably they would, unless there were special circumstances." "In which case you might get off?" "I might." "That's what I mean by law," pronounced the waiter. "You know what the law is. You go against it, and you're punished. Of course, I don't mean you, sir. I only say you as an illustration to make my meaning clear." "Quite, quite." "Whereas, if there was only what you call a rule," the waiter pursued, deftly removing the remains of Mr. Rumbold's chicken, "it might fall to the lot of any man to round you up. Might be anybody, might be me." "Why should you or they," asked Mr. Rumbold, "want to round me up? I haven't done you any harm, or them." "Oh, but we should have to, sir." "Why?" "We couldn't rest in our beds, sir, knowing you was at large. We might do it again. Somebody'd have to see to it." "But supposing there was nobody?" "Sir?" "Supposing the murdered man hadn't any relatives or friends. Supposing he just disappeared, and no one ever knew that he was dead." "Well, sir," said the waiter, winking portentously, "in that case he'd have to get on your track himself. He wouldn't rest in his grave, sir, no, not he, and knowing what he did." "Clutson," said Mr. Rumbold suddenly, "bring me another bottle of wine, and don't trouble to ice it." The waiter took the bottle from the table and held it to the light. "Yes, it's dead, sir." "Dead?" "Yes, sir, finished, empty, dead." "You're right," Mr. Rumbold agreed. "It's quite dead." It was nearly 11 o'clock. Mr. Rumbold again had the lounge to himself. Clutson would be bringing his coffee presently. Too bad of fate to have him haunted by these casual reminders. Too bad, his first day at home. Too bad, he muttered, while the fire warmed the soles of his slippers. But it was excellent champagne. He would take no harm from it. The brandy Clutson was bringing him would do the rest. Clutson was a good sort, nice old-fashioned servant, nice old-fashioned house. Warmed by the wine, his thoughts began to pass out of his control. "Your coffee, sir?" said a voice at his elbow. "Thank you, Clutson. I'm very much obliged to you," said Mr. Rumbold.
with the exaggerated civility of slight intoxication. "You're an excellent fellow. I wish there were more like you." "I hope so, too, I'm sure," said Clutsam, trying in his muddle-headed way to deal with both observations at once. "Don't see many people about," Mr. Rumbold remarked. "Hotel pretty full?" "Oh, yes, sir. All the suites are let, and the other rooms, too. We're turning people away every day. Why, only tonight a gentleman rang up. Said he would come round late on the off chance. But, bless me, he'll find the birds have flown." "Birds?" echoed Mr. Rumbold. "I mean, there ain't any more rooms, not for love nor money." "Well, I'm sorry for him," said Mr. Rumbold, with ponderous sincerity. "I'm sorry for any man, friend or foe, who has to go tramping about London on a night like this. If I had an extra bed in my room, I'd put it at his disposal." "You have, sir?" the waiter said. "Why, of course I have. How stupid. Well, I'm sorry for the poor chap. I'm sorry for all homeless ones, Clutsam, wandering on the face of the earth." "Amen to that," said the waiter devoutly. "And doctors and such pulled out of their beds at midnight. It's a hard life. Ever thought about a doctor's life, Clutsam?" "Can't say I have, sir." Well, but it's hard. You can take that from me." "At what time shall I call you in the morning, sir?" the waiter asked, seeing no reason why the conversation should ever stop. "You needn't call me Clutsam," replied Mr. Rumbold in a sing-song voice, and rushing the words together as though he were excusing the waiter from addressing him by the waiter's own name. "I'll get up when I'm ready, and that may be pretty late, pretty late." He smacked his lips over the words. "Nothing like a good lie, eh, Clutsam?" "That's right, sir. You'll have your sleep out," the waiter encouraged him. "You won't be disturbed." "Good night, Clutsam. You're an excellent fellow, and I don't care who hears me say so." "Good night, sir." Mr. Rumbold returned to his chair. It lapped him round. It ministered to his comfort. He felt at one with it, at one with the fire, the clock, the tables, all the furniture. Their usefulness, their goodness, went out to meet his usefulness, his goodness met and were friends. Who could bind their sweet influences or restrain them in the exercise of their kind offices? No one. Certainly not a shadow from the past. The room was perfectly quiet. Street sounds reached it only as a low, continuous hum, infinitely reassuring. Mr. Rumbold fell asleep. He dreamed that he was a boy again, living in his old home in the country. He was possessed in the dream by a master passion. He must collect firewood, whenever and wherever he saw it. He found himself one autumn afternoon in the wood-house. That was how the dream began. The door was partly open, admitting a little light, but he could not recall how he got in. The floor of the shed was littered with bits of bark and thin twigs, but with the exception of the chopping block, which he knew could not be used, there was nowhere a log of sufficient size to make a fire. Though he did not like being in the wood-house alone, he stayed long enough to make a thorough search. But he could find nothing. The compulsion he knew so well descended on him, and he left the wood-house and went into the garden. His steps took him to the foot of a high tree, standing by itself in a tangle of long grass at some distance from the house. The tree had been lopped. For half its height it had no branches, only leafy tufts sticking out at irregular intervals. He knew what he would see when he looked up into the dark foliage. And there, sure enough, it was. A long, dead bough, bare in patches where the bark had peeled off, and crooked in the middle like an elbow. He began to climb the tree. The ascent proved easier than he expected. His body seemed no weight at all. But he was visited by a terrible oppression, which increased as he mounted. The bough did not want him. It was projecting its hostility down the trunk of the tree, and every second brought him nearer to an object which he had always dreaded. A growth, people called it. It stuck out from the trunk of the tree, a huge, circular swelling, thickly matted with twigs. Victor would have rather died than hit his head against it. By the time he reached the bough, twilight had deepened into night. He knew what he had to do. Sit astride the bough, since there was none near-by from which he could reach it, and press with his hands until it broke. Using his legs to get what purchase he could, he set his back against the tree and pushed with all his might downwards. To do this he was obliged to look beneath him.
and he saw, far below him on the ground, a white sheet spread out as though to catch him, and he knew at once that it was a shroud. Frantically he pulled and pushed at the stiff, brittle bough. A lust to break it took hold of him. Leaning forward his whole length, he seized the bough at the elbow joint and strained it away from him. As it cracked, he toppled over, and the shroud came rushing upwards. Mr. Rumbold waked in a cold sweat to find himself clutching the curved arm of the chair on which the waiter had set his brandy. The glass had fallen over, and the spirit lay in a little pool on the leather seat. "I can't let it go like that," he thought. "I must get some more." A man he did not know answered the bell. "Waiter," he said, "bring me a brandy and soda in my room in a quarter of an hour's time. Rumbold, the name is." He followed the waiter out of the room. The passage was completely dark except for a small blue gas jet, beneath which was huddled a cluster of candlesticks. The hotel, he remembered, maintained an old-time habit of deference towards darkness. As he held the wick to the gas jet, he heard himself mutter, "Here is a candle to light you to bed." But he recollected the ominous conclusion of the distich, and fuddled though he was, he left it unspoken. Shortly after Mr. Rumbold's retirement, the doorbell of the hotel rang. 3 sharp peals, and no pause between them. "Someone in a hurry to get in," the night porter grumbled to himself. "Expect he's forgotten his key." He made no haste to answer the summons. It would do the forgetful fellow good to wait, teach him a lesson. So dilatory was he that by the time he reached the hall door the bell was tinkling again. Irritated by such importunity, he deliberately went back to set straight a pile of newspapers before letting this impatient devil in. To mark his indifference, he even kept behind the door while he opened it, so that his first sight of the visitor only took in his back. But this limited inspection sufficed to show that the man was a stranger and not a visitor at the hotel. In the long black cape which fell almost sheer on one side, and on the other stuck out as though he had a basket under his arm, he looked like a crow with a broken wing. "A bald-headed crow," thought the porter, "for there's a patch of bare skin between that white linen thing and his hat." "Good evening, sir," he said. "What can I do for you?" The stranger made no answer, but glided to a side table and began turning over some letters with his right hand. "Are you expecting a message?" asked the porter. "No," the stranger replied. "I want a room for the night." "Was you the gentleman who telephoned for a room this evening?" "Yes." "In that case, I was to tell you we're afraid you can't have one. The hotel's booked right up." "Are you quite sure?" asked the stranger. "Think again." "Them's my orders, sir. It don't do me no good to think." At this moment the porter had a curious sensation, as though some important part of him, his life maybe, had gone adrift inside him and was spinning round and round. The sensation ceased when he began to speak. "I'll call the waiter, sir," he said. But before he called, the waiter appeared, intent on an errand of his own. "I say, Bill," he began, "what's the number of Mr. Rumbold's room? He wants a drink taken up, and I forgot to ask him." "It's 33, said the porter unsteadily. "The double room." "Why, Bill, what's up?" the waiter exclaimed. "You look as if you'd seen a ghost." Both men stared round the hall, and then back at each other. The room was empty. "God," said the porter, "I must have had the horrors. But he was here a moment ago. Look at this." On the stone flags lay an icicle, an inch or two long, around which a little pool was fast collecting. "Why, Bill," cried the waiter, "how did that get here? It's not freezing." "He must have brought it," the porter said. They looked at each other in consternation, which changed into terror as the sound of a bell made itself heard, coming from the depths of the hotel. "Clutsam's there," whispered the porter. "He'll have to answer it, whoever it is." Clutsam had taken off his tie and was getting ready for bed. He slept in the basement. What on earth could anyone want in the smoking-room at this hour? He pulled on his coat and went upstairs. Standing by the fire, he saw the same figure whose appearance and disappearance had so disturbed the porter. "Yes, sir?" he said. "I want you to go to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger, "and ask him if he is prepared to put the other bed in his room at the disposal of a friend." In a few moments Clutsam returned. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, and he wants to know who it is." The stranger went to the table in the centre of the room. An Australian newspaper was lying there, which Clutsam had not noticed before. The aspirant to Mr. Rumble's hospitality turned over the pages. Then, with his finger, which appeared even to Clutsam standing by the door unusually pointed, he cut out a rectangular slip, about the size of a visiting card, and moving away motioned the waiter to take it. By the light of the gas jet in the passage, Clutsam read the clipping. It seemed to be a kind of obituary notice. But of what possible interest could it be to Mr. Rumbold to know that the body of Mr. James Hagbird had been discovered in circumstances which suggested that he had met his death by violence? After a longer interval, Clutsam returned, looking puzzled and a little frightened. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, but he knows no one of that name." "Then take this message to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger. "Say, would he rather that I went up to him, or that he came down to me?" For the third time Clutsam went to do the stranger's bidding. He did not, however, upon his return, open the door of the smoking-room, but shouted through it, "Mr. Rumbold wishes you to hell, sir, where you belong, and says, 'Come up if you dare.'" Then he bolted. A minute later, from his retreat in an underground coal-cellar, he heard a shot fired. Some old instinct, danger-loving or danger-disregarding, stirred in him, and he ran up the stairs quicker than he had ever run up them in his life. In the passage he stumbled over Mr. Rumbold's boots. The bedroom door was ajar. Putting his head down, he rushed in. The brightly lit room was empty, but almost all the movables in it were overturned, and the bed was in a frightful mess. The pillow, with its 5-fold perforation, was the first object on which Clutsam noticed bloodstains. Thenceforward he seemed to see them everywhere. But what sickened him and kept him so long from going down to rouse the others was the sight of an icicle on the window-sill. A thin claw of ice, curved like a Chinaman's nail, with a bit of flesh sticking to it. That was the last he saw of Mr. Rumbold. But a policeman patrolling Carrick Street noticed a man in a long black cape, who seemed, by the position of his arm, to be carrying something heavy. He called out to the man and ran after him, but though he did not seem to be moving very fast, the policeman could not overtake him. Laura, by Saki. No one knows why Hector Hugh Munro called himself Saki, the name of the cupbearer in Fitzgerald's Rubaiyat. Saki was born in Burma, went to school in England, travelled through Europe, and was killed as sergeant in the Royal Fusiliers at Beaumont Hamel in 1916, at the age of 46. William Drake, in Memories of the War, says that the soldiers of the First World War read Saki in the trenches, attracted perhaps by his upper-class schoolboy tone carried to the extreme of talent. Saki was one of the funniest, most caustic of British short story writers. He was also the author of many famous one-liners, such as, "The cook was a good cook as cooks go, and as cooks go she went." "Waldo was one of those people who would be enormously improved by death." "Never be a pioneer. It's the early Christian that gets the fattest lion." "You are not really dying, are you?" asked Amanda. "I have the doctor's permission to live till Tuesday," said Laura. "But today is Saturday. This is serious," gasped Amanda. "I don't know about it being serious. It's certainly Saturday," said Laura. "Death is always serious," said Amanda. "I never said I was going to die. I am presumably going to leave off being Laura, but I shall go on being something. An animal of some kind, I suppose. You see, when one hasn't been very good in the life one has just lived, one reincarnates in some lower organism. And I haven't been very good, when one comes to think of it. I've been petty and mean and vindictive, and all that sort of thing, when circumstances have seemed to warrant it." "Circumstances never warrant that sort of thing," said Amanda hastily. "If you don't mind my saying so," observed Laura, "Egbert is a circumstance that would warrant any amount of that sort of thing. You're married to him, that's different. You've sworn to love, honour, and endure him. I haven't. I don't see what's wrong with Egbert," protested Amanda. "Oh, I dare say the wrongness has been on my part," admitted Laura dispassionately. "He has merely been the extenuating circumstance. He made a thin, peevish kind of fuss, for instance, when I took the collie puppies from the farm out for a run the other day. They chased his young broods of speckled Sussex and drove 2 sitting hens off their nests, besides running all over the flower beds. You know how devoted he is to his poultry and garden. Anyhow, he needn't have gone on about it for the entire evening, and then have said, 'Let's say no more about it,' just when I was beginning to enjoy the discussion. That's where one of my petty vindictive revenges came in," added Laura with an unrepentant chuckle. "I turned the entire family of speckled Sussex into a seedling shed the day after the puppy episode." "How could you?" exclaimed Amanda. "It came quite easy," said Laura. "2 of the hens pretended to be laying at the time, but I was firm. And we thought it was an accident." "You see," resumed Laura, "I really have some grounds for supposing that my next incarnation will be in a lower organism. I shall be an animal of some kind. On the other hand, I haven't been a bad sort in my way, so I think I may count on being a nice animal. Something elegant and lively with a love of fun. An otter, perhaps." "I can't imagine you as an otter," said Amanda. "Well, I don't suppose you can imagine me as an angel, if it comes to that," said Laura. Amanda was silent. She couldn't. "Personally, I think an otter life would be rather enjoyable," continued Laura. "Salmon to eat all the year round, and the satisfaction of being able to fetch the trout in their own homes without having to wait for hours till they condescend to rise to the fly you've been dangling before them, and an elegant, svelte figure." "Think of the otter hounds," interposed Amanda. "How dreadful to be hunted and harried and finally worried to death." "Rather fun with half the neighbourhood looking on, and anyhow not worse than this Saturday to Tuesday business of dying by inches. And then I should go on into something else. If I had been a moderately good otter, I suppose I should get back into human shape of some sort. Probably something rather primitive. A little brown, unclothed Nubian boy, I should think." "I wish you would be serious," sighed Amanda. "You really ought to be if you're only going to live till Tuesday." As a matter of fact, Laura died on Monday. "So dreadfully upsetting," Amanda complained to her uncle-in-law, Sir Lulworth Quayne. "I've asked quite a lot of people down for golf and fishing, and the rhododendrons are just looking their best." "Laura always was inconsiderate," said Sir Lulworthy. "She was born during Goodwood week, with an ambassador staying in the house who hated babies." "She had the maddest kind of ideas," said Amanda. "Do you know if there was any insanity in her family?" "Insanity? No, I never heard of any. Her father lives in West Kensington, but I believe he's sane on all other subjects." "She had an idea that she was going to be reincarnated as an otter," said Amanda. "One meets with those ideas of reincarnation so frequently, even in the West," said Sir Lulworth, "that one can hardly set them down as being mad. And Laura was such an unaccountable person in this life that I should not like to lay down definite rules as to what she might be doing in and after state." "You think she really might have passed into some animal form?" asked Amanda. She was one of those who shape their opinions rather readily from the standpoint of those around them. Just then Egbert entered the breakfast-room, wearing an air of bereavement that Laura's demise would have been insufficient in itself to account for. "4 of my speckled Sussex have been killed," he exclaimed, "the very 4 that were to go to the show on Friday. One of them was dragged away and eaten right in the middle of that new carnation bed that I've been to such trouble and expense over. My best flower bed and my best fowl singled out for destruction. It almost seems as if the brute that did the deed had special knowledge how to be as devastating as possible in a short space of time." "Was it a fox, do you think?" asked Amanda. "Sounds more like a polecat," said Sir Lulworth. "No," said Egbert. "There were marks of webbed feet all over the place, and we followed the tracks down to the stream at the bottom of the garden. Evidently an otter." Amanda looked quickly and furtively across at Sir Lulworth. Egbert was too agitated to eat any breakfast, and went out to superintend the strengthening of the poultry-yard defences. "I think she might at least have waited till the funeral was over," said Amanda in a scandalized voice. "It's her own funeral, you know," said Sir Lulworth. "It's a nice point in etiquette how far one ought to show respect to one's own mortal remains." Disregard for mortuary convention was carried to further lengths next day. During the absence of the family at the funeral ceremony, the remaining survivors of the speckled Sussex were massacred. The marauders' line of retreat seemed to have embraced most of the flower beds on the lawn, but the strawberry beds in the lower garden had also suffered. "I should get the otter-hounds to come here at the earliest possible moment," said Egbert savagely, On no account. You can't dream of such a thing, exclaimed Amanda. I mean, it wouldn't do so soon after a funeral in the house.
It's a case of necessity, said Egbert. Once an otter takes to that sort of thing, it won't stop.
Perhaps it will go elsewhere, now that there are no more fowls left, suggested Amanda.
One would think you wanted to shield the beast, said Egbert.
There's been so little water in the stream lately, objected Amanda. It seems hardly sporting to hunt an animal when it has so little chance of taking refuge anywhere.
Good gracious, fumed Egbert. I'm not thinking about sport. I want to have the animal killed as soon as possible.
Even Amanda's opposition weakened when, during church time on the following Sunday, the otter made its way into the house, raided half a salmon from the larder, and worried it into scaly fragments on the Persian rug in Egbert's studio.
We shall have it hiding under our beds and biting pieces out of our feet before long, said Egbert.
And from what Amanda knew of this particular otter, she felt that the possibility was not a remote one. On the evening preceding the day fixed for the hunt, Amanda spent a solitary hour walking by the banks of the stream, making what she imagined to be hound noises. It was charitably supposed by those who overheard her performance that she was practicing for farmyard imitations at the forthcoming village entertainment. It was her friend and neighbour, Aurora Burrett, who brought her news of the day's sport.
Pity you went out. We had quite a good day. We found it at once, in the pool just below your garden.
Did you kill? Asked Amanda.
Rather. A fine she-otter. Your husband got rather badly bitten in trying to tail it. Poor beast, I felt quite sorry for it. It had such a human look in its eyes when it was killed. Don't call me silly, but do you know who the look reminded me of?
My dear woman, what is the matter?
When Amanda had recovered to a certain extent from her attack of nervous prostration, Egbert took her to the Nile Valley to recuperate. Change of scene speedily brought about the desired recovery of health and mental balance. The escapades of an adventurous otter in search of a variation of diet were viewed in their proper light. Amanda's normally placid temperament reasserted itself. Even a hurricane of shouted curses coming from her husband's dressing-room in her husband's voice, but hardly in his usual vocabulary, failed to disturb her serenity as she made a leisurely toilet one evening in a Cairo hotel.
"What is the matter? What has happened?"
she asked in amused curiosity.
"The little beast has thrown all my clean shirts into the bath. Wait till I catch you, you little—"
"What little beast?"
asked Amanda, suppressing a desire to laugh. Egbert's language was so hopelessly inadequate to express his outraged feelings.
"A little beast of a naked brown Nubian boy," sputtered Egbert.
And now Amanda is seriously ill. An Injustice Revealed. Anonymous. I found this story in a French children's book, which gave no indication as to when or where it might have been written. Chinese ghost stories go back to the dawn of civilization, and reached near perfection during the golden age of the Tang dynasty, A.D. 618 to 907. To the modern reader they seem different from Western ghost stories, in that the element of surprise never lies in the sudden appearance of the ghost itself, but usually in what it has come to say or do. The Chinese ghost is as much a part of reality as the narrator or his surroundings, and the other characters accept his existence as a matter of course. In the following story, the ghost appears as a lovable, chatty, very everyday kind of ghost, himself haunted by the terrors of bureaucracy. Two civil servants, Ya Ning Fei and Wang Li, were very good friends who enjoyed each other's company. Both were outstanding examples of honest, incorruptible inspectors, and for that reason much feared by the corrupt officials whom it was their task to keep under observation. But lately their meetings had been few and far between, because both had been busy in different parts of their provinces. Then one day Ya Ning Fei heard that Wang Li, during his last tour of inspection, had suddenly fallen ill and died. His family had had his body transported to his birthplace, and had buried him there according to his wishes. Ya Ning Fei grieved deeply at the loss of his friend, and promised himself that he would go, as soon as his work permitted, to pay his respects to Wang Li's memory. Almost 3 months after Wang Li's death, Ya Ning Fei was sent on an inspection tour to the faraway town of Hichens, where the governor had become the object of many serious complaints. Although Ye Ning Fei did not know it, Hichens was the town in which Wang Li had died. After a tiresome journey, Ye Ning Fei arrived in Hichens, took a room at the inn, and without delay began to study the governor's files and documents, all of which he found in great disorder. There was little doubt as to the extent of the governor's corruption. Though the entire province lived in abject poverty, the governor's house was of a luxury beyond a sane person's dreams. Ye Ning Fei locked himself up in his room, gave instructions not to be disturbed, and settled down to investigate the matter. One evening, as he was sitting at his table, deep in the study of official documents, the door of his room opened silently, and a cold gust of air blew on the flame in his lamp and made it flutter. Ye Ning Fei lifted his eyes in surprise, but the door closed itself again slowly. Thinking that it was nothing but the wind, he returned to his papers, but before he could find the paragraph at which he had left off, he saw, sitting across the table from him, his old friend, Wang Li, smiling sweetly. Ye Ning Fei greeted him affectionately, but expressed surprise at seeing him. "I had not realized that it was here," he said, "in this small town that you died. But why are you not in your grave? I heard that your family had collected your body and had held your funeral. What are you doing wandering so far from home? Even your spirit should by now have returned to your sacred birthplace." "You're quite right," agreed Wang Li. "But something so terrible has happened that I can hardly find words to describe it. You see, I was kept here while my body was being carried away home, and now I cannot rejoin it. I have not even got enough money to pay the infernal guards the toll into my province, and you know what a long journey that is. I was delighted to find out that you were coming to Hichens. You, my dear friend, are my only hope. I must apologize for troubling you, but I cannot think of any other way out of this terrible situation. I am forced to ask you for a friendly loan." Ye Ning Fei said that of course he would help. What else were friends for? He asked Wang Li how much money he required, and promised to get it the very next day. Then he put his papers away into a box and said, "I have no wish to pry, but I would very much like to know exactly what happened." Wang Li shrugged his shoulders. "It is a long and muddled tale, so complicated that at first I could make no sense at all out of it. And I mustn't take up too much of your valuable time. I see you have a great deal of work to do." Ye Ning Fei insisted that his friend tell him as much as possible. The chance of conversing together might not arise again in the near future, and besides, he had almost finished his work for the day. So Wang Li agreed. "At first," he said, "everything was very confusing. As you know, I had been sent here to Hichens on an inspection tour. But even before I was able to start work, I became terribly ill. I was struck down by a violent fever and died practically without realizing it. As I lay dead here in my room, the door was violently wrenched open, and 2 horrible bailiffs burst in. I remember thinking that the innkeeper left much to be desired if he allowed 2 such men to enter a civil servant's room as if they owned the place. They looked truly frightening. They were dressed entirely in black, with thick belts around their waists, and out of their livid faces their bloodshot eyes shone red and menacing. On their heads they wore strange ornaments wrought in black iron, and in their hands they carried heavy chains with round brass weights. They dragged me off my bed, tied my hands behind my back, and, with great roughness, pushed me into the street. Throughout the journey they never said a word, and whenever I tried to ask them a civil question, their only answer would be a hard tug on my chains. Suddenly, I cannot say how, I found myself in a vast hall, surrounded by even more bailiffs, all looking very much alike. Near the door, an enormous judge was sitting behind a desk. His face was green, with large, piercing eyes burning beneath bushy black eyebrows. Long, thick, red whiskers drooped down to his feet. The judge drew his hands out of the folds of his robe and laid them on his desk, looking at me with such severity that I felt an icy chill creep down to the small of my back. The bailiffs pushed me down on my knees and stood on either side of me. The judge asked my name, and then instructed one of his assistants, the registrar no doubt, to find my case in the book of complaints and punishments. I realized at last that I was in the court of hell. Turning the pages of a large, musty volume, the registrar began to read out in a monotonous voice. The person who calls himself Wang stands here accused, according to the laws of this court, not only of numerous breaches of honor due to a dissolute and corrupt life, but also of causing the death of a certain Chao Heng, the above-mentioned Chao Heng, after his death. File this complaint at the present court, and his claim has been recognized as valid. I cannot hope to make you understand what I felt at that moment. There I stood, accused of an immoral and corrupt life. I had no idea who this Chao Heng was, so how in the world could I have been the cause of his death? I was bathed in perspiration from the shock and the indignation I felt. Fear made me tremble. During the entire reading, the terrible judge kept staring at me, and when the registrar stopped, he asked in a stentorian voice, "Do you, the accused, confess to this crime?" I made an attempt to rise, but the bailiff threw me back on my knees. From this humiliating position I wailed, "Your Honor, members of the court, there must be some mistake. I know of no one called Chao Heng." The judge frowned hideously and asked the registrar to read out Chao Heng's complaint, in order to refresh my memory. I learnt that a certain Chao Heng had addressed the court, humbly begging that Wang, governor of the province, be punished, for he had sullied Chao Heng's good reputation. Chao Heng, it seems, had been Wang's subordinate, and under his orders had become involved in the illegal commerce of antiques. An inspector arrived, and Wang put all the blame on Chao, who apparently was not aware of the true nature of these transactions. Chao suffered the humiliation of being fired, and the shame he felt in his wounded honor caused him such sadness that he died of a broken heart. He therefore wished to lodge a complaint against Wang, who had ruined his good name and caused his premature death. As the reading proceeded under the judge's menacing eyes, I realized that my trial was in fact a mistake. I had never been the governor of a province. I had never been anything more than an inspector. When I was asked once again to answer the questions, I pointed out to the judge that a great many civil servants bore the name Wang. I swore that I had never been a governor, and that I had never met Chao Heng. But you know what bureaucracy is like. The judge ordered that I be taken to a cell until the affair could be clarified. And 2 whole months went by before it was discovered that they had got the wrong Wang. The Wang in question is to die tomorrow, that is, 90 days after myself. I was set free and came back here, finding myself, as I have already told you, in an infernally awkward situation. Yan Ning Fei listened with great interest to Wang's story, and asked him a number of questions concerning the organization of justice in hell. They discussed the story from every possible angle, and before they knew it the night was gone, and the first morning light was creeping into the room. Wang Li rose to say goodbye and thanked his friend for helping him. Before leaving, he added, "It might interest you to know that this infamous Wang is, in fact, Wang Lu, governor of the province you are now in charge of inspecting." And with this, he smiled and disappeared as suddenly as he had come. Yan Ning Fei slept for a short while. When he woke, his servants informed him that Wang, governor of the province, had died in his sleep during the night. Yan Ning Fei had several more documents brought to him, and after consulting them discovered that a certain Chao Heng had in fact been employed by the provincial authorities, and had been fired as a result of some illegal transactions in the commerce of antiques. Some time later he had died of shame and humiliation. That evening, Yan Ning Fei went out to a little monastery near the town walls, and there burnt some ritual paper money for his friend Wang Li. Once finished his tour of inspection, he returned home, stopping on the way at Wang Li's village to pay his respects at his friend's tomb. That night, Wang Li visited him again and thanked him once more for his kindness. They talked for a while, and just before parting, Wang Li told him that the other Wang had been judged by the court of hell and found guilty. As a punishment, he had been condemned to be reborn in the form of a pig. Translated from an anonymous French version by Alberto Manguel. A Little Place Off the Edgware Road. Graham Greene. This story appeared in Graham Greene's first collection, 19 Stories, published when he was very young. In the introduction, he called them scraps, and later confessed that at the time the short story as a form bothered him and even bored him. Looking back on them, however, in the preface to his collected stories, published in 1972, he admits that some had the qualities his first novels lacked: simplicity of language, the sense of life as it is lived. I realize, he says, that since the beginning I have really been all the time a writer of short stories. A Little Place Off the Edgware Road is a terrifying tale, and it is that sense of life as it is lived that gives the supernatural element in it such a frightening reality. Everything in it is possible, and yet we know that what has happened cannot be. Built into the story's pattern, I found echoes of Browning's The Ring and the Book, and Ulysses' Visit to Hades, Odyssey, Book 11, where he speaks with the ghost of Achilles. But these findings remind me, too, of Cesare Pavesi's comment, "Critics sometimes find hidden clues and new arguments in my stories. I cannot say they are wrong and that the clues and arguments are non-existent. I can only say I haven't put them there." Craven came up past the Achilles statue in the thin summer rain. It was only just after lighting up time, but already the cars were lined up all the way to the Marble Arch, and the sharp, acquisitive faces peered out ready for a good time with anything possible which came along. Craven went bitterly by with the collar of his mackintosh tight round his throat. It was one of his bad days. All the way up the park he was reminded of passion, but you needed money for love. All that a poor man could get was lust. Love needed a good suit, a car, a flat somewhere, or a good hotel. It needed to be wrapped in cellophane. He was aware all the time of the stringy tie beneath the mackintosh, and the frayed sleeves. He carried his body about with him like something he hated. There were moments of happiness in the British Museum reading room, but the body called him back. He bore, as his only sentiment, the memory of ugly deeds committed on park chairs. People talked as if the body died too soon. That wasn't the trouble to Craven at all. The body kept alive, and through the glittering, tinsely rain, on his way to a rostrum, passed a little man in a black suit carrying a banner, "The body shall rise again." He remembered a dream he had 3 times woken trembling from. He had been alone in the huge, dark, cavernous burying ground of all the world. Every grave was connected to another under the ground. The globe was honeycombed for the sake of the dead, and on each occasion of dreaming he had discovered anew the horrifying fact that the body doesn't decay. There are no worms in dissolution. Under the ground the world was littered with masses of dead flesh, ready to rise again with their warts and boils and eruptions. He had lain in bed and remembered as tidings of great joy that the body, after all, was corrupt. He came up into the Edgware Road, walking fast. The guardsmen were out in couples, great, languid, elongated beasts, the bodies like worms in their tight trousers. He hated them, and hated his hatred, because he knew what it was: envy. He was aware that every one of them had a better body than himself. Indigestion creased his stomach. He felt sure that his breath was foul, but who could he ask? Sometimes he secretly touched himself here and there with scent. It was one of his ugliest secrets. Why should he be asked to believe in the resurrection of this body he wanted to forget? Sometimes he prayed at night. A hint of religious belief was lodged in his breast like a worm in a nut,
that his body, at any rate, should never rise again. He knew all the side streets round the Edgware Road only too well. When a mood was on, he simply walked until he tired, squinting at his own image in the windows of Salmon and Gluckstein and the ABCs. So he noticed at once the posters outside the disused theatre in Culper Road. They were not unusual, for sometimes Barclay's Bank Dramatic Society would hire the place for an evening, or an obscure film would be trade-shown there. The theatre had been built in 1920 by an optimist who thought the cheapness of the site would more than counterbalance its disadvantage of lying a mile outside the conventional theatre zone. But no play had ever succeeded, and it was soon left to gather rat-holes and spider-webs. The covering of the seats was never renewed, and all that ever happened to the place was the temporary false life of an amateur play or a trade show. Craven stopped and read. There were still optimists, it appeared, even in 1939, for nobody but the blindest optimist could hope to make money out of the place as the home of the silent film. The first season of Primitives was announced, a highbrow phrase. There would never be a second. Well, the seats were cheap, and it was perhaps worth a shilling to him, now that he was tired, to get in somewhere out of the rain. Craven bought a ticket and went into the darkness of the stalls. In the dead darkness a piano tinkled, something monotonously recalling Mendelssohn. He sat down in a gangway seat, and could immediately feel the emptiness all round him. No, there would never be another season. On the screen a large woman in a kind of toga wrung her hands, then wobbled with curious jerky movements towards a couch. There she sat and stared out like a sheepdog distractedly through her loose and black and stringy hair. Sometimes she seemed to dissolve altogether into dots and flashes and wiggly lines. A subtitle said, "Pompilia, betrayed by her beloved Augustus, seeks an end to her troubles." Craven began at last to see. A dim waste of stalls. There were not 20 people in the place. A few couples whispering with their heads touching, and a number of lonely men like himself, wearing the same uniform of the cheap mackintosh. They lay about at intervals like corpses, and again Craven's obsession returned, the toothache of horror. He thought miserably, I am going mad. Other people don't feel like this. Even a disused theatre reminded him of those interminable caverns where the bodies were waiting for resurrection. A slave to his passion, Augustus calls for yet more wine. A gross, middle-aged, Teutonic actor lay on an elbow with his arm round a large woman in a shift. The spring song tinkled ineptly on, and the screen flickered like indigestion. Somebody felt his way through the darkness, scrabbling past Craven's knees. A small man. Craven experienced the unpleasant feeling of a large beard brushing his mouth. Then there was a long sigh as the newcomer found the next chair. And on the screen events had moved with such rapidity that Pompilia had already stabbed herself, or so Craven supposed, and lay still and buxom among her weeping slaves. A low, breathless voice sighed out close to Craven's ear. "What's happened? Is she asleep?" "No, dead." "Murdered?" the voice asked with a keen interest. "I don't think so. Stabbed herself." Nobody said hush. Nobody was enough interested to object to a voice. They drooped among the empty chairs in attitudes of weary inattention. The film wasn't nearly over yet. There were children somehow to be considered. Was it all going on to a second generation? But the small, bearded man in the next seat seemed to be interested only in Pompilia's death. The fact that he had come in at that moment apparently fascinated him. Craven heard the word coincidence twice, and he went on talking to himself about it in low, out-of-breath tones. Absurd, when you come to think of it. And then, no blood at all. Craven didn't listen. He sat with his hands clasped between his knees, facing the fact, as he had faced it so often before, that he was in danger of going mad. He had to pull himself up, take a holiday, see a doctor. God knew what infection moved in his veins. He became aware that his bearded neighbour had addressed him directly. "What?" he asked impatiently. "What did you say?" "There would be more blood than you can imagine." "What are you talking about?" When the man spoke to him, he sprayed him with damp breath. There was a little bubble in his speech like an impediment. He said, "When you murder a man,
This was a woman, Craven said impatiently. That wouldn't make any difference. And it's got nothing to do with murder anyway. That doesn't signify. They seem to have got into an absurd and meaningless wrangle in the dark. I know, you see, the little bearded man said in a tone of enormous conceit. Know what? About such things, he said with guarded ambiguity. Craven turned and tried to see him clearly. Was he mad? Was this a warning of what he might become? Babbling incomprehensibly to strangers in cinemas? He thought, by God, no, trying to see. I'll be sane yet, I will be sane. He could make out nothing but a small black hump of body. The man was talking to himself again. He said, Talk, such talk. They'll say it was all for £50, but that's a lie. Reasons and reasons, they always take the first reason. Never look behind. 30 years of reasons. Such simpletons, he added again in that tone of breathless and unbounded conceit. So this was madness. So long as he could realize that, he must be sane himself, relatively speaking. Not so sane, perhaps, as the seekers in the park or the guardsmen in the Edgware Road, but saner than this. It was like a message of encouragement as the piano tinkled on. Then again the little man turned and sprayed him. Killed herself, you say? But who's to know that? It's not a mere question of what hand holds the knife. He laid a hand suddenly and confidingly on Craven's. It was damp and sticky. Craven said with horror as a possible meaning came to him. What are you talking about? I know, the little man said. A man in my position gets to know almost everything. What is your position? Craven said, feeling the sticky hand on his, trying to make up his mind whether he was being hysterical or not. After all, there were a dozen explanations. It might be treacle. A pretty desperate one, you'd say. Sometimes the voice almost died in the throat altogether. Something incomprehensible had happened on the screen. Take your eyes from these early pictures for a moment, and the plot had proceeded on at such a pace. Only the actors moved slowly and jerkily. A young woman in a nightdress seemed to be weeping in the arms of a Roman centurion. Craven hadn't seen either of them before. I am not afraid of death, Lucius, in your arms. The little man began to titter knowingly. He was talking to himself again. It would have been easy to ignore him altogether if it had not been for those sticky hands which he now removed. He seemed to be fumbling at the seat in front of him. His head had a habit of lolling suddenly sideways, like an idiot child's. He said distinctly and irrelevantly, Bayswater tragedy. What was that? Craven said sharply. He had seen those words on a poster before he entered the park. What? About the tragedy. To think they call Cullen Mews Bayswater. Suddenly the little man began to cough, turning his face towards Craven and coughing right at him. It was like vindictiveness. The voice said brokenly, Let me see, my umbrella. He was getting up. You didn't have an umbrella. My umbrella, he repeated. And seemed to lose the word altogether. He went scrabbling out past Craven's knees. Craven let him go, but before he had reached the billowy, dusty curtains of the exit, the screen went blank and bright. The film had broken, and somebody immediately turned up one dirt-choked chandelier above the circle. It shone down just enough for Craven to see the smear on his hands. This wasn't hysteria. This was a fact. He wasn't mad. He had sat next a madman who in some muse— what was the name? Collins? Craven jumped up and made his own way out. The black curtain flapped in his mouth. But he was too late. The man had gone, and there were 3 turnings to choose from. He chose instead a telephone box and dialed with an odd sense for him of sanity and decision 999. It didn't take 2 minutes to get the right department. They were interested, and very kind. Yes, there had been a murder in a mews. Cullen Mews. A man's neck had been cut from ear to ear with a bread knife. A horrid crime. He began to tell them how he had sat next the murderer in a cinema. It couldn't be anyone else. There was blood now on his hands, and he remembered with a repulsion as he spoke the damp beard. There must have been a terrible lot of blood. But the voice from the yard interrupted him. Oh, no,
it was saying. "We have the murderer. No doubt of it at all. It's the body that's disappeared." Craven put down the receiver. He said to himself aloud, "Why should this happen to me? Why to me?" He was back in the horror of his dream. The squalid, darkening street outside was only one of the innumerable tunnels connecting grave to grave, where the imperishable bodies lay. He said, "It was a dream. A dream." And leaning forward, he saw in the mirror above the telephone his own face, sprinkled by tiny drops of blood, like dew from a scent spray. He began to scream. "I won't go mad! I won't go mad! I'm sane! I won't go mad!" Presently, a little crowd began to collect, and soon a policeman came. From A School Story by M.R. James. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the word ghost carries in its root the sense of anger and evil. The meaning has survived, and even today a ghost is almost certainly something that will harm us. The reasons for this irascible temperament are not always known, and do not always matter. But ghosts have been with us, taunting, frightening, and tormenting us, since the first stories in the world were told. The ghost story is a genre in itself, and though very ancient, English literature did not recognize it as such until the Romantic Age. The best ghost stories I know of were written later, towards the turn of the century, by Sheridan Le Fanu and Montague Rhodes James, Dean of King's College, Cambridge. I have no particular fondness for the straightforward ghost story. For me, the simple apparition of a ghost is not enough. However, the following extract from M.R. James' Ghost Stories from an Antiquary has all the best qualities of the genre and is pleasantly terrifying. Let's see. I wonder if I can remember the staple ones that I was told. First, there was the house with a room in which a series of people insisted on passing a night, and each of them in the morning was found kneeling in a corner and had just time to say, "I've seen it," and died. Wasn't that the house in Berkeley Square? I dare say it was. Then there was the man who heard a noise in the passage at night, opened his door, and saw someone crawling towards him on all fours, with his eye hanging out on his cheek. There was besides, let me think, yes, the room where a man was found dead in bed with a horseshoe mark on his forehead, and the floor under the bed was covered with marks of horseshoes also. I don't know why. Also, there was the lady who, unlocking her bedroom door in a strange house, heard a thin voice among the bed curtains say, "Now we're shut in for the night." The Signalman by Charles Dickens. Dickens wrote The Signalman in the 1840s, after his success with A Christmas Carol, The Chimes, and The Cricket on the Hearth, the famous Christmas stories. He was then the English-speaking world's most popular writer, and he knew exactly how to capture the public's attention. His stories were written before his great novels. Bleak House was published in 1852, Hard Times in 1854, Great Expectations in 1860, but they already show Dickens' superb control of his craft. Dickens often makes use of the fantastic in his work, giving ghosts and dreams a credible coat of reality, making them similar to objects in the tangible world. Two things can be very much alike, and yet abysmally different, wrote George Orwell in his essay on Dickens. In Dickens' writings, heaven and hell are in the same place. "Hello, below there!" When he heard a voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, though I could not have said for my life what. But I know it was remarkable enough to attract my notice, even though his figure was foreshortened and shadowed, down in the deep trench, and mine was high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset
that I had shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all. "Hello, below!" From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and raising his eyes, saw my figure high above him. "Is there any path by which I can come down and speak to you?" He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with a repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, quickly changing into a violent pulsation, and an oncoming rush that caused me to start back, as though it had force to draw me down. When such vapour as rose to my height from this rapid train had passed me, and was skimming away over the landscape, I looked down again, and saw him refurling the flag he had shown while the train went by. I repeated my inquiry. After a pause, during which he seemed to regard me with fixed attention, he motioned with his rolled-up flag towards a point on my level, some 200 or 300 yards distant. I called down to him, "All right," and made for that point. There, by dint of looking closely about me, I found a rough, zigzag descending path notched out, which I followed. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. For these reasons I found the way long enough to give me time to recall a singular air of reluctance or compulsion with which he had pointed out the path. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, I saw that he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed, in an attitude as if he were waiting for me to appear. He had his left hand at his chin, and that left elbow rested on his right hand, crossed over his breast. His attitude was one of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped a moment, wondering at it. I resumed my downward way, and stepping out upon the level of the railroad and drawing nearer to him, saw that he was a dark, sallow man with a dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of sky. The perspective one way only, a crooked prolongation of this great dungeon. The shorter perspective in the other direction terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance to a black tunnel, in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to this spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me, as if I had left the natural world. Before he stirred, I was near enough to him to have touched him. Not even then removing his eyes from mine, he stepped back one step and lifted his hand. "This was a lonesome post to occupy," I said, and it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. A visitor was a rarity, I should suppose. Not an unwelcome rarity, I hoped. In me he merely saw a man who had been shut up within narrow limits all his life, and who, being at last set free, had a newly awakened interest in these great works. To such purpose I spoke to him, but I am far from sure of the terms I used, for, besides that I am not happy in opening any conversation, there was something in the man that daunted me. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it, and then looked at me. That light was part of his charge, was it not? He answered in a low voice, "Don't you know it is?" The monstrous thought came into my mind as I perused the fixed eyes and the saturnine face, that this was a spirit, not a man. I have speculated since whether there may have been infection in his mind. In my turn I stepped back, but in making the action I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. This put the monstrous thought to flight. "You look at me," I said, forcing a smile, "as if you had a dread of me." "I was doubtful," he returned, "whether I had seen you before." "Where?" He pointed to the red light he had looked at. "There?" I said. Intently watchful of me, he replied, but without sound, "Yes." "My good fellow, what should I do there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, you may swear." "I think I may," he rejoined. "Yes, I am sure I may." His manner cleared like my own. He replied to my remarks with readiness and in well-chosen words. Had he much to do there?
Yes, that was to say he had enough responsibility to bear, but exactness and watchfulness were what was required of him, and of actual work, manual labour, he had next to none. To change that signal, to trim those lights, and to turn this iron handle now and then, was all he had to do under that head. Regarding those many long and lonely hours of which I seemed to make so much, he could only say that the routine of his life had shaped itself into that form, and he had grown used to it. He had taught himself a language down here, if only to know it by sight, and to have formed his own crude ideas of its pronunciation could be called learning it. He had also worked at fractions and decimals, and tried a little algebra. But he was, and had been as a boy, a poor hand at figures. Was it necessary for him when on duty always to remain in that channel of damp air, and could he never rise into the sunshine from between those high stone walls? Why, that depended upon times and circumstances. Under some conditions there would be less upon the line than under others, and the same held good as to certain hours of the day and night. In bright weather he did choose occasions for getting a little above those lower shadows, but being at all times liable to be called by his electric bell, and at such times listening for it with redoubled anxiety, the relief was less than I would suppose. He took me into his box, where there was a fire, a desk for an official book, in which he had to make certain entries, a telegraphic instrument with its dial, face, and needles, and the little bell of which he had spoken. On my trusting that he would excuse the remark that he had been well educated, and, I hoped I might say without offence, perhaps educated above that station, he observed that instances of slight incongruity in such wise would rarely be found wanting among large bodies of men, that he had heard it was so in workhouses, in the police force, even in that last desperate resource, the army, and that he knew it was so, more or less, in any great railway staff. He had been, when young, if I could believe it, sitting in that hut he scarcely could, a student of natural philosophy, and had attended lectures, but he had run wild, misused his opportunities, gone down, and never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He had made his bed, and he lay upon it. It was far too late to make another. All that I have here condensed, he said in a quiet manner, with his grave, dark regards divided between me and the fire. He threw in the word sir from time to time, and especially when he referred to his youth, as though to request me to understand that he claimed to be nothing but what I found him. He was several times interrupted by the little bell, and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand without the door and display a flag as the train passed, and make some verbal communication to the driver. In the discharge of his duties I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, breaking off his discourse at a syllable, and remaining silent until what he had to do was done. In a word, I should have set this man down as one of the safest of men to be employed in that capacity, but for the circumstance that while he was speaking to me, he twice broke off with a fallen colour, turned his face towards the little bell when it did not ring, opened the door of the hut, which was kept shut to exclude the unhealthy damp, and looked out towards the red light near the mouth of the tunnel. On both of these occasions he came back to the fire with the inexplicable air upon him which I had remarked, without being able to define, when we were so far asunder. Said I, when I rose to leave him, "You almost make me think that I have met with a contented man." I am afraid I must acknowledge that I said it to lead him on. "I believe I used to be so," he rejoined, in the low voice in which he had first spoken. "But I am troubled, sir, I am troubled." He would have recalled the words if he could. He had said them, however, and I took them up quickly. "With what? What is your trouble?" "It is very difficult to impart, sir. It is very, very difficult to speak of. If ever you make me another visit, I will try to tell you." "But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?" "I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on again at 10 tomorrow night, sir." "I will come at 11. He thanked me and went out at the door with me. "I'll show my white light, sir," he said in his peculiar low voice, "till you have found the way up. When you have found it, don't call out, and when you are at the top, don't call out." His manner seemed to make the place strike colder to me, but I said no more than, "Very well. And when you come tomorrow night, don't call out. Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, 'Hello, below there,' tonight?" "Heaven knows," said I. "I cried something to that effect." "Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well." "Admit those were the very words. I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below." "For no other reason?" "What other reason could I possibly have?" "You have no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?" "No." He wished me good night and held up his light. I walked by the side of the down line of rails, with a very disagreeable sensation of a train coming behind me, until I found the path. It was easier to mount than to descend, and I got back to my inn without any adventure. Punctual to my appointment, I placed my foot on the first notch of the zigzag next night as the distant clocks were striking 11. He was waiting for me at the bottom with his white light on. "I have not called out," I said, when we came close together. "May I speak now?" "By all means, sir." "Good night, then, and here's my hand." "Good night, sir, and here's mine." With that we walked side by side to his box, entered it, closed the door, and sat down by the fire. "I have made up my mind, sir," he began, bending forward as soon as we were seated, and speaking in a tone but a little above a whisper, "that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. I took you for someone else yesterday evening. That troubles me." "That mistake?" "No, that someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Like me?" "I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved, this way." I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the action of an arm gesticulating with the utmost passion and vehemence. "For God's sake, clear the way!" "One moonlight night," said the man, "I was sitting here, when I heard a voice cry, 'Hello, below there!' I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, 'Look out, look out!' and then again, 'Hello, below there, look out!' I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure, calling, 'What's wrong? What has happened? Where?' It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up at it, and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away, when it was gone." "Into the tunnel?" said I. "No. I ran on into the tunnel 500 yards. I stopped, and held my lamp above my head, and saw the figures of the measured distance, and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me. And I looked all round the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder to the gallery at top of it, and I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. 'An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?' The answer came back both ways. 'All well.'" Resisting the slow touch of a frozen finger tracing out my spine, I showed him how that this figure must be a deception of his sense of sight, and how that figures, originating in disease of the delicate nerves administered to the functions of the eye, were known to have often troubled patients, some of whom had become conscious of the nature of their affliction, and had even proved it by experiments upon themselves. "As to an imaginary cry," said I, "do but listen for a moment to the wind in this unnatural valley while we speak so low, and to the wild harp it makes of the telegraph wires." "That was all very well," he returned, after we had sat listening for a while, and he ought to know something of the wind and the wires, he who so often passed long winter nights there alone and watching, but he would beg to remark that he had not finished. I asked his pardon, and he slowly added these words, touching my arm. "Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood." A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind, but it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur, and they must be taken into account in dealing with such a subject. Though to be sure I must admit, I added, for I thought I saw that he was going to bring the objection to bear upon me, men of common sense did not allow much for coincidences in making the ordinary calculations of life. He again begged to remark that he had not finished. I again begged his pardon for being betrayed into interruptions. This, he said again, laying his hand upon my arm and glancing over his shoulder with hollow eyes, was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock, when one morning as the day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked towards the red light and saw the spectre again. He stopped, with a fixed look at me. Did it cry out? No, it was silent. Did it wave its arm? No, it leaned against the shaft of the light with both hands before the face, like this. Once more I followed his actions with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude on stone figures on tombs. Did you go up to it? I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was above me, and the ghost was gone. But nothing followed? Nothing came of this? He touched me on the arm with his forefinger twice or thrice, giving a ghastly nod each time. That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the drive, "Stop!" He shut off and put his brake on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments, and was brought in here and laid down on this floor between us. Involuntarily I pushed my chair back, as I looked from the boards at which he pointed to, himself. True, sir, true. Precisely as it happened, so I tell it you. I could think of nothing to say to any purpose, and my mouth was very dry. The wind and the wires took up the story with a long, lamenting wail. He resumed, "Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again, by fits and starts. At the light? At the danger light. What does it seem to do?" He repeated, if possible with increased passion and vehemence, that former gesticulation of, "For God's sake, clear the way." Then he went on, "I have no peace or rest for it. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. Below there, look out, look out. It stands waving to me. It rings my little bell." I caught at that. "Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door?" "Twice." "Why, see," said I, "how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell, and if I am a living man it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except when it was wrong in the natural course of physical things, by the station communicating with you." He shook his head. "I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with the man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell that it derives from nothing else, and I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you fail to hear it. But I heard it. And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out?" "It was there." "Both times?" He repeated firmly, "Both times." "Will you come to the door with me and look for it now?" He bit his under lip as though he were somewhat unwilling, but arose. I opened the door and stood on the step while he stood in the doorway. There was the danger light. There was the dismal mouth of the tunnel. There were the high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were the stars above them. "Do you see it?" I asked him, taking particular note of his face. His eyes were prominent and strained, but not very much more so, perhaps, than my own had been when I had directed them earnestly towards the same spot. "No," he answered. It is not there. Agreed, said I. We went in again, shut the door, and resumed our seats. I was thinking how best to improve this advantage, if it might be called one, when he took up the conversation in such a matter-of-course way, so assuming that there could be no serious question of fact between us, that I felt myself placed in the weakest of positions. "By this time you will fully understand, sir," he said, "that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the spectre mean?" I was not sure, I told him, that I did fully understand. "What is its warning against?" he said, ruminating with his eyes on the fire and only by times turning them on me. "What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?" He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. "If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I can give no reason for it," he went on, wiping the palms of his hands. "I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. This is the way it would work. Message, danger, take care. Answer, what danger, where? Message, don't know, but for God's sake take care. They would displace me. What else could they do?" His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man, oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. "When it first stood under the danger light," he went on, putting his dark hair back from his head and drawing his hands outward across and across his temples in an extremity of feverish distress, "why not tell me where that accident was to happen, if it must happen? Why not tell me how it could be averted, if it could have been averted? When on its second coming it hit its face, why not tell me instead, 'She is going to die. Let them keep her at home'? If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, Lord help me, a mere poor signalman on this solitary station. Why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act?" When I saw him in this state, I saw that for the poor man's sake as well as for the public safety, what I had to do for the time was to compose his mind. Therefore, setting aside all question of reality or unreality between us, I represented to him that whoever thoroughly discharged his duty must do well, and that at least it was his comfort that he understood his duty, though he did not understand these confounding appearances. In this effort I succeeded far better than in the attempt to reason him out of his conviction. He became calm. The occupations incidental to his post as the night advanced began to make larger demands on his attention, and I left him at 2 in the morning. I had offered to stay through the night, but he would not hear of it. That I more than once looked back at the red light as I ascended the pathway, that I did not like the red light, and that I should have slept but poorly if my bed had been under it, I see no reason to conceal. Nor did I like the 2 sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I see no reason to conceal that either. But what ran most in my thoughts was a consideration, how ought I to act, having become the recipient of this disclosure? I had proved the man to be intelligent, vigilant, painstaking, and exact. But how long might he remain so in his state of mind? Though in a subordinate position, still he held a most important trust, and would I, for instance, like to stake my own life on the chances of his continuing to execute it with precision? Unable to overcome a feeling that there would be something treacherous in my communicating what he had told me to his superiors in the company, without first being plain with himself and proposing a middle course to him, I ultimately resolved to offer to accompany him, otherwise keeping his secret for the present, to the wisest medical practitioner we could hear of in those parts, and to take his opinion. A change in his time of duty would come round next night, he had apprised me, and he would be off an hour or 2 after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting.
I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for in a moment I saw that this appearance of a man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a flashing, self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there, and causing no one to be sent to overlook or correct what he did, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. "What is the matter?" I asked the men.
"Signalman killed this morning, sir."
"Not the man belonging to that box?"
"Yes, sir."
"Not the man I know?"
"You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him,"
said the man who spoke for the others, solemnly uncovering his own head and raising an end of the tarpaulin.
"For his face is quite composed."
"Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" I asked, turning from one to another as the hut closed in again.
"He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better, but somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He had struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. As the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom."
The man, who wore a rough, dark dress, stepped back to his former place at the mouth of the tunnel.
"Coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir," he said. "I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass."
There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him and called to him as loud as I could call. "What did you say?"
"I said, 'Below there, look out, look out! For God's sake, clear the way!'"
I started. "Oh, it was a dreadful time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last, but it was no use." Without prolonging the narrative, to dwell on any one of its curious circumstances more than on any other, I may, in closing it, point out the coincidence that the warning of the engine-driver included not only the words which the unfortunate signalman had repeated to me as haunting him, but also the words which I myself, not he, had attached, and that only in my own mind, to the gesticulation he had imitated. The Tall Woman, by Pedro Antonio de Alarcón. A contemporary of Tolstoy, Nietzsche, and Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Pedro Antonio de Alarcón had none of their literary qualities, and if Manuel de Falla had not transformed his novella The Three-Cornered Hat into a piece of matinee music, the world could easily have done without the knowledge of Alarcón's existence. But even a bad writer can sometimes be a good craftsman and produce, almost as if by magic, a work of genius. In Alarcón's case, the muse visited him twice. In 1852, when he wrote The Friend of Death, a haunting and powerful short story, and in 1881, when he wrote The Tall Woman, 10 years before his death. 1. "What do we know, my friends? What do we know?" exclaimed Gabriel, the distinguished mining engineer, sitting down under a pine tree near a fountain on the slope of Guadarrama, about 6 miles from the Escorial Palace and just on the boundary line between the provinces of Madrid and Segovia. "I know the place, the fountain, and the pine tree very well. I can see them still, but I cannot remember the name." "Let's all sit down and rest here," said Gabriel. "We've agreed to enjoy the lovely weather as best we can in this charming place, famous for the tonic qualities of this sparkling fountain and for the picnics which have taken place here, where great scientists have come to observe nature,
and to find an appetite from time to time. Sit down, and I'll tell you a true story to bear out my theory. You call me a materialist, but I still maintain that in this world in which we live, strange things happen. Things so strange that no reason can account for them, nor can science or philosophy give any explanation of such things. Surely there are more mysteries in heaven and on earth than all our philosophy can account for, to alter slightly the words of Hamlet. Gabriel was addressing 5 friends of various ages, none of them very young and only one elderly. 3 of them, like him, were mining engineers. The 4th was an artist, and the 5th something of a writer. All of us had come up with Gabriel, who was the youngest, on hired mules from the village of San Lorenzo, to spend the day in hunting for specimens in the lovely woods of Peguarinos, gathering interesting forest plants under the pine trees, catching butterflies in gauze nets, finding rare beetles under the bark of the decayed trees, and in all these occupations giving a fair amount of attention to the well-filled hamper of cold provisions and the skin of wine, to the cost of which all had contributed in equal shares. This was in the middle of the hot summer of 1875. I am not sure if it was the festival of Santiago or that of San Luis, but it was a holiday of some sort. I think San Luis. In any case, the day was very hot, and the shade of the pine wood and murmur of the fountain were delicious after climbing the mountainside. Up there, mind, heart, body, and especially appetite were refreshed by the pure air and the stillness, so sweet after the busy life of the plains which we had left far below us. The 6 friends sat in the shade of the pine trees, and Gabriel continued, "You may call me a visionary if you like, but it has been my fortune or misfortune in life that I have always been regarded as a materialist, a man of modern thought, not believing in things unseen. In fact, a positivist. Well, I may be so, but my positivism includes an acknowledgment of the mysterious influences of nature, all the strange and inexplicable facts which are facts because they happen, all the emotions of the mind which are inseparable from the life of every reasoning creature. I believe in all these things because they are material and natural. They cannot be explained, but still they happen. Now, as to other things which are supernatural or extranatural, just listen, and then judge for yourselves. I was not the hero of the strange occurrence which I am going to relate to you, but listen, and then tell me what explanation you can give me, natural, physical, scientific, whatever you think will best explain the case, if explanation is at all possible. 2. Perhaps you may have heard of an engineer of public works named Telesforo de Ruiz. He died in 1860. No, I've never heard of him. I have. So have I. He was an Andalusian, very dark and handsome. He was engaged to be married to the daughter of the Marquis of Moredo, and he died of gastric fever. Yes, that he was, replied Gabriel. Well, until about 6 months before he died, my friend Telesforo was a brilliant young man, as everyone said. Tall, strong, handsome, talented, and with a first-class diploma from the School of Mines and excellent prospects. He was very much sought after, in the way of his profession, by both public and private enterprises, and he was just as much sought after in private life by the fair sex, marriageable or unhappily married, and even by some charming widows anxious to tempt Providence again. One of these was a well-known conquest of his, who would gladly have accompanied my friend to the altar. However, she does not enter into this story, and indeed Telesforo merely amused himself in her case by flirting with her. If she did make herself a bit cheap to him, well, he was all the time deeply and seriously in love with the girl to whom he was engaged, poor Joaquina de Moreda, and so the poor widow merely filled a temporary gap. Now, Don Gabriel, no scandal allowed. I am not going to talk scandal. Those of you who knew the young couple will remember that poor Joaquina died suddenly when taking the waters at Santa Agueda, at the end of the summer of 1859. I was in Pau when the sad news came, and I was very much affected because of my friendship for Telesforo. I had only met the girl once at the house of her aunt, General Lopez's widow, and her extreme pallor, almost a bluish tint, struck me as an indication of weak health. such as one sees in sufferers from aneurism. But she was very graceful, refined, and gentle-looking, and in addition to her personal charms, she was to inherit her father's title, as she was the only child, and she would also have a good deal of money. When I heard of her death, I knew that her sweetheart would be inconsolable, and when I got back to Madrid about 3 weeks later, I went to see him early one morning. He had a charming flat in the Calle del Lobo, near the Plaza San Jeronimo. He lived there and had his office under the same roof. He looked very sad, but he was calm and evidently master of his grief, as he sat working with his assistants at some plan of a railway. He was dressed in deep mourning, and when I entered he embraced me in silence, then turned to give some instructions to one of his staff respecting the work in hand. I waited until, taking my arm, he led me to his private sitting-room at the other end of the house, saying as we went, "I am so glad you have come. I cannot tell you how much I have missed you in my present state of mind. Something very strange and unaccountable has happened to me, and I want to tell you about it, for only a friend who knows me as you do will be able to judge if I am mad or a fool. I urgently need a sane, calm opinion, as I know yours will be." "Sit down here," he went on, when we had reached the sitting-room, "and don't be afraid that I am going to weary you by describing my grief, which can only end with my life. You have not had much personal experience of sorrow or human suffering, but you can imagine what I suffer and must always suffer. I do not seek or wish for consolation now, or later on, or ever in all time. That subject is ended now. What I want to tell you is something so strange, so terrible, that I must speak of it to someone of calm judgment, someone who will listen and advise me. The whole adventure is like an awful seal set on my present misery, on the agony of my life, and it tortures me to the point of despair. It is all a most frightful mystery, and I think it will alarm you, too." "Tell me," I replied, feeling vaguely anxious and more than half wishing that I had not come to see my unhappy friend. His expression of terror struck a chill to my heart, and made me fear for his reason. "Listen, then," said he, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. 3. I do not know if it is a mental twist which I have always had, or if it is the effect of some of those silly tales which old nurses use to frighten children into quiet and obedience, but ever since I was very young, nothing has caused me so much fright and horror as the sight, or even the thought, of a woman alone out of doors at a late hour of the night. You can testify that I have never been a coward. Like every other man of the world, I have always been ready to fight a duel if it became necessary to do so, and not very long after I had left the School of Mines, I was obliged to quell a dangerous revolt among my workmen on my first important piece of work with blows and even shots, so that, single-handed, I reduced them to obedience. All my life, in Jaén, in Madrid, and elsewhere, I was accustomed to go about the streets at any hour of the night, alone and unarmed, and if by chance I did meet any late wanderers of suspicious appearance, I knew that they were merely thieves or human prowlers in search of prey, and I simply avoided them or let them pass without notice. But if the solitary form was that of a woman, walking or standing, then, if I was alone or there was no one else in sight, I was in the most abject state of terror possible to imagine. You may laugh if you like, but my agony of mind was dreadful. I shivered from head to foot, thought of ghosts or lost souls, apparitions from the other world, wraiths of persons still alive, in fact, of all the terrible superstitious ideas which have ever been invented to torture the credulous, and which at any other time or in any other circumstances would have only provoked my ridicule. Then I would hasten my steps or turn back. I would make all kinds of detours to avoid meeting the lonely figure, and overcome by repulsion and horror, I would rush back to my home, never stopping until I was safe within its doors. Once in the shelter of my own house, I could laugh at my silly fears, and console myself by reflecting that, at any rate, no one of my acquaintance knew of such folly on my part. I would feel sure, then, that, as I did not believe in fairies or witches or apparitions of any sort, there was no need to have been frightened by the sight of the poor solitary creature, whom want or vice or some other cruel spur had driven from shelter on such a night and at such an hour.
I felt that I should have offered her assistance if she was in need of it, or alms if I had waited for her to ask me for them. But all this solid reasoning did not prevent my acting in just the same way when the next solitary female form was sighted. When I was 25 years of age, I met many such lonely nocturnal wanderers, and though I had always fled from them in the same way, I never had the slightest reason to think that they intended me any harm, or were able to injure me in any way, or had I ever any notable or disagreeable adventure with anyone I met in the street late at night. But my fear was indomitable, only vanishing when I was safe at home and could laugh at or scold myself for my lack of common sense. If I were not alone, or if there were other people in the street, the case was different, for I did not care then. The incident attracted no one's notice and was soon forgotten, as children forget their terrors of the dark when they have companions by their side. Now, this brings me to one night about 3 years ago. I have only too good a reason to remember the exact date. It was the 16th of November at 3 o'clock in the morning. At that time, I was living in a little flat in the Calle de las Jardines, near the Calle de la Matera. The night was terribly cold and wet, and I was alone. You will ask me what I was doing out of doors at that hour on a November morning. Well, you will be surprised to hear that I had just left a sort of gambling saloon, unknown as such to the police, but where many people had already been ruined. I had been induced to go there the night before for the first and last time. Gambling was never a vice of mine, and the inducement held out to me by the friend who took me there, and who was a bit of a scamp, was that I would see something of the smart night-life of the capital, and make the acquaintance of some interesting members of Bohemian society, and ultra-fashionable actresses, and other stars of the demi-monde, who dropped in to win or lose a few crowns at roulette. Well, about midnight the fun waxed furious. People of all classes dropped in, apparently after the theatre or late receptions. Play grew high, and I, like all novices, threw prudence to the winds, and staked my all, winning at first and then losing steadily, until at last, after being severely handled by cruel fortune, I came away without a single coin in my pockets, and with debts to my friend and others, the amounts of which I had jotted down without having any very clear idea of what they amounted to, but feeling certain that it was utterly out of my power ever to discharge them. I was going home, half dead with weariness, annoyance, and disgust at my own folly, freezing with cold and also very hungry. I did not know what to do except to write to my poor father, who was very ill, asking him to send me money, and that would not only grieve but surprise him, for he believed that I was doing well in my profession and already in comfortable circumstances. Overcome by these sad thoughts, I was just crossing the corner of the Calle de los Peligros to reach my own street, and was about to pass a newly erected house at the corner, when on looking up, I became aware that in the doorway, erect and still as a pine tree, stood a very tall, large woman, about 60 years of age, whose bold, malignant, and lashless eyes were fixed on me like 2 daggers, while her huge, toothless mouth grinned at me horribly. The terror, or rather the mad panic which seized on me then, surpassed all I have ever experienced previously. I stood staring at this horrible figure, and each line of her form, each smallest detail of her dress, were indelibly branded in my recollection. The lamp at the street corner shone steadily on the scene, and the apparition, or whatever it might be, and I were the only occupants of the entire street. I forgot my ruined position. I forgot my folly of that night. There was only room in my brain for one thought, if thought it could be called, a crazy terror of the woman who seemed to fill the whole doorway beside me. Oh, don't be alarmed, my friend. I was not really mad. I am not mad now. But what will I be if some consolation is not found for me, some solution to my distress? It is for that reason that I have asked you to listen to me, and to bear with me. The first surprising thing about this woman, as I must call her, was her great height and the breadth of her bony shoulders. Next, the size and roundness of her enormous owl-like eyes, the size of her nose, and the hideous gap which served her as a mouth
made still more hideous by the malignant grin which would have disfigured the fairest mouth in existence. And finally, the strange coquetry of her dress, the bright-coloured handkerchief which was draped over her ugly forehead and fastened beneath the chin, and a very small fan which she held open in her hand, and which she flirted in an affectation of modesty before her face and figure. Nothing could be more grotesque or ridiculous than the sight of that tiny fan in those enormous hands, like a sceptre of weakness for a giantess so old, so bony, so hideous. The same effect was produced by the gay cotton handkerchief, in contrast to the huge, deformed nose and the coarse face, which made me ask myself for a moment if this were not a man in woman's dress. But no, the expression was that of a wicked woman, of a witch, of a sorceress, of one of the fates, of a fury. I cannot express my exact thought, but in that instant I felt that this was the cause and the justification of all the unreasonable fears which had overcome me when I had seen a woman, however innocent-looking, alone in the street at night. It would seem that from my very birth I had foreseen the horror of this encounter, and that I feared it by instinct, as all living creatures are given the instinct to recognize their natural enemies, even by their approach, before ever they have received any injury from them. When I saw now, for the first time, this sphinx of my whole life, I did not run away, less through shame or manly pride than because I dreaded unreasoningly that my very fear would reveal to the creature that it was I, her victim, who fled, and would give her wings to pursue me, to seize me, I could not tell what I feared. Panic is a thing of itself, and has no form of thought even to shape the thing it fears, or to put into words its own madness. The house where I lived was at the extreme end of the street, which, as you know, is very long and narrow. Not another soul was to be seen. I was alone, utterly alone, with that awful statue-like figure, which might annihilate me with a word. How was I to get away, to get home? I looked along to where I saw the broad, well-lighted Calle de la Montera, where policemen and watchmen are on the beat at all times. Finally, I don't remember how, I resolved to do something to escape from the horrible obsession which dominated me. Not to take flight, but to creep by degrees down the street, even at the cost of years of my life and health, and thus, little by little, to get nearer and nearer to my home, exerting myself to the utmost not to fall fainting on the ground before I reached it. I had moved slowly, about 20 steps along the street towards my house, when all at once a new spasm of terror seized me. I did not dare stop. I could not look round. But what if my enemy were following me? Dare I look round? I stopped and tried to reason calmly. One thing or another must happen, I thought quickly. Either I had good cause for this fear, or else it is sheer madness. In the first case, this terrible witch is following me. She will overtake me, and nothing in the whole world can save me. But if this is only a craze, a mania, an access of folly, a groundless panic, then let me face it out, convince myself of its unreality, and thus be cured once for all, and never have to suffer in this way again. I shall feel certain of my silly conduct if I find that this poor old woman is still standing in the doorway sheltering from cold, or waiting for the door to be opened. Then I shall go home, and never again will I permit such groundless fears to torment me. Having almost calmed myself, I stood still and turned my head. Oh, Gabrielle, Gabrielle, how shall I convey my feelings to you at what I saw? The tall woman had followed me with soundless footsteps. She was towering over me, almost touching me with her fan, her head bent so that it nearly touched my shoulder. Why? Ah, why indeed? Was she a pickpocket? Was it a man in disguise? Or was it only a spiteful old woman who saw that I was frightened and wanted to terrify me more? Was it the spectral reflection of my own cowardice? Was it the sum total of all the deceptions and shortcomings of our human nature? To tell you all the ideas which ran through my mind at that moment would be impossible. I managed to scream, which roused me from my stupor as from a nightmare, and I ran like a terrified child of 4 years old, and did not stop until I was in the Calle de la Montera. Once there, all my fear fell away from me. And yet the Calle de la Montera was deserted too. I looked all along the Calle de las Jardines, the whole of which I could see, and which was sufficiently well lighted by its 3 lamp-posts, and by the reflection from the Calle de las Peligros. It would not be possible for the tall woman to hide if she had gone in that direction, but I give you my word, there was not a cat or the shadow of a mouse to be seen in the whole street, not to speak of a giantess like my tormentor. She has gone into some other doorway, I thought, but she will not be able to get away without my seeing her if she moves while the lamps are lit. Just then I saw a night watchman coming along the Calle del Caballero de Gracia, and I shouted to him without moving from where I stood. To explain my call and put him on the alert, I told him that there was a man disguised as a woman in the Calle de las Jardines, that he had gone into the street by the Calle de las Peligros, and must have gone off towards the Calle de la Aduana, that I would remain where I was if he would go to the other end of the street, and that in that way he would not be able to escape. It would be well for us both to capture him, I said, for he must be a robber, or worse, to go about disguised at that hour. The night watchman did as I advised. He went down to the Calle de la Aduana, and when I saw his lantern gleam at the other end of the Calle de las Jardines, I went along the other side and down the next street to meet him. Neither of us had seen anything in the shape of a human being, although both of us had looked into the doorway of every house. "He must have gone into some house," said the watchman. "I expect so," I replied, opening my own door, with the firm determination to change to another street next day. I ascended the stairs to my flat on the 3rd floor, and opened the outer door with my latchkey. I never made my good servant Jose sit up for me. However, this time he was waiting for me. My troubles were not over yet. "Is there anything wrong?" I asked him in surprise. He seemed rather agitated. "Sir," he said, "Captain Falcon was here from 11 o'clock until 2:30. He said he would come back after daylight, and that if you came back you were to wait up for him, because he must see you." Those words filled me with new terrors. I felt as if my own death were at hand. Certainly something very serious was on foot. My dear old father had been very ill for a long time, and as he had seemed to be much worse lately, I had written to my brothers in Jaén, where all my family lived, that if matters became very serious they were to telegraph to my friend Captain Falcon, who would let me know at once what had happened. I had no doubt now that my father was dead. I sat in an armchair waiting for the dawn, and my friend who was to be the bearer of sad news. How can I tell now what I suffered in those long hours of waiting? 3 things, all of terribly painful association, kept repeating themselves in my mind as being inextricably connected with one another, standing apart from the rest of the world in a monstrous and terrifying group: my ruin at play, the meeting with the tall woman, and the death of my revered father. As 6 o'clock struck, Captain Falcon entered my sitting-room, and looked at me in silence. I flung myself into his arms in a hysterical outburst, and he said, essaying to calm my grief, "Weep, my friend. You have indeed cause to weep, for such a loss as this can only come once in a lifetime." 4. "My friend Telesforo," continued Gabriel, after he had drained another glass of wine, paused when he reached this point of his story. After a silence of some minutes he went on. "If this were all I had to tell you, you might not find anything strange or supernatural in it, and you might tell me what others have told me. Men of much common sense have said that everyone with a lively and ardent imagination has his or her pet subject of unreasoning terror, that mine was the idea of solitary female night-walkers, and that the old woman in the Calle de las Jardines was only some poor old creature who tried to ask me for alms when she was without home or food, and whom I had alarmed by my own strange demeanour, that at the worst she could only be an associate of thieves or other bad characters, waiting in a quiet street for her companions, and fearful of their being discovered by the night watchman. I, too, wished to believe this, and after hearing it constantly repeated I did almost come to believe it at the end of some months. Still, I would have given years of my life for the certainty of never again seeing the tall woman.
And now I would give everything I have just to be able to see her once more. But why? Just to be able to strangle her. I don't understand. You will understand when I tell you that I met her again 3 weeks ago, a few hours before I received the fatal news of the death of my poor Joaquina. Well, tell me about it. There is not much more to tell. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I had been to an entertainment where I had not been much entertained. I had the unpleasant task of breaking the news of my approaching marriage to a lady with whom I had had a very pronounced flirtation, and who took the news very ill. I had to stand many reproaches and even tears when I explained that the position was inevitable. My resolution was taken, and my wedding day fixed. And at that moment, though I did not know it, they were burying my promised wife in Santa Agueda. It was not yet daylight, but there was that faint light in the sky which shows that night is weakening. The street lamps had been extinguished, and the watchman had retired, when, as I was passing by the Plaza de las Cortes to get to my flat in the Calle del Lobo, at the corner of the Calle de Santa Ana, who should cross my path but the terrible woman whom I had seen in the Calle de las Jardines. She did not look at me, and I thought she had not seen me. She wore the same dress, even carried the same little fan as when I had seen her 3 years ago. And all my previous terror was as nothing in comparison with what took possession of me now. I walked quickly down the Calle del Prado after she had passed, but I did not take my eyes off her to make sure that she did not turn her head. And when I reached the other part of the Calle del Lobo, I breathed hard as if I had just breasted an impetuous stream, and my fear giving way to satisfaction, I pressed on, thinking that I had narrowly but completely escaped the notice of the hateful witch, and that I now was free from her baleful proximity. Just as I was about to enter my house, a new terror stirred in me. Surely she was too cunning to allow me to escape like this, and she was only feigning not to notice me in order to be able to track me with more certainty down the dark and silent street, and thus find where I lived. I stopped and looked round. There she was, just behind me, her dress almost touching me, her wicked eyes fixed on me, her hideous mouth distended in a spiteful grin of triumph, as she fanned herself with an air of languor, as though ridiculing my childish terror. That fear gave place at once to the most senseless fury, to the rage of desperation, and I flung myself on the vile creature, seized her by the arms, and dashed her against the wall. I held her back by the throat and felt her face, her breast, the straggling locks of her grey hair, until I was convinced that she was a human being and a woman. She had uttered a hoarse cry of mingled pain and rage, and pretended to weep, but I felt that it was only pretence. Then, fixing her hyena eyes on me, she said, "Why do you treat me like this?" My anger died away, and my fear returned. "Do you remember," I said, "that you have seen me elsewhere?" "Indeed I do," she replied sardonically. "The night of San Eugenio, about 3 o'clock in the Calle de las Jardines." I shivered involuntarily, but I still kept hold of her. "Who are you?" I asked. "Why do you run after me like this? What do you want with me?" "I am only a poor, weak woman," she said with a diabolical grin. "You hate and fear me without cause or reason. If not, will you please tell me why you were so overcome with fear the first time you saw me?" "Because I have hated you ever since I was born," I cried involuntarily. "Because you are the evil spirit of my life." "So you have known me for a long time past. Well, my son, I have known you, too." "You have known me? Since when?" "Since before you were born. When I saw you pass close to me 3 years ago, I said to myself, 'Here he is at last.' But what am I to you? What are you to me?" "I am hell," she said, spitting in my face. And with that she suddenly slipped from my grasp, caught up her skirts, and ran from my sight without making the least noise as she disappeared. It would have been madness to try to overtake her, and it was now broad daylight, and a good many people were passing in the streets, both in San Jeronimo Square and in the Calle del Prado. The tall woman continued to run, or, as it seemed, to fly, until she reached the Calle de las Huertas, now gleaming in the morning sun. She stopped there and looked back at me, waving her fan at me in a threatening manner, holding it closed like a dagger, and finally she disappeared round the corner of the last street. "No, just wait a moment, Gabrielle.
Do not give me your opinion yet, for I have not quite finished my strange tale, in which my heart and my life are equally involved. Listen to me for a few minutes longer. When I reached home, whom do you think I found waiting me but Colonel Falcon as he is now? He had come to bring me the terrible news that my love, my darling Joaquina, all my hope of happiness and good fortune on this earth, had died the day before in Santa Agueda. Her unhappy father had telegraphed to Falcon, knowing what an old friend of ours he was, asking him to break the news to me who had guessed that a great misfortune was in store for me as soon as ever I set eyes on the curse of my life. Now you know why I want to kill the enemy of my happiness. My born foe, that wicked old sorceress who embodies the cruelty of my destiny. But why do I talk like this? Is she really a woman? Is she a human being at all? Why did the presentiment of her existence weigh on me ever since I was born? Why did she recognize me when she saw me first? Why have I only seen her when some great misfortune has happened to me? What or who is she? 5. Well, my friends, I leave you to imagine what remarks I made and what arguments I used in the effort to calm Telesforo, for all I said was what you are all thinking now and preparing to tell me, to prove to me that there is nothing superhuman or supernatural in my story. You will tell me more than that. You will say that my poor friend was not in his right mind, that he must have been always a little mad, for he evidently suffered from the moral infirmity, which specialists call groundless panic, or, as the case may be, intermittent delirium. That even admitting that all that he said about the strange woman was quite true, still it was only a case of a singular series of chance coincidences of dates and events, and that perhaps the poor old woman was mad too and was excited by his mania. She might have been an old rat-catcher abroad at her nightly work, or a beggar, or a procuress, as Telesforo said to himself in an interval of lucidity and common sense. Well, you will see that I was wrong in thinking that, as you are wrong now. The only person who was not wrong was Telesforo. Ah, it is much easier to talk of madness than to find an explanation for many things which happen on this earth. 6. A few days after this conversation with Telesforo, I was obliged to go to the province of Albacete in my capacity of mining engineer, and not many weeks later I heard from a contractor of public works that my poor friend had been attacked by a very severe gastric fever and jaundice. He was green in hue, unable to move from his chair, and he could not work, nor would he see anyone. His grief and melancholy were pitiable, and the doctors despaired of his recovery. Then I knew why he had not answered my letters. I had to resort to Colonel Falcon for news, and reports continued ever more and more depressing. After 5 months of absence, I returned to Madrid, on the very day when the news of the Battle of Tetuan arrived. I remember it as if it were yesterday. That evening I bought the Correspondencia de España to see the news, and the first thing my eye lighted on was the obituary notice of my poor friend Telesforo, and the invitation to all his friends to attend his funeral on the following day. You will readily understand that I would not willingly fail to give him this last tribute. I had a place in one of the carriages nearest to the hearse, and when we alighted in the cemetery of San Luis, I noticed a woman of the poorer class, old and very tall, who laughed in a most unseemly manner when the hearse arrived, and who then advanced with an air of triumph towards the pallbearers, pointing out to them with a very small fan the way they were to take to reach the open grave, which was to be my friend's last resting-place. At the first glance I recognized, with grief and fear, that this woman corresponded to the description given by Telesforo of his implacable enemy. She was just what he had described, with her enormous nose, her infernal eyes, her hideous mouth, the bright printed cotton handkerchief over her head, and the tiny fan, which in her hands seemed to be the sceptre of profanity and inhuman mockery. She perceived at once that I was looking at her, and she fixed her eyes on me in a peculiar way, as if recognizing me while she ascertained that I recognized her, as if she knew that my dead friend had told me all about the scenes in the Calle de las Sardinas and the Calle del Lobo, as if defying me, as if declaring that I had inherited the hatred she had borne my unfortunate friend. I confess that the fear which overcame me was greater than my surprise at this new coincidence or disaster.
It seemed certain that some mysterious connection had existed in some supernatural way between the appalling old woman and Telesforo before this life. But at that moment I saw that my own life, my own good fortune, my own soul even, were in danger if I should inherit the strange and terrible curse. The tall woman began to laugh, pointing at me mockingly with her fan, as if she had read my thoughts and wished everyone to notice my cowardice. I was obliged to lean on the arm of a friend to avoid falling, and then she made a gesture of contempt or pity, turned on her heels, and walked into the churchyard, still looking at me with her head turned over her shoulder. She fanned herself and signed to me with the fan at one and the same time, walking with mincing steps among the tombs, with a sort of infernal coquetry, until at last I saw her disappear forever in the crowded heart of that great world of the dead. I say forever, because 15 years have passed since then, and I have never seen her since that moment. If she were really a human being, she must be dead by now. And if she were not, if she were a supernatural creature, I feel sure that she must have scorned me too much to persecute me. Now, my friends, I've told you all I know. Let me have your opinion. It is not necessary for me to repeat the remarks made by the group of friends and comrades to Gabrielle. For indeed the fact remains that every reader will have his own ideas and beliefs in the matter, and to use his own judgment as to the conclusion to which he comes. So I will say no more. I leave it to the judgment of every one of my readers. Translated from the Spanish by P. A. Schultz. A Scent of Mimosa by Francis King. In the spring of 1975, the Times of London organized a ghost story competition. The unlikely judges were Kingsley Amis, Patricia Highsmith, and Christopher Lee, and from several thousand entries they selected 13, which were published together in one volume. Francis King, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature, who has received both the Catherine Mansfield and the Somerset Maugham awards, won the second prize with A Scent of Mimosa. It was long past midnight when the municipal Citroën dumped the 4 of them outside the Montan Hotel. Tom, the youngest and most assertive of the Catherine Mansfield prize judges, grabbed Lenore's arm and helped her up the steps. It was Lenore, 30-ish and thinnish, who had that year won the prize, given by the municipality. Though they had never met until the start of their journey out to the south of France together, he was always touching her, as though to communicate to her some assurance, at the nature of which she could still only guess. As they followed behind, Theo and Lucy, the other 2 judges, maintained a cautious distance from each other. There had been some acrimony many years before about an unsigned review in the Times literary supplement. Lenore could no longer even remember which of the 2 had written it and which had felt aggrieved. In the hall they all stared at each other, like bewildered strangers, wondering what they were doing in each other's company so late at night, in an unknown hotel in a foreign town. Tom broke the silence, swaying back and forth on his tiny feet. "Well, what's the program for tomorrow? Christ, I'm tired." Lucy hunted for one of 3 or 4 minuscule lace-fringed handkerchiefs in the crocodile bag that dangled from her wrist. When traveling with her stockbroker husband, she was used to more luxurious hotels, more powerful cars, and more amusing company. "Apparently we're going to be taken up into the mountains for another banquet." She held the handkerchief to the tip of her sharp nose and gave a little sniff. Theo, who was almost as drunk as Tom, wailed, "Oh, God, altitude and hairpin bends always make me sick." "Well, there'll be plenty of both tomorrow," Lucy replied with some relish. Lenore gazed down at the key that she was balancing on her palm. "The ambassador told me that he would be placing a wreath on some local war memorial. Tomorrow's Armistice Day, isn't it?" Lucy, who had been affronted that the prize-winner, and not she, had been seated on the New Zealand ambassador's right, exclaimed, "What a dreadfully boring man! Nice, but oh so boring." "Oh, I thought him rather interesting." Lenore was still secretly both frightened and envious of Lucy, who was older, much more successful, and much richer than herself. "Some young New Zealander's going to meet us up there, the ambassador told me. In the village. He's coming specially for the Catherine Mansfield celebrations." "I suppose if your country's produced only one writer of any note, you're bound to make a fuss of her," Tom commented. "Well, we better get some sleep, if we can." Lucy began to walk towards the lift. "The beds here are horribly hard and lumpy." Tom again held Lenore by the arm,
as he shepherded her towards the small gilded cage, so close she could smell the alcohol heavy on his breath. Lucy got out first, since on their arrival she had managed to secure for herself the only room on the first floor with a balcony over the bay. Bowing to Lenore, she sang out, "Bonne nuit, Madame la Laureate." Lenore gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "Good night, Lucy." Theo got out at the next floor, tripping and all but falling flat, with only Tom's arm to save him. He began to waddle off down the corridor, then turned as the lift gates were closing. "Bonne nuit, Madame la Laureate." Lenore and Tom walked down their corridor, his hand again at her elbow, as though once more to assure her, and perhaps also himself, of something that he could not or dared not put into words. They came to her door. "Well," he released her, and clumsily she stopped and inserted the key. "Tomorrow we'll drive up into the mountains and watch poor Theo being car-sick and meet the ambassador's young New Zealander, and of course hear lots and lots of speeches." She opened the door, and at once, as though frightened that she would ask him in, he backed away. "Well, bonne nuit, Madame la Laureate." "Bonne nuit, Monsieur le Juge." She shut the door and leant against it, feeling the wood hard against her shoulder-blades. Her head was throbbing from too much food and drink, too much noise and too much French, and her mouth felt dry and sour. What would each of the others be doing now that they had separated? She began to speculate. Well, Lucy would no doubt be taking great care of each garment as she removed it, and then she would take equal care of her face, patting and smoothing, smoothing and patting. Theo, drunken and dishevelled, his tiny eyes bleary and his tie askew, would perch himself on a straight-backed chair. He always seemed masochistically determined to inflict the maximum of discomfort on himself, and would then start work on the pile of postcards that he had rushed out to buy as soon as they had been shown into their rooms. The postcards would, of course, arrive in England long after his return. Someone had told Lenore that he had a wife much older than himself, and a horde of children and stepchildren, 6, 7, 8, to all of whom he was sentimentally devoted. And Tom? Tom, she decided after some deliberation, would walk along to his room, wait there for a few minutes, and then take the lift downstairs again and go out into the night, wandering the autumnal streets in search of well, what? She did not know, not yet, any more than she knew the nature of the assurance that constant touching was designed to convey. The bed was soft, not hard and lumpy at all, as Lucy had complained, too soft, so that its swaying was almost nauseating. Perhaps poor Theo would be bedsick and would have to take to the floor. She shut her eyes and yawned again. She was asleep. When she awoke, it seemed as if many hours had passed, even though the dark of the room was still impenetrable. Her body was on fire, the sweat pouring off it. Her head was throbbing, and she had an excruciating pain just under her right ribs, as though a knife had been inserted there and was now being twisted round and round. The central heating was always turned too high in these continental hotels, and after having eaten and drunk so much, she ought not to be surprised at an attack of acute indigestion. She threw back the sheet and duvet, and then, after lying for a while uncovered with none of the expected coolness, she switched on the bedside lamp and dragged herself off the bed. For a long time she struggled with the regulator of the radiator that ran the whole length of the window, but the effort only made her sweat the more. It would not budge. She would have to open the window instead. Again she struggled, and at last the square of glass screeched along its groove, and she felt the icy air enfolding her body. From her suitcase she fetched a tube of Alka-Seltzer and padded into the bathroom. It was as she was dropping 2 of the tablets into a tumbler of water, the only light coming through the half-open door behind her, that suddenly she felt a strange tickling at the back of her throat, as though a feather had lodged there, coughed again, and then effortlessly began spitting. Giddy and feeling sick, the sweat now chill on her forehead and bare arms, she stared down at the blood that had spattered the porcelain of the basin and was even dripping from one of the taps. She felt that she was about to faint, and staggered back into the bedroom, to fall diagonally across the bed, her cheek pressed against the thrown-back duvet. Oh, God! She must have had some kind of hemorrhage. She lay there, shivering for a while. She would have to see a doctor, but how could she call one at this hour? Best thing would be to go along to the room of one of the others.
but she shrank from appealing to either Lucy or Tom. It would have to be Theo. She got off the bed, still feeling giddy, sick, and weak, and went back into the bathroom to wash away the blood. This time she turned on the light. The 2 tablets of Alka-Seltzer were now dissolved, but with an extraordinary hyperesthesia, she could hear the water fizzing even when she was still far away from it. She approached the basin slowly, fearful of what she would find in it, the trails and spatters of blood on the glistening porcelain and over the tap. But when she was above the basin and forced her eyes down, there was, amazingly, nothing there. Nothing there at all. Porcelain and tap were both as clean as she had left them after brushing her teeth. It was cold and damp by the Mountain War Memorial, a lichen-covered obelisk, one end sunk into the turf, with a stone shield attached, bearing names that for the most part were Italian, not French. The mayor, cheeks scarlet from the many toasts at the banquet, and medals dangling from his scuffed blue serge suit, stood before it and bellowed out an oration to which Lenore did not listen, her gaze tracking back and forth among the faces, mostly middle-aged and brooding, of the handful of villagers huddled about her. Lucy had retreated into the back of the municipal Citroën, saying that she was certainly not going to risk a cold just before she and her husband were due to set off for the Caribbean on a holiday. Theo was holding a handkerchief to his chin, as though he had an attack of toothache, his tiny eyes rheumy and bloodshot. Tom, who had been chatting to their dapper young chauffeur in his excellent French, now stood beside the man, faintly smirking. At last the oration ended, and the ambassador, grizzled, grey-faced and grave, walked forward with his wreath, stooped and placed it against the tilted obelisk. An improbable girl bugler, in white boots and a miniskirt that revealed plump knees at the gap between them, stepped proudly forward, and the valedictory notes volleyed back and forth among the mountains. Again Lenore felt that tickling at the back of her throat, but now it was tears. She always cried easily. Suddenly she was aware of a smell, bitter and pungent, about her, and she wondered in surprise what could be its source. It was too late in the year for the smell to come from any flower at this altitude, and it seemed unlikely that any of the village women, with the possible exception of the girl bugler, would use a perfume so strange and strong. She peered around, and then, turning, saw the tall young man with the mousy, close-cropped hair and the sunburned face, his cheekbones and his nose prominent, who was standing a little apart from the rest of the gathering. A khaki rucksack was propped against one leg. Their eyes met, and he smiled and gave a little nod, as though they already knew each other. The ceremony was over. In twos and threes the people began to drift away, for the most part silent, and silent not so much in grief as in the attempt to recapture its elusive memory. The young man, his rucksack now on his back, was beside her. "Hello." The voice was unmistakably Antipodean. "Hello." "You won the prize," was not a question. "By some marvellous fluke. I've never had any luck in my life before. Everything I've achieved I've had to struggle for." She gave an involuntary shudder, feeling the cold and damp insinuate themselves through the thickness of her topcoat. "You must be the New Zealander." "The New Zealander? Well, a New Zealander." "We heard that you were coming." "I always try to come." The ambassador was approaching, still grey-faced and grave. "Your New Zealander has arrived," Lenore called out to him. "My New Zealander?" He looked at the young man who held out his hand. The ambassador took it. "So, you're from back home?" The young man nodded, at once friendly and remote. "Wellington." "What brings you here?" "I wanted to be present at the ceremonies. I was telling Miss Marlowe I always have been." "Then you're a fan of K.M.?" "Oh, yes." Lenore was becoming increasingly bewildered. She turned to the ambassador. "But didn't you tell me last night at the banquet that you were expecting a New Zealander?" "I?" "Yes, surely.
But I had no idea that this young man would turn up, not at all."
"But I'm sure. Didn't you—"
"We've never set eyes on each other. And we know nothing about each other, do we?" He appealed to the other man. "Nothing at all." "Anyway, cold and tired." The ambassador began to move away. "It's been nice to meet you. What's your name?" "Leslie." Might have been either surname or Christian name.
"We'll be seeing you again?"
"Oh, yes. I'll be at the prize-giving ceremony tomorrow. As I said, I've been at every one."
Lenore and the young man were now alone by the lopsided war memorial. Far down the road she could make out Theo, shapeless in his ancient overcoat, a cap pulled down over his bulging forehead, as he urinated against a tree that soared up into the gathering mist and darkness. Tom was climbing into the car beside Lucy. Lenore could hear his laugh, strangely loud. "How are you going to get down to Menton? Would you like me to ask if we can give you a lift?" "Oh, that's very kind of you, but I think I'd like to stay here a little longer." Here? She could not imagine why anyone should wish to stay on in this cramped, craggy village, with all the inhabitants drifting back into their homes, and nothing to see in the coagulating mist and dark, and nothing to do. He nodded. "She came up here. She was driven up here by Connie and Jenny." "Oh, yes, they were the ones who let her the Villa Isola Bella, weren't they? Connie was the aunt." "Well, cousin, really." "I didn't know she'd ever been in this village. I know the journals and the letters pretty well, but obviously not as well as you." Suddenly she did not wish to let him go. This imminent parting from a total stranger had become like the resurgence of some deep-seated, long-forgotten sorrow. "Can't we really give you a lift? We can squeeze you into our car." He shook his head. "I want to stay here a little, but I'll be down. We'll meet again." "Perhaps this evening you might join us for dinner? We have the evening free, and we thought that we might all go to a fish restaurant in Monte Carlo. Lucy, she's one of the judges, says that Somerset Maugham once took her there, and it was absolutely fabulous." Fabulous was not Lenore's kind of word, it was Lucy's. "Do try to join us." "Perhaps." "Please. We'll be leaving the hotel at about 8:30, so just come there before that. It's the Hotel du Parc. Do you know where it is?" He nodded. "How will you get down to Menton? There can't be a bus now." "Oh, I'll manage." "Lenore, time we started back," it was Tom's peremptory voice. "I must go. They're getting impatient. Please come this evening." He raised his hand as she hurried away from him, in what was half a wave and half a salute. Then he remained standing motionless beside the war memorial. Lucy said fretfully, "We want to get down the mountain before this mist really thickens. I'm sorry, but that was— He was from New Zealand." "Is that the one you told us about last night?" Theo asked, wiping with a soiled handkerchief at eyes still streaming from the cold. Lenore nodded. "Yes, I did tell you about him, didn't I?" She all but added, "But the funny thing is that the ambassador pretended that he'd said nothing to me at all about his coming." Then something made her check herself. It was as though, walking over sunlit fields, she had all at once unexpectedly found ahead of her a dark and dense wood, had hesitated whether to enter it or not, and had then turned and in panic retraced her steps. "Well, he's obviously not coming." Lucy drew her chinchilla coat up over her shoulders and got to her feet. Two men also rose. Lenore sighed. "No, I suppose not." "He probably decided there were more amusing things for a young man to do on the coat," Theo said. "I can think of less amusing things, too," Lucy retorted tartly. "Perhaps he hadn't got the money for a slap-up meal." Of course. Tom was right. Lenore saw it now. What she should have said was, "You must be my guest, because I want to spend some of my prize money in celebration, or something of that kind." She had spoken of the fabulous restaurant to which Lucy had been taken by Maugham, enough to put off anyone who was travelling on a slender budget. Of course! Once again Tom tried to take her arm as they emerged into the soft November air, but this time she pulled free with a sharp, impatient jerk. The next morning they were driven out to Isola Bella, the villa on the steep hill, where Catherine Mansfield had lived for 9 months in a fever of illness and activity. The villa itself was occupied, but the municipality had made over a room on the lowest of its 3 levels into a shrine. A bearded French critic, who was regarded as an authority on the English writer, explained to Lenore that an outhouse had been converted into a lavatory and shower, in the hope that some other English writer might soon be installed in what was, in effect, a tiny apartment. "But Catherine Mansfield herself never lived here." He hesitated between truth and his loyalty to his hosts. Then, "Well, no," he agreed in his excellent English. "Catherine lived above." He invariably referred to the writer merely by her Christian name. "And probably she never even came down here?" Again he hesitated. "Possibly not." Lenore wandered away from the rest of the party, up the hill to the rusty gates that led to the main part of the house. Ahead of her, as she peered through the curlicues of wrought iron, stretched the terrace on which the invalid, would lie out for most of the day on a chaise longue, spread with a kaross made of flying squirrel skins brought home from Africa by her father. Oh, and there were the mimosa trees, like elongated ferns. Catherine Mansfield had described how she would lie awake at break of day and watch the shafts of the rising sun shimmer through them. All at once Lenore could smell the tiny yellow flowers still hanging from the fragile racemes. Though infinitely fainter, a mere ghost, it was none the less that same odor, pungent and bitter, that had enveloped her up in the mountains. But surely so high up in the mountains no mimosa could grow, or, if it did, could come to bloom in November? As she breathed in the scent, deeper and deeper until her lungs began to ache with it as they had done that first night in the hotel, she thought once again of the New Zealander, and wondered what had happened to him. She had hoped to see him in the town early that morning, as she had wandered alone about it, pretending that she was in quest of presents, but in reality in quest of him. But he had been nowhere, and now he had not turned up at the villa, as she had also hoped that he would do. Perhaps he had already moved on, with his exiguous rucksack, farther up the coast. Perhaps she would never see him again. Suddenly she wanted a spray of the mimosa. She rattled the gate, and the rusty padlock swung from side to side with a dry sound of scraping against the bars. The occupiers of the house must be away. But she tugged at the bell, hearing it tinkle from somewhere out of sight. No one came. She thought, if he were here, he could climb over for me. He'd find some way. She hoisted herself up with both hands, feeling the flaking metal graze a palm. But it was useless. "Can I help, madame?" It was the French critic stroking his beard with a narrow, nicotine-stained hand. Lenore explained what she wanted, and then he, too, tugged at the bell-pull and even shouted out in French. No one came. Oddly, she could no longer smell that pungent, bitter odor, not since he had come. He shrugged. "I'm afraid that I am too old and too fat to climb over for you. Perhaps if you come tomorrow, the owners will be here." "We're leaving tomorrow morning." "Then—" Again he shrugged. When he had first seen her, he had thought her a dowdy, insignificant little woman, and had hardly bothered to speak to her. But now he experienced a sudden pull, as though a boat in which he had long been becalmed had all at once felt the tug and sweep of the tide. Now he, too, grabbed her arm just above the elbow, as Tom had kept on doing until that rebuff of the previous night. "Let me assist you down the hill." How thin the arm was, how pathetically thin and fragile. The arm of a child or invalid. He felt excited at the contact. "I have given most of my life to Catherine," he told her, as they began to descend. It was not strictly true, since he had given much of his life to other things, to the editing of a magazine, to the collection of Chinese works of art, to women, to eating and drinking. But at that moment, when his fingers felt the delicate bone inside its envelope of flesh, he not only wished that it had been so, but believed that it had been so. "In a strange way, you remind me of her, you know." In the town hall, the audience for the prize-giving ceremony was composed almost entirely of elderly men in dark suits and elderly women in hats. Lenore had been told that she would have to make a small speech of thanks in French after Lucy had spoken, also in French, on behalf of the judges. Lenore had never made a speech in her life, let alone a speech in French, and she dreaded the ordeal. The hall was stuffy, its radiators too hot to touch even on this autumn day. She felt headachy, sweaty, and vaguely sick, as she listened in a kind of trance, first to the orotund platitudes of the mayor, then to the clipped phrases of the ambassador, and finally to Lucy's few witty, lucid comments. In rising panic she thought, if he were here, if only he were here. In one hand she was clutching the typescript, the French of which Lucy had corrected for her. She heard her name, and then one of the French officials was giving her a little push from behind, his hand to her shoulder. She rose, and as she did so, she felt the room revolve, first gently and then faster and faster around her. She clutched the back of her chair, staring up at the face of the mayor on the dais above her. All at once she could smell far stronger than ever before that pungent, bitter odor of mimosa. It was all around her, an enveloping cloud. She moved forward and then up the steps, the French critic putting out one of those long, narrow hands of his to help her. She was handed an envelope, cold and dry on her hot and damp palm, and then she was handed a red leather box, open, with a bronze medallion embedded in it. Whose head was that? But, of course, it was Catherine Mansfield's. Jagged prongs of fringe across a wide forehead. She looked down and read, Monton c'est le paradis d'une aube à l'autre. The mayor was prompting her in a sibilant whisper. Perhaps she would wish to say a few words. She turned to face the audience, and it was then, as she moistened her lips with her tongue and raised the sheet of typescript, that all at once she saw him, standing by himself at the far end of the hall, one shoulder against the jamb of a closed door, and his eyes fixed on her. She began to read, at first all but inaudibly, but then in a stronger and stronger voice. Her French was all but perfect. She felt wholly calm. In the premature dusk they talked outside the town hall, pacing the terrace among the stunted oleanders. "You saved my life," she said. She felt the euphoria that precedes a bout of fever. "I can't explain it, but I was petrified. I felt sure I could not say a word, and then suddenly I saw you, and all at once—" "I like that story of yours very much." "Oh, have you read it?" She was amazed. The story had appeared in a little magazine that after 3 issues had folded and vanished. "Yes, it was right. For her, I mean. It's the only story that she herself might have written, of all the ones that have ever won the prize." "That's a terrific compliment." "I mean it." "I'd hoped that perhaps you'd have joined us last night." "Well, I wanted to," he said, with no further excuse. "And then I thought that I might see you at the villa." "I've been there many times." "But not this time?" He did not answer. And then she began to tell him about the mimosa on the terrace. How she remembered reading about it in the journals and the letters, and how she had wanted a spray, just one spray, but there had been no one at the house and the gate was padlocked. If you'd been there, perhaps you could have climbed over, but none of our party looked capable of doing so. "I'll get you a spray." "Will you? Can you?" "Of course." He smiled. His teeth were very white in the long, sunburned face. "But we leave early tomorrow." "What time?" "We must leave the hotel at 10 for the airport." "Oh, that'll give me time. Don't worry." Boldly she said, "Oh, I wish there were no banquet this evening. I wish we could just have dinner alone together." "There'll be other times," he said quietly. "Anyway, I won't forget the mimosa." "Promise?" "Promise." After that, Tom was again calling, and the cars were starting up, and people were shaking her hand and saying how glad they were for her, and that soon she must come back to Monton again. When she looked round for the New Zealander, she found that he had vanished. Lenore was back in her dark, 2-roomed Fulham flat. At the airport, Lucy had been whisked off by her husband in a chauffeur-driven Daimler, barely bothering to say goodbye. Theo had explained that it would be impossible to fit any more passengers into his battered station wagon, already packed with his wife, a number of children, a dog, and a folding bicycle. Tom had said that it looked as if the friend who was supposed to meet him must have got held up and he'd wait around for a while. So Lenore had travelled alone on the bus. She had felt chilled, and there was again that pain, dull now, under her right ribs. She shivered as she stooped to light the gas. Then she remained kneeling before it, staring at the radiance as the blue light flickering up from them steadied to an orange glow. He had failed to keep his promise, and she had no idea of where he might be or even of what he was called, other than that either his surname or his Christian name was Leslie. It was hopeless. She got up with a small, dry cough and went into the bedroom. There she hauled her suitcase up onto the bed and began to unpack it hurriedly, throwing things into drawers or jerking them onto hangers, as though she did not have a whole empty evening ahead of her and a number of empty days after that. At the bottom of the suitcase she came on the typescript of her speech. She crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the wastepaper basket, and the red leather box containing her trophy. She pressed the stud of the lid and lifted it upwards with a thumb, and as she did so, it was as if she were releasing from it the smell, pungent and bitter, that soon was all around her. She gave a little gasp. The pain in her chest sharpened. Looking down, she saw the spray of mimosa that lay across the medallion. She took the spray in her hand, but it was dry and faded and old, as though it had lain there not for a few hours, but for many, many years. Leslie. She said the name aloud to herself, and then, with no shock and no alarm, but with the relieved recognition of someone lost who all at once sights a familiar landmark, she remembered that, yes, of course, Leslie had been the name of the beloved brother killed in the war, whom Catherine Mansfield had always called Chummy. She touched the arid, dead raceme, and some of the small, yellowish-grey blossoms, hard as berries, fell to the carpet at her feet. They might have been beads, scattering hither and thither. 3 or 4 rolled back and forth in her palm. She felt a tickle at the back of her throat. It must be pollen, she decided wrongly. Then, suddenly, the concluding lines of Catherine Mansfield's sonnet on the death of her brother, read long ago and forgotten, forced themselves up within her, like the spurs of a plant, buried for years, all at once thrusting up into the light of day. By the remembered stream my brother stands, waiting for me with berries in his hands. These are my body, sister, take and eat. She gave another little dry cough, and tasted something thick and salt on her tongue. The scent of mimosa was already fading as those blooms had long since faded, but she knew that it would come back, and that he would come back with it.